It is said that 1,000 years ago, a demon star suddenly fell to the human world. From that demon star, hundreds of millions of demons and 12 great demons were born. They killed the whole human world and destroyed the 99 states of the previous dynasty with a crushing force. The human world is like a prison. When the human race was on the verge of extinction, the four great sword immortals who had been in seclusion for a long time appeared. Defeat the 12 great demons of the demon race, freeze the North Sea, repel the demon race, and preserve the last spark of the human race. This is how we have the current Great South. Although our human race retreated to the south of the North Sea and lived in a corner of the south of the Yangtze River. Fortunately, the current emperor, the Southern Emperor Wu, has recaptured the area of the capital and recovered the area of the capital. Since then, Great South has been established, which has become the last piece of pure land for our human race. Under the feet of the emperor, the sea is peaceful and the river is clear. Beijing, early spring and March. The rain is hazy. The south of the Yangtze River is like a dream. The smoke waves are painted, and the willows are brushing the shore. The storyteller shook his head, his passion surged, and the small, dilapidated tea house was filled with people. The capital was prosperous, and most of the people were rich kids, full of food and wine, board and board. And there were always a lot of idle people stopping here to listen to a few old stories. A young man was excited and squeezed out of the crowd happily and asked the storyteller, "Then, has anyone seen these four great sword immortals?" The storyteller was excited when he heard it, and his tone suddenly rose. 1,000 years ago, the four great sword immortals stood with their hands behind their backs, facing away from the living beings, and no one knew their faces. They could only be divided into the four great sword immortals according to the color of their robes. The four great sword immortals, clear and white. The young man smiled and nodded, remembering it in his mind. "Storyteller, you've told this story 800 times. My ears are calloused from hearing it. You're right, my son is 3 years old and he can't even call his parents, but he knows all these myths and legends by heart." The people around were talking and laughing, and the young man applauded when he heard something exciting. Although he was smiling, he didn't chat with others. "I see that you don't look familiar, so you must be new to the capital, right?" A familiar man took the initiative to speak. "I came from Hangzhou, and I came to the capital just to enter the Taiping Martial Arts Academy, practice swordsmanship, and slay demons." The young man was full of enthusiasm, and a spring breeze blew, lifting his messy hair between his eyebrows, revealing a pair of bright eyes. Hangzhou has blizzards all year round. Spiritual power is scarce, and even the demons don't bother to plunder such a barren place. How can anyone live in such a place? To be able to live in such a bitter and cold place, he must be a person who practices hard. I admire him. The people around heard this and talked about it. Most of them smiled bitterly, and few cultivators showed admiration. The young man smiled indifferently. "I am just an ordinary person. This time I came to the capital to practice swordsmanship at Taiping Martial Arts Academy." As soon as he finished speaking, several cultivators who admired him looked embarrassed. A burly man saw this and said, "Little brother has lived in Hanzhan for a long time. I am afraid you don't know that although Taiping Martial Arts Academy is the world's #1 force outside the court, it is not good at teaching martial arts, and the swordsmanship is even more terrible." The big man suddenly stopped and saw a frost-white long sword on the young man's waist. He was unable to speak for a while. "Just say it." The young man smiled casually. The big man frowned and kindly advised, "Then I will say it straight. The sword art of Taiping Martial Arts Academy has declined and no one is interested in it. Brother, remember to think twice before you act." "Oh, why is that?" the boy asked, puzzled. "It's all because of that sword teacher." The man frowned and lowered his voice. "This person has an extremely strange temper. He often gets drunk and even beats and scolds students. Over time, no one dares to practice sword art in Taiping Martial Arts Academy." The boy's eyes flashed with confusion. "Then why doesn't the dean expel this person?" Hearing this, the man glanced around with a bit of fear on his face. It is rumored that she is the dean's illegitimate granddaughter, and he dare not expel her. Illegitimate granddaughter? Oh, that's right. The boy smiled with relief, bowed to thank him, and left immediately. "Please stay, little brother. I will send you to the west." The big man kindly held the young man and said with a serious face, "If you want to practice swordsmanship, why don't you go to Kaitian Sword Sect? In the past 60 years, 4 swordsmanship leaders have been replaced, all from Kaitian sword sect. But the young man had a determination in his eyes, smiled indifferently, and bowed to thank the kind man. Thank you for reminding me. But I must go to Taiping Martial Arts Academy to learn swordsmanship according to my sister's order. The big man saw that he was determined to leave, and shook his head helplessly. You are a hot-blooded young man, alas, don't regret it. The young man raised his mouth and thanked him with a fist. Thank you for your doubts, goodbye. The young man suddenly paused, raised his mouth, and smiled. I am Li Wujio, and I have never regretted it in the past 18 years. Jiangnan is beautiful, and the scenery is familiar. The 1,000-mile-long streets of the capital, the myriad customs of Jiangnan, the painted bridges with willows and the green curtains. The prosperity of the world, 9 out of 3,000, are gathered here. Han Lang, hold the sword and go. Ask with a smile where the spring breeze is. Spring fir is thin, flowers and moon wine. I travel alone with a long sword in Jiangnan. Li Wujio hummed a little tune, coming from the remote mountains of Hangzhou. In his eyes, the water town of Jiangnan has a unique flavor, which makes him feel relaxed and happy. Just as he was full of thoughts and full of longing, suddenly, there was a noise behind him. General Xiaohe returned to the court, and the idle people quickly got out of the way. Shan Haiguan has won a great victory. The demon clan retreated, and the whole world celebrates. A series of exclamations rang out, and a group of people in armor rushed over. Suddenly, a silver-white stream of light swept across Li Wujio's face. It turned out to be a young general, with a tall figure, handsome spirit, holding a bright silver dragon spear, majestic. Great victory at Shan Haiguan. The demons are trying to make a comeback. General Xiaohe led his army to kill 6,000 demons and severely damaged the demon dynasty Tian Huang advance army. He will definitely be rewarded in the palace. It is true that a tiger father will have a dog son. General, he is about to ascend to the realm of martial saint. General Xiaohe is also young and promising. He has defeated the demons many times in his youth and is worthy of the top reputation of the He family army. The common people praised the young general. Li Wujio was moved by the listening and asked an old woman, Excuse me, who is General Xiaohe? Listen? Little brother, are you a foreigner? The old woman looked back and saw that Li Wujio was unfamiliar. She raised her voice, looking at the Holden who doesn't know the name of General Xiaohe, who doesn't know the reputation of the He family, slaying demons to protect the country, commanding the 3 armies. He is the son of the great general He Qianshan, named Beixing. He Beixing. Although Li Wujio only saw him in a hurry, he secretly envied him. What a high-spirited young general. There's nothing better than being in high spirits. I have been a hermit in Hangzhou for 18 years. I have not heard the things outside the window, so I don't know much. Thank you for clearing my doubts. After bidding farewell to the old woman, Li Wujio continued to walk towards Taiping Martial Arts Academy, thinking about other people's comments on the Martial Arts Academy's swordsmanship along the way. The sword teacher has a strange temper. He often drinks and beats students. With his own efforts, he destroyed the swordsmanship of Taiping Martial Arts Academy. Such a weird person. Why did my sister repeatedly tell me to learn swordsmanship from him? My sister's words are always right. Li Wujio's thoughts fluctuated, and he inadvertently drifted back to Han. Her white hair was dyed with frost, her white clothes were whiter than snow, and her eyes were as cold and ruthless as ice. His sister's surname was Ning, and her name was Jihan. He does not have the same surname as his elder sister, because Li Wujio takes his father's surname and Ning Jihan takes his mother's surname. Since he was a child, he asked Ning Jihan about their parents out of curiosity. Ning Jihan's answers were always concise. The demon tribe went south and invaded the border. Their parents died in the 3 passes of the northern border for the sake of world peace. The blood feud will be avenged one day. So, Wujio, you go down the mountain and go to the Taiping Martial Arts Academy in the capital to learn swordsmanship from Mr. Dongfang. You can avenge your parents after you learn it. After Ning Jihan said this, he handed a frost-white, long sword to Li Wujio, and the word frost was engraved on the hilt. Sister, you gave me frost. How can you? It doesn't matter. Ning Jihan said in a cold tone, with cold eyes, and picked a piece of cold plum with his fingers. The frosty sky is freezing. The jade is broken, and the jade is in chaos. Only the plum blossoms are proud and don't know the cold. As Ning Jihan finished speaking, the whole sky was freezing, and the frost was freezing for thousands of miles. The white-clothed woman, who looked like a banished fairy, lightly picked up the plum blossoms, and the white snow seemed to have intelligence and opened a road. The frost left me a trace of sword intent, so that I can protect you temporarily when your life is at stake. Ning Jihan's tone was cold and heartless. Sister, when can I see you again? The young man shouted loudly. He looked back suddenly, but his sister was gone, leaving only the plum blossoms standing proudly in the snow. The young man didn't wait for the answer, and the frost and snow fell on his shoulders. Suddenly, a cold female voice sounded in his mind. The frost and cold in the south of the Yangtze River are 30,000 miles away, and I will share the snow with you for thousands of years. Han Shan's 18 years of hard practice are still vivid in his mind. Although he officially stepped into the martial arts, Li Wuzhou's physique and state of mind have become the best nutrients for the saplings to grow tall. The frosty sky is freezing, the jade is broken. Only the proud plum blossoms do not know the cold. The only formula Ning Jihan taught him was to hold the sword in his hand and chant a sentence, and then he could use the frosty sword intent. The frost and cold in Jiangnan are 30,000 miles away, and I will share the eternal snow with you. The last words left by Ning Jihan. He thought about it over and over again after traveling thousands of miles, but he still couldn't understand the meaning of it. It was a rare day in Jiangnan when the sun was warm, and the words such as 30,000 miles of frost and cold and sharing the eternal snow with you were unprecedented and unheard of. Unconsciously, when he came back to his senses, a towering and huge academy had come into view. The gate of the academy was closed, but there were crowds of people, shoulder to shoulder, and a huge crowd, all of whom were students who wanted to enter Taiping Martial Academy for training. Did you see that plaque? The four big characters on the plaque are said to be carved by the dean with his finger wind as a pen and his martial arts skills. Taiping Martial Academy is the first martial arts academy in our dynasty. I wonder if I can pass the test with my talent and physique? Li Wuzhou mixed into the crowd, keeping an eye on all directions and listening to all directions. He collected a lot of information, but no one mentioned the word kendo. Silence. The heavy gates suddenly opened, and 3 immortal monks walked out, 2 men and 1 woman, all young disciples of the martial arts academy. The blue-robed woman in the lead had a beautiful face, a slender figure, and a sky-blue robe. Her skills were far better than the 2 beside her. Her aura was powerful and restrained. It made people feel awe-inspiring. Everyone instantly quieted down and looked at the 3 people eagerly. I am Luo Lin, the personal disciple of Vice President Qi of Taiping Martial Arts Academy. Luo Lin took a step forward and shouted coldly. The rules for this year's enrollment have changed. Not only the physical strength, but also the state of mind must be tested. As soon as the words came out, there was a commotion in the crowd. Another male cultivator then spoke. The demon race is causing chaos in the world. Students of Taiping Martial Arts Academy must not only have strong cultivation, but also have the determination to kill demons and defeat enemies. Li Wuzhou clenched the frost in his hand, thinking that this might be his chance. Luo Lin took out a mirror, and a golden light flashed, reflecting an illusory door. Now, everyone enters the illusion behind this door in turn. Only those who can hold on for half an incense stick of time can enter the academy. Everyone was talking about it, and some people were excited and took the lead. I'll go first. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the first person to eat crabs, the second, the third. Until Li Wuzhou, there was no one behind him. Seeing him standing still like a log, Luo Lin was slightly curious and asked him, "Why don't you go in?" Li Wuzhou turned his head and answered seriously, "I must enter the Taiping Martial Academy." That's right. Luo Lin felt strange and thought that Li Wuzhou didn't hear the rules clearly. So she repeated, "You can enter the Martial Academy naturally if you pass the test." Li Wuzhou raised his eyebrows and asked her seriously, "If I don't pass, I can't get in." "Of course, the opportunity hasn't come yet. So please come back later." Luo Lin's face sank, thinking that Li Wuzhou was playing a trick on her. The other 2 gentlemen also secretly thought that this boy was a special person. The boy suddenly grinned, showing a harmless smile, but his eyes were cold. "If I beat you, does it mean that I can definitely enter the Taiping Martial Academy?" "Beat me?" The woman's pupils suddenly shrank. The boy didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was, and he actually took a different approach. It's not just a general bias. You're just an ordinary person. You don't know how high the sky is. How can you be confident that you can win the first place in the Taiping Martial Academy? The woman frowned. A hint of displeasure appeared on her pretty face, and her tone was full of pride. But she dared to be proud, so she was not a person who got the reputation for nothing. On the other hand, the young man had a calm face, a thunder in his chest, holding a frost blue sword, and holding it horizontally 3 feet in front of him, with a high sword spirit spreading. I have been in Hanshan for 18 years. I have never seen the boundless blue sky. I don't know how high the sky is. How can I think I am as weak as a mayfly? The smile on the corner of the young man's mouth has not faded, but his eyebrows are suddenly stained with murderous aura. He turned the sword horizontally, bowed with both hands, and said, "I am Li Wujio. Please teach me, Miss Luo Lin."
Chapter 2. A sort of frosty cold. Senior Sister Luo, this seems rather inappropriate, remarked a male disciple, cautioning against the unfolding situation. Indeed. What my senior brother says holds merit. Should we consult the masters of the Martial Academy? Another echoed in agreement. They were but ordinary disciples of the Martial Academy, not as esteemed as Luo Lin, whose noble lineage set her apart. The regulations of the Taiping Martial Academy were stringent, and it was indeed the first time they encountered someone seeking entry through a challenge. I, Luo Lin, am a direct disciple of the vice president, holding a status equivalent to that of the masters, she proclaimed with conviction. What I say is a command from the masters of the Martial Academy. Indeed. Luo Lin spoke the truth. Her standing within the Taiping Martial Academy was extraordinarily high, not only due to her formidable strength that overshadowed her peers, but also for a widely known reason: the president of the Taiping Martial Academy. The human race martial sage Luo Taiping was her grandfather, among the rarest of martial sages in the realm. Only 2 existed in the entire southern region. One was the reigning emperor, and the other was Luo Taiping. In a world where martial prowess was revered, Luo Lin stood as one of the most illustrious figures outside the courts. How could such a distinguished lady of noble birth and profound cultivation allow herself to be challenged by a mere mortal youth? It was clearly a provocation that she could not decline. Since you are so determined to humiliate yourself, I shall not let your enthusiasm go to waste. Yet, Luo Lin was not one to shy away from challenges. Suppressing her cultivation, she declared, "Within 3 moves, should you not be defeated, I shall guarantee your admission." A surge of pride welled up within her as she focused her energy, forcibly restraining her cultivation to its lowest level. Even so, her mastery over the spiritual forces of heaven and earth was unparalleled, with each punch and step imbued with profound mysteries beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. I shall make my move. First stance, mountain-splitting palm. Luo Lin raised her hand, a fierce energy swirling within her palm, gradually condensing into a singular point before she unleashed it with a powerful strike that could topple mountains. Senior Sister Luo is truly furious. To use martial techniques against a mere mortal, exclaimed a male disciple beside her, astonished. Though the mountain-splitting palm was a basic technique, it was laden with intricate mysteries, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Know your place, you ignorant mortal. My first strike shall make you aware of the gap between us. Luo Lin hissed, her body moving like lightning as she struck. The mountain-splitting palm aimed directly at Li Wujiao's chest, who had yet to even draw his sword. Senior Sister's palm strikes with incredible speed. This youth is doomed. He hasn't even time to unsheath his sword. As the observers braced for the inevitable outcome, a sudden twist of fate occurred. Luo Lin was unexpectedly flung backwards, her strike thwarted by a strong arm. Impossible. Luo Lin landed gracefully, though her eyes widened in disbelief. Did you see how he countered my move? I cannot fathom it. It seems as if your mountain-splitting palm was consumed. 2 male disciples whispered, astonished at the scene before them, realizing that the youth had effortlessly countered her technique. What a mountain-splitting palm. It has left me covered in dust, Li Wujiao muttered, unbothered by the astonished expressions of Luo Lin and her companions as he brushed off the dust from his robes, even remarking on the formidable nature of the mountain-splitting palm. This act, seen by Luo Lin and her companions, was nothing short of a grave insult to the Taiping Martial Academy. Though the mountain-splitting palm was a fundamental technique, it was a treasured skill of the academy, not to be trifled with by outsiders. They could hardly tolerate Li Wujiao's cold defiance. Fury ignited within her. Luo Lin's aura surged. If this youth possessed such skill, she would not hold back any longer. Second stance, Shattered Star Fist. Luo Lin clenched her fists, starlight shimmering upon them, as if the power of the stars themselves was converging within. This move held even greater potency than the mountain-splitting palm, causing the very air around her to hum with anticipation. Li Wujiu raised his gaze slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "This is intriguing." He extended his right hand slowly, aligning his index and middle fingers, and with a gentle flick towards Luo Lin, unleashed an invisible sword energy that obliterated the starlight surrounding her fist. Luo Lin felt a powerful force strike her, sending her body reeling backwards uncontrollably, crashing to the ground with a spurt of blood escaping her lips. Her 2 male companions rushed to assist her, panic evident on their faces. Are you a disciple of the Kaitian sword sect? Luo Lin questioned, her face pale with disbelief. In the realm of swordsmanship, the Kaitian sword sect was preeminent, and the youth's sword intent was extraordinary, prompting her suspicions. I am not. I merely seek entry into the Taiping Martial Academy. Li Wujiu replied, his demeanor calm. As if he were destined to fulfill a mission. What of your third move? The Taiping Martial Academy is the foremost academy of our empire and should possess unparalleled techniques. Luo Lin's expression darkened further. She had not anticipated that dealing with a mere mortal would require such measures. Yet, Luo Lin was not one to underestimate her opponent. Recognizing that this youth was no ordinary challenger, she steeled herself. The reputation of the Taiping Martial Academy could not be tarnished by a novice. Nor could it suffer an iota of disgrace under her watch. Great softness like water, great kindness like rain. Luo Lin inhaled deeply. Her hands weaving through the air as water vapor swiftly coalesced around her, forming swirling streams that encircled her. Though the streams appeared delicate, they concealed profound mysteries within. Each resembling a sharp blade. Luo Lin raised her hand once more, and with a sudden downward thrust, the water appeared to cascade like a shower of stars plummeting to the earth. Flowing from the 9 heavens, Li Wujiu's eyes narrowed as he shifted his stance, his body becoming as elusive as a leaf in the wind. With utmost gentleness, overcome the hardest of forces. What a marvelous technique. Finally drawing his sword, frosty cold emerged from its sheath, glimmering with frost that seemed to resonate with its master as impending full-on assault. In a deep, resonant voice, Li Wujiu charged forward. The blade slicing through the air, cutting through the falling torrents as he leapt into action. The deluge of water crashed down like a furious tide, while he moved forward like a solitary vessel navigating the stormy seas. At the point of intersection between sword and water, thunderous roars erupted, each collision sending plumes of mist into the air. Li Wujiu's figure flickered in and out of sight amidst the spray as he wielded his frosty cold sword to parry the onslaught. Yet, Luo Lin's technique was formidable. Akin to harnessing the Milky Way's might, a breathtaking display of power. My elder sister taught me this sword to protect my life. Today, I will use it to shatter your technique. Li Wujiu's gaze sharpened, and his inner spiritual energy surged with fervor. A faint blue aura enveloped him, and he began to chant, "The heavens are cold, shattered jade and scattered pearls. Only the proud plum blossom remains unaware of the chill." From his center, an intense wave of frost radiated outward, freezing the torrential water in an instant. The descending streams transformed into glistening ice pillars suspended in midair. An overwhelming aura of killing intent emanated from the frosty cold sword, intertwining with the icy air, as the torrent of water that could pierce through rocks was effortlessly shattered. And no, this cannot be. Luo Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Before she could react, Li Wujiu had broken through the ice barrier and stood before her, the sword's tip poised at her throat. I have lost? Luo Lin stammered, her lips quivering as she questioned her own reality. Incredulous at the turn of events, with frosty cold sheathed, Li Wujiu shook his head. Nay, I have been defeated. I relied on external forces, which is not a true victory. This sword is named Frosty Cold. With a single strike, it can freeze all things, gifted by my elder sister. That technique is called a sword of Frosty Cold, also taught by her. I relied heavily on this external aid. Otherwise, I could not have triumphed over you. External aid? What do you mean? Do you think I am incapable of accepting defeat? Upon hearing those words, Luo Lin was momentarily taken aback. She had suffered a significant defeat at the hands of a mere mortal youth, yet unexpectedly, he chose to concede. In her eyes, this was nothing short of a profound humiliation. A flush of indignation suddenly grazed her delicate features. She cared not for any external assistance. Had she not, too, been a proud individual relying on her own talents? How could she possibly accept defeat? Defeat was defeat. Luo Lin was certainly not one to go back on her word. The 2 male cultivators beside her reached out to support her, but she brusquely shook them off, performing a graceful flip to rise to her feet. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she turned her head away and casually tossed him a token. Her voice turning grave. You are now a disciple of my Taiping Martial Academy. Li Wujiu accepted the token with a peculiar smile and strode directly toward the academy, leaving behind a retreating figure accompanied by the boy's teasing voice. Thank you, senior sister Luo. The life-saving trump card was used on you. In my coy rejection routine, do not be fooled again, senior sister Luo. Routine? Duped. You actually took advantage of me? Upon hearing this, Luo Lin's expression stiffened, a chill settling between her brows. She had thought Li Wujiu was merely being modest. Little did she realize he had exploited her pride. Senior sister, are you all right? Your complexion seems off. Would you like to rest for a while? One of the male cultivators inquired with genuine concern. This insufferable brat dared to provoke senior sister Luo. He must certainly face the consequences. The other male cultivator, filled with righteous indignation, vowed to avenge Luo Lin, only to receive a sharp rap on the head. Vengeance? Nonsense. A gentleman's word is his bond. I, Luo Lin, would never go back on my promise, she declared, though her chest heaved with furious breaths. Her gaze turned toward the 2 men beside her. You 2 follow Li Wujiu closely. I want to know whom he chooses as his master. What about the trial? The 2 were taken aback. Without you 2, am I rendered powerless? A hint of frost enveloped Luo Lin's countenance. All right. They promptly acquiesced. Just as they prepared to depart, a sudden chill enveloped them, and an extraordinary presence stood behind them, seemingly having materialized from thin air. Luo Lin. You have overstepped your bounds. Chapter 3. The sword points forward. The spirit of youth a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed, imbued with the weight of countless years. In a state of alarm, Luo Lin turned back to find a figure clad in deep gray standing silently behind her, white-haired yet brimming with vitality. Disciple Luo Lin. I pay my respects to Master, she said, her demeanor tightening as she bowed deeply. Disciple pays respects to Vice President Qi. Vice President Qi. I am utterly oblivious to this matter. What is this about? The two disciples hurriedly bowed in reverence. The three stood in complete deference, undeniably affirming the identity of the elder Qi Qianqiu, Vice President of the Taiping Martial Academy, a figure of stature and power within the Southern Underworld dynasty. One whose equal could be counted on one hand. Young man, please hold your steps. Qi Qianqiu appeared to be oblivious to the world around him, his silence unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon Li Wujiao. Yet, his attention seemed to linger predominantly on Shuanghan. The demonic tribes wreak havoc upon the world. And once there emerged a white-robed sword immortal, whose sword aura spanned 30,000 miles, sealing the North Minge with a single strike. Do you recognize this? A single strike sealing the North Minge. Such prowess? Upon hearing this, Li Wujiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Could it be my elder sister? Your elder sister? Qi Qianqiu paused, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes before vanishing. That white-robed sword immortal was a paragon from a millennium ago. Even a martial saint is nearing the end of their days. How could she be your elder sister? Moreover, the sword of the white-robed immortal is named Tian Yuxue, not Shuanghan. Qi Qianqiu rejected the notion. Having lived for several centuries and possessing profound knowledge, he discerned that Li Wujiao's frost-cold sword was certainly not a power a mere mortal like him could wield. It must have originated from Shuanghan. Whether my sister is the white-robed sword immortal is of little concern to me, yet I wish for her to be. At these words, Li Wujiao nodded slightly, his expression tinged with a hint of disappointment and worry. The white-robed sword immortal will certainly not fall victim to the demonic tribes. She will live safely and healthily, perhaps even as long as the heavens themselves. It turned out that the youth harbored concerns for his elder sister. Qi Qianqiu squinted his eyes. Being a man of centuries, he swiftly discerned that the youth was not deceiving him but rather spoke with genuine emotion, which moved him deeply. In a world where human hearts are cold and treacherous, and under the menace of demonic tribes, it is indeed rare to encounter such pure and sincere individuals. The 12 great demons of the Tai demon star are said to live as long as the heavens and the earth, shining alongside the sun and moon. Perhaps those capable of repelling such beings might truly live for 1,000 years. Qi Qianqiu offered words of comfort. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your kind words. I have come to the capital to cultivate the sword path, slay demons, and protect my country, so my sister need not worry, Li Wujiao declared earnestly. Though Qi Qianqiu maintained an outwardly impassive demeanor, his murky, yellowed eyes brimmed with admiration. Does Master hold this lad in such high regard? Luo Lin pondered, her eyes filled with astonishment as she shifted her gaze between Qi Qianqiu and Li Wujiao. Who is this youth that Master treats him with such courtesy? Since you have come, you may settle in, Qi Qianqiu spoke calmly. Among the 18 masters of the academy, each is a martial arts grandmaster. You may choose one without hesitation. On my behalf, they will not refuse you. The weight of Qi Qianqiu's words was immense. One must understand that with over 10,000 disciples at the Taiping Martial Academy, having 18 masters meant only 18 direct disciples. Countless noble families in the capital would vie desperately to have their descendants study under the masters of the Taiping Martial Academy. Willing to spend lavishly for even a hint of recognition from Qi Qianqiu, the youth had yet to utter a word, but with his frost-cold sword, he had surpassed the arduous training of countless disciples over many years. Master, do you agree with Luo Lin's actions? Luo Lin had thought Qi Qianqiu came to reprimand her. Filled with trepidation, little did she expect that Master would bestow such a grand gift upon Li Wujiao. Yet her curiosity persisted. While this youth demonstrated considerable strength, how could he be favored over countless other prodigies who had yet to tread the martial path? Luo Lin could not help but glance at her master, only to see Qi Qianqiu lost in thought. Raising one's gaze, one sees not the vast azure sky. How could one know oneself to be as weak as a mayfly? Qi Qianqiu murmured to himself. However, his words were lost on the others, who mistook them for a repetition of Li Wujiao's earlier sentiments. Luo Lin became increasingly convinced that Master held a deep admiration for this youth, compelling her to regard him with newfound respect. Qi Qianqiu regained his focus, turning his gaze to Li Wujiao. Surely, you seek to cultivate the sword path? Indeed. Li Wujiao grasped the sword, frost-cold resting before him, emanating a formidable sword intent, his youthful visage radiating sincerity. I have come to the Taiping Martial Academy specifically to pursue the sword path. Upon hearing this declaration, Luo Lin and the other disciples exchanged incredulous glances, their faces betraying disbelief, as though they had just heard the most ludicrous jest. Why pursue the sword path here when you could join the opening Heaven Sword sect? Qi Qianqiu pondered aloud, his tone grave. In the Southern Underworld dynasty, who did not know of the martial saint and the 18 grandmasters stationed here. In terms of martial arts, the Taiping Martial Academy could dare claim to be second in the world, yet none would presume to call themselves first. However, the world was more aware that in the realm of swordsmanship, the Taiping Martial Academy was notoriously dismal. It was not merely unknown, it was infamous. You should not languish in such a place. If you insist on entering my Taiping Martial Academy to study swordsmanship, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave. Each word and phrase from Vice President Qi embodied his respect for Ning Zihan's sword path. even if it meant contravening her wishes. He would implore Li Wujiao to depart. Why? Li Wujiao questioned. Mr. Dongfang possesses a temperamental and volatile character. He is ill-suited for someone as sincere and pure-hearted as you. Sincere and pure-hearted? Does he hold a misunderstanding of me? The youth's gaze turned icy as frost cold was unsheathed, a wave of bone-chilling cold radiating forth. The sword's edge pointed directly at Qi Qianqiu. Li Wujiao, you, put down your sword. Luo Lin exclaimed, her expression fierce as she scolded. Master is considering your future. How can you threaten him with a blade? Li Wujiao's demeanor remained unyielding. He was acutely aware that defeating Luo Lin was merely a stroke of luck, and Qi Qianqiu's profound cultivation rendered him untouchable, even if given 10 lives. He could not graze the hem of the elder's robe. Yet the youth did not care. My sister once said, swords may be broken, but one has pride must not be. He clung tightly to Frost Cold, his gaze resolute, as if he truly would draw the sword, willing to lay down his life if necessary. Qi Qianqiu fell into silence once more, peering into the youth's eyes, striving to discern the source of his audacity. Time was drawing short. The students within the mirror were nearing the completion of their trials. Qi Qianqiu could not fathom where this youth's courage originated. But he was certain it was not from his elder sister. The sword points forward. What a spirited youth. Perhaps this lad could indeed earn Mr. Dongfang's favor. Qi Qianqiu, with a profound gaze, lingered upon Li Wujiao, ultimately conceding. Luo Lin, you are responsible for accommodating the new students who have passed the trials. Let this breach of academy rules be a first and last occurrence. Qi Qianqiu's tone was stern as he chastised Luo Lin. Luo Lin hung her head respectfully and softly inquired, and what of Li Wujiao? With his talent, entering the academy. No need for further discussion. Qi Qianqiu interrupted, casting a relieved glance at Li Wujiao. That elusive Mr. Dongfang may be encountered if you wander about. You might just stumble upon her. Thank you, Vice President Qi, for your assistance. Li Wujiao nodded enthusiastically, sheathing Frost Cold and instantly restoring his smile. He strode confidently through the gates of the martial academy. And the scene before him transformed abruptly. Before him stood a towering ancient tree, its bark rough as dragon scales, branches and leaves intertwining, sunlight filtering through the gaps, casting dappled shadows upon the ground like fragments of gold. It is said this tree has stood for 8,000 years. Witnessing the rise and fall of the Taiping Martial Academy, gazing into the distance, one could see pavilions and towers scattered harmoniously, intricately carved with auspicious beast motifs as if they longed to soar with the winds. The glazed tiles shimmered with a myriad of colors under the sunlight, complementing the swirling clouds around them. Amidst the pavilions lies a corridor, adorned with railings etched with enigmatic runes that occasionally shimmer with a faint ethereal light. Within this enchanting setting, the disciples of the Taiping Martial Institute diligently practice, their movements giving rise to dazzling radiance. The grandeur of the Taiping Martial Institute is boundless. With breathtaking vistas that captivate the soul, Li Wujiao meandered through the magnificent scenery, lost in reverie, until he found himself standing before a dilapidated wooden door. Turning back, he realized he could no longer discern the path he had taken through the interwoven structures. Enraptured by the beauty around him, he had neglected to remember his way. Believing himself to be lost, he suddenly recalled the iconic towering ancient tree that could guide him. However, just as he sought its presence, his view was obstructed by another ancient tree, and amidst his search for a path, he caught a whiff of fragrant wine. A flicker of suspicion crossed Li Wujiao's eyes as he tentatively called out, Mr. Dongfang? Yet, as his words lingered in the air, silence enveloped him, broken only by the rustling leaves. He repeated the name, waiting for a response, but the stillness was profound. Even the gentle descent of leaves was audible. Ah. It seems the rumors hold true. Mr. Dongfang is elusive as a dragon. With a sigh, Li Wujiao contemplated returning to inquire with Luo Lin, but dismissed the thought. Knowing they were preoccupied with the entrance examinations, he leaned against a great tree, seeking respite after expending considerable energy in a recent spar. Suddenly, a leaf drifted down, and as he reached to catch it, it evaded him with a peculiar arc, reminiscent of a nimble butterfly refusing capture. Yet, the cascade of leaves continued, and he failed to grasp even a single one. He mused that perhaps the verdant spirit of the Taiping Martial Institute had bestowed sentience upon the ancient trees, playfully toying with him. Were it not for my sister's insistence, I would never have traversed such a distance to seek a peculiar mentor. As the sun dipped lower and twilight descended, Mr. Dongfang's presence remained elusive, and an unsettling frustration welled within him, prompting a quiet murmur. A peculiar person? Indeed. A languid, almost indifferent female voice echoed above him, causing Li Wujiao to spring up and whirl around. There, leaning against the trunk of a tree, was a woman, her eyelids half closed, clad in dark attire that resembled ink. Her long, raven hair was tied high, and her slender, pale fingers gripped the neck of a wine jug as she took a swig of the murky liquid, casting a casual glance in his direction. In his gaze, he encountered a pair of enchanting, beguiling eyes, shimmering like crimson glass, imbued with an icy, lethal intent. Countless ethereal charms danced in her features, while her alluring visage rendered celestial beings speechless, ensnaring the hearts of all. Yet, her brows were sharp and dark, exuding a cool detachment, akin to a pristine lotus, untouched by the mire. Mr. Dongfang? Li Wujiao's heart quivered unexpectedly. Before he could finish his thought, the woman in dark attire abruptly transformed her demeanor, hurling the wine jug towards him. Not good. Li Wujiu exclaimed, swiftly sidestepping the projectile. With a flick of his wrist, his sword was drawn. And he managed to catch the jug with its tip as it fell. Not bad. Let us see more. The corner of the woman's lips curled into a smirk. Her crimson pupils glinting with a flicker of intrigue as her long fingers traced an arc in the air. To dare aim your sword at me, you are the first. And you shall be the last. With a fierce shout, the wine jug shattered into countless shards, which then hurtled towards Li Wujiao like a swarm of sharp blades. There was no evading this. What would he do now? Chapter 4. Stepping into the martial way, the first realm of Qi Gang, Li Wujiao focused intently. Lifting his sword with a deft upward motion, creating a barrier of sword energy to ward off the sharp fragments raining down around him. With a swift turn and a horizontal slash, the shards plummeted to the ground, leaving Li Wujiao unscathed. His foundation was solid, and his swordsmanship was exquisite. The woman in the black robe did not hesitate to express her admiration. She raised her gaze lightly, and the scattered fragments seemed to respond to her call. Reforming into a wine jug that landed in her hand. You dare to draw your sword against me, having come to seek my tutelage? She said. A slight smile gracing her lips, her eyes sharp as blades, piercing to the heart. What is there to fear? If you strike, I shall naturally respond. If you do not wish to take me as your disciple, I shall take my leave. Li Wuji replied, his brows furrowed with unwavering confidence. Meeting the woman's piercing gaze without flinching, fully aware of the profound depth of her aura. Haha, what a spirited youth. I admire your temperament. The woman in black took a sip of wine and carelessly tossed the jug into the air. Li Wujiao stepped forward, catching it mid-fall and drinking heartily. The liquid spilling from her lips and robes onto the ground. After indulging, he tossed the jug back. Mr. Dong received the jug, his figure flickering away, leaving only a fleeting silhouette behind, accompanied by a resonant laughter that echoed. With a sincere heart in swordplay and boldness in spirit, you surpass those hypocrites by 1,000-fold. I shall take you as my disciple. Li Wujiao suddenly understood. The earlier moment of her striking him with the wine jug and the shards was merely a test. He realized that Mr. Dong was not unwilling to teach, but rather disdainful of doing so. With this thought, he laughed heartily, recognizing that this elusive Mr. Dong was, in fact, a free-spirited and extraordinary woman. As dusk approached, Li Wujiao noticed a group of figures approaching the pavilion, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was Luo Lin leading 3 new disciples. 3 out of countless. Li Wujiao was astonished, not expecting the assessments at Taiping Martial Academy to be so stringent. With only 3 distinguished individuals emerging from the multitude of aspirants. However, this bore no relevance to him any longer. Li Wujiao hastily called out, Luo Lin, where's my lodging? Upon hearing Li Wujiao's voice, Luo Lin quickly turned her gaze towards him, signaling him to be quiet. Oh, my apologies. Li Wujiao realized that night had fallen, and he should not disturb others' rest with loud shouts. In Luo Lin's eyes, he appeared to be bowing apologetically to the air, bending left and right, making it seem as though he was praying for rain. Sister Luo, is this senior brother a bit? The 3 new students behind Luo Lin looked on in bewilderment, suspecting they had encountered a lunatic. Show respect to your fellow disciples. Speak with caution. Luo Lin reprimanded them, gesturing towards a room deeper within, which was the new students' quarters. As Li Wujiao observed the newcomers passing by an ancient towering tree towards the inner pavilion, he assumed it was their accommodation and considered joining them. Stop. Where are you going? But to his surprise, Luo Lin stopped him. And Li Wujiao looked at her in confusion. Isn't this the new student quarters? He pointed towards the direction of the new students. Heh. Luo Lin sneered, pointing at the space behind Li Wujiao. He turned to see that she was indicating a dilapidated room beside the ancient tree where Dong Juedai had previously lain. Oh, thank you. You were truly kind. Li Wujiao smiled at Luo Lin and turned to walk towards the shabby room. Wait, are you serious about staying there? Luo Lin was at a loss for words, her mind conjuring images of the filthy, dilapidated dwelling, which was indeed an eyesore. Cobwebs abounded, and the furnishings were worn. To put it bluntly, even the worst living conditions in the capital city were 100 times better than that decrepit, cramped room. But Luo Lin could not fathom that in the remote cold mountain of Hangzhou, Li Wujiao had lived peacefully for 18 years, sleeping on a stone bed and using a stone pillow, eating wild vegetables and drinking spring water, studying the classics, and practicing his swordplay. In the chill of spring snow, a cup of wine warmed him. Youth blossomed in the season of life. Li Wujiao could not help but hum cheerfully, as he saw a new chapter of life beckoning him. Sigh. Luo Lin could hardly bear it anymore, leaving in resignation. This lad has no idea what awaits him. I should take my leave. Li Wujiao walked along, singing merrily as he approached the door of the dilapidated room and pushed open the spiderweb-covered entrance, producing a series of creaks and groans. Spiderwebs and creaking wood, what of it? Li Wujiao chuckled and mused, but as he took in the simplicity of the room, his gaze caught a glimpse of crimson. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a solitary winter plum blossom standing defiantly outside the shabby dwelling. Upon further scrutiny, he noticed the branch inscribed with small characters, forming a poetic couplet. I do not recognize the lofty blue sky or the thick yellow earth, only see the cold moon and warm sun. Coming to brew human longevity. Li Wujiao instinctively recalled the farewell of Hangzhou before his departure. Who knew that the cold would bend the plum into a sword? Yet in the next moment, he felt puzzled. How could a branch of snow-resistant plum blossom in the spring month of March? He considered that it must be the extraordinary ability of a certain master at the academy. Entering the room, he found it exceedingly simple: a small bed, a light quilt, and a wooden pillow. Refreshing. This was the first time Li Wujiu had slept on a silk cloth bed, and as he lay back, all the fatigue of the day dissipated, leaving an indescribable sense of comfort. However, he found it odd that although the wooden door was laden with cobwebs, indicating it had been uninhabited, the bed showed no signs of dust. But what did it matter? The world was vast, and sleep was paramount. Lazily dismissing the thought, his eyelids grew heavy, and he drifted into slumber. The next dawn, before the sun had risen, Li Wujiu woke early. The academy had a pavilion stocked with wine, meat, and tea, and after a quick wash and a casual breakfast, he returned to the shabby room. After his morning routine, the sky had yet to brighten. Approaching the dilapidated wooden door, a whiff of wine suddenly wafted towards him, seemingly emanating from above. Li Wujiu looked up. Perched atop the roof was a dark figure, none other than Dong Juedai. "Mr. Dong, it's cool up there. Come down. There's a bed." Li Wujiu spoke earnestly. I thank you." Dong Juedai let out a light laugh, tossing the wine jug down to Li Wujiu, her tone languid. "Go fetch me some wine." "Why didn't you say so? I just returned from there." Li Wujiu shrugged in exasperation. "You're quite optimistic." Lying down on the bed while humming a little tune last night, Dong Juedai's gaze fixed intently on him, an eyebrow raised. "Care to guess whose bed that is?" "Whose bed?" "Isn't it mine?" Li Wujiu's brain paused for a second, then his eyes widened in disbelief. "This is Mr. Dong's residence?" This was dire. Li Wujiu's expression turned frantic as he checked his belongings, relieved to find them intact. "What do you mean by this?" she asked, confusion written across her forehead. "Are you worried I did something to you?" Dong Juedai smirked, her lips twitching. "Curse you, Luo Lin. How dare you deceive me? Luckily, Mr. Dong is an upright gentleman. Otherwise, my reputation would be ruined." Li Wujiu suddenly exclaimed, turning away with furrowed brows, clutching the wine jug as he fled. "This lad truly is something." Watching him dash away, Dong Juedai could not help but chuckle, her irritation giving way to amusement. Moments later, Li Wujiu returned with the wine jug just as the crowing of a rooster sounded, perfectly aligned with the shabby room, where a vivid splash of fire red gradually emerged from the horizon. No wonder Mr. Dongfang chooses to reside here. It allows for the splendid enjoyment of sunrises. Li Wujiu chuckled as he tossed the wine jug onto the rooftop. Sitting in meditation, he focused his mind and breathed deeply. Mr. Dongfang, the unparalleled, received the wine jug and spoke with a calm demeanor. "The essence of the sun and moon is the purest form of celestial energy, greatly beneficial for those who embark on the path of martial arts." Without a hint of hesitation, Li Wujiu seated himself upon the ground, basking in the gentle rays of the dawn sun, a warm and soothing power coursing through his meridians. "Your foundation is solid, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Contemplate and perceive the flow of celestial energy." Mr. Dongfang glanced over casually, recognizing Li Wujiu's robust physique as a result of years of diligent practice. Li Wujiu sat cross-legged, inhaling deeply, drawing in the essence of the sun and moon, allowing it to flow through his limbs and bones. He then exhaled slowly, releasing a barely perceptible wisp of black mist, expelling impurities from within. Inhale and exhale, a cycle repeating itself. After the passage of an incense stick's burning time, Li Wujiu gradually opened his eyes, a sense of indescribable comfort flooding his being, as if he were filled with an ascending power. He casually unleashed a punch, creating a resonating sound in the air, accompanied by a gust of wind, leaving a distinct imprint on the ground several meters away. "Mr. Dongfang, have I truly stepped into the realm of martial arts?" Li Wujiu asked excitedly, gazing towards the unparalleled Mr. Dongfang atop the roof. "Indeed," came the calm response from Mr. Dongfang, his tone revealing no emotion. "Alas, if only Hans Han could witness the sunrise, perhaps I would have entered the martial path long ago," Li Wujiu lamented, realizing how straightforward the cultivation of martial arts seemed. "Fool, unaware of the fortune you possess," Mr. Dongfang suddenly rebuked, leaving Li Wujiu momentarily stunned. "Do you not understand? Even the most extraordinary prodigies throughout history, upon transitioning from a mortal to the first realm of Qi, require at least a month's time." Upon hearing this, Li Wujiu finally comprehended and bowed respectfully towards him. Mr. Dongfang, though in a state of agitation, was momentarily taken aback by Li Wujiu's gesture. What are you doing?" Li Wujiu smiled, his lips curling into a grin as he explained. "I have grasped your meaning, Mr. Dongfang. What appears to be a breakthrough in the span of an incense stick is, in truth, the culmination of over a decade of diligent preparation, a natural progression." Upon hearing this, Mr. Dongfang's previously dull eyes sparkled with a glimmer of satisfaction. This young man possesses a degree of wisdom, understanding a crucial point. "Yet, what is the significance of your bow?" Mr. Dongfang inquired, still perplexed. "Of course, it is to express gratitude to my sister. Without her, I doubt I could have persevered," Li Wujiu replied with a smile. "So it is that. I thought you were thanking the heavens for bestowing you with spiritual energy." Mr. Dongfang's lips twitched slightly. "Surely, Expressing gratitude to the heavens for granting you spiritual energy is rather absurd. Isn't it? Li Wujiao raised an eyebrow. Just because you have not witnessed it with your own eyes does not mean it does not exist in this world. Have you seen it, then? No, Mr. Dongfang shrugged. Li Wujiao was left speechless. Chapter 5. No grievance, Mr. Dongfang. You mentioned that the first realm of martial arts is the Qi Gang realm. What lies beyond that? Li Wujiao inquired with curiosity. Are you unaware? Dongfang Juedai expressed mild surprise. Who in the world does not know of the cultivation realms? Even ordinary folk have a semblance of knowledge about it, yet he seems entirely oblivious. Not pondering further, Dongfang Juedai began to elucidate. The path of martial arts is divided into three main realms: the mortal martial, the master, and the martial saint. After a brief pause, as if reconsidering her explanation, she continued, in the secular world, the divisions are more nuanced. The mortal martial is subdivided into four realms: the Qi Gang, the Ling Hai, the Soul Universe, and the Divine Threshold. These four constitute the foundation of martial arts, focusing on the cultivation of the body, soul, and consciousness. As she elaborated, her tone shifted abruptly, cautioning the young man before her. The master realm comprises four stages, involving profound understanding and enlightenment of one's destiny. There are those among them of extraordinary strength, capable of shifting mountains and overturning celestial bodies. However, aspiring too high is a grave mistake in cultivation. Knowing too much may prove detrimental. Though, primarily, I am simply fatigued from speaking. Having finished her explanation, Dongfang Juedai took a hearty swig of wine, some spilling onto her attire, yet she paid it no mind. Li Wujiao absorbed her words and, with a gleam of excitement, raised the frost-cold blade in his hand. Smiling brightly, so when can I begin practicing the sword arts? Why the haste? Dongfang Juedai waved her hand dismissively. You have just entered the Qi Gang realm. Familiarize yourself with your physical form before we delve deeper. Very well, Li Wujiao nodded obediently, though his restless heart betrayed his outward calm. Mr. Dongfang, what is the realm of the strongest among the human race? Li Wujiao could not contain his curiosity. Naturally, that would be the martial saint of humanity, the current emperor. Nandi, in the Dean, Luo typing, but that is all. Li Wujiao acknowledged her statement, yet a new question arose in his mind. Then, what realm do you occupy, Mr. Dongfang? Me? Dongfang Juedai chuckled lightly, not expecting Li Wujiao's sudden inquiry. Taking another sip of wine, she raised her hand. I am but a nameless nobody, possessing a modicum of swordsmanship. Her tone was carefree, as if fame and fortune were but fleeting shadows, with only wine holding her affection. Oh, my sister says the same, Li Wujiao remarked, puzzled as to why whenever he inquired about cultivation, Ning Jihan would always respond with indifference, brushing it aside. Since Mr. Dongfang is unwilling to share, I shall refrain from probing further. Allow me to pose a different question. What is Vice Dean Qi's cultivation level? You. Never mind, I can't be bothered to scold you. Dongfang Juedai's forehead creased, casually brushing him off. Perhaps the seventh realm? Maybe even higher. Li Wujiao responded with an O, taking each of Dongfang Juedai's answers seriously, nodding in acknowledgement. One last question, I swear. Li Wujiao clenched his fist to his forehead in a gesture of sincerity. Enough, enough. I can't be bothered to argue with you. It's a waste of breath. Dongfang Juedai pouted, ultimately yielding. Dare I ask, Mr. Dongfang? Li Wujiao suddenly wore a peculiar smile, a teasing glimmer in his eyes as he spoke. Are you truly the illegitimate granddaughter of Dean Luo? Illegitimate? Granddaughter? Dongfang Juedai burst into laughter, spitting out her drink. Yet, upon seeing the mischievous grin on his youthful face, she quickly understood. You little rascal. How dare you jest with me? As the saying goes, 3 days without a beating and one might dare to climb the roof. Dongfang Juedai rolled up her sleeves, determined to give this audacious boy a sound thrashing. Calm down. Teacher, you are a sword practitioner. How can you be so crude? Li Wujiao maintained his playful demeanor, appearing utterly unfazed. At that moment, a loud voice called from outside, causing Li Wujiao to suppress his laughter and glance back. Li Wujiao, this morning is the new student assembly at the Martial Academy. All outer court disciples must attend. Yet you are the only one tardy. What punishment do you deserve? Turning to see Luo Lin standing at the door, hands on her hips, glaring at him, he retorted, why should I be punctual when you didn't notify me? This is ridiculous. An inexplicable anger flared within him. After all, it was she, Luo Lin, who was responsible for enrollment, yet she had failed to inform him of everything, including the lodging arrangements he had to inquire about himself. Ultimately, it was her erroneous information that led him to spend a night in Dongfang Juedai's bed. Fortunately, he had encountered Mr. Dongfang, who was broad-minded and did not hold it against him. Had it been anyone else, he would have been unjustly accused of misconduct and unceremoniously expelled from the Taiping Martial Academy, unable to explain to his sister. Who would he turn to for justice? He had not sought her out for punishment, yet Luo Lin had turned the tables on him. You must leave immediately, Luo Lin commanded, showing no sign of yielding to Li Wujiao's accusatory gaze. Enough noise. Do not disturb my drinking. A thunderous voice echoed from the roof, startling Luo Lin. She feigned calmness but caught a glimpse of the relaxed figure of the woman in black, a wave of soul-chilling fear washing over her. She dared not steal another glance. Seeing Dongfang Juedai's anger, Li Wujiao hastily bowed in apology. I meant no offense, Mr. Dongfang. I shall take my leave at once. Go. Li Wujiu shot a glare at Luo Lin, who appeared dazed and still processing the situation. I am already at the divine threshold of the fourth realm. My consciousness is not weak. Why was I so intimidated by her gaze? Luo Lin pondered, still shaken as she turned away. Among the 18 masters of Taiping Martial Academy, only this Dongfang Juedai was truly enigmatic, exhibiting an otherworldly demeanor. Moreover, her profound cultivation was inscrutable. As the instructor of swordsmanship, no one had ever seen her wield a sword, and no one had ever witnessed her draw one. Occasionally, martial arts masters would inadvertently encounter Dongfang Juedai. Yet, despite being fellow practitioners, they could not fathom her realm. Outsiders were unaware of the intricacies, only knowing part of the story, leading to rampant speculation. Only the disciples and instructors of the Taiping Martial Academy understood her unfathomable prowess. Remaining tight-lipped about their enigmatic instructor. How do you get along with Mr. Dongfang? Luo Lin inquired. Quite well, actually. Mr. Dongfang seems stern but is rather amusing. Li Wujiu replied earnestly. Amusing? Luo Lin was incredulous. This Dongfang Juedai could slay with a mere glance, yet Li Wujiu found her amusing? She shot him a peculiar look. Are you perhaps infatuated with her? She is indeed beautiful, yet her temperament. Luo Lin, with her enchanting beauty and graceful figure, often attracted the attention of male disciples, who would express their affections with shallow compliments about her looks. Naturally, she deemed many men at the academy superficial, Li Wujiu included. Yet, she could not deny that, in terms of appearance, Dongfang Juedai was deserving of her name, unparalleled. Do you know? Every swordsman who has come to the academy has been drawn by Mr. Dongfang's beauty. Otherwise, why would serious swordsmen not seek out the Kai Tian sword sect? Why are you silent? It's perfectly normal for men to be attracted to beauty. Seeing Li Wujiu lost in thought, Luo Lin assumed she had struck a chord, taking pleasure in her presumption. Suddenly, Li Wujiu turned to her. Why not seek an immortal as a master? Wouldn't that expedite your cultivation? That does seem somewhat reasonable. Luo Lin blinked in surprise. Li Wujiu sighed inwardly, sensing that Luo Lin might not be the sharpest tool in the shed. The pride of Taiping Martial Academy. Yet her wits seemed somewhat lacking. Hey, head to the western courtyard's martial field. You're wandering off course again. Seeing Li Wujiu floundering about like a headless fly, Luo Lin could not help but speak up. Thank you, Li Wujiu replied sheepishly, offering a sheepish smile. At long last. The situation has unfolded, a case of the pot calling the kettle black. It must be said that the Taiping Martial Academy, vast in its expanse, is indeed a royal investment, featuring pavilions and towers intricately interwoven. Li Wujiu found himself dazzled, momentarily lost in the labyrinth of paths. In the span of a quarter of an hour, he traversed from a humble chamber to the training ground, taking a full 15 minutes. When Luo Lin finally escorted Li Wujiu into the training arena, he beheld over 100 disciples standing tall as trees before a certain instructor of the academy. Clad in a gray robe, the instructor, upon noticing Li Wujiu's tardiness, sternly inquired, "What is your name?" His demeanor was severe, and within his words lingered an air of authority intended to intimidate the youth before him. Oh dear, Mr. Fang is renowned for his unwavering integrity and his clear distinctions between reward and punishment. This audacious youth, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, is bound to face dire consequences. Why provoke anyone at all, especially a living judge? Did I perhaps speak too loudly? The crowd began to murmur in hushed tones. Yet silence fell abruptly as Mr. Fang turned sharply, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assemblage. The chatter ceased, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. Disciple Li Wujiu. Wujiu. As in no mistakes, he met Mr. Fang's cutting stare without flinching, boldly questioning, "Might I inquire your esteemed name, Mr. Fang?" The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Martial instructors of the academy were revered masters of the martial arts, universally respected within the southern Ming dynasty. Even the headstrong Luo Lin dared not challenge any of these esteemed instructors lightly. Yet this youth not only stood his ground but even dared to counter with a question, claiming no disrespect for the teachings, while his eyes brimmed with audacity. Situated at the emperor's feet, the Taiping Martial Academy upheld strict regulations. Any act of provocation would surely result in expulsion from the academy, particularly against a master of martial arts. Chapter 6, Eradicating Injustice Across the Land in the Taiping Martial Academy. Fang Zhengqing's unexpected response from the gray-clad gentleman was truly astonishing, yet his pale, angered countenance betrayed his lingering ire. I am Fang Zhengqing, a man of integrity, with nothing but a clear conscience. You are Li Wujiu, if you are indeed innocent. How do you explain your tardiness today? Fang Zhengqing even delved into the meaning of names, attempting to draw parallels between himself and others, asserting that innocence cannot merely be declared through words. Mr. Fang, I entered the academy yesterday, and no one informed me about the meeting. Ignorance absolves me of blame. Li Wujiu confidently countered, prompting whispers among the audience who found merit in his argument. What a silver-tongued youth. Brash and unblemished, he seemed innocent indeed. I do not wish to trouble you, but I must inquire. Both of you in the assembly. Fang Zhengqing appeared to have calmed somewhat. Yet his demeanor remained serious and solemn. You have all come from distant lands, enduring years of hardship to enter the Taiping Martial Academy. Have you ever asked yourselves, why have you come here? Why have you come here? Fang Zhengqing posed a question seemingly unrelated to Li Wujiu, leaving the crowd perplexed. I believe it is to cultivate pillars for our South Ming dynasty and to serve our nation. Someone spoke first. Fang Zhengqing nodded slightly, indeed. A heartfelt loyalty to the country and its people. I am more pragmatic. I practice to attain an official position, and I seek wealth through that position. Another responded candidly. Everyone has their ambitions. Fang Zhengqing acknowledged with a nod. Is there anyone else? I. Luo Lin raised her hands, her delicate face bearing a grave expression. Through arduous training, I refined myself to vanquish demons and enemies, reclaiming our nation's territories and restoring the glory of humanity. Her words ignited fervor among the crowd, who erupted in applause. Look at Sister Luo's vision. It is magnificent. Why should our people settle for a mere corner, allowing ourselves to be slaughtered? Every individual present was brimming with youthful vigor and passion. All right, young gentlemen, lend me your ears. Fang Zhengqing gazed appreciatively at the restless hearts below. A millennium ago, the demon race seized our lands and ravaged our kin, their sins beyond measure. 1,000 deaths cannot atone. A millennium later, humanity has settled in the prosperous southern capital. The Taiping Martial Academy has risen, striving for peace and tranquility across the realm. Fang Zhengqing raised his arm high, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause, with the exception of Li Wujiao, who remained pensive and silent. Fang Zhengqing patted his shoulder, his brows furrowed with righteousness. Li Wujiao, you must deeply ponder the essence of these words. The righteousness of humanity far surpasses all worldly matters. If your tardiness today leads to your comrades being isolated and perishing in bitterness, how can you claim to be innocent? Fang Zhengqing spoke earnestly. For the purpose of the initiation meeting was to enlighten everyone on the significance of entering the Taiping Martial Academy. Seizing this opportunity with Li Wujiao, he articulated his thoughts more eloquently. Perhaps, I am not aligned with your aspirations. After a long pause, Li Wujiao let out a soft laugh and slowly replied. I entered the academy solely at my sister's behest, nothing more. With his sword brow raised, he addressed the assembly, confidently tapping the frost-cold sword sheath. A brass youth, unacquainted with the vastness of the world. All I know is that grasping my sword means seizing the future I desire. What an audacious young man. Fang Zhengqing's eyes narrowed, his scrutinizing gaze piercing into the youth's depths. If the demon race seeks to harm your sister, what will you do? Li Wujiao gripped the frost cold tightly, unwavering. I shall wield my sword and slay the demons. And if you cannot prevail? He tightened his grip, veins bulging, declaring, I shall fight to the death, never retreating. Even if you perish and cannot protect your sister, what then? Li Wujiao fell silent. Let me ask you, if your sister were to be attacked by the demons, would anyone inform you? Do you believe that with mere courage and pride, you can save her? Fang Zhengqing spoke passionately. Li Wujiao found himself at a loss for words, the truth of Fang Zhengqing's assertions piercing into his most vulnerable heart. I, Li Wujiao, have learned today, but forgive me, I do not regret my actions. He finally spoke, clasping his fist in a respectful bow, his tone earnest and resolute. Suddenly, a broad hand rested on his shoulder, and he gazed into the eyes of the youth before him, recognizing the pride and unwillingness to be outdone reflected in his gaze. In truth, you are mistaken, Fang Zhengqing said, patting Li Wujiao's shoulder. Your error lies in claiming guilt when you are innocent. Fang Zhengqing's demeanor shifted dramatically, and Li Wujiao's lips curled in bewilderment. Mr. Fang, what do you mean? Fang Zhengqing merely nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your courage is highly regarded by the Taiping Martial Academy. Li Wujiao was taken aback once more, perplexed by the sudden change in attitude. He, along with the other new arrivals, wore expressions of confusion. You are innocent, for Luo Lin intentionally withheld information about today's meeting, as per Vice President Qi's directive. Vice President Qi? He orchestrated today's events. The revelation struck Li Wujiao like a thunderbolt, and he realized he had unwittingly become entangled in a scheme. You should be grateful that you maintained your pride until the end. Fang Zhengqing's expression turned solemn as he spoke with conviction. Embrace humility and know when to advance and retreat, with lofty aspirations and unyielding spirit. Li Wujiao, I impart to you these 8 words of wisdom. Restrain yourself and be self-aware, guard your heart, and maintain your nature. Should you fail to fulfill your lofty aspirations in the future, I, Fang Zhengqing of the Taiping Martial Academy, would have failed as a teacher. Fang Zhengqing's words flowed with fervor, impassioned and resolute, as he made a solemn promise before the assembly of new students. A young swordsman from Cold Mountain entered the capital, defeating Luo Lin with a single stroke, leaving in high spirits. Throughout the capital's streets, whispers of this event circulated. Naturally, the Taiping Martial Academy was no exception. And Vice President Qi Qianxiu, a witness, foresaw the rise of a new star in the sword arts. However, the Taiping Martial Academy stands for the welfare of all humanity. Talent is not the sole criterion for evaluation. Character holds equal weight. Thus, under Vice President Qi's guidance, Luo Lin and Fang Zhengqing took the lead in presenting a profound and significant performance for Li Wujiao and all newcomers. The Taiping Martial Academy's earnest efforts were solely to engrave the deeper meaning behind the words Taiping into the minds of these impetuous youths, allowing them to comprehend the essence of their cultivation. So it is, Wu Jiao, in our dealings in this world, who among us is a saint, free from blame? I, Li Wujiao, seek only to live without regret, with a clear conscience. When Li Wujiao returned to his senses, he suddenly grasped the true meaning behind the words Wujiao. Everyone, hold your heads high. Fang Zhengqing's tone rose, eager to express his thoughts. The assembly looked up, gazing at the towering sign of the Taiping Martial Academy, where the bold, blood-red characters stood out, to establish life for the people, to set the heart for heaven and earth, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, to open the way for eternal peace. Li Wujiao's eyes widened in astonishment. And without words, a sense of mission surged within him. The 4 lines of Henku. Throughout history, sages have emerged and hidden, establishing life and heart, seeking only the well-being of the people and peace. Not only Li Wujiao, but also the hearts of all present ignited with a faint spark. Do you know how this plaque was erected? Fang Zhengqing spoke with profound reverence. The demon race ravages the land, leaving a trail of sorrow in its wake. The human realm teeters on the brink of collapse, and as the world descends into a hellish inferno, the common people plunge into the abyss. The saying goes, if one does not act for oneself, heaven will unleash its wrath. Yet, there are no born heroes in this world. Rather, some choose to rise against the tide. The bold crimson characters on the plaque shine ever more brilliantly, igniting a fervor within the hearts of the disciples at the Taiping Martial Academy. Fang Zhengqing, resolute and steadfast, declares his willingness to brave fire and water for the sake of universal peace, unafraid of death. Upon hearing his words, the newly admitted disciples feel the weight of their responsibilities heavy upon their shoulders and respond in unison. They stand tall, pledging their oaths for the well-being of all. I, Li Wujiao, aspire in this life to soar to great heights, to eradicate all injustices in the world. Above the towering ancient trees, a shadow reclines. Uncertain of her arrival, she languidly rests, seemingly void of all thought, yet she gazes around with a hint of ennui. Dongfang Juedai, still under the influence of drink, bears a complexion as radiant as white jade, tinged with a blush. While her glassy eyes twinkle with a subtle smile, I know not the vastness of the heavens nor the depth of the earth. I only perceive the chill of the moon and the warmth of the sun, which can weigh heavily on one's lifespan if given the choice. I would rather remain oblivious to such complexities, to be an impetuous youth engaging in audacious escapades. She continues to drink, as if the wine is bitter and her eyes, once filled with mirth, now reflect a tinge of sorrow. Disregarding heaven and earth, and showing no reverence to gods and spirits, this defiant soul humbles herself for the sake of her elder sister and the peace of the world, whether destined by fate or a decision of her own. She ultimately walks this path, one that appears to lead to an inescapable demise. She raises her gaze to the sky, memories swirling, and seems to catch a glimpse of her youthful self, Dongfang Juedai. Her eyes ignite suddenly, and she exclaims, I possess a sword, capable of cleaving clouds and vanquishing immortals. This long-anticipated grand performance has reached its flawless conclusion. The storm clouds gather ominously, and the stage is set in the vastness of heaven and earth. With the myriad beings as spectators, a tumultuous spectacle is only just beginning to unfold. Chapter 7. The Enlightenment of the Sword Sister Luo. I previously misjudged you. Li Wujiao was not a narrow-minded individual. Upon learning that she was not acting out of personal vendetta, he sincerely apologized to Luo Lin. As you said, ignorance is no sin. Since there was no wrongdoing, why apologize? Luo Lin smiled nonchalantly. After all, they were not mortal enemies, being fellow disciples. It was better to let bygones be bygones with a smile. With the warmth of spring illuminating his face, Li Wujiao suddenly recalled that his accommodation issue remained unresolved. Sister Luo, about my residence. Oh well. Luo Lin's expression turned awkward, stammering for a while before finally conveying her master's intent. The humble abode is a place for ascetic practice. That is essentially what it means. Oh, I see. Li Wujiao nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Wait, what do you understand? Luo Lin was taken aback. You, a grown man, joking with a woman. What is wrong with that? Li Wujiao tilted his head, blinking. In fact, Mr. Dongfang was not as the rumors suggested. She had a carefree and easygoing personality, and joking with her was perfectly acceptable. Luo Lin's mouth fell open in disbelief. She had witnessed Dongfang Juedai wielding a wine jug, easily overpowering sword cultivators who came seeking her as a mentor. Her grandfather, Luo Taiping, a dignified martial saint, indulged this eccentricity. And even the teachers in the courtyard treated Dongfang Juedai with utmost respect. She even suspected that if the Southern Emperor met this Mr. Dongfang, he might receive a couple of slaps. How could Li Wujiao casually joke with her? The only reason Luo Lin could think of was his exceptional talent in swordsmanship, which earned him Mr. Dongfang's favor. But even so, that wasn't the crux of the matter. Luo Lin's cheeks flushed slightly, her tone becoming hesitant. Li Wujiao, do you understand? There is a distinction between men and women. What is the issue? My sister and I share a room. Li Wujiao shrugged off her concern. The cold mountains were barren. It was quite common for a family to reside in one room. Strangely enough, Despite being well-read since childhood, he was certainly aware of the differences between men and women, and thus he maintained a respectful distance from a girl like Luo Lin. Yet, with Mr. Dongfang, there was an inexplicable sense of closeness, which he could only describe with a verse. Meeting you for the first time feels like the return of an old friend. This is different. Luo Lin waved her hands, struggling to articulate her thoughts. There is no blood relation between you and Mr. Dongfang. Men and women should observe propriety, unless... Unless what? Love. But who would have thought? Li Wujiao looked puzzled, confessing, I do not understand what love is. Luo Lin was equally surprised. She had not anticipated that Li Wujiao was entirely oblivious to the concept of love. In truth, she herself had never contemplated this question. What is love in this world? It causes one to sacrifice life and death for another. The tales describe it beautifully, yet perhaps it is not so complex. She began to express her idealistic notions of love. Love may be watching the sunset together, traversing the vast mountains and rivers, sharing the splendor of the world, or simply wishing for the other's safety and joy amidst countless tribulations, finding sweetness in hardship. Luo Lin's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, as warm images danced in her mind. Yet, upon recalling the vast landscapes, her countenance darkened. The mountains and rivers lay in ruins. The demon clan ravaged the land. The blood of ancestors soaked the earth, and as cultivators, we must prioritize great love. How could we indulge in trivial affections? The myriad splendors of the world are but confined to the city beneath the emperor's feet. Many beings suffer in this world. It is the countless soldiers of the northern borders who guard that prosperity. Sister Luo has such a heart of universal love. I, Li Wujiao, hold her in high esteem. Li Wujiao, born in the remote cold mountains, had never witnessed the vastness of the world or the vibrancy of life. He was young, after all, and had once harbored dreams. Determined, he resolved to see the magnificent landscapes and the beauty of humanity. Thank you, Sister Luo. I, Li Wujiao, have gained enlightenment. With a contemplative expression, Li Wujiao departed without looking back. Enlightenment. What did he understand? Luo Lin arched an eyebrow, sensing an odd premonition. This fellow was always speaking in riddles. She truly could not comprehend him. Mr. Dongfang? Li Wujiao knocked on the wooden door of the humble abode. Peering up to find no sign of Dongfang Juedai on the roof, he scanned the surroundings, searching every large tree, yet found nothing. How strange. Where could Mr. Dongfang be at this hour? He even contemplated going to the outer courtyard to check on the ancient towering tree, when suddenly, he caught a whiff of a rich aroma of wine. Following the scent, he discovered Dongfang Juedai drunkenly sprawled on the bed, sound asleep. She lay in a disheveled manner, her head tilted. Li Wujiao cautiously approached and covered her with a blanket. In his memory, his sister would quietly drape her blanket over him after he fell asleep, and he often pretended to be asleep, fully aware of her actions but saying nothing. Mr. Dongfang? He tentatively called, but Dongfang Juedai remained unresponsive, lost in slumber. By chance, he caught a glimpse of her flawless, jade-like visage, adorned with a delicate blush, reminiscent of the spring sun hanging high in the clear sky. Dongfang Juedai mumbled something unintelligible, resembling a drunken boxing move, flinging the blanket away. Quick as a flash, Li Wujiao caught it, revealing a hint of his internal energy, only to have Dongfang Juedai suddenly open her eyes, unleashing an unstoppable force that sent him crashing to the ground. What the? He muttered under his breath, cautiously glancing back, only to meet her gaze. Mr. Dongfang, you sleep well, huh? No, wait. Li Wujiao's mind overheated, and he blurted out a statement that he found amusing. As soon as he spoke, he instinctively covered his mouth. What am I saying? How bizarre. Dongfang Juedai stretched lazily, unconcerned, and her first action was to search for the wine jug, only to find it empty, prompting her to extend her hand. Today, I have no tasks. Let me teach you a sword technique. Teach the sword? Li Wujiao's eyes lit up, rushing over. The wine jug was like a baton, and he took it and dashed off, moving so swiftly that he nearly left a shadow behind. Within minutes, he returned, cradling a full jug of warm wine, his face beaming with joy. Having just entered the first realm of energy, his speed was twice that of an ordinary person. Mr. Dongfang, may I learn the sword technique now? Li Wujiao eagerly handed her the wine jug, poised to draw his sword, only to see Dongfang Juedai effortlessly take her own sword, which she held with a chill that was silent, yet commanding. It was only after she had taken a few steps and patted her waist that she realized something was amiss. Where's my sword? Li Wujiao looked at Dongfang Juedai with confusion. This sword bears too much bloodshed. It is detrimental to your sword cultivation, Dongfang Juedai stated, breaking off a twig and handing it to Li Wujiao. Hold on to this for now, and seek a good sword in the future. Li Wujiao pressed his lips together, accepting the twig, giving it a gentle shake, nearly breaking it. Teacher, are you serious? Of course. With a swift motion, Dongfang Juedai snatched the twig from his hand and drew a line in the air, marking the back mountain of the Taiping Martial Academy with a 100-foot-long sword scar. Tell me, what makes it unusable? Dongfang Juedai's lips curled upward. A frail twig, in her hands, felt as light as a feather, yet could shatter mountains and split seas. Looking closely at the sword scar, what do you see? Dongfang Juedai took a deep breath and countered Li Wujiao's inquiry. Li Wujiao gazed at the distant mountains. The sword technique was elegant and ethereal, imbued with a fierce killing intent, as if the sword's might could tear apart the heavens and the earth. The way of the sword is one of lethal intent, encompassing both offense and defense, with speed, precision, and ferocity as its paramount principles. Yet, as Li Wujiao contemplated Mr. Dongfang's swordplay, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. This strike, though imbued with terrifying power, did not harm a single blade of grass. Nor did it disturb the mountains, as if it were a sword that appeared out of thin air. It bore the ferocity of raging flames, the intent to kill unmistakable, yet it flowed with the gentleness of a stream. What seemed to be a light and airy sword stroke concentrated its force into a singular point. Li Wujiao's gaze sharpened as he fixated on the sword mark. Lost in thought, after a long moment, he lifted his eyes and declared, Mr. Dongfang, behold. Chapter 8. Wind, Forest, Fire. Mountain. Li Wujiao grasped a branch, slowly closed his eyes, and concentrated his sword intent. In an instant, the surrounding air currents seemed to be drawn towards the branch in his hand. Feeling the sword energy coalesce within him, Li Wujiao silently chanted in his heart, dispelling distracting thoughts as the sword energy coursed through his limbs, ultimately converging in his hand. The moment had arrived. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning. The sword intent gathered on the branch, and with a mere flick, a fierce sword energy shot forth, hurtling towards a distant boulder. A crack split through the center of the rock, yet the branch showed no signs of breaking, and not a single flower or tree nearby stirred. Mr. Dongfang, how does this sword fare? Li Wujiao inquired with a smile. Your sister. Dongfang Juedai's expression stiffened. Her hand holding the wine jug paused before her lips, her brows arched. Have I taught you the sword? Not at all. Li Wujiao shook his head. I learned from books. Is there a problem with that? None at all. Dongfang Juedai took a sip, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Those who first enter the sword path believe that the might of a sword lies solely in its swiftness. However, those who delve deeper understand that sword might must not only be swift but also fierce, and combined with precision, it embodies what you just articulated. Yet, Dongfang Juedai's words trailed off as her gaze fell upon the cleaved boulder. The might of this sword is as swift as the wind, as gentle as the forest, as fierce as fire, and as still as a mountain. A single sword strike, its speed like a gale. This is what is meant by swift as the wind, a mere branch, fragile and easily broken, yet the sword intent flows with an orderly grace. This is what is meant by gentle as the forest. The sword's energy is fierce and resolute, capable of cleaving stubborn stones. This is what is meant by fierce as fire. The sword cleaves the stone without disturbing a single flower or tree, demonstrating an astonishing steadiness that maintains the sword's might. This is what is meant by still as a mountain. In the art of warfare, one must heed the principles of wind, forest, fire, and mountain. This sword embodies my profound understanding gleaned from the way of the warrior, transposed into the sword path, resulting in this very technique. As Dongfang Juedai concluded, Li Wujiao felt a revelation bloom within him, repeatedly savoring the essence of the previous sword strike, and suddenly sensed his sword intent reaching a new pinnacle. Thank you, Mr. Dongfang, for imparting the sword. Li Wujiao bowed in gratitude. Dongfang Juedai waved it off, tossing the frost cold back to him. Other swords are not conducive to nurturing your sword intent. Do not wield this sword unless in a life and death situation. What should I use then? Li Wujiao looked at the frost cold at his waist, puzzled. The branch. Li Wujiao held up the branch and waved it in front of Dongfang Juedai. You little rascal. Your mouth runs too much. Dongfang Juedai scolded playfully, snatching the branch from his hands. Now what do you have left? This technique, wind, forest, fire, mountain, may sound humble but carries profound significance. It encompasses not only the might of the sword, but also the principles of being human. Dongfang Juedai spoke leisurely. So, you mean to say, do not be overly hasty? Li Wujiao queried. Of course. Dongfang Juedai replied curtly, breaking the branch and tossing it aside. Whether in the sword path, the spear path, or even the paths of Buddha and demon, all manner of disciplines. Those who reach the pinnacle are simply those who have mastered their craft through practice. Li Wujiao, well versed in literature, understood the underlying meaning. Practice, in essence, is never a mistake. Seeing his genuine comprehension, Dongfang Juedai continued, whether you enter the realm of energy or grasp the sword's might in an instant, it is not merely your innate talent, but the result of years of diligent practice, the inevitable outcome of your efforts. Do not be deceived by those like Luo Lin, the so-called prodigies of the four realms. Their foundations are unstable, and breaking through is as easy as drinking water. What is the result? I single-handedly defeated Luo Lin with a sword of frost cold. Li Wujiao's eyes brightened, eager to interject. From the moment I first held a sword in my childhood, I knew I would be the pinnacle of the sword path. Bang. Ouch! That hurt. Just as Li Wujiao was boasting, a sharp knock landed on his head from the woman in black, who had yet to move. Chatterbox. Dongfang Juedai shot him a glare, exasperated. If your sword is as hard as your mouth, the human race wouldn't be confined to the southern rivers. Li Wujiao rubbed his head, giving a sheepish smile. Dongfang Juedai noticed he still lacked seriousness and thought to reprimand him for his frivolousness. Deserved it. Huh. Upon reflection, she realized that she too mirrored this sentiment, as if she were reprimanding herself. Ahem. Listen well. Dongfang Juedai cleared her throat, her expression suddenly serious, feigning solemnity as she gazed at a sprig of cold plum blossoms. In the past, your sister gifted me a phrase, and today I shall return it to you. A gentleman is diligent throughout the day and vigilant like a fierce beast at dusk. Wujiao. Dongfang Juedai's words were profound and laden with meaning, leaving Li Wujiao momentarily stunned. He had heard this saying from his sister before. It was indeed the origin of his name. However, he understood only its literal significance, unaware of its true essence. As Li Wujiao looked at Dongfang Juedai with expectant eyes, hoping for an explanation, she unexpectedly replied, "Why are you looking at me? I don't understand it either. Your sister merely enjoys pretending to be profound, spouting such lofty words, which I find quite tiresome." Finally, Wujiao had anticipated this response, despite her title of Mr. Dongfang. She was hardly more earnest herself. Returning to the topic, the martial path ultimately lies at the root of all disciplines. Most disciples of the martial academy practice in the Western training halls, leaving little room for you. The Forging Body Waterfall on the back mountain is quite suitable. The Forging Body Waterfall. It seems to be a place for physical training. Li Wujiao teased, his tone laced with mockery. You are a master of the martial academy. Yet your direct disciple cannot even enter the training hall. Stop with the mockery. Dongfang Juedai retorted, a smirk on her lips. That's because you are weak. It has nothing to do with me. Dongfang Juedai contemplated for a moment, realizing this impudent boy was proud, and to prevent him from causing trouble and disrupting her tranquil life, she might have to confiscate his frost cold again. Originally, it takes 5 years for a new student to have a chance to study under a master. You must realize that out of boredom, I merely chose you as a source of amusement. After saying this, Dongfang Juedai couldn't help but knock him on the head as a warning. Li Wujiao, adhering to his teacher's guidance, thought that lacking a branch meant he could just break another piece. With a cheeky grin, Li Wujiao climbed over the dilapidated fence behind his shabby room and took the small path leading to the back mountain in the east courtyard. Once Li Wujiao departed, Dongfang Juedai shook her wine jug, her brow furrowing. In less than half an hour, it was completely empty. It was that time of year again. The day to savor the tears of immortals. With the date approaching for the journey to Jiangnan, it was time to seek out the two fairies of the ancient melody immortal boat to discuss the meaning of life. Every year in March, the capital engages in the custom of traveling to Jiangnan, with painted boats gliding along the river, music playing throughout the night. Families in the capital light lanterns, expressing their feelings or making wishes, creating a scene of joy and prosperity. What Dongfang Juedai looked forward to most was the various kinds of wine. But none could compare to the immortal tears of ancient melody, a brew with a legacy spanning millennia. According to legends, 1,000 years ago, a black-clad swordsman visited Jiangnan and ordered a drink at a riverside tavern. After taking a sip, he was so elated that he raised his arms in exclamation. This is divine nectar, so delicious it brings tears. Little did he know, the tavern keeper did not understand the dialect, only hearing bits about immortal and tears. Fortunately, the tavern keeper had once been a failed scholar, still possessing some literary flair. Thus, the exquisite wine named Immortal Tears was destined to enjoy everlasting fame. Chapter 9. The Reversal of the Celestial Forces in the Back Mountain. Li Wujiao found himself immersed in a landscape of enchanting beauty, where the mountains were clear and the waters pure, shrouded in mist as though he had stepped into a realm of immortals. This mountain was known as Qingxiao Mountain, and a disciple from a martial academy had mentioned a stone tablet that stood by a waterfall hidden deep within the forest. Following the sound of cascading water, Li Wujiao ventured deeper into the back mountain, the noise growing ever louder, his view obscured by massive boulders. As he navigated past the final stone, the full glory of the waterfall revealed itself before him. From the lofty heights of the sky, a silvery cascade plummeted downwards, resembling a river of stars descending from the heavens. The water crashed into the pool below, sending countless droplets flying in a dazzling display akin to shattered jade. A century ago, Luo Taiping had meditated beneath this celestial river, refining his body for a decade, achieving enlightenment in a moment of peril, and ascending to the status of a saint, creating unparalleled martial techniques such as the falling stars of the nine heavens, becoming one of the two martial saints of humankind. The sheer force of the waterfall was deafening. Li Wujiao could no longer hear his own voice, the pressure akin to that of a meteorite falling upon him, threatening to shatter every bone in his body. At that moment, he comprehended why so few disciples ventured to train beneath the waterfall. This was no mere refining cascade. It was a veritable celestial calamity. Was it truly not a deliberate act of murder by the esteemed Dongfang Juedai, who had sent him, a mere first-stage swordsman. To this perilous place? Yet, that seemed implausible. Although their acquaintance was brief, it felt as if they were old friends reunited. Despite not being the most virtuous of individuals, Dongfang Juedai was nowhere near the violent and ruthless figure painted by the rumors of the outside world. What of the stone tablet? Li Wuzhou stepped closer to the waterfall, flanked by steep cliffs covered in moss and vines that swayed gently in the breeze, resembling a verdant curtain. Indeed, behind the curtain of water lay a stone tablet inscribed with the words Qingshao Mountain, Martial Pier. Martial Pier? Could this possibly be a name? Beneath the waterfall, the pool was deep and crystal clear, where several ethereal fish glided gracefully, their forms shimmering with a faint glow. They occasionally leapt from the water, sending ripples across the surface before swiftly diving back into the depths. The spiritual energy in this place was so rich it could only be described as a sanctuary for cultivation. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Wuzhou felt a surge of curiosity. Why was such an exceptional place for cultivation devoid of visitors? Even if the refining cascade was daunting, one could still practice nearby and significantly enhance their training speed. I notice you are a newcomer. Which master do you serve? Suddenly, a deep voice emerged from within the waterfall. Li Wuzhou was taken aback and quickly clasped his hands in response. I am a disciple of the esteemed Dongfang Juedai. He discreetly raised his gaze and caught a glimpse of an elderly figure clad in white robes. Who? The esteemed Dongfang Juedai? The old man's demeanor shifted, filled with disbelief. Indeed, it is she. Li Wuzhou mustered the courage to inquire. Might I ask why you conceal yourself here? This place is abundant in spiritual energy, yet few come. Are there secrets hidden here? After a lengthy silence, the voice within the waterfall spoke again, laden with gravity. How could she take on disciples? It is simply impossible. The old man muttered to himself, seemingly lost in thought. Li Wuzhou grasped from the elder's words that it was not directed at him, but rather a reflection on the very act of Dongfang Juedai accepting disciples. Do you mean to say that she cannot take on disciples? Li Wuzhou questioned. The elder inhaled deeply. Do you know what led to the downfall of our human race's previous dynasty, the Xianming dynasty, which stood for millennia amidst countless strong warriors? The fall of the Tai demon star led to the rise of the demon race, the establishment of the demon court, and the assault on our capital by 12 formidable demons. Do you know how many powerful warriors existed in that dynasty at its peak? The elder's expression grew serious. I do not know, Li Wuzhou replied promptly. 16 martial saints and 3,000 martial masters. The elder's words were delivered with a weight that made Li Wuzhou realize that even the might of the Xianming dynasty could not withstand the forces of the demon race. In other words, even the martial saints, who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, were no match for a single great demon. Fortunately, the four sword immortals emerged to protect humanity's last bastion. The elder's tone held both reverence and a hint of regret. Li Wuzhou listened intently, a flicker of understanding dawning upon him. Are you suggesting that the esteemed Dongfang Juedai is one of those sword immortals? The distinction between right and wrong blurred, as he recalled how Dongfang Juedai, who appeared so carefree, possessed profound mastery in the way of the sword. Li Wuzhou was not the only one to have pondered this. Many within the martial academy had speculated that Dongfang Juedai was indeed one of the legendary sword immortals of that era. 1,000 springs and autumns had passed. Dynasties had risen and fallen, and the world had changed beyond recognition. To identify someone solely by their attire seemed overly hasty. The elder remained silent, his regret deepening. The martial saints, having reached the zenith of martial arts, could live for 8 centuries, their power capable of shaking mountains and seas. Yet, even they could not withstand the might of the great demons, and ultimately fell. The four sword immortals stood as steadfast pillars, safeguarding the last remnants of humanity, allowing the Nanming dynasty to endure. Then why can the esteemed Dongfang Juedai not take on disciples? Li Wuzhou returned to the core of the inquiry, seeking clarity. If she were truly a sword immortal, would she allow such boundless wealth to fall into the hands of a mere boy like you? The elder cast a disinterested glance at Li Wuzhou, his tone dismissive. Mediocre. A generation of sword immortals, wielding swords that could alter the heavens, would not take a common person as a disciple. This only served to highlight that Dongfang Juedai was not the unparalleled sword immortal of legend. With this thought, the elder could not help but sigh deeply, lamenting the state of affairs. Are you aware that I defeated Luo Lin with a single sword strike, earning great renown within the martial academy? Of course I know. The elder's spirit surged, his voice resonating like thunder. I am Luo Taiping. Luo Taiping. The name struck Li Wuzhou like a bolt of lightning, echoing in his mind. One of the 2 martial saints of humanity, the esteemed head of the Taiping Martial Academy, renowned throughout the world. Cough, cough. Li Wuzhou cleared his throat, shifting the topic. Does Headmaster Luo know what realm the esteemed Dongfang Juedai has attained? She is naturally a master in her own right, and even so, a sword master as young as she could easily be your mentor. For reasons unknown, Li Wuzhou detected a hint of frustration in Luo Taiping's tone, evidently stemming from Luo Lin's defeat at the hands of an unknown youth, a loss of face. Do not worry, Senior Luo, Senior Sister Luo's prowess is formidable. I merely capitalized on external advantages to achieve victory. Li Wujiao, in a surprising turn of events, found himself comforting Luo Taiping, a renowned martial saint who hardly needed reassurance from a junior. You, young man, are quite the conversationalist. No wonder Dongfang Juedai chose you as a disciple. You share a similar ignorance of your own limitations. Luo Taiping had initially held respect for the possibility of Dongfang Juedai being a sword immortal, but upon realizing the truth, he retorted sharply. Why be so pessimistic, Headmaster Luo? Our martial academy is arguably the most powerful force in the realm, and Luo Lin is the academy's top prodigy with limitless potential. Li Wujiao continued to uplift Luo Taiping, who sighed deeply in response. Do you think I am unaware of Luo Lin's capabilities? I am well aware. Luo Taiping slowly closed his eyes, his demeanor growing cold. There are countless young prodigies hidden among the masses. Who knows what corner of the world a sword immortal might spring forth from? After all, the four sword immortals who saved humanity were all reclusive figures, hidden from the world. Chapter 10. A frog in a well. Your optimism is commendable, yet one should not be confined to the narrow view of a well. With a casual wave of his hand, Luo Taiping unleashed a burst of golden light from his palm, which transformed into two flowing yin-yang fish. At the sound of a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl, they unexpectedly morphed into two resplendent golden lists. The Qianlong list, crafted by the Yintian Tower, is said to unveil the secrets of the heavens. Any prodigy under the age of 30 can be included as a measure of strength. A ranking of prodigious talents? Li Wujiao felt a surge of interest and scrutinized it closely. The first on the Qianlong list was the crown prince of the Great South, Nen Wuji, at the 6th realm of destiny realization. Following him was the sword master of the Kaitian sword sect, Jian Jingxiao, at the pinnacle of the 5th realm of hidden mysteries. The third was the 9th princess of the Great South, Nanxing Wan, also at the pinnacle of the 5th realm. The fourth was the judge of the Zhini division, Song Shajun, again at the pinnacle of the 5th realm. The fifth was Yintian Tower's Yao Guang, at the same pinnacle. The sixth was the little Buddha of the Shumi ancient monastery, Wunan, at the later stage of the 5th realm. The seventh was the holy maiden of the heavenly demons, Jun Yinxing, at the later stage of the 5th realm. The 10th was He Beixing, son of the current general, at the early stage of the 5th realm. He Beixing? That name seemed to belong to the youthful general. At first glance, it appeared that most of these prodigies were nurtured by the court, such as princes and princesses, in abundance. But wait, where was Luo Lin? Li Wujiao felt increasingly perplexed as he continued to read. Finally, he found her name at the 21st position on the Qianlong list. 21st, Taiping Martial Academy, Luo Lin, at the pinnacle of the 4th realm of divine absence. Despite being the top prodigy of Taiping Martial Academy, she had failed to enter the top 20 of the Qianlong list. Prodigies who reached the pinnacle of the 4th realm by 18 and step into the master realm by 20 were numerous. Truly, there are always greater talents beyond our own. Li Wujiao understood that the 5th realm is known as hidden mysteries, while the 6th realm is known as destiny realization. The top 10 on the Qianlong list were all at the master realm, comparable to the martial arts instructors at the academy. What does this imply? Those of his age could easily be his teachers. Genius? Genius is merely the threshold for entering the Qianlong list. Each of the top 10 is an unparalleled prodigy. Young man, do you comprehend why I regard you as nothing extraordinary? Luo Taiping's words were not unfounded. Each of the top 100 on the Qianlong list was at the 4th realm of divine absence, while Li Wujiao, at the 1st realm, was insignificant by comparison. Taiping Martial Academy has long been criticized, accused of lacking talent, relying only on a few old fellows to maintain temporary peace in the world, but unable to secure it for eternity. Upon hearing this, Luo Taiping's frustration surged, unable to be contained. As a martial saint, he commanded respect and reverence. The reputation of Taiping Martial Academy as the foremost power in the world largely depended on him, being one of the only 2 martial saints in the Great South. Thus, the students of Taiping Martial Academy faced skepticism, and the ridicule of the common folk in the capital became a common topic during their meals. For instance, Luo Lin, although not comparable to those youthful masters, was undoubtedly formidable among those below the master realm, being ranked 21st on the Qianlong list. Yet, the brilliance of the martial saint overshadowed her. Despite being a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the Great South, she remained subject to derision. Now, the capital was abuzz with the news that Luo Lin had been defeated by an unknown youth with a single sword strike. Upon learning this news, Luo Taiping felt as though the sky had fallen. In contrast, the nameless youth clenched his fists confidently, his demeanor radiant. May I inquire, Director, when is the next evaluation for the Qianlong list, and how is it conducted? Seeing Li Wujiao so spirited, Luo Taiping couldn't help but frown slightly. Next autumn in the Imperial Palace. Even a year and a half would be of little consequence. Even if Luo girl fortuitously entered the 5th realm, she might not make it to the top 20 of the Qianlong list. Luo Taiping seemed rather pessimistic. Autumn examination? A battle of skills? Li Wujiao raised an eyebrow in skepticism. If that is the case, why not simply emulate the Hamlin Academy and establish a martial sane academy dedicated to the study and teaching of martial arts? Wouldn't that be more beneficial for the martial arts of the Great South? Upon hearing this, Luo Taiping revealed his discontent, sternly admonishing, "Do not speak recklessly about state affairs. If the Zhenyi division hears this, they will surely fabricate a baseless accusation." Yet, Li Wujiao remained unfazed, retorting, "What is wrong with that? I am concerned for the Great South and its people. Is there fault in that?" Luo Taiping sighed deeply. He had been close friends with the late General He for decades, and he knew well the character of the man. In terms of right and wrong, the one in the high hall understood the grievances of the He family better than anyone else in the world, yet the reality was indeed tragic. Luo Taiping lamented. If so, why are the loyal bones unjustly accused, and the truth so unclear? Li Wujiao countered him. Luo Taiping merely chuckled lightly, replying, "Young man, do you know that all under heaven bustle for profit? The common man, the rulers of hundreds of households, the noble families of thousands, and even the kings of 10,000 chariots are no different." Upon hearing this, Li Wujiao grasped the underlying meaning in Luo Taiping's words. The Southern Emperor wishes for the He family's demise, and thus no one dares to let them survive. Yet, Li Wujiao was unwilling to accept this. The disciple does not know, nor do I wish to know. His youthful gaze gazed deeply into the sky. I refuse to accept that the affairs of the world only seek a result, disregarding all causes. If this result brings you 100 benefits without a single harm, Luo Taiping countered. I do not seek it, Li Wujiao asserted solemnly. If this result is something you cannot bear, would you be willing to brave fire and water? Luo Taiping asked once more, unwavering, even at the cost of my life. Li Wujiao remained resolute. Luo Taiping had no further words, only gazing at the audacious youth, feeling an indomitable spirit emanating from him. He could not sway him. For the first time, Luo Taiping felt such a sentiment. Among the myriad prodigies he had encountered in his life, all possessed a certain pride, yet none compared to this fierce spirit. Luo Taiping resolved to illuminate a path for this young man. The demon race was stirring. Since the Southern Emperor ascended the throne, the spring examination remained a literary test, while the autumn examination was transformed into a martial test, aimed at nurturing martial talents to resist the demon race. Only those who succeed in the examination may enter the Qianlong list or join the Zhenyi division, receiving generous rewards, or venture to the northern borders to fend off the demons. With his words, Li Wujiao respectfully clasped his hands, declaring earnestly, Li Wujiao shall remember and will not fail your trust. As he lifted his gaze, Luo Taiping's figure had already vanished. Grandfather, just as Luo Taiping departed, a delicate voice echoed from the forest, accompanied by the rustling of footsteps. Emerging from the verdant expanse were two figures. One donned a water-blue martial robe. Calling out to Luo Taiping, it was undoubtedly Luo Lin. Beside her was a tall and ethereal figure clad in red, wielding a resplendent golden dragon spear, exuding an aura of formidable might. Li Wujiao, how did you come to the back mountain? Did Mr. Dongfang send you? Luo Lin inquired. In contrast, Li Wujiao fixed his gaze on the radiant figure drawing near. At first glance, she appeared to possess a sun-kissed, striking visage. Her hair tied back in a high ponytail with a red scarf, her features sharp and spirited. Upon noticing Li Wujiao, she clasped her fists in a salute. I am Gu Liuyan, a disciple of Master Fang. A refreshing and spirited female voice resonated, and it dawned on Li Wujiao that this striking figure was indeed a woman. As he regarded her, their eyes nearly level, he found her no less formidable than any man. The determination in her gaze was unmistakable, her demeanor exuding grace and poise. An epiphany struck Li Wujiao, recalling a famous saying from the sages. Women are not inferior to men. Hey, what's with that gaze? Are you developing some inappropriate thoughts about Sister Gu? Luo Lin suddenly exclaimed coldly, noticing Li Wujiao lost in thought as he stared at Gu Yunyan. Do not jest with this young man. He merely mistook me for a man and was taken aback, a commonplace occurrence indeed. Gu Liuyan laughed heartily. Her stature was exceedingly tall, rivaling that of the finest men in the realm, and her strikingly handsome features drew the attention of many women as she roamed the martial academy. Li Wujiao, I caution you. Gu's father is the esteemed king of Southern Town, and the Gu family is bound by a marriage alliance with the He family. Do not entertain any foolish notions. The He family? Could it be that young General He Beixing? This remark transported Li Wujiao back to that morning upon his arrival in the capital, coinciding with the return of the silver-saddled, white-horse general, greeted by the jubilant populace, a spirited youth indeed. Young lady, cease your nonsensical chatter. Gu Liuyan admonished her sharply. You are indeed Li Wujiao, the youth who defeated Luo Lin with a single sword strike, truly a spirited individual. Let us be friends. I, Gu Liuyan, shall look after you. She patted him on the shoulder, exhibiting no signs of bashfulness, her demeanor indistinguishable from that of a man. Sister Gu, the humiliation of a single sword strike has nearly turned into the world's jest. Luo Lin protested, tugging at Gu Liuyan's sleeve. Enough. Li Wujiao is a prodigy esteemed by Vice Dean Han. Should he enter the top 10 of the Qianlong Academy in the future, your loss would be no disgrace. Sister Gu, why do you turn your elbow outward? Luo Lin lamented further, yet Li Wujiao interrupted with a respectful fist salute. Li Wujiao, I seek your guidance. No need for such formalities. Gu Liunyan smiled dismissively, and then inquired, may I ask if your purpose here to temper your body is due to the esteemed Mr. Dongfang's suggestion? Li Wujiao was taken aback that Gu Liunyan would mention the illustrious Mr. Dongfang, but in her tone, there was no hint of derision, rather a sense of admiration. Indeed, it is Mr. Dongfang. This is my first time here to cultivate my skills. What guidance do you have, Sister Gu? Li Wujiao asked. You flatter me. I am well aware of my own limited cultivation. How could I possibly instruct a disciple of Mr. Dongfang? Gu Liunyan quickly shook her head, her gaze shifting to the waterfall cascading from the heavens. However, what you may not know is that the pressure of this tempering waterfall is such that even we of the fourth realm can scarcely endure a single incense stick's duration. Gu Liunyan spoke with gravity, and Li Wujiao understood well. Should a mere mortal dare to step into this heavenly waterfall, they would be reduced to mere fragments in an instant. Chapter 11. The body-forging waterfall. Li Wujiao, it is not that I, Gu Liunyan, look down upon you, but rather that the body-forging waterfall is exceedingly perilous. Even for me and Luo Lin, we could not endure for even a single incense stick's time. Li Wujiao, you are but a mere mortal, and yet you have reached the first stage of Qi-Gang? Gu Liunyan and Luo Lin were taken aback. In just a single day, even those with exceptional talent cannot achieve such rapid progress. Years of diligent practice are necessary to realize the transformation from nothingness to something. However, despite their astonishment, it was merely due to his foundation. The first stage of Qi-Gang is of little consequence. The second stage of Ling Hai is not to be trifled with, and the third stage of Soul Universe cannot withstand the pressure for long. The disciples of the esteemed gentleman should not tread lightly in such matters. Though bitter truth is often unwelcome, Gu Liunyan and Luo Lin were speaking from genuine concern. The body-forging waterfall is akin to a towering mountain. Since the unparalleled Eastern Master has accepted Li Wujiao as his disciple, would he allow him to perish in vain? Li Wujiao stood beneath the celestial river, unconsciously gazing at the stone tablet. Qingshao Mountain, Wu Pai Lu. Suddenly, a legend recounted by my elder sister sprang to mind. Li Wujiao murmured, as the image of a figure clad in white flashed through his mind. Recalling a tale told by Ning Jihan. Eons ago, the gates of heaven swung wide open, and the deities, devoid of compassion, engaged in a chaotic battle with demons, rendering humanity insignificant and powerless, as the mortal realm gradually descended into hell. A mortal who called himself Wu Pai could no longer endure the suffering of the mortal realm. With his mere mortal flesh, he boldly traversed the celestial river, swimming against the current, climbing tirelessly day and night, quenching his thirst with heavenly springs, enduring countless hardships. At last, he knocked upon the gates of heaven, demanding to know why the multitude of deities disregarded humanity. As his words fell, he perished from exhaustion. Fortunately, his sacrifice summoned a benevolent deity who intervened, safeguarding this realm of humanity. Li Wujiao recounted the tale, his gaze fixed upon the stone tablet, his eyes lifted to the waterfall, a mortal ascending to heaven, knocking upon the gates. Yet, this is ultimately but a legend, unworthy of belief. Luo Lin felt it was absurd. Even a martial saint could not achieve such a feat, let alone a mere mortal. However, was not this stone tablet the finest testament? Li Wujiao, however, smiled wryly, pointing at the stone tablet inscribed with Qingshao Mountain, Wu Pai Lu. Have you heard of the myth of Kwa Fu chasing the sun? Were they not all concocted by later generations? Luo Lin noticed the flicker of confidence in Li Wujiao's brow, and involuntarily felt compelled to advise him. Mr. Fong also spoke of this legend. I believed it as a child. Gu Liunyan suddenly interjected, her eyes resolute. In her heart, had there not been a seed of a hero rooted and sprouting? Li Wujiao was no exception. Countless youths aspiring to the skies were no different. I exist like a mere ant, yet refuse to be content with merely gazing at the heavens. I am determined to ascend to the skies, grasp the clouds, and slay deities. Li Wujiao's fervor ignited, and before Gu Liunyan and Luo Lin could react, he plunged into the waterfall like a streak of light. Li Wujiao. In the midst of the startled exclamations, Li Wujiao's spine instantly bent, and he could not help but kneel upon the ground. How it hurts! His entire body crackled with the sound of bones, as Li Wujiao's limbs and bones endured unprecedented pressure. As if he bore the weight of a mountain or carried a colossal star, an irresistible force assailing his flesh. This is dire. If his bones were to fracture, injuring his vital organs, his life would be in peril. Luo Lin was at a loss, for the pressure was overwhelming. How could she and Gu Liunyan, both at the fourth stage of Shinkei, hope to budge a mountain? With merely the two of them, they were utterly incapable of rescuing Li Wujiao from the waterfall. I shall summon Mr. Fong. There is no time. Gu Liunyan even contemplated calling upon Fong Zhengqing's assistance, but by the time he arrived, Li Wujiu might already be a corpse. Li Wujiu's throat was constricted under the immense pressure, rendering him voiceless. He gritted his teeth, channeling his sword intent, desperately clinging to life. A full minute passed. His physical form was surprisingly several times stronger than that of the third stage of Soul Universe. Both Gu Liunian and Luo Lin felt a mix of panic and astonishment. Even with the protection of sword intent, should he continue to endure, he would likely shatter it, resulting in his own demise. Gu Liunian disregarded the danger, brandishing her brilliant golden spear, tracing a luminous arc in the air, forming a barrier to obstruct the waterfall's descent. Sister Gu, Luo Lin cried out. Seek out the gentleman. Gu Liunian's arm trembled as she commanded in a deep voice. It must be understood that enduring the weight of the waterfall and forcefully halting its fall are entirely different concepts. There is no need for such measures. Sister Gu, you must withdraw. Li Wujiu's gaze turned icy as he summoned frost cold from its sheath, a sword of piercing brilliance that instantly froze the waterfall, pushing Gu Liunian aside with a powerful hand. With every ounce of strength, Li Wujiu leaned forward, finally escaping the waterfall's grasp. The moment he stepped out of the forging waterfall, the ice shattered explosively, plummeting once more. Huff, huff. Li Wujiu gasped for breath. Thank you, Sister Gu, for your timely rescue. But in truth, I had a contingency plan and was never in real danger. Li Wujiu lay on the ground, his right hand resting on the scabbard of frost cold, the sword intent safeguarding his bones, leaving him unharmed. So it was like this. I thought you truly dared to court death. Ha. Gu Liunian was inexplicably filled with a sense of survival after a calamity, realizing they had underestimated Li Wujiu's capabilities. Li Wujiu lay on the ground. A profound sense of weakness surged within him, rendering his limbs incapable of movement. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the verdant fields, and a figure darted forward, stopping before Li Wujiu, who lay motionless like a corpse. Mr. Fong. Gu Liunian bowed respectfully to the newcomer. Mr. Fong, you are well. Li Wujiu lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, yet his lips retained a smile. Fong Zhengqing gathered a stream of spiritual light, which flowed into Li Wujiu's dantian and spread through his limbs. After a thorough examination, he breathed a sigh of relief. Merely fatigue, rest will suffice. Just as Fong Zhengqing took a step to leave, his expression suddenly turned grave. Disciple, while training beneath the body-forging waterfall, a teacher must be present to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Why is Mr. Dongfang absent? And you, Gu Liunian, as the senior sister, you should have restrained such dangerous actions, putting the lives of your fellow disciples in jeopardy. I hereby punish you to reflect in solitude for 3 months. No. Mr. Fong, please reconsider. Upon hearing this, Li Wujiu's expression changed, and he struggled to rise, urgently defending Gu Liunian. It is I, Li Wujiu, whose ambitions exceed my station, who disregarded Sister Gu's good counsel. She had attempted to dissuade me, but was instead hindered by my actions. Seeing Li Wujiu's gallant defense, Fong Zhengqing recognized the truth in his words. He was well aware of Gu Liunian's character and sought to take this opportunity to encourage her to focus and meditate. If that is the case, I shall let this matter rest for now. Fong Zhengqing could not ignore the truth and abandon the thought of punishing Gu Liunian. However, Fong Zhengqing's expression hardened anew, his voice turning stern. Mr. Dongfang has flouted the Academy's regulations, recklessly allowing you to fall into peril, nearly leading you to your demise. Such behavior is a dereliction of duty. As a teacher, he has failed in his responsibilities. I will report this to the dean for strict handling. Fong Zhengqing's tone was laden with undeniable authority. Mr. Fong, please reconsider. Li Wujiu intended to exonerate Mr. Dongfang, but was suddenly struck by the sight of a dark figure standing atop a tree nearby. Who told you I was absent? A cold yet commanding voice rang out, as the tree shadows danced, revealing a figure clad in simple black attire, yet exuding unparalleled grace. Mr. Dongfang. Chapter 12. Dressed in fine garments and riding a furious steed, the woman in black lay languidly, her eyes half closed, revealing a pair of glassy, celestial pupils tinged with a distinct air of languor. Fong Zhengqing, you pride yourself on your vast knowledge and upright character, teaching your disciple to be selfless and devoted to the nation and its people. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her elongated, cold gaze like a sword looked down upon a few individuals, emanating an unyielding authority without a hint of anger. But you teach him humility and caution, mistakenly believing that such qualities will spare him from misfortune and injury. Concealing one's talents merely stifles youthful pride and suppresses youthful fervor, much like a blade without an edge. I ask you, how can a sword without an edge protect the common folk? Dongfang Jueidai's gaze suddenly turned icy and sharp, each word piercing the heart like an icy blade. You, reckless and unruly, heedless of moral principles. Such a promising talent like Li Wujiu will inevitably be ruined under your tutelage. Fong Zhengqing's face flushed crimson, his voice rising in anger. He had always adhered to the tenets of righteousness in educating Gu Liunian, and now, being reprimanded face-to-face by Dongfang Jueidai, he found it difficult to suppress his fury. Humph. Reckless and unruly. Dongfang Juedai raised an eyebrow and smiled disdainfully. Dressed in fine garments and riding a furious steed, the spirited youth. How could they be confined within the bars of a cage, demeaning themselves like a bird trapped in a cage? Dongfang Juedai's voice was stern, each word a gem of wisdom, resonating deeply. Regardless of whether Fang Zhengqing absorbed her words, Li Wujiao was moved to tears. And so what? Fang Zhengqing retorted vehemently. Do you wish for him to be like you, possessing only superficial swordsmanship, devoid of ambition, like a rat scurrying across the street, scorned by all? It is well known that the Taiping Martial Academy produced a drunken sword immortal, talented yet morally deficient, a disgrace to the swordsmanship. Mr. Fang, Li Wujiao interjected suddenly, his voice sharp, interrupting Fang Zhengqing. Mediocre talents blindly follow the crowd, and idlers drift with the tide. How is it that even you cannot discern right from wrong? I know you are concerned for the world, steadfast and incorruptible, and thus I yield some ground, addressing you as Mr. Fang, but the sincerity in the youth's eyes suddenly transformed, a chilling intensity rising within. You must not, under any circumstances, humiliate Mr. Dongfang. A nameless fury surged in Li Wujiao's eyes, as Gu Liuyan, about to interject, was halted by Fang Zhengqing's hand. What a presumptuous youth, short-sighted and lacking in decorum. I had thought that this child could be taught. Alas, it seems I, Fang Zhengqing, have misjudged, misplacing my earnest efforts. Fang Zhengqing shook his head repeatedly, disappointment evident in his gaze. Seeing this, Gu Liuyan rushed forward to mediate. Mr. Fang, please do not be hasty. Mr. Dongfang's words are not without merit. It is all for Li Wujiao's future. Gu Liuyan. Fang Zhengqing's cold voice interrupted her. If you wish to plead for this unruly master and disciple, then you shall no longer be my disciple. After his furious outburst, he turned to leave, leaving Gu Liuyan in a predicament. Mr. Fang, Sister Gu is entirely innocent. Why must you vent your anger on her? Li Wujiao suddenly stepped forward, grasping Fang Zhengqing's arm. Step back. Fang Zhengqing flared, his sleeve swirling, and though he did not use his spiritual power, a tremendous force surged forth, shaking the earth. Bang! Li Wujiao stood firm, raising a hand to block it, his gaze burning as he stared at Fang Zhengqing. You young man. In just one day, how have you improved so swiftly? Fang Zhengqing was astonished. With his 6th realm cultivation, he could extinguish the aura of a 1st realm practitioner with a mere wave of his sleeve, let alone a newly initiated Li Wujiao. Mr. Fang prides himself on his vast knowledge, teaching others with precision, yet does he not understand the principle of teaching according to one's aptitude? Dongfang Juedai coldly countered, her words striking Fang Zhengqing like a thunderclap. His pupils narrowed, and he paused. You, Mr. Dongfang, what do you mean by that? Fang Zhengqing turned, his anger diminishing inexplicably. Why must I explain myself to you? If you wish to report me to Lu Taiping, then feel free. Dongfang Juedai unabashedly raised her cup, her demeanor unperturbed. You still believe you can articulate a rationale? Truly stubborn. Fang Zhengqing shouted in anger, sweeping away as he departed. Mr. Fang. Gu Liuyan hurriedly followed him. She then turned to Li Wujiao, advising him solemnly. Mr. Fang is hard on the outside but soft on the inside. Mr. Dongfang will be fine. Please explain to her as well. There is no need to let misunderstandings damage our camaraderie. Li Wujiao nodded in agreement, lowering his voice. It is merely a small misunderstanding, a clash of perspectives. Mr. Dongfang is not so unyielding, just prideful. After Li Wujiao spoke, Gu Liuyan felt reassured enough to leave. As she departed, the tardy Luo Lin happened to encounter Gu Liuyan and was whisked away. As the night deepened, Dongfang Juedai remained lying on the tree, silent and still, the empty wine jug beside her, seemingly indifferent to her usual carefree demeanor. Mr. Dongfang? Li Wujiao tentatively called out. Li Wujiao. Dongfang Juedai replied instantly. Yes, sir. Li Wujiao responded, expecting her to be contemplative, yet she immediately answered him. Everyone can speak grand truths. But can one truly live without regrets just by hearing them 1,000 or 10,000 times? Most of the world's regrets stem from the failures of those who do not exert their utmost effort. That is the greatest regret, the most unbearable. Seemingly imparting wisdom to Li Wujiao, Dongfang Juedai's words also carried an air of self-mockery. Li Wujiao rarely reined in his smile, responding earnestly. A butterfly cannot cross the vast sea. Is it the butterfly's fault? If a butterfly cannot traverse the ocean, who can bear to blame it? One cannot blame the butterfly for not flying over the sea, Dongfang Juedai murmured, a trace of coldness in her eyes. She took a swig from her jug and solemnly declared, to lose the spirit of youth is akin to losing a life. The dead cannot be revived, nor can the spirit of youth once extinguished. She shook the jug vigorously, the last drop of liquor falling to her lips, yet feeling unsatisfied, carelessly tossed the jug aside. The wine is finished. I must go to Fulwan Tower in the capital and buy a jug of spring flower brew. Li Wujiao, perceiving her evident displeasure, tentatively inquired, shall I accompany you? I mean for you to go to Fulwan Tower in the capital and buy me some wine. Just me alone? Of course. Spring flower brew, the finest spring flower brew. She wished for solitude. Li Wujiao, understanding her intent, decided to explore the prosperous Jiangnan capital, swiftly disappearing from sight. As the misty rain fell at dusk, the night deepened. Under the southern emperor's reign, there was no curfew. The capital displayed a grand scene of affluence. The east street bustled with merchants and trade, while the west street was filled with common folk peddling their goods. The streets were alive with the sounds of traffic and throngs of people, vendors calling out, showcasing a myriad of curiosities that dazzled the eye. Flower lanterns for sale. Flower lanterns for sale. Every festive season brings thoughts of home. Will you buy a flower lantern? The most eye-catching were the flower lanterns. Floating on rivers and spiraling in the sky, ubiquitous in the city, and many outsiders visiting the capital, longing for home, would surely purchase one. As Li Wujiao walked along, he too was captivated by the flower lanterns. After traveling thousands of miles to the capital, he realized it had been half a year since he left home, and he yearned for his sister's voice and presence. Why not buy one? It won't delay my matters. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, only to find a few silver coins remaining, his heart sinking. He had forgotten to save money for the wine. With this amount, he could certainly buy a flower lantern. But spring flower brew was uncertain. He might be short. The lantern could be purchased later, but if he couldn't buy the spring flower brew today, Dongfang Juedai was already in a foul mood, and as Li Wujiao wrestled with his thoughts, he noticed time was running short, fearing Fulwan Tower would close. So he reluctantly gave up on the lantern. By the way, what kind of place is Fulwan Tower? As Li Wujiao pondered, a sudden roar erupted from nearby, followed by a cacophony of shouts. Imperial guards are searching. Begone, all you idle onlookers. The traitors have betrayed the nation. Anyone who dares to shield or harbor them shall be deemed guilty alongside the rebels, and will face execution without mercy. Li Wujiao raised his gaze and beheld a throng of imperial guards hastening towards him, causing the crowd to part in haste. Traitors? Where could such traitors possibly emerge in the capital? A jolt of alarm surged through Li Wujiao. Although he had committed no wrongdoing, he feared that any delay in delivering the wine would surely displease Dongfang Juedai. He sought a chance to slip away. Yet the imperial guards had encircled the area so tightly that escape seemed impossible. Suddenly, the commanding officer of the guards noticed Li Wujiao's somewhat flustered demeanor and bellowed, "You, halt!" Before Li Wujiao could respond, the figure surged towards him like a flash of lightning, an adept of high caliber, moving with astonishing speed, seizing hold of Li Wujiao. "May I inquire your esteemed name, Commander?" Li Wujiao managed a cordial smile. "Spare me the pleasantries. Have you seen this individual?" The guard leader abruptly raised his hand, revealing a wanted poster that struck Li Wujiao's vision. Silver spear, white steed, strikingly handsome. He Beishing. Li Wujiao's eyes widened in shock. The figure depicted on the wanted poster was none other than the young general, He Beishing. Chapter 13. A Day of Favor. A Night of Death. Your expression suggests you might know him? The commander of the Imperial Guards questioned sharply, his demeanor shifting dramatically. That is hardly a revelation. The young general, He Beishing, is well known to me, though he does not recognize me, Li Wujiao replied with fervor. The commander, upon hearing this, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He scrutinized the youth before him, noting his mere mastery of the Qi realm, too weak to possibly protect He Beishing. The He family has rebelled. His Majesty, before the entire court, executed He Qianshan and ordered the annihilation of the He clan. Should you uncover any clues related to the He family, you must report them immediately. The commander released Li Wujiao and strode purposefully towards the flickering lights ahead. Under the reign of the Southern Emperor, there was no curfew, and as night deepened, the streets to the east and west bustled with patrons flocking to taverns and theaters. Yet, this was overshadowed by the grave matter of rebellion. Could it be a case of a loyal subject overshadowing his sovereign? The thought flickered through Li Wujiao's mind. However, rebellion was a crime punishable by the annihilation of an entire clan. If the He family faced calamity, who would defend the borders? It was rumored that the current Southern Emperor possessed a shrewdness as deep as the ocean and was one of the two martial saints of the age. Far from a tyrant devoid of wisdom. Who are you? Halt! As Li Wujiao observed from the shadows, a sudden shout erupted behind him, causing him to whirl around. He beheld a man wearing a straw hat encircled by several guards. The leader held up a portrait, confirming it was not He Beishing before commanding. The He family is in rebellion. In the name of the Emperor, we are to eradicate the vile. If there are any leads on He Beishing, report them immediately for substantial rewards. Upon hearing this, Li Wujiao felt no fear. Rather, his curiosity surged. On the very day he entered the capital, the young general had also arrived, full of youthful vigor, only to soon commit such a heinous act of treason. A day of favor, a night of death. Li Wujiao could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Though it was merely his conjecture, he sensed something amiss deep within. The young general had returned victorious, been granted titles, and the He family was renowned, basking in luxury and wealth. How could they suddenly resort to rebellion? You there, go check over there. The guards barked, leaving no stone unturned, even searching dog kennels. As they departed, Li Wujiao caught sight of several eunuchs clad in crimson robes. each bearing a sandalwood token inscribed with the words Genie C. The Genie C was tasked with overseeing officials for the emperor and held the responsibility of adjudicating cases. Li Wuzhou observed the officials from Genie C and the guards surging like a tide, their movements swift and orderly as they surrounded the nearby taverns, leaving no escape routes. Each of them bore solemn expressions, their sharp gazes sweeping through every nook and cranny, leaving no detail overlooked. Passers-by, customers, and attendants within the taverns were meticulously interrogated. Even the unassuming alleyways and ancient wells were not spared. Could it be that He Beixing had survived, narrowly escaping a calamity? Li Wuzhou feigned departure, yet discreetly observed, his mind racing. Even if He Qianshan had risked everything to protect He Beixing, how could one of the fifth realm evade death amidst the entire court? The more he pondered, the more he sensed the gravity of the situation. The case of the He family's rebellion was undoubtedly more intricate than it appeared. Despite the guards acting on imperial orders, they consistently avoided a particular location, as if it were a forbidden zone. The inky blackness of the night was pierced by a blaze of lights, revealing a resplendent glass phoenix, its beauty enchanting and ethereal. It should have soared to the heavens, riding the winds to great heights, yet it was instead grounded in this earthly establishment, yearning to grasp the moon. A melodious tune from a guqin and the ethereal sound of a shao echoed through the capital under the shroud of night, lingering endlessly. Fu, Luan, Lu. Li Wuzhou gazed at the gilded plaque, slowly articulating the name of the establishment, his eyes deepening with intrigue. The spring flower brew that Master Dongfang sought was precisely within this Fu Luan Lu. Curiosity surged within him, but to investigate stealthily would only arouse suspicion. Thus, he strode confidently through the threshold, stepping into Fu Luan Lu. Before him lay intricately carved beams and painted pillars, with 1,000 elegantly arranged seats. The opulence felt hollow, with only a few silhouettes present, accentuating a sense of desolation. Upon entering, he noticed 3 individuals seated in distinct positions to his left, center, and right, all of whom turned their gaze toward him in unison. The figure in the central seat, at first glance, appeared to be a dignified man in purple robes. However, upon closer inspection, he revealed himself as a young eunuch with jade-like hair and snow-white brows, possessing a pair of shadowy eyes. Hidden beneath his purple gold sleeves was a jade-handled feather duster. Diao Jinyu, a junior supervisor of Genie C, possessed a mastery of the fifth realm. He had entered the palace in his youth and, now in his 30s, had become a trusted confidant of the Southern Emperor. Due to his age, he was not listed on the Qianlong ranking, yet his abilities and cunning were not to be underestimated. Diao Gonggong, this youth seems familiar. Could he perhaps be one of your Genie C's claws and fangs? A calm, yet indifferent male voice emerged from the left, belonging to a man clad in a blue robe, handsome yet imposing. Diao Jinyu's voice was sharp and mocking as he retorted, Jiang Hanlin, how could you be so oblivious? It's no wonder the Dao sect has fallen. Relying on mere eloquence, you managed to secure a position as a Hanlin attendant. I find it curious that a eunuch would seek flowers and flirtations at Fu Luan Lu. The blue-robed man countered with a smirk, his lips curling in disdain. Renowned for unmatched talent, serving as a Hanlin attendant, he was perpetually lost in the pleasures of life, bringing shame to all Taoists and tarnishing the reputation of Danan. Diao Jinyu's tone was cutting and incisive, employing a few jabs to prove Jiang Xiaoyong's lack of virtue, firmly asserting that the emperor must punish him severely. I, Jiang Xiaoyong, do not care for this idle position of Hanlin attendant, but you, a eunuch's lackey, would surely be incensed if someone else claimed your achievements, wouldn't you? Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly raised his voice, turning to the right to gaze intently at a woman adorned with a devilish mask. Her entire figure was shrouded in a voluminous black robe, with only a pair of crimson, haunting eyes visible, exuding an aura of lethal intent. To command the 8 directions, to sacrifice oneself for justice. What a bold move to come forth and assassinate court officials. The presence of the assassin known as Cleansing Heaven was palpable. A master of the 5th realm, the 4th-ranked killer in the world. Old eunuch, you might have your hands full. Jiang Xiaoyong's lips couldn't help but curl upwards. The assassins of Cleansing Heaven were known for their brutality and ruthlessness. Having eliminated even nobles, the He family truly excelled at forming alliances, managing to entangle themselves with the most formidable assassin organization. Diao Jinyu's gaze turned cold as he spoke, his voice laced with trepidation. Ah, you prefer to twist the truth. It would be wise to avoid late-night strolls. A person as sharp-tongued as you might find even your own funeral unattended. Jiang Xiaoyong's words dripped with venom, capable of bringing death to many. One was a trusted confidant of the emperor and a junior supervisor of Genie C, while the other was a literary attendant of the emperor's court. Their verbal sparring was a battle of wits, revealing their recognized enmity. In contrast, the masked woman remained concealed in her black robe, silent, her piercing gaze fixated on Diao Jinyu and Jiang Xiaoyong. The 3 exchanged no glances. Yet the atmosphere crackled with tension, as if Fu Luan Lu were on the verge of erupting into a fierce conflict. Suddenly, a boisterous laughter erupted from behind the 3, prompting them to turn in unison. There stood Li Wujiao, doubled over in laughter, nearly rolling on the ground. Who are you, and what is so amusing? Diao Jinyu inquired, his voice grave. Li Wujiao struggled to regain his composure, pounding the floor with his fists, his laughter echoing before he finally managed to point at Diao Jinyu and the others. Ha ha ha, the world's foremost brothel, yet here we have a eunuch, a Taoist, and a woman. Is it not laughable? Li Wujiao clapped his hands in merriment. Ha ha ha, what a delightful young man. In this vast Fulwan Tower, it is just the two of us, gentlemen. Today we shall drink and revel, returning intoxicated or not at all. Jiang Xiaoyong chuckled as he spoke. His emphasis lay on the phrase two gentlemen, implicitly mocking Diao Jinyu. Jiang Xiaoyong, are you unable to discern that this lad is ridiculing us? Be cautious, lest you lose your head and find yourself counting coins in the underworld. Diao Jinyu retorted without hesitation. Turning to glance at Li Wujiao, he inquired, who is this arrogant young man? Is he here to rescue the traitor He Beixing? Li Wujiao smiled and bowed. I am Li Wujiao from the Taiping Martial Academy. The esteemed master of the academy craves wine, and thus I was sent to Fulwan Tower to procure that spring flower brew. I hope I have not disturbed your refined enjoyment. Li Wujiao remained cheerful, his demeanor oddly incongruous amidst the tense atmosphere. Not at all. The Taiping Martial Academy is filled with talent, having rendered great military service to the emperor. We are all one family under the sun of heaven. Jiang Shaoan tilted his head, grinning broadly as he casually pulled Li Wujiao to sit beside him. Meanwhile, the previously silent Luo Cha harbored a chilling intent to kill. The arrival of Diao Jinyu and his companions had already posed an obstacle for her, and she could not allow any misstep in her mission. The emergence of Li Wujiao disrupted her expectations. Thus, her primary target for assassination, the easiest prey to hunt, became none other than the first realm Li Wujiao. Suddenly sensing a surge of murderous intent, Li Wujiao's smile faded by a third. At that moment, a sultry voice floated down from above, prompting the group to glance upward. They beheld a deep red veil draping across the east and west of the pavilion, delicate as a cicada's wing, forming a curtain that concealed a graceful figure within. Cradling a pipa, poised in an enchanting manner, captivating all who beheld her. A beauty unmatched by any from behind the crimson veil, alluring melodies wafted forth. As if imbued with a magical power that struck directly at one's soul, Li Wujiao, at ease, held a twig between his teeth, the corners of his mouth curling upwards, his gaze frivolous as he sought to pierce the red veil and reach that enchanting silhouette. How intriguing. It appears we have a beauty of the chaotic world here. Li Wujiao chuckled lightly. Why do you say such things, my friend? Jiang Shaoang inquired, somewhat puzzled. Turning to him, Jiang, my friend, you ought to listen further. The beauty behind the red curtain harbors ulterior motives. As the night enveloped them in inky darkness, a sliver of moonlight sliced through the veil, illuminating a jade-green phoenix, yearning to ascend into the heavens. The curtain was still, yet it seemed reluctant to draw back. As the figure behind it smiled in greeting from beyond the red veil, the enchanting figure began to dance, her melodious voice mingling with the pipa's strings, creating a haunting tune that unsettled the hearts of those present. This pipa melody is peculiar. You are but a novice, and your consciousness is inferior to ours. Quickly seal your five senses. Jiang Shaoang kindly warned Li Wujiao, his smile gradually stiffening, a hint of caution emerging in his gaze. However, Li Wujiao merely responded with a smile. Having no intention of heeding Jiang Shaoang's counsel, the enchanting voice returned, wrapping around him like a flower kissed by dew in a daze. Li Wujiao perceived several notes from the pipa, sweet and resonant. No, this woman plays the pipa. How can there be sounds of a zither? Li Wujiao forced himself to regain his composure, feeling an inexplicable wave of dizziness wash over him, his expression shifting alarmingly. The resonance of the jade tree illuminated the rear courtyard. The figure behind the red veil revealed several illusory arms, some cradling instruments, others blowing into flutes. The sound of the jade tree's blossoms. This is the melody of a fallen kingdom. Diao Jinyu's countenance changed dramatically upon witnessing this. The manifestation of the celestial demon. Jiang Xiaoyong's pupils trembled as he rose, exclaiming in alarm, she is the demonish Jun Yanqing. Chapter 14. Knowing it is impossible before Diao Jinyu's words could finish. A figure dashed past her, cold light flashing and murderous intent surging like a malevolent spirit. It was the Rakshasa who struck first, commanding with authority, sacrificing oneself for righteousness. A dark short blade slipped from her sleeve, its edge aimed directly at the enchanting shadow behind the red curtain. What is happening? Diao Jinyu's voice sharpened. She had thought the Rakshasa came to obstruct her, yet unexpectedly, the attack was directed at the witch Jun Yanqing. What does this mean? Jiang Shaoang was equally perplexed. It must be a personal vendetta, Li Wujiao spoke sternly. Fellow, what do you mean by that? Jiang Shaoang asked, confused. Which assassin sits at the banquet openly, exuding murderous intent, as if afraid others might not notice? Li Wujiao's explanation resonated with Jiang Shaoang. He had previously doubted the Rakshasa's allegiance, whether she sided with the He family or the court. However, her action now entangled various factions in chaos, battling with the witch Jun Yanqing. Search for He Beixing. Kill without mercy. Diao Jinyu commanded, her footsteps thundering as the imperial guards were about to storm into Fulwan Tower. Diao Jinyu, how dare you? Jiang Shaoang pulled out a talisman, forming a hand seal as he chanted, his gaze flashing as he hurled the talisman, enveloping the entire Fulwan Tower in a blue-gold radiance. Like a cage that barred the Imperial guards from entering. Jiang Shaoong, you dare defy the Imperial decree? Diao Jinyu pointed at him, furious. The Imperial decree. General, he is on the verge of breaking through to the Ninth Realm Martial Saint, yet at this critical moment, he succumbs to madness and plots to assassinate the Emperor. Don't you doubt this, Supervisor of Heaven? Jiang Shaoong replied calmly. You have audacity. If this reaches the Emperor's ears, your entire family shall be punished. Diao Jinyu's tone was chilling. I am but a solitary wanderer, without kin or ties, what fear do I have of death? Yet the Emperor, in front of all the court officials, suppresses He Qianshan but deliberately lets He Beixing go. My Dao sect has already suffered, how can we repeat the same mistakes? It turned out that He Qianshan was about to break through to the Ninth Realm Martial Saint, but had fallen into madness, plotting treachery, thus facing the charge of conspiracy. However, both Jiang Shaoyong and Li Wujiu were puzzled by one thing. Why could He Beixing, a mere fifth realm, leave the court unscathed amidst such powerful figures? Indeed, the Emperor ordered the eradication of the He family, aiming to eliminate every member of the He clan, leaving not a single one behind. Diao Jinyu coldly countered, her murderous aura intensifying. Is that so? Jiang Shaoong wore an enigmatic smile. What if I say He Beixing was intentionally let go by the Emperor? Diao Jinyu's expression shifted, disbelief etched on her face. What did you say? Jiang Shaoyong shook his head with a cold smirk. Do you not think the Emperor could easily eliminate a fifth realm with just a word? As these words fell, Diao Jinyu took a deep breath, her resolve wavering, temporarily setting aside her murderous intent, not daring to act rashly. What about Jun Yanqing? She brazenly plays the tune of a fallen nation. She cannot escape death. Diao Jinyu declared, her killing intent resurfacing as she violently swung her whisk, which extended like rubber towards Jun Yanqing. Not good. Jun Yanqing's face blanched as the short blade in the Rakshas's hand reached her brow. She dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Yet she could not escape the heavy strike from the whisk, her delicate form sent flying like a cannonball with a muffled groan. Should we save her? Jiang Shaoong furrowed his brow. We must. Just as he hesitated, Li Wujiu suddenly cried out, drawing his sword towards Diao Jinyu's whisk. A frostbitten sword strike, 14 prefectures. The white light dazzled, chilling to the bone, as if the air had solidified. That whisk was actually frozen by the sword's intent. You. Who are you? Diao Jinyu's face stiffened, having been momentarily sealed by a mere first-realm practitioner. Li brother. Jiang Shaoong raised an eyebrow, astonished. Not only he and Diao Jinyu, but even the witch Jun Yanqing and the Rakshasa, embroiled in their deadly struggle, turned in unison, shocked by this frosty strike. Wait. Li brother. You should not have intervened. Jiang Shaoong realized the severe consequences of Li Wujiu's action. Jun Yanqing's tune of a fallen nation could be heard throughout half the capital, if the Emperor pursued it. It would serve as undeniable evidence, making her death sentence inevitable. Yet Li Wujiu insisted on acting, and if Diao Jinyu reported him to the Emperor, Jiang Shaoong would not be able to protect him. Knowing it is impossible yet acting upon it, is either great folly or great wisdom disguised as folly. Li Wujiu replied gravely. She plays the tune of a fallen nation at the time of eradicating traitors. This truly is an act of knowing the impossible yet doing it. Jiang Shaoyong fell into contemplation. Even amidst life-threatening circumstances, he became distracted. Great folly. Great wisdom disguised as folly. Yet Li Wujiu remained a mere first realm. Even with the frost, he could not summon the strength to oppose a master. The whisk was about to break free from the ice. How dare you strike at an imperial official? You shall surely die today. Diao Jinyu roared. Seizing the moment the whisk began to thaw, she swung it again towards Li Wujiu. Knowing it is impossible yet doing it. Jiang Shaoyong's eyes sparkled as he smiled foolishly. I have realized. I finally understand. Brother, what have you realized? Li Wujiu exclaimed, eyes wide. Can we not realize things right now? I am about to die. Li Wujiu's exclamation came too late. The whisk slithered towards him like a white jade viper. Yet his sword's frost had exhausted his energy, leaving him powerless to fight back. At the brink of death, amidst dazzling thunder, a dragon's roar echoed. A thunder dragon erupted with a thunderous rumble, entangling with the white jade viper. One misstep cannot lead to another. In Jiang Shaoyong's eyes, an intricate pattern began to emerge. Half-step master? You have touched the threshold of the fifth realm. Diao Jinyu gritted her teeth, both astonished and furious. Divine thunder of the mystical sky, thunder palm. Jiang Shaoyong decisively struck, flipping his palm as lightning gathered, containing terrifying power. Heavenly net. Diao Jinyu exclaimed, hastily wielding her whisk, sending countless silver threads flying to weave a silver net, attempting to block the thunder palm. The thunder struck the silver net, instantly piercing through it, directly hitting Diao Jinyu, who hurriedly raised her hand, the net formed by the whisk acting as a barrier against the roaring thunder dragon. Diao Jinyu spat blood, her body half paralyzed. Master Diao, I have triumphed over you in one exchange. If we continue this, are you not afraid of being the one to benefit others? Jiang Shaoong chuckled. However, just as Jiang Shaoong reveled in his triumph, the net suddenly tightened, an irresistible force shattering the thunder dragon. Then, with a wave of the whisk, a vast oppressive force materialized into a tangible silver tide, crashing into Jiang Shaoyong. Cough cough. Jiang Shaoong suffered a severe blow, spitting blood. Even if your thunder technique is formidable, how can it truly restrain me? Even if you have touched the threshold of the fifth realm, what of it? Diao Jinyu sneered mockingly. The gap between a master and a mere fourth realm practitioner was like the chasm between heaven and earth. Diao Jinyu's cold gaze bore down upon Jiang Shaoyang, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Overwhelming pressure descended upon him. The might of a master loomed like a mountain, suffocating Jiang Shaoyang. Even as his bones cracked, a sneer remained on his lips. Why? Why are you unafraid? Why do you dare to defy me? Diao Jinyu's voice erupted with fury as he seized the cuff of his adversary, lifting Jiang Shaoyang into the air. Why should I fear you? A mere dog masquerading under the guise of authority? You are not even worth a finger of Song Shajun. Jiang Shaoyang scoffed repeatedly. Do not mention him to me. Jiang Shaoyang, do you truly believe I would hesitate to take your life? At the mere mention of Song Shajun, Diao Jinyu's gaze turned icy. As if triggered by a sudden fury, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Song Shajun, a pinnacle of the fifth realm, a true dragon among men, and the current judge of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, a prodigy who had risen to greatness atop Diao Jinyu. If you kill me, you will forever remain beneath Song Shajun. Jiang Shaoyang trembled yet held his head high, his eyes bloodshot, but still managed a derisive smile. A defeated dog barking in desperation. You dare to be defiant even when death beckons. Diao Jinyu violently swung his whisk, binding Jiang Shaoyang tightly, the strands of the whisk constricting relentlessly. Jiang Shaoyang's complexion turned crimson, his muscles and bones being incessantly crushed. His spiritual power dissipated as a group of Imperial guards stood outside the Fulwan Tower. Rendered mute by the sight of Diao Jinyu's frenzied torment of Jiang Shaoyang, too fearful to intervene. A dragon possesses its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. But rest assured, I shall not allow you to die easily. Before he could finish his sentence, the whisk in his hand tightened once more, coiling around Jiang Shaoyang like a constricting serpent, intent on breaking every bone in his body. He aimed to torment Jiang Shaoyang to the brink of despair. Diao Jinyu, release me. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed forth as the youth, exhausted yet resolute, gripped his frost blade tightly and swung it at Diao Jinyu. Since you, an insignificant insect, seek your demise, I shall gladly send you to hell first. Diao Jinyu sidestepped, delivering a punch that, even in its simplicity, was enough to obliterate a mere first-realm insect with the power of a master, especially when that insect was already exhausted. Sister, I cannot possibly die like this. Li Wuju tightly shut his eyes, bracing for the arrival of death. Yet, with every strike of his sword, he remained true to himself. Stop. Who dares to harm a disciple of the Taiping Martial Academy? Before the words fully escaped his lips, a radiant streak of light pierced through the air. A brilliant golden spear surged forth, crashing into the ground and countering the force of Diao Jinyu's punch. Chapter 15. The whimsical clouds and tumultuous affairs. Who dares to obstruct the officials of the court? They seek their own demise. Diao Jinyu, now utterly unhinged, was incensed by Jiang Shaoyang's incessant provocations, and no matter who approached, nothing could deter him. 8,000 miles of clouds and moonlight. A sudden, commanding shout resounded. And in an instant, golden light flared forth as a figure sword and twisted, drawing a resplendent golden spear. With a swift turn, it lunged forward, its brilliance blinding. An aura soaring into the heavens. Diao Jinyu retaliated with a palm strike, exuding the formidable pressure of a master, repelling the golden figure. I had thought a deity had arrived. How dare a mere fourth realm meddle in matters beyond their station? Diao Jinyu licked his cracked gray lips and suddenly flung Jiang Shaoyang into the air, sending him crashing far away as if weightless. The binding of the celestial. The dust in Diao Jinyu's hand seemed to have a will of its own, darting forth to ensnare that golden light. Yet, to his astonishment, the golden figure did not evade. Instead, it thrust the spear directly toward Diao Jinyu's chest. Diao Jinyu braced himself against the spear, stepping back 3 paces before stabilizing. His gaze fixed upon the golden spear, his expression shifting abruptly. 8,000 clouds and moonlight. You are the daughter of the Southern King? Diao Jinyu's countenance darkened. The Southern King commands a formidable army, safeguarding the borders for many years. Although the southern regions have long been pacified, his reputation remains illustrious. A titan who has reached the 8th realm. Simultaneously, Jiang Shaoyang, now airborne, was caught by a woman clad in azure robes. Is it him? It truly is him. Luo Lin's expression shifted as she held the man in the green robe, yet no one paid heed. The two stood protectively in front of Li Wujiu, glaring coldly at Diao Jinyu. Upon their sudden arrival, the demoness halted her lethal assault, her crimson eyes appraising the newcomers. Even Luo Lin has come? Could it be that the Sage of Peace is also here? Diao Jinyu felt a surge of trepidation. A fourth realm Luo Lin was not a cause for concern. But her grandfather, the Sage of Peace, who commanded respect even from the current sovereign, was indeed formidable. The Tribunal of Evil? Why do you wish to kill my disciples of the Martial Academy? Luo Lin questioned coldly. Diao Jinyu fell silent for a moment, suppressing his rage, even managing a forced smile. You two have misunderstood. It turns out they are disciples from your esteemed academy. I saw him aiding the rebel He Beishing in his escape and assumed he was a comrade. Diao Jinyu resumed his shrill tone, laced with a hint of sycophancy. Rebel? Who do you mean? He Beishing? Du Liuyan caught the implication in Diao Jinyu's words, her expression tightening as she interrogated him sharply. Oh. Today, I have the honor of meeting 2 celestial maidens. I almost forgot to mention. Diao Jinyu's face split into a sinister grin as he shifted his gaze toward Gu Liuyan. Miss Gu, your future in-laws, the He family, have revolted and will be executed. Is this true? Gu Yonyan turned pale, her demeanor darkening. What of He Beishing? Is he safe? Oh, Miss Gu is concerned for a traitor? A flicker of malice flashed across Diao Jinyu's ashen face. What do you mean? If you dare to lay a finger on him, I shall ensure you. Sister, do not be hasty. Gu Yonyan's fury was about to erupt when Li Wujiu suddenly interjected, halting her. I must trouble Sister Luo to escort Jiang Hanlin back to the academy for treatment. We shall discuss the rest at our leisure. A faint smile flickered across Li Wujiu's pallid countenance, and as Gu Yonyan fumed, he finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Me? Very well. Luo Lin tilted her head. But upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyong's feeble state, she reluctantly accepted his proposal. She raised her hand, conjuring a water sphere to envelop Jiang Xiaoyong, allowing him to breathe before departing. Just as Luo Lin left, a smirk appeared on Li Wujiu's lips. The union between the He and Gu families is a match made in heaven. I suspect the sovereign thinks likewise? Bold. You dare to presume the sovereign's intent. Diao Jinyu barked vehemently. You speak too harshly, Diao. The union of the He and Gu families should indeed be a powerful alliance, enhancing their strength, one stationed in the north, the other in the south. The entire southern Ming dynasty under their dominion, nearly. Silence. Do not speak nonsense. A delicate voice interrupted Li Wujiu's words. Surprisingly, this reprimand came from the red-clad demoness, Jun Yinqing. A glint of cunning flashed in Li Wujiu's eyes as he met Jun Yinqing's gaze. Ah, it seems Miss Jun has something to share? Jun Yinqing suddenly fell silent, avoiding the boy's penetrating gaze. After a long pause, she seemed to resolve herself. Her beautiful eyes emerging from behind the red veil, her lips parting softly. If you can assist me in departing safely, I am willing to disclose all concerning General He's situation. Jun Yinqing's expression was grave, but no sooner had she spoken than the demoness, with a ghostly mask, expressed her unwillingness, emanating a murderous aura, intent on slaying her. Demoness, must you truly kill her? Li Wujiu inquired earnestly. Yet, the woman behind the mask nodded earnestly. Having already sustained grave injuries in her battle with Jun Yinqing, why is she so determined to eliminate Jun Yinqing? Diao Gonggong, if you desire He Beishing's life, you may have to wrest it from the demoness' blade. Li Wujiu remarked with a smile that held a tinge of mockery. Diao Jinyu's pupils constricted, his expression darkening. I can kill the demoness and still find He Beishing. Oh, is that so? Li Wujiu smirked, feigning helplessness. Then I shall call upon my master. She is one who even the esteemed Director Luo must give face to. Luo typing? The ninth realm martial sage, a pinnacle in martial arts. Even the current sovereign must bow in deference. Which divine being dares to disregard the Director's authority? Could it be that enigmatic Eastern master? Though Diao Jinyu had never encountered the Eastern prodigy, he was well aware of the rumors. Some spoke of her as a wine-soaked menace, while others whispered of her brutal ferocity. Yet, Luo Taiping turned a blind eye, offering her protection, rumored to be the granddaughter of Director Luo and a twin sister to Luo Lin. Better to believe than to doubt. Regardless of truth or falsehood, Diao Jinyu could not afford to gamble. You intend to force my hand? Diao Jinyu felt a wave of humiliation. A mere first realm, whom he would not glance at ordinarily, was now forcing him into indecision. A sensation akin to being led by the nose. Indeed, I require your assistance to ensure Miss Jun's safe departure. All eyes turned toward Jun Yinqing and the demoness. Two extraordinary beauties who had previously never crossed paths. Due to Diao Jinyu's sudden ambush, Jun Yinqing found herself at a disadvantage. Veils of red fluttered, her fingers dancing. The demonic sound akin to blades clashing, as she fiercely battled the demoness, but a sudden, excruciating pain struck her right shoulder. In the fleeting moment of distraction, a shadow surged forth, the blade slicing through her crimson dress, carving a deep wound. Ugh! Jun Yinqing stifled a groan of pain. Yet the black-clad demoness was relentless, raising her blade to strike once more, the murderous intent palpable, intent on claiming the life of the demoness. Weighing his options, Diao Jinyu finally chose to act, the binding of the celestial, a net of heaven and earth. Diao Jinyu directed his attack toward the demoness, flinging the dust toward her. An unexpected turn of events for all present. Li Wujiu, have you discovered something? Gu Yonyan whispered. Li Wujiu merely chuckled. The truth has always been in plain sight. It is merely that those involved are blinded, while the bystanders see clearly. I do not understand. Gu Yonyan shook her head, her straightforward nature clashing with the cryptic manner of the riddle maker, leaving her perplexed. No matter, the truth is close at hand. Yet one thing remains unclear to me. Li Wujiu's sword-like eyebrows furrowed slightly, his profound gaze fixated on the woman veiled in black robes. The Rakshasa only desires the death of Jun Yinqing. If her aim is the He family, why not directly dispatch her to assassinate He Beishing? The fates of He Beishing and the He family seem to hold little concern for the forces that loom behind her. Dark currents surge, and the winds of uncertainty swirl. Amidst the heights of the court, in the depths of the martial world, an ominous premonition grips me. Everything that transpires within the Fu Wan Tower tonight feels as though it is being orchestrated by an unseen hand. Chapter 16. The arrival of Luo Sha. The entrance of Diao Jinyu turned the tide of battle. Luo Sha, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, began to retreat. Blood streaming from her 7 orifices. No, I refuse to die. I cannot lose. In a fit of desperation, Luo Sha formed hand seals, chanting incantations as a sinister red glow enveloped her. She intended to burn her essence. Stop her. As her vitality ignited, Luo Sha's power surged dramatically. Her previously waning spirit revitalized. She erupted into maniacal laughter, night walk of 100 ghosts. The dagger in her hand emanated a dense black aura, and countless phantoms of malevolent spirits surged forth, clawing towards Diao Jinyu and the others. I am unfamiliar with her. Has this woman lost her sanity? Jun Yinqing exclaimed in astonishment. She has succumbed to madness, her mind unraveling. Diao Jinyu replied gravely. With a swift movement, Diao Jinyu charged towards the onslaught of ghostly apparitions. With a flick of his dust brush, a beam of spiritual light shot forth, dispersing the foremost spirits in an instant. Everyone, attack together. Do not allow these evil beings to approach. Jun Yinqing commanded, leading the charge. In an instant, blades clashed, intertwining fiercely with the malevolent spirits. Yet, the power Luo Sha wielded after burning her essence far exceeded expectations, as an endless tide of ghosts continued to pour forth. The fate of Yi Beixing hung in the balance. We could not afford to delay any longer. Before Gu Liuonian could finish his words, he leaped into the air, his spear radiating with golden brilliance, causing the spirits to recoil in fear, vanishing into nothingness. 8,000 clouds and moon. Follow me in breaking the enemy. 8,000 miles of clouds and moonlight, 30 accomplishments reduced to dust. The name of Gu Liuonian's spear, 8,000 clouds and moon, was said to have been blessed by the ancestral powers of the human race, capable of dispelling all wickedness in the world. It had once aided the Prince of the South in defeating countless foes, earning him a fearsome reputation. With a horizontal sweep of his spear, Gu Liuonian spun in the air, unleashing unmatched force from his arm. The Overlord lifts the mountain, the spear emerges like a dragon. The 8,000 clouds and moon pierced through the air, aimed at Luo Sha, who, upon seeing this, was stricken with horror and hastily summoned some spirits to shield herself. The spirits screamed as they were pierced by the spear, dissipating into nothingness, yet some residual force struck Luo Sha. What overwhelming strength! Luo Sha was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, yet the ferocity in her eyes remained undiminished as she struggled to rise. At that moment, Diao Jinyu seized the opportunity, swiftly closing in on Luo Sha, entangling her wrist with his dust brush and forcefully shaking it, causing her dagger to fall. Kill her. Jun Yinqing took advantage of the moment, striking at Luo Sha's throat with a melodic blade of sound. She is powerless. Let her die and pay for her sins. Luo Sha half knelt on the ground in despair, closing her eyes and curling into a ball. Wait. Suddenly, Diao Jinyu's cold voice halted her. Why stop? Jun Yinqing, bloodied at the corner of his mouth, furrowed his brow. Diao Jinyu sneered, questioning sharply, how do we know that after helping you kill Luo Sha, you won't turn against us? Ah, Diao Gonggong is indeed suspicious by nature. I am gravely injured and have no possibility of deceiving you. Jun Yinqing's voice was beguiling, carrying an irresistible allure. Silence. Suddenly, an ethereal and eerie voice echoed, and with the utterance of the word silence, the deadly sound froze in midair, leaving everyone motionless, enveloped in a profound stillness. It was as if the entire world had plunged into utter oblivion. As the night fell, a shadow glided through the air, a black long sword at its waist. Like Luo Sha, this figure wore a ghostly mask that concealed its face, shrouded in a voluminous black robe, rendering its identity unrecognizable. Yet, this newcomer was bound by dark chains, exuding no hint of murderous intent, yet resembling a demon emerging from hell. Lord Luo Ho, how could it be you? Luo Sha's eyes widened with astonishment and fear, blood trickling from her mouth as she bowed deeply to the figure. The executioner of the heavens, the world's foremost assassin, the slayer, Luo Ho. The butterfly cannot traverse the vast sea. How could one heartlessly blame the butterfly? A faint, divine voice emanated from beneath the black robe, gender and identity indiscernible. Thank you, Lord Luo Ho, for sparing my life. Luo Sha is willing to redeem herself. Trembling, Luo Sha continued to bow, blood cascading from her brow onto the ground. Oh? Luo Ho glanced at her with indifference. When did I ever say I would spare you? The cold and merciless words struck like a death knell. Aware of her impending doom, Luo Sha gazed up at the figure in black. The butterfly that cannot cross the vast sea meets only a fate of drowning. With a gentle gesture, Luo Ho sent a red light into Luo Sha's forehead, causing her to collapse as her physical form dissipated into specks of spiritual light, scattering throughout the heavens and earth. After countless years, this mortal realm, this farce, remains ever so dull. Luo Ho remarked nonchalantly, casting a sideways glance at the others. Diao Jinyu sought to glimpse Luo Ho's visage, even if only to see a pair of eyes. Yet he was struck with terror, realizing that even with his mastery at the fifth realm, he was frozen like a statue, unable to move. The ghastly mask turned towards Jun Yinqing, speaking with indifference. What a clever deception, but do not let your cleverness backfire, leading to betrayal and isolation, leaving you nowhere to rest. Jun Yinqing, too, found herself unable to move, her heart racing with fear, the eyes beneath the black robe remaining elusive. She had witnessed powerful beings of the sixth realm, yet none had ever exerted such an overwhelming pressure that left her utterly defenseless. The world's foremost assassin, Luo Ho, what level of power did he possess? The seventh realm? Or perhaps even higher? Luo Ho's gaze shifted from Jun Yinqing, gradually moving through the air until it settled upon Diao Jinyu, then passed over him to focus on Gu Liuonian. Her expression radiated fierce determination as she brandished her spear against the foe. Do not claim that women are not valiant. The dragon spring echoes through the night. Luoho seemed to admire her, yet her tone bore no hint of emotional fluctuation, akin to a demon whispering deathly secrets. Instilling terror in the hearts of all, life is but a dream, a solitary shadow reflecting the startled swan. As Luoho gradually turned away, preparing to depart, she cast one last glance at the youth clad in white, wielding a frost blade. He was the only one who, in that moment of gazing upward, locked eyes with her. Li Wujio, typically calm and composed, was suddenly struck with shock and disbelief. In her luminous crimson eyes, a subtle hint of mockery flickered, as the lips hidden beneath the ghastly mask curled into a barely perceptible smile. Commanding the 8 extremes, sacrificing oneself for righteousness. Luoho snapped her fingers, vanishing into the encroaching darkness. Chapter 17, The Secret of Silence. Luoho is actually Mr. Dongfeng? Li Wujio's eyes widened in astonishment. His heart entwined with disbelief and melancholy, momentarily rendering him speechless, his gaze vacant. What just transpired? How did the Rakshasa perish? Diao Jinyu felt an inexplicable dread. Yet she could not recall the events that had just unfolded. It was not me, she thought, as if pierced by a sword's aura. Jun Yinqing denied it. The crowd gazed at the lifeless body of a woman clad in black, her brow penetrated, the deathly visage grotesque. In the stillness of annihilation, a chillingly silent and terrifying method had been employed. Could the perpetrator be the 7 realms stirring myriad phenomena? Jun Yinqing murmured. Upon hearing the conjecture of the murderer being from the 7 realms, the crowd's expressions turned frantic, caught in a state of unease, as if sitting on needles. None could ascertain whether the next body lying on the ground would be their own. Li Wujio, we concealed our outing from the martial academy's master, intending merely to witness the spectacle, yet you must leave. Gu Liuonian's tone was frantic, insisting that Li Wujio depart from Fulwan Tower. If it truly were a formidable being from the 7 realms, only the martial academy's master could. Li Wujio? Why are you in a daze? The group was filled with uncertainty, except for Li Wujio, whose delicate features were unconsciously twisted in perplexity. You are completely unaware? Li Wujio questioned his existence. A sense of confusion washed over Gu Liuonian as a flash of white light crossed before her eyes, and in an instant, Jun Yinqing found herself bound by a whisk. If the murderer intended to slay us, we would have already lain on the ground alongside the Rakshasa. Our current safety suggests the assailant does not wish to harm us. Diao Jinyu's voice was sharp, laced with a chilling intent, as she turned her gaze towards Jun Yinqing. Jun Yinqing, the assassin is dead. Should you not fulfill your promise? Diao Jinyu's tone remained piercing, yet carried a murderous chill. When did I ever promise you anything? A glimmer of darkness flashed in Jun Yinqing's eyes, hidden beneath her red veil. I said if you assist me in eliminating the Rakshasa, I would reveal the whereabouts of Yi Beixing. Yet she was clearly slain by a mysterious powerhouse. You witch. Even at death's door, you still argue. Diao Jinyu spat in anger, her whisk suddenly constricting, threatening to reduce Jun Yinqing's delicate form to mere fragments. Release her. What skill is there in bullying a woman? A low voice suddenly echoed above. And when they looked up, there was no trace of its owner. A true man is born beneath the vast sky. I, Yi Beixing, require no woman to save me, nor the daughter of the southern prince to look after me. The voice was heard, yet the figure remained unseen. In the lofty palace of azure tiles, the moonlight cascaded upon the silver spear, reflecting a proud and resolute spirit. Yi Beixing remained silent, merely holding his spear with a cold brow, glaring in anger. The white-robed cold spear, the youthful general. Yi Beixing, has the Yi family truly committed treason against the state? Gu Liuonian suddenly spoke up, her voice raised in inquiry. Yi Beixing remained silent, his gaze resolute, fixed upon her, the moonlit spear held high. This spear has shattered countless armies, hence it is named the Breaking Army. The long spear, Breaking Army, had once accompanied this young general to vanquish myriad demons, yet he had never anticipated one day it would be directed against his own kin. I understand now. Gu Liuonian's expression shifted slightly. In the brief moment their eyes met, comprehension dawned upon her. All troops, heed my command, yet Diao Jinyu would not relent. She had been ordered to execute the traitors and would not rest until Yi Beixing's head rolled. By the Emperor's decree, I shall eradicate the traitors. Those who dare obstruct will share the same fate as the conspirators, kill without mercy. How dare you? Upon hearing this, Gu Liuonian erupted in fury. Just as she prepared to raise her spear to assist, Diao Jinyu's cold command rang out. If you resist, you will implicate both the He and Gu families in treason. Have you thought this through? Naturally, Gu Liuonian declared resolutely, mirroring Yi Beixing's stance, spear held high. If you were to enter my Gu family's ancestral hall, you would behold the azure bricks and brown tiles, where loyalty and valor were shed in blood, inscribed with the ancestral teachings, 30 achievements are but dust. 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. Had my Gu family's ancestors been here, they would have made the same choice as I. Her spear shone with brilliance. The legacy of 8,000 clouds and moon, forever inscribed in that phrase. Yi Beixing, witnessing her unwavering stance, allowed a bittersweet smile to grace his lips. Recalling his youth in the army, defeating countless foes, the He and Gu families had been close allies for a millennium, knowing only the devotion to their country. Unyielding even in death, oblivious to the allure of titles and wealth. If the emperor demands the death of his subjects, the subjects must comply. Yet those loyal to the throne die for the people, die for the vast lands. They should not allow the ignorant to trample dignity and insult loyalty. He Beixing spoke with fervor, igniting a surge of passion within Li Wujiu. Not only he, but many among the troops were moved. These two madmen. Jia Jinyu narrowed her brows, observing their fierce and impassioned resolve, feeling an unexpected sense of guilt. This spear has shattered countless armies, hence it is named the Breaking Army. The long spear, Breaking Army, had once accompanied this young general to vanquish myriad demons, yet who knew one day it would be directed against his own kin. Jia Jinyu scoffed. He Beixing, do you still consider yourself the spirited young general? Treason against the state, deserving of 1,000 cuts, cannot be excused. With a swift motion, Jia Jinyu hurled her whisk, but He Beixing easily deflected the strike with his spear. The crane sings in the heavens, breaking through 1,000 armies. He Beixing's voice rang coldly, and suddenly a crane's call resonated from the skies, expressing his deep-seated melancholy. Quick! Everyone! Attack! Jia Jinyu commanded the troops. Yet, as they observed the Breaking Army charging forth, not a single soldier dared to advance, paralyzed by fear. A bunch of cowards. Jia Jinyu scolded angrily, her gaze towards He Beixing growing increasingly severe. Yin Chong, the commander of the Imperial Guards, has already arrived. You shall not escape death tonight. Upon hearing this, He Beixing's determination deepened. Yin Chong? The commander of 800,000 Imperial Guards, peak of the 6th realm. I must retreat immediately. Jun Yinchen contemplated in secret, seizing the opportunity to slip away. Unbeknownst to the fiercely engaged Yao Jinyu, Jun Yinchen quietly departed, while He Beixing found himself being gradually forced back. He was powerless to counterattack, utterly restrained by Yao Jinyu's grandiose techniques. Her whisk could not bind him. I have known He Beixing since childhood. We have been comrades for 20 years. How could I not know that the He family is filled with loyalty and valor, utterly incapable of treason? Gu Lionian regained her composure, yet felt utterly at a loss. She was acutely aware that He Beixing intentionally distanced himself from her. Yet she could not bring herself to assist him. He Beixing was a traitor marked for execution by the current emperor, should she aid in his escape. The entire Gu family in the peaceful martial academy would likely suffer unwarranted calamity. In contrast, Li Wujiu remained silent, lost in thought. My sister taught me that the heart of the sword is the heart of the people. Where the sword points, so too does the heart of the people. If He Beixing were indeed a traitor, why would he not evade and retreat? Why would he willingly march towards death? It was as if he could see through He Beixing's heart. Upon their first meeting, envy had stirred within him. In just a few short days, from being the revered young general, he had fallen to the status of a traitor, deserving of 1,000 deaths. Who among them was not once a spirited youth? Willing to die 100 times yet unrepentant, their loyalty is witness to the heavens. Yet heaven showed him no mercy. And Li Wujiu could not resign himself to such fate. Was there no way to save him? Li Wujiu furrowed his brow, taking a deep breath before slowly closing his eyes. The black robe, ghostly mask, the slayer of immortals, Luo Ho. Why was it I who saw through it all? The deep crimson, glazed eyes, enchanting yet cold, had been etched into his mind since their first encounter. Perhaps to be remembered for a lifetime. Clad in black, residing in a humble abode, emotions of joy and sorrow known to none, solitary and alone, a solitary shadow. Life is but a dream, a solitary figure reflecting the startled swan. The words of Luo Ho stirred a myriad of emotions within Li Wujiu, igniting a sudden wave of desolation and despair in his heart. Mr. Dong Fong. Luo Ho. The ink-clad figure and the dark-robed silhouette unconsciously converged, revealing a pair of glassy eyes, imbued with an air of detachment and chill. Was this solitude born of loneliness? No. On that day when Li Wujiu entered the city with his sword, he was undeniably brimming with spirit. He distinctly beheld those desolate, cold eyes, which could not conceal an ineffable pride. Indeed, pride. A haughty solitude. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The essence of the sword surged, transcending into an enigmatic realm, where all that was perceived transformed into mere illusions. A single word encapsulated it: silence. As the frost chilled and the blade was unsheathed, in that fleeting moment of annihilation, he attained profound enlightenment regarding the essence of solitude within Oriental's unparalleled heart. It was not the extinction of this world, but rather that hidden pride within his gaze that obliterated his own existence, severing him from himself. Like a golden cicada shedding its shell, it was prudent to depart first. With a swift motion, Li Wujiu grasped Gu Lionian with his left hand, enveloped in sword energy, and leaped high onto the Fu Wan Tower, seizing He Beixing, and thus he swaggered away from the Fu Wan Tower. Chapter 18. The tragic death of the whole family as Li Wujiu stepped out of the Fu Wan Tower. An overwhelming wave of desolation surged within him, accompanied by a piercing pain in his heart. The agony was unbearable. It felt as if his heart were being torn apart, leaving him in a state of despair. He collapsed to the ground, curling into a ball, his eyes wide with torment, as if every bone and muscle in his body rebelled against him, trembling uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that the price of the Jizizi technique would be so horrendous. Yet, they found themselves amidst the bustling streets of the capital, encircled by tens of thousands of imperial troops, a veritable web of doom. No, I cannot fall. Li Wujiu's features contorted in pain, beads of sweat cascading down his pale face as his vision began to blur. Suddenly, with a thud, his head fell sideways, striking the ground, rendering him unconscious. Even in the depths of unconsciousness, he never considered abandoning the Jizizi technique. However, contrary to his wishes, the moment Li Wujiu lost consciousness, the technique immediately faltered. He Beixing and Gu Liunian regained their senses, finding themselves outside the Fulwan Tower and seeing Li Wujiu sprawled on the ground. They were momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that this youth had saved them. Yet, with the Imperial troops glaring hungrily, ready to devour them, a figure in a black robe approached through the twilight. "Who goes there?" He Beixing barked. "You are Mr. Dongfang," Gu Liunian exclaimed in recognition. Dongfang Juedai paid them no heed. Striding directly to Li Wujiu and using his sword's aura to lift him, she cast a deep look toward the inner city. Her voice grave. "I observe the general's residence shrouded in blood. The situation appears dire." "Oh no." He Beixing's pupils constricted, anxiety gripping his heart, his family. The Imperial troops were heading towards the general's residence. "Go. I shall handle matters here." With a wave of her sleeve, Dongfang Juedai produced a pair of deep green jade pendants. "These were entrusted to me by the Dean. They can conceal your presence. Detectable only by those of 7th realm and above." "Thank you, Mr. Dongfang. Please convey our gratitude to Dean Luo." Gu Liunian clasped his hands in thanks, accepting a pendant and passing one to He Beixing. The two exchanged tense glances, but just as they turned, a gust of wind swept toward them. "What is happening?" He Beixing whirled around, only to find Gu Liunian had fainted. Dongfang Juedai gently waved her hand, the jade pendants flying back into her grasp. "Remember, this night." He Beixing has never seen Gu Liunian. Her tone was unusually heavy. He Beixing was momentarily stunned but soon grasped her intent, nodding in agreement. It was for the best. The Gu family must not be implicated due to him. Dongfang Juedai nodded slightly, then added a final warning. "These jade pendants are merely a ruse to deceive Gu Liunian. If you go to the general's residence, it will be a journey from which you may not return." With the Imperial troops searching the city, the Zhenyi division was under orders to apprehend individuals, and the court was filled with formidable figures. Danger lurked in every corner of the capital. "I am grateful for your guidance, Mr. Dongfang. If I do not return from this venture, I implore the esteemed teachers of the Martial Academy to clear the injustices faced by the He family." He Beixing bowed deeply, before turning and racing into the depths of the capital, disappearing into the twilight. As the youth left, Dongfang Juedai cast her gaze upon the young man she had lifted, her eyes flickering with thought. "The Jizizi technique defies the heavenly laws. Your cultivation is too feeble to withstand the backlash." Turning her back, her black robe merged with the night, she spoke indifferently. "Very well. I shall break this inescapable predicament for you." The black-robed figure vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a voice, indistinguishable in gender, echoing through the air. "Jizizi, silence." In that instant of silence, the bewildered Imperial troops and Diao Jinyu once again found themselves entrapped, only to subsequently forget. Cough. Dongfang Juedai stifled a groan. A fierce pain stabbing her left chest, yet her expression remained as tranquil as a placid lake, undisturbed. "No, I cannot go." A series of faint murmurs echoed in her ears. The unconscious youth had awakened at some point, struggling to rise with trembling limbs, supported by the frost that pierced the ground. In the Mingwan Palace, within the 9th Princess's chamber, the air was thick with tension. Your Majesty deliberately let He Beixing go, secretly sending you to save him, allowing him to view you as his savior. The first move, please enter the trap. The noblewoman spoke in a detached tone, delicately picking up a chess piece and placing it on the board. She calmly placed the first piece, yet curiously. No one sat across from her to engage in the game, bribing assassins to feign attempts on your life, while actually buying time to ensure Diao Jinyu cannot immediately kill He Beixing. The second move, a clandestine maneuver. The 9th Princess murmured to herself as she placed the second piece. Just as He Beixing regained consciousness, he witnessed Diao Jinyu ruthlessly attacking his savior. In a fit of rage, He Beixing would inadvertently solidify the treasonous accusations against the He family. The third move, using another's blade to slay. The third piece settled quietly, but the 9th Princess hesitated with the fourth piece in hand, unable to make the final move. This fourth piece was disrupted, as an unexpected figure emerged, causing He Beixing to awaken prematurely. The treasonous accusations against the He family would likely be hard to substantiate. The fourth piece twirled between her fingers, still refusing to fall. Her gaze shifted far away. Directly across from the Mingwan Palace stood the azure phoenix that soared into the heavens. Unless He Beixing was forced to kill Imperial troops, there must be justification for it. At the general's residence, the heavy night descended suddenly, a burst of flames illuminating the sky. A silver-white figure dashed through the night, bursting through the ancient bronze gates, revealing a scene of blood reflecting the fiery glow, heart-wrenching and shocking. Mother, sister, brother. He Beixing paid no heed to the acrid smoke, as a circle of brilliant silver light enveloped him, creating a barrier against the flames. Yet, it was too late. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses littered the ground, the vast estate of the general was devoid of life. A tragic massacre had befallen the entire family. Without exception. Alas, we have slain at least 100, yet there are still remnants of the He family? Within the depths of the flames, several stout figures emerged, their blades stained with blood, questioning fiercely. Yet, the silver-armored youth remained as still as a statue before the raging inferno. The He family, loyal and valiant, had met a tragic end. The young general, who was meant to be honored and revered, never imagined such a hellish fate awaited him. My family has been loyal and valiant, vanquishing countless foes, earning endless accolades, ensuring the longevity of your southern Ming dynasty for a millennium. How can it be that my family perishes in such tragedy, filled with unquenchable rage, unable to close our eyes in death? He Beishing erupted in fury. His eyes wild with rage, teeth gritted, his anger reaching a boiling point. The imperial troops raised their weapons, blood mingling with rain, splattering everywhere. As a torrential downpour swept over the general's residence without warning, the night rain was merciless, thunder roared, and a flash of lightning rent the darkness, revealing a figure suspended in the sky above the general's residence. With a broad forehead and a robust frame, a dragon-headed iron staff gleamed coldly. The tip stained a vivid red. Yinchong of the 800,000 imperial troops. By what right? By royal decree. The law condemns your He family for heinous crimes. Your entire family shall be executed. Yinchong stood resolutely, his gaze fierce, as he wielded the dragon staff, unleashing a tempest of pressure that bore down like a storm. He Beishing felt immense oppression on his bones, yet he raised his head defiantly, unafraid and unyielding, coldly challenging, royal law? Those who protect the common people should not die unjustly because of it. Whose king do you serve, and for whom do you enact these laws? Hatred. The hatred was boundless. Hatred for the unpredictability of fate. Hatred for the heartlessness of emperors. He loathed the demon race for wreaking havoc upon the world, while the human race wallowed in complacency. The splendid scenery of the capital was merely an illusion, with swords clashing and armor gleaming. Yet after my name resounded throughout the world, I was told that fate is not in one's hands. What does my life as a soldier amount to? Utterly laughable. He Beishing's heart was filled with profound hatred. In just a moment, his mindset shifted dramatically, feeling only a sense of desolation and sorrow as fate toyed with him. His expression was one of indifference and cruelty as he raised the silver spear in his hand. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, akin to a silver dragon roaring forth, its presence shaking the heavens. With a resounding boom, smoke enveloped the scene, yet the imperial guards remained unscathed. As he focused his gaze once more, he beheld a black and white brush floating in the air, elongated like a spear, its fiery glow illuminating a deep purple official robe. Standing as still as wood, clad in deep purple, wielding the judge's brush, with a frigid demeanor and an unyielding heart, he was none other than Song the Executioner. He Beishing spoke in a steady voice, directly pointing at the newcomer. The fourth and fifth realms of the hidden dragon, the judge of the Bureau of Evil. Song the Executioner. Chapter 19. Fury and despair having escaped. Why return to meet your demise? Song Shajun gazed coldly at him, his eyes glinting with unyielding frost. As he spoke, the imperial guards arrived, surrounding He Beishing tightly. The world regards you, Song Shajun, as stern and impartial, a seeker of justice. But what of the clear skies and bright moon? My He family perished unjustly. The young general's eyes widened in anger, his heart engulfed with myriad sorrows and frustrations. A pain so profound it rendered him nearly speechless. Song Shajun observed the flickering flames and the heaps of corpses, his brow instinctively knitting together. And he coldly uttered, when I arrived, the He family had already been tragically slaughtered. Should there be any injustice in this matter, even if it contradicts His Majesty's wishes, I shall not shy away from my duty. Song Shajun spoke no empty words. When he was commanded to investigate, he rushed to the general's residence with utmost haste. Yet, upon his arrival, it was already too late. The He family had been entirely eradicated by the imperial guards. Possessing unparalleled wisdom, Song Shajun immediately sensed the anomaly. The annihilation of an entire clan should have been the jurisdiction of the Anomaly Management Bureau. Yet, the Southern Emperor bypassed him, the presiding judge, and directly ordered the imperial guards. There may be hidden truths in this matter, but I must advise you, if you resist the imperial guards, it will only deepen your guilt, Song Shajun warned sternly. His position as the judge of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau was secured by his exceptional ability to discern truth. How could he harbor any doubt regarding the He family's rebellion? Yet, tragically, the He family could not escape their fate. He could distinctly sense a terrifying aura emanating from the remnants of the He family, one that far exceeded his own, and even that of He Beishing. Secretly assessing the situation, he noted that none of the bodies bore weapon wounds, yet each was bloodied and broken, limbs shattered. Yin Chong. He actually took matters into his own hands. Song Shajun concluded swiftly that the true perpetrator behind the He family's massacre was not solely the Imperial Guards, but also that of the 80,000 Imperial Guard instructors. Yin Chong, a figure of the sixth realm, a master of destiny, mercilessly slaughtering a group of defenseless mortals. The cold moonlight illuminated the silver armor, casting a robust silhouette. The night rain struck the young general's face, a harbinger of despair, as he bore the weight of unmeasured sorrow, the fickle nature of fate, once a recipient of imperial grace, now the bearer of death. Since ancient times, loyal ministers have been doubted by their sovereigns. Total loyalty and righteousness seldom meet a complete end. My father, throughout his life, guarded the borders against the demon tribes, dedicating himself with unwavering loyalty. When he sensed a breakthrough to the ninth realm of martial arts, he joyously hosted a banquet. Who could have known that his joy was only because ascending to the martial saint realm would grant him the opportunity to retaliate against the demon tribes, reclaim the land, and protect the populace? Yet, how could those 12 imperial edicts be more devastating than the 12 great demons? Sadness, desolation, absurdity, helplessness. Song Shajun, are you prepared to act? A guard crept close to Song Shajun's ear, whispering, Begone. Song Shajun growled, his gaze fixed firmly on the young general. Suppressing his fury at the tragic deaths of the He family, confronting him coldly, knowing well that merit could overshadow the sovereign's will, and that a minister must perish at the ruler's command, he stood resolutely with his weapon, unyielding and unafraid. The pressure of the sixth realm never compelled the young general to bow. He did not shed a single tear nor furrow his brow. Yet, let it not be forgotten, the renowned general he was merely a youth in his prime. With thunder in his chest and a calm demeanor, he might have been a general. Alas, the heavens are jealous of talent. A flicker of sympathy unexpectedly stirred within Song Shajun, who unconsciously believed that the He family's rebellion harbored deeper truths. He Beishing, I vow to the heavens, shall uncover the truth of this case, ensuring that not a trace of injustice remains. Upon hearing Song Shajun's earnest vow, the surrounding guards exchanged incredulous glances. Judge Song, the He family's rebellion was spoken by His Majesty himself. How could it be false? Indeed, He Qianshan attacked His Majesty. Witnessed by all the officials. The guards clamored, taking their battle stances, weapons poised to strike down He Beishing. Song Shajun fell silent. He too had been present in the court that day, having seen with his own eyes how He Qianshan had gone mad, drawing his weapon against the southern emperor. Yet, he had also heard with his own ears the last words of He Qianshan before his demise, as he gazed only at Song Shajun, his final plea, save the world. Save the people. A dying man's last words, still concerned for the realm and its suffering populace, could not possibly belong to a traitor. Song Shajun's heart grew clearer, that as he pondered, a sudden cry pierced the air. Kill He Beishing. His Majesty offers a reward of gold and titles. This incited a storm. One guard acted first, brandishing his weapon to strike, and the fervor among the guards intensified, eyes gleaming with the thrill of the hunt. To slay the traitor, restore the southern realm. The spear pierced through the air with a deafening hum, reverberating in the young general's ears, yet he remained unfazed. Drawing himself into the fray. What was he attempting to do? The silver armor clattered to the ground, the long spear embedding itself in the earth. The last vestige of sorrow in his eyes fading, replaced by an overwhelming indifference. Shedding armor and weapon was not an act of fear, rather. The He family's long spear only targets demons and enemies. The flames roared ever fiercer, like a raging beast, seeking to consume all. The young general did not resist, allowing the throngs of imperial guards to encircle him, permitting the blaze to engulf him. In that fleeting moment, the scorching flames had never seemed so chilling. The young general's eyes brimmed with an unprecedented coldness, the fire searing his flesh akin to the flames of hell, where the vengeful spirits of the damned echoed with fury. The piercing gaze of these malevolent specters, stained with the blood of the guilty, seared into his memory each wicked face. I, He Beishing, shall remember each of you. Should there be a next life, I will ensure your obliteration 1,000-fold, overturning the heavens. The spirited young general fell, consumed by the cold light and fierce flames. Upon witnessing his fall, Yin Chong turned away without a glance, disappearing into the abyss of the night. In the pool of blood, the imperial guards beamed with joy. Exhilarated. I killed 10, surely, I shall receive 10 taels of silver. Brother, you are at the pinnacle of the first realm. I have just entered the first realm, and have only slain 4. Alas, it is regrettable that General He's wife is at the pinnacle of the fourth realm. Having dispatched several of our brethren, her head is worth 100 taels of gold. Only Yin Chong could defeat her. To the guards. The slain were not human but mere treasures. Only the iron-faced, impartial Judge Song clenched his fists, his heart in turmoil. He knew deep down that the imperial guards of the capital were nothing but a farce, incapable of contending against the young general. To be shattered and scattered matters not. As long as my name remains clear in this world. Alas, I, He Beishing, have misallocated my life. Peace in the world remains elusive. The fierce flames consumed the youth's bones, his will slowly crumbling as he clenched his teeth, abruptly closing his eyes. Just as Song Shajun contemplated, if he wished. These guards could not impede him. Even if Yin Chong intervened, he would not easily slay He Beishing. The heart of an emperor harbors treachery more toxic than a fierce tiger. Perhaps the southern emperor anticipated this. He knew He Beishing would surely choose to sacrifice himself for righteousness. Perhaps the southern emperor understood better than anyone that the He family was comprised of loyal souls. He Beishing, in your next life, become an ordinary person, far removed from the throne. This grievance, this hatred, I, Song Shajun, vow to avenge the He family. Even as the flames consume him, the youth steadfastly clings to his loyalty and righteousness, believing it worth the defiance of imperial decree. Yet, tragically, he could only stand by and watch. In a single word, silence. Suddenly, a shadow of a sword swept across the heavens, and in an instant, the world fell silent. Have I arrived in the underworld? In the fleeting moments of life, amidst a tumult of emotions and unyielding resentment, one finds oneself powerless against the tides of fate. As he lay on the brink of death, He Beishing's gaze pierced through the roaring flames. Catching a glimpse of a frail figure, unsteadily approaching, each step weighed down by pain. Everything descended into silence. He Beishing's corporeal form was consumed by the fire. His bones reduced to ash, layer upon layer disintegrating into nothingness. Yet, curiously, the skeletal frame remained steadfast, impervious to destruction. Suddenly, as the ashes fell away, a brilliant golden skeleton emerged, shimmering with a delicate luminescence, and in an instant, his body was reformed, his visage unchanged. He Beishing opened his eyes wide in astonishment. No. I am truly alive. The underworld shall not claim me. I, He Beixing, shall seek justice for the souls of the He family. To his utter amazement, not only was the pain absent, but his body was suffused with boundless energy. Hurry, move swiftly. Li Wuji gasped, enduring excruciating pain. His vision blurring as he fought to stay conscious. Behind him lurked a shadowy figure in black robes, whose ghastly visage belied an exquisite beauty, revealing a rare expression of surprise. The silent word technique manifests its power. How is it that you, He Beixing, remain unaffected? The radiance of He Beixing's bones illuminated the darkness, vitality surging through him, an inexhaustible strength coursing within. Fire scorches the bones, yet the martial god endures. I have toiled endlessly to bring you back to life. A mysterious figure cloaked in black appeared in the void, waving his sleeve, unleashing an irresistible force that rendered He Beixing immobile. With a casual gesture, Luo Hu dispelled the oppressive weight upon He Beixing. His tone indifferent. So it is the bones of the martial god, one of the legendary 3,000 taboos. No wonder even the silent word technique proved ineffectual. Who? The mysterious figure was startled, a low, chilling command escaping his lips. The flames cast an eerie glow upon a hideous face. And the figure swiftly comprehended. Assassin of the Celestial, are you a Rakshasa or a harbinger of death? Or perhaps an Asura? No matter, you shall perish. The cloaked figure muttered, emanating an overwhelming aura of power, raising a hand to strike down Dongfangzhu. My greatest aversions are twofold, the loquacious and the ignorant. Unfortunately, you embody both. The black-robed figure remained undeterred, softly parting his lips. With a silent blade, the mysterious being was cleaved in twain. You are the one who executed the former emperor, the long-lost Luo Hu. Before the words could fully escape, the mysterious figure erupted into a cloud of dark mist, dissipating like smoke. To possess such cultivation within a spiritual form, the court could only harbor one with such prowess, the current chancellor, Qin Ai. With relentless determination, willing to bear the weight of infamy, one sought to claim the bones of the martial god. Truly, a culmination of schemes, bordering on madness. Dongfangzhu waved her hand lightly, and in an instant, He Beixing lay peacefully within the Taiping Martial Academy, alongside the unconscious Gu Yonyan, both enveloped in slumber. Yet you, young man, have withstood the backlash of the heavens. She turned her gaze towards the unconscious Li Wuji, a slight smile gracing her lips. To enter my realm of consciousness, to comprehend my obscurities, and to grasp the essence of a single character, is indeed a talent of celestial caliber. Your mastery of energy is unparalleled. A phenomenon unmatched throughout history. Those of great merit often incite fear in their sovereign. How much more so the heavens? From the moment you wielded your sword, calamities and misfortunes encircled you like ravenous wolves, inescapable. As the shadow departed, silence reclaimed the scene. When the others regained their senses, only a heap of ashes remained amidst the flames. Congratulations to Judge Song for vanquishing the traitor. His Majesty will surely reward you handsomely. The judge of the celestial affairs will undoubtedly be none other than you. A member of the Imperial Guard praised. Now that the traitor is eliminated, I shall report to His Majesty, securing rewards for all of you in the Imperial Guard. Song Shajun replied indifferently. Thank you, Judge Song. The guards expressed their gratitude, elatedly departing from the battlefield strewn with corpses. After exchanging pleasantries, Song Shajun glanced once more at the Imperial Guards, ensuring the vicinity was clear before fixating on the ashes and the flames. Something is amiss. Where's the spear? His gaze turned frosty as he surveyed the surroundings, his expression increasingly uneasy. A single strike from the great demon could shatter mountains and sever seas. Yet it could not obliterate the broken army. Remnants of ash still lingered. How could the broken army be so easily consumed? Was it possible that I have lost a fragment of memory? Chapter 20. Enigmatic intrigues by the decree of Haotian. The divine will descends upon the people. The virtues of the emperor are vast and enduring, both in civil and martial affairs. General He Qianshan of Zhenyuan, having cultivated dark powers, fell into madness with treacherous designs against the imperial authority. Thus, the law, devoid of leniency, mandated severe punishment, leading to the execution of his entire clan. The Zhenyi division dealt with the traitors, upholding the dignity of our nation and ensuring the tranquility of the world. Judge Song Kanjun was deservedly rewarded with the title of Viscount and a bounty of 1,000 taels of gold for his commendable service. In the capital, the Yellow Proclamation was met with a throng of people, bustling with life. General He, having reached the pinnacle of the 8th realm, led the He family army to countless victories, vanquishing the demon race and slaying their king. Alas, a lifetime of glory was marred by a fleeting moment of folly. Who could deny it? Even young General He. It is said that Judge Song's prowess has become increasingly unfathomable, seemingly unscathed. Perhaps on the verge of breaking through to the 6th realm. Sigh, heroes have always emerged from the youth, yet fate seems particularly unkind to the young. But an army cannot go a single day without a leader, who can command the 3 passes of the northern frontier and fend off the demon race. Beyond Chancellor Qin, there is only the King of the South, a solitary figure at the 8th realm, capable of standing against the Demon King. With myriad spectators, some expressed sentiments of lament, while others voiced regrets. Opinions varied widely, yet none could articulate the truth, nor dare to clarify it. Amidst the throng, a blue-robed Taoist blended into the crowd. The very one removed from office by the Yellow Proclamation, Jiang Shaodong. Even though he boldly revealed himself, none recognized him as the former Hanlin Academy vice minister. Once, Jiang Shaoong was also a rare prodigy of the Xinshao sect. At 12, he achieved the fourth realm, becoming a leader of the sect. At 16, he faced calamity. And by 24, he entered the court, still at the fourth realm. Through the passage of seasons, amidst the fickle tides of the officialdom, he had accomplished nothing. Jiang Shaoyong's tone was exaggerated, bordering on the absurd. Yet, the underlying hue in his eyes was indeed one of desolation and grayness. He had always been devoid of desires, pursuing pleasure, initially seeking an official position merely to sustain his livelihood. Arriving in Woyang, where blossoms were abundant, he found himself bereft of spring. Yet, being drawn into the court, he faced treachery and intrigue, both open and covert, leaving him defenseless. If one does not act for oneself, death is inevitable. He could not help but recall last night, within the Fulwan Tower, that cold-clad youth who unsheathed his sword without hesitation, declaring with solemnity to act despite knowing it is futile. As this thought crossed Jiang Shaoyong's mind, memories flooded back, and he chuckled at himself. Once, his master had fought against the great demon, Hao, and perished in a fierce battle, leading to the decline of the sect, which was then plundered by various celestial factions. Yet, among the entire sect, no one dared to express their anger, himself included. A wave of profound regret surged within Jiang Shaoyong. He was certain that if given a second chance, he would stand with his master, sharing life and death, and sharing honor and disgrace with the sect. The past was gone, the die was cast, lamenting was futile and devoid of meaning. Enough. One must learn from the past and strive for the future. This wretched official position was truly mundane. I, Jiang Shaoyong, do not covet it. With a serene smile, he waved his sleeve and departed. Just after Jiang Shaoyong left, at the edge of the crowd, he brushed past a man in a conical hat. The man, however, was not adorned in the traditional scarlet official robes. And Jiang Shaoyong did not recognize him, Judge Song Kanjun. Jiang Shaoyong? Song Kanjun, with a mere glance, recognized Jiang Shaoyong. And a flurry of related information flashed through his mind. In the 27th year of Nanyin, during the Battle of Fuyao Pass, the sect leader Yuanli of Xinshao, at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, valiantly fought the great demon Hao, only to perish, leaving no remains. In the 35th year of Nanyin, Jiang Shaoyong, a direct disciple of Yuanli, lost narrowly to Luo Lin of the Taiping Martial Academy, ranking 22nd in the Qianlong. Mediocre and unremarkable, he indulged in frivolities. Certainly unworthy of a good official, yet not among the corrupt and venal. Song Kanjuan's tone was icy, yet he appeared to know Jiang Shaoyong's background thoroughly. Corrupt officials persist, while virtuous ones struggle to survive. It is lamentable that the son of a loyal and virtuous family, like he, does not meet a good end. Song Kanjuan's expression shifted slightly. He had entered the capital incognito to investigate the conspiracy surrounding the He family. Although ashes remained, the body of Yi Beixing had inexplicably vanished. Thus, he boldly deduced that Yi Beixing was not dead but had escaped through some unknown arcane method. But how had he accomplished this? Song Kanjun pondered, inadvertently catching sight of a blue phoenix soaring into the sky, captivating attention. Faintly, he heard a melody of strings, and suddenly, it seemed he glimpsed a fearsome ghost roaring toward the heavens. The judge's pin, to restrain the soul. With a cold reprimand, Song Kanjun commanded the ghost to disperse, and it vanished without a trace. Yet, the lingering sound of the strings remained, sorrowful and mournful, echoing for an eternity. Fulwan Tower? This official is curious to see which celestial being is so audacious. At the Taiping Martial Academy, in a humble room, upon an old bed, blinding light fell upon the youth's face. With a sharp pain in his chest, he opened his eyes, the orange-golden light outlining a dark silhouette. Mr. Dongfang. Li Wuju sprang up, haunted by the cold-blooded assassin, Luo Hu. To his subordinates, he would kill without hesitation. Did they not fear death? Mr. Dongfang, composed and cold, confessed to Li Wujiao that he was indeed the assassin, Luo Hu. If I feared death, I would not defy the divine command to save Yi Beixing. Although Li Wujiao's tone was weak, he spoke with unabashed courage. Mr. Dongfang, last night you instructed me to buy wine at Fulwan Tower. Could it be that you possess foresight? A glimmer of brilliance sparkled within Li Wujiao's eyes, for if Mr. Dongfang temporarily spared his life, he would delve deeper. I am not a deity. How could I possess foresight? Mr. Dongfang replied indifferently, turning away from him. Yet you, young man, Mr. Dongfang's tone turned cold. Imbued with a chilling aura, knowing my unclean identity, still dared to address me as Mr. Do you not fear death? Fear? Li Wujiao glanced at the frost-cold blade beside the bed, smiling lightly. Yet the sage has said, life is destined to end. Whether light as a feather or heavy as a mountain, I possess nothing but bones and a life. Thus, I, Li Wujiao, shall wager that you and I are kindred spirits. Ha! Upon hearing this, Mr. Dongfang merely chuckled lightly. Is your life truly of such significance? Li Wujiao's lips turned pale, yet his gaze shone brightly. He struggled to rise, grasping the frost-cold blade in his hand. A flicker of brilliance ignited, and Li Wujiao smirked. Mr. Dongfang, did you not wager as well? Mr. Dongfang half closed his eyes, smirking. Oh, is there such a thing? You wager that I can comprehend the silence technique in a glance, and I wager that I can save Yi Beixing. Li Wujiao remained calm, even knowing that the woman in the black robe before him was cold-hearted and ruthless, mercilessly slaying her kin. Yet, since he felt no fear, Was he not also gambling against Mr. Dongfang? Time would prove that he succeeded in veiling the truth, and He Beixing had feigned death to escape. Mr. Dongfang wore a smile that was neither a smile nor a smile, standing up and brushing off the dust from his robe, his glass-like eyes gazing at him. When Li Wujiao met her profound gaze, he saw within her stunning yet ethereal eyes a mixture of 3 parts desolation and 7 parts pride. Whether during their first encounter or last night at Fulwan Tower, each time he looked into her eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, an inexplicable and strange sentiment surged within him. The fearless youth was momentarily struck dumb. He was certain it was not affection but rather a reunion with an old friend. The two remained locked in silence for a long moment before Mr. Dongfang finally broke the stalemate. I shall ask you, why did the Southern Emperor allow He Beixing to escape? In response to this inquiry, Li Wujiao had long pondered the matter. Upon regaining his composure, he promptly replied, allowing He Beixing to leave is a decision I have carefully considered. Firstly, should the Gu and He families unite through marriage? It would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. If He Qianshan and the King of Jinan were to break through the martial saint level, it would impose significant constraints on the imperial authority. Therefore, permitting He Beixing to depart is a strategic move intended to enable Gu Liuyan to intervene, even risking the Gu family being accused of treason. However, as you taught me, it is essential to incapacitate Gu Liuyan. Li Wujiao fell into silence, for he observed the expression of Dongfang Ju Dai grow solemn. To deliberate thoughtfully before taking action is commendable. However, you may be overthinking. The world is bustling, driven by profit, where the defeated are branded as bandits and the victors hailed as kings. The court is a treacherous arena, far more perilous than you can imagine. Although her words were sincere, she remained nonchalant, languidly reclining on the lawn, one hand propping her head and the other indulging in wine. Basking in the gentle glow of the rising sun, a picture of utmost contentment. One was a teacher from the Taiping Martial Academy, leisurely and carefree, while the other was the world's foremost assassin, decisive in bloodshed and devoid of mercy. It seemed inconceivable that their paths could intertwine. Rather than feeling fear, Li Wujiao found himself imbued with a sense of admiration, increasingly convinced of Dongfang Ju Dai's profound depth. The principle of victors and vanquished, of merit overshadowing the sovereign, could be gleaned from the pages of books. Yet, despite my deep contemplation, I still found it baffling. Suddenly, Li Wujiao paused, bowing in respect to her. Dongfang Ju Dai discerned that this young man sought her wisdom. Coincidentally, I too find it perplexing. Perhaps I should enlighten you. Before he could speak, Dongfang Ju Dai preemptively addressed him. The Rakshasa killed Jun Yinqing without the slightest desire for reward. Yet even more perplexing is that the one who commissioned the assassination was none other than Jun Yinqing himself. The revelation struck with astonishment. The one who hired the assassin was indeed Jun Yinqing. Chapter 21, the 3,000 taboo hiring an assassin to kill oneself? What could possibly drive her to such an extreme? Li Wujiao was utterly astonished. Please listen to me before jumping to conclusions. There is no need for haste. Before he could grasp the intricacies of the situation, Dongfang Juedai waved her hand and interrupted him. The most perplexing aspect was that while Luo Sha practiced the path of slaughter, she was engulfed in demonic energy last night, clearly exhibiting the traits of demonic cultivation, which led her to a state of madness. How could I have been so oblivious to this? If I do not eliminate her, she may well succumb entirely to demonic cultivation, trapped in a fate of neither living nor dying. A rare flicker of gravity crossed Dongfang Juedai's eyes, revealing her utter ignorance regarding Luo Sha's demonic practices. Demonic cultivation? Madness? How familiar it sounds. Yiqianshan, Li Wujiao exclaimed. Mr. Dongfang, according to the Forbidden Army, Yiqianshan is indeed currently in a state of madness, his mind unclear. There must be a connection between the two, Li Wujiao asserted confidently. If both Yiqianshan and Luo Sha have inexplicably succumbed to madness, then there is certainly one individual who cannot be excluded from this web, Jun Yinqing. Her deliberate act of saving He Beixing, rather than fleeing to safety, only to hire an assassin to end her own life, is utterly unfathomable, perplexing to the extreme. Li Wujiao was adamant that Jun Yinqing's actions were laced with illogicality from start to finish. Dongfang Juedai supported her chin, her eyelids half closed, her eyes glinting with a flicker of insight. Had I not intervened, alleviating the effects of the potion with my spiritual power, He Beixing would have been slaughtered by the approaching Forbidden Army instructor upon awakening. If He Beixing were to perish, the divine warrior's bones would remain dormant. Thus it appears that Jun Yinqing and the mysterious figure are not of the same ilk. Dongfang Juedai murmured to herself, while Li Wujiao listened intently, catching several key phrases. Divine warrior's bones? What are they? Li Wujiao inquired, furrowing his brow, as he prided himself on his extensive knowledge of ancient texts yet had never encountered this term. Has your sister ever spoken to you about the 3,000 taboo? Not at all, Li Wujiao replied candidly. Dongfang Juedai inhaled deeply and rose, walking toward the shabby room, where a solitary cold plum bloomed. I recall when I first met your sister, I mistakenly believed her to be an ordinary mortal until she froze the northern abyss with a single sword stroke, shattering myriad demons and slaying their king, instilling fear in the 12 great demons who have since dared not act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Li Wujiao was filled with surprise and joy, realizing that this cold plum was indeed evidence of their acquaintance. However, he had not anticipated the true extent of Ning Jihan's terrifying power. Your sister possesses a natural cold pulse, devoid of emotion, which grants her a crystal-clear sword heart and a chilling sword intent, making her killing power unmatched. Later, I learned that among the 3,000 taboo, your sister is a paragon, the embodiment of the Immaculate Cold Heaven Sword. The 3,000 taboo? The Immaculate Cold Heaven Sword lineage? Remarkable. Li Wujio's mind buzzed. He could not fully recall the names, but they were certainly extraordinary. Your sister is usually modest and unassuming. Truly a hidden master, but what connection does this have with Jun Yanqing? Li Wujio remained perplexed. I do not know. You may ponder that yourself. Dongfang Juedai tilted her head and shrugged, clearly disinterested in the speculation. But did you truly send me to the Fu Tower to buy wine merely by coincidence? Li Wujio furrowed his brow, taken aback. To be frank, I cannot discern Jun Yanqing's elaborate schemes. The human heart is unpredictable. However, speaking of which, Dongfang Juedai took a sip of wine, gazing thoughtfully at Gu Yonyan's residence. The 3,000 taboo, the celestial star of misfortune, a path of no return, destined for despair. Flesh burned by fire, unyielding in form, rising anew, the divine warrior revived. As Dongfang Juedai's words lingered, she gestured in the air, and vibrant characters sprang to life, flowing into Li Wujio's consciousness as he marveled. I have imparted all that I know regarding the 3,000 taboo. Should the martial saint be able to refine the divine warrior's bones, he may glimpse realms beyond the ninth, ascend to immortality and divinity. And a single individual could rival 1,000 troops. Perhaps this is why the Southern Emperor dares to gamble with murder against the He family without fear of demon incursions. In an instant, her thoughts drifted back to the mysterious figure in the black robe from the previous night, a formidable presence intent on seizing the divine warrior's bones. Upon reflection, this must be linked to the He family's rebellion and the current Southern Emperor. And as for Jun Yanqing, she appeared to have saved He Beishing. Yet she had not truly granted him a chance at life. Her feigned assistance was merely a ruse. She rendered He Beishing unconscious without seeking the divine warrior's bones, hiring an assassin to kill herself while Luosha succumbed to madness. This series of bizarre actions was shrouded in enigma. What role does Jun Yanqing play in this grand drama? Li Wujio could not fathom, nor could even Dongfang Juedai unravel it. The myriad forces at play were intricately entangled, and the stakes were dire, beyond imagination. Yet Li Wujio was but a minor player in this realm. Dongfang Juedai cautioned him, the 3,000 taboo wields terrifying power. Even the heavens regard it with trepidation. It is not something that human strength can refine. There must be demons and malevolent forces obstructing it. And those behind this endeavor wield immense power, commanding life and death. As for Jun Yanqing, I recall seeing her in Fuwan Tower, often engaging in lively discourse with that Taoist in green. It may be worth investigating. The Taoist in green? Jiang Xiao, thank you for your guidance, sir. Li Wujio performed a respectful bow, recalling his deep impression of the eloquent Taoist who had nearly driven Diao Jinyu to the brink of despair with his sharp tongue. That fellow is quite the master of sarcasm. One might mistake him for a trickster. Mr. Dongfang, I have one final question. Li Wujio's eyes widened, turning in circles, uncertain whether to speak. A glint of mischief flickered in his gaze. Dongfang Juedai instantly sensed that this boy was brimming with mischief. Go ahead. She finally permitted. All right. Li Wujio grinned widely, his tone teasing. Do you often buy wine from brothels? Get lost. All right. Li Wujio clearly understood the art of jesting. Before Dongfang Juedai's scolding could finish, he had already sprinted 2 miles away. Who could have predicted that this fellow, who had just appeared weak and feeble, would now be full of energy? After last night's battle, he had pushed the limits of his physical form, yet his cultivation had advanced significantly. But this boy's penchant for reckless antics would surely bring him some hard lessons. A smirk danced upon Dongfang Juedai's lips, her eyes glinting with a moment of mischief. Li Wujio, with an empty stomach, dashed forward, eager to feast. Time seemed to fly. Those who did not rush for food were foolish. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow rushed past him, frantic and panicked, finally halting before a golden wheat-colored house, knocking vigorously on the door, creating a cacophony. Mr. Fong? Li Wujio focused his gaze and recognized the visitor, also discerning the name on the plaque. It belonged to Gu Yonyan's residence. It was likely that Mr. Fong was already aware of the He family's rebellion and feared for Gu Yonyan's safety. This is dire. If they discover that He Beishing is feigning death. Although Mr. Fong is a man of integrity, I worry that his righteousness may lead to peril. It is imperative that the court remains unaware. With unresolved grievances and unavenged wrongs, how could we allow past efforts to be wasted and fall short? Chapter 22 Mr. Fong. Before the person arrived, the voice had already reached. Fang Zhenqing turned his head and saw a young man darting towards him. Why is no one opening the door? Li Wujio. What brings you here again? Fang Zhenqing queried, a look of confusion on his face. With a playful grin, Li Wujio was about to indulge in his usual banter. With a creak, the door swung wide open. A head peeked out from within, its hair and beard a striking azure. Lo Lin, the residence of Gu Lunyan, was unexpectedly revealed. What are you doing here? Both Li Wujio and Fang Zhenqing exclaimed in unison, astonished by the sight. Lo Lin cast a fleeting glance at Li Wujio, noticing his equally puzzled expression, and began to explain, last night, I went out with Sister Gu. We inadvertently stumbled upon the massacre of the He family. He Beishing has perished, and Sister Gu, overwhelmed by grief, remains in a deep slumber. Lo Lin deliberately lowered his voice, wary of disturbing Gu Lunyan's rest. Oh, I heard you two had entered the capital last night. I thought, it's good that there is nothing wrong. I appreciate your concern, Fang Zhenqing responded, evidently convinced by Lo Lin's explanation, and chose not to disturb Gu Lunyan further. With that, he turned to leave. Hey. Fang Zhenqing suddenly spun around to look at Li Wujiu. Don't you have something to attend to? As for me. Oh. I merely wish to clarify the misunderstanding between you and Mr. Dongfang. Li Wujiu quickly thought of a suitable excuse to evade the issue. I have also reflected on my own actions. Fang Zhenqing paused for a moment, inhaling deeply. I misunderstood Mr. Dongfang yesterday. Please convey my apologies to him. But that does not excuse her for breaking the courtyard rules again. Of course, I will relay your message. Li Wujiu grinned widely. Fang Zhenqing, not wanting to disturb Gu Lunyan any longer, swiftly departed. Once Fang Zhenqing had left, Li Wujiu turned to Lo Lin, playfully inquiring, what are you doing here? Where's Jiang Shaoang? Of course he is in my room. Do you think I would share a chamber with a stranger? Lo Lin retorted. Eh? Why is your face flushed? Was it just a hug? Have you truly developed feelings? Li Wujiu noted the blush adorning her cheeks. Lo Lin, incensed, exclaimed, mind your own business. You are meddling. All right. I apologize for my abruptness, Li Wujiu said, sheepishly rubbing his nose. Changing the subject, he asked, what about Yi Beixing? Has he awakened? Upon hearing this, Lo Lin's expression shifted dramatically, her anger flaring as she scolded. Sister Gu has yet to leave her chamber, even if she is betrothed. There remains a distinction between men and women. I say to you, do not speak carelessly about matters you do not comprehend, or you may find yourself in trouble. Wait. It's not you. Calm down, Liner. Regardless of the differences between men and women, Li Wujiu risked his life to save her, and that is a considerable favor. The incident was unexpected. How could he be blamed? Just as Li Wujiu was about to retort, he heard Gu Lunyan's voice from inside the room. So, where has Yi Beixing gone? Li Wujiu inquired. To Ruo Shui residence, my abode. He should be with my subordinate who has been defeated. Before Gu Lunyan could finish, Lo Lin interjected, her tone filled with discontent. What subordinate? Li Wujiu was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Lo Lin ranked 21st among the hidden dragons, while Jiang Shaoyang seemed to be beneath her. Regardless, Sister Gu should rest well. By the way, who taught you this way of speaking? You nearly convinced me. Li Wujiu couldn't help but ask, his curiosity piqued. Naturally, it was Mr. Dongfang. Lo Lin crossed her arms, speaking tersely. Initially, I had misunderstood Mr. Dongfang is rude and uncouth, but who would have thought she kindly reminded me last night to save Sister Gu, stating that General Xiaohe was in peril at Fu Wan Tower. But you, Li Wujiu, are a complete scoundrel. Where is he? Why did he run off? Is he feeling guilty? He should return to confront me. Lo Lin fumed, hands on her hips. Yet, Li Wujiu ignored her, not even glancing back, and in a blink, he had vanished from sight. Did Mr. Dongfang not say he was unaware? How could he have foreseen Yi Beixing's plight? Could it be that she is always monitoring the movements at Fu Wan Tower? The more Li Wujiu pondered, the more perplexed he became. Yet, he was aware that Dongfang Judai had donned the guise of a killer, a being whose depths were unfathomable. Lost in thought, Li Wujiu forgot to eat, instead deciding to head to Ruo Shui residence to inquire about Yi Beixing. Navigating through the pavilions, he encountered numerous disciples, some displaying curiosity while others greeted him enthusiastically. However, he brushed them all off, prioritizing the urgent need to ascertain Yi Beixing's condition. After the He family was wiped out, Yi Beixing must be harboring deep resentment, and he might act recklessly. Wandering through the halls, he asked repeatedly for directions to Lo Lin's residence, only to find that the previously friendly disciples suddenly fell silent, their expressions turning strange. Eventually, Li Wujiu found himself utterly lost once more. As he stumbled about, he was greeted by a picturesque scene of flowing waters and vibrant greenery. Deep within the inner courtyard, beside a tranquil mountain spring, stood an expansive building adorned in purple and gold, exuding an air of grandeur. Ruo Shui residence. I have arrived so swiftly, Li Wujiu murmured as he approached the plaque, only to be abruptly repelled by a formidable aura. 3 men clad in white blocked his path, forming an imposing line. Another one? How many have I encountered today? The man on the left, displaying disdain, was stout and bore a hefty sword on his shoulder. The 28th, a delicate pretty boy, yet his strength is feeble, a mere first realm, akin to a toad dreaming of swan meat. The second, a handsome youth, remarked with arrogance, should I step in for Brother Zhou and teach this brat a lesson, serve as a warning to others, preventing any further disturbances to Sister Lo's tranquility? The third, slender and effeminate, brandished a crescent moon blade. The 2 men, one plump and one thin, spoke obsequiously, always deferring to the figure of Shou-Chi. Mind your words, lest Sister Lo think I, Shou-Chi, am a bully. The speaker, Shou-Chi, donned a flowing white robe, tall and gallant, his face adorned with a warm smile as he waved a jade fan, exuding the charm of a refined gentleman. Brother, you must be a new student, right? Sister Lo is exceptionally beautiful and responsible for recruitment. It's only natural for a young man to develop feelings upon first sight, but I must advise you. Wait, who allowed you to leave? Before Shou-Chi could finish, Li Wujiu disregarded him, striding purposefully towards Lo Lin's residence. How dare this brat ignore me, Shou-Chi? Anger flickered in Zhou Qi's eyes, and his slender companion, understanding the cue, rushed forward to intercept Li Wujiu, launching a powerful palm strike aimed at pushing him back. You have no right to tread upon Ruo Shui residence, so be quick to leave. The slender man unleashed a forceful blow, his strength surprising as he had reached the second realm of Ling Hai. How noisy! Yet, Li Wujiu merely smirked, pivoting lightly to evade the attack with an almost ethereal grace. Huh? I clearly struck him. The slender man exclaimed, astonished. Humph. You merely got lucky in dodging. Let's see how many times you can evade. He, now infuriated, twirled his crescent moon blade, launching a renewed assault on Li Wujiu. Who are you to meddle? I have no interest in Lo Lin. Step aside. Li Wujiu continued to dodge, but soon realized he was becoming winded, still recovering from the previous night's exertion. However, he could not reveal his true purpose for being there, as he sought He Beixing, not Lo Lin. The absence of Lo Lin at Ruo Shui residence could indeed raise suspicion, should news of He Beixing's famed death leak. It might implicate the Taiping Martial Academy as well. At this juncture, swift resolution is the only recourse. Li Wujiu's eyes sparkled with determination as he prepared to draw his sword against the foe. However, as he searched his waist, he was astonished to find it devoid of any weapon. Frostblade had vanished without a trace. Where's my sword? Li Wujiu raised an eyebrow. But before he could ponder further, the curved blade struck with ferocity, compelling him to channel his inner energy, pivoting to evade the onslaught of the gaunt man. Huh? Only evasions? Are you a coward? The lean adversary taunted, his eyes brimming with contempt. Hadn't I been grasping Frostblade all along? Have I perhaps lost my memory? Li Wujiu felt a strange bewilderment. His recollections were inexplicably hazy. After departing from Gu Liuyan's abode, he found himself at Ruoshui Pavilion in an instant. Initially attributing his disorientation to the labyrinthine corridors, he was certain he had not lost his memory. Could it be? The silent art? How dare you, Eastern Paragon? Claim that Frostblade is detrimental to my cultivation of sword intent, yet fail to reclaim it in person. Li Wujiu's heart seethed with indignation as a chilling glimmer suddenly flashed before him. The crescent moon blade, heedless of caution, was hurtling towards his head. Chapter 23. Unfamiliar with Mount Typhool. You dare to be distracted in battle. Li Wujiu leaned back to evade a lethal strike, swiftly moving behind a tree to break off a branch. Upon seeing Li Wujiu gripping the branch, the gaunt man hesitated momentarily, but the youth's exuberant smile and sparkling eyes, coupled with his determined stance, made him burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Wielding a mere twig as a weapon, do you fancy yourself a sword immortal? Ha ha. I thought this boy was merely arrogant, but it seems he is utterly delusional. The trio observed this comical scene, doubled over with laughter, their gazes toward Li Wujiu akin to that of spectators watching a fool in a circus. In stark contrast, Li Wujiu gripped the branch tightly, remaining still. Brows furrowed as he muttered, the might of this sword, swift as the wind, slow as the forest, fierce as fire, unyielding as a mountain. The gaunt man, witnessing Li Wujiu's mumbling, became convinced that he was a complete imbecile. Ha ha ha, such a brainless fool, and yet he has entered the Taiping Martial Academy. Surely, he has connections. For the academy must be short on students. Their mockery echoed in his ears, as they viewed him as nothing more than a clown. However, Li Wujiu's expression was as calm as a placid lake, and suddenly, his brows shot up, his gaze turned icy. Let us see if you can withstand even a twig. Li Wujiu's voice rang out sharply, and in an instant, the branch shone brilliantly, an immense force erupting forth. What had appeared weak transformed into an unparalleled sword, its blade-like aura slicing through the air with ferocity. When the crescent moon blade met the sword's energy, although it was merely a branch, it proved sturdier than iron. In a single clash, a scar was forever etched into the blade's surface. Yet, the sword's energy remained undiminished, and the crescent moon blade, enduring 90% of the sword's might, sent the gaunt man flying. Impossible. You cannot be at the first level. Could it be? You have a powerful figure concealing your true strength? The gaunt man fell to the ground, trembling fingers pointing at Li Wujiu, terror evident in his eyes. He could hardly believe he had been defeated across levels. Was such a genius truly possible in this world? The stout man's expression changed drastically, casting aside his previous disdain as he rushed toward Li Wujiu. Wait. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qi's voice halted the stout man, his expression now grave and respectful as he turned to Li Wujiu. Only at the first level, yet your sword intent is astonishing. In the entire Taiping Martial Academy, there are only two like you. One is Dongfang Juedai, and the other. As Zhou Qi spoke, he seemed to recall something, clasping his hands in a bow. I am Zhou Qi, a disciple of Mr. Yin Mingchang. I apologize for the offense caused to you, Master Li. Please, bear with us. Zhou Qi's attitude underwent a dramatic transformation, leaving Li Wujiu taken aback. Not just him, but the stout and gaunt disciples were also caught off guard, momentarily at a loss for words due to Zhou Qi's sudden respect. Li San, Li Si. This disciple is a prodigy valued by Weisstein Han. Hurry and apologize. Zhou Qi snapped, and only then did Li San and Li Si react, hastily bowing an apology. There's no need for such formality, Li Wujiu waved his hand. I had no intention of conflict. I merely wished to teach you a lesson for your arrogance and unreasonable behavior. Li Wujiu remained indifferent to their intentions, but his curiosity was piqued by the commotion outside the Ruo Shui residence, which seemed so intense while the inside remained eerily quiet. At that moment, Amidst the lush mountains and clear waters, a figure in a green robe ambled leisurely toward them. It was none other than Jiang Xiaoyang. And you are? Zhou Qi inquired cautiously. Observing the visitor's graceful steps, sensing he was no ordinary person, yet unable to discern his cultivation. Jiang Xiaoyang, how did you come out from outside? Li Wujiu raised an eyebrow, his tone serious. Jiang Xiaoyang, sensing Li Wujiu's concern, spoke reassuringly. Brotherly, fret not. Who could dare approach the Ruo Shui residence? Li Wujiu was skeptical, a sense of foreboding lingering in his heart, feeling Jiang Xiaoyang was somewhat unreliable. Last autumn, I became acquainted with Luo Lin under combat, narrowly losing to her and thus ranking 22nd in the Qianlong. Jiang Xiaoyang exaggeratedly gestured, and upon his words, Shou Qi and the others seemed to understand. Bowing respectfully to him, Shou Qi felt an oddity in his heart. Usually, new disciples at the first or second level were enamored with Luo Lin and were driven away by him. Today, however, they had encountered a formidable opponent, first level defeated by a second level swordsman, then faced with a renowned fourth level peak expert, ranked 22nd in Qianlong. Such a formidable figure. We dare not offend. Indeed, it's an honor to have you here, Brother Jiang. We shall take our leave, Shou Qi said, hastily pulling the gauntly sand to leave. Behold the influence of the 22nd rank in Qianlong. Shou Qi's earlier arrogance has vanished. Li Wujiu smirked, mocking Shou Qi for being a bully to the weak. Upon realizing that Li Wujiu was merely at the first level, he thought him a soft target, aiming to impress Luo Lin. Instead, he was met with a harsh reality. Blinded by his arrogance and ignorance, the esteemed teachers of the academy were no exception. How could one expect the ordinary students, who often acted pompously and bullied the weak, to be any different? Indeed, it resonated with Luo Taiping's lament of a frog in a well, explaining why the Taiping Martial Academy failed to produce top-tier geniuses. Of course, Li Wujiu was included in that sentiment. Yet, while he spoke of ignorance, he had never underestimated anyone. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. From a young age, I understood this truth. Cultivation requires heart as well. Observing those three, though still young, they are not entirely malevolent. Brotherly need not be angered. Jiang Xiaoyang reassured him, patting Li Wujiu's shoulder. I had no intention of quarrel, yet Shou Qi and his companions persisted, pushing their luck. But enough of that. We must focus on the matter at hand. Li Wujiu approached the Ruo Shui residence, leaning against the door to listen for sounds within. But there was only silence. He speculated that He Beixing might still be resting. Creak. Jiang Xiaoyang abruptly pushed open the door, revealing an empty room. Where's everyone? Li Wujiu blinked, staring at Jiang Xiaoyang. Huh? Odd. They were here when I left. Jiang Xiaoyang scratched his head, appearing innocent as he searched the Ruo Shui residence. But not a trace of He Beixing could be found. Li Wujiu was momentarily speechless, fearing that He Beixing might have staged a feigned death to escape. If discovered, it could lead to dire consequences, affecting many. Chapter 24. The world owes you justice. When did you leave Ruo Shui residence? Li Wujiu inquired. As dawn broke. Perhaps around the hour of the rabbit. I did not see Shou Qi and the others, so I took a stroll. It was merely the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Where could he have gone? Jiang Xiaoyang expressed his astonishment and curiosity, pondering how a living person could vanish into thin air. Suddenly, Li Wujiu's expression changed dramatically as he shook Jiang Xiaoyang's shoulder vigorously. The entire He family has perished unjustly. I fear he may be consumed by rage and seek vengeance. Li Wujiu furrowed his brow, regarding Jiang Xiaoyang with grave intent. You must quickly venture into the inner city to investigate. If He Beixing seeks revenge against the imperial army, you must stop him. Very well, but I cannot guarantee success. General, he is a master of the fifth realm, Jiang Xiaoyang replied, though he too felt uncertain. If He Beixing were to disregard all else in his quest for vengeance, he might not be able to intervene. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaoyang departed, vanishing in an instant. Barely had he left when a tear appeared in the air, revealing a masked man in white, brandishing a gleaming silver crane spear. General Xiaohe? Li Wujiu exclaimed in surprise, realizing he had remained at Ruo Shui residence all along. I do not trust him, He Beixing coldly stated, surveying the surroundings. You trust me, Li Wujiu? Having earned the trust of General Xiaohe, my life saved is no small feat, Li Wujiu replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Although he was not well acquainted with Jiang Xiaoyang, his assistance during the battle at Fulwan Tower hinted at a certain reliability. The Daoist sect's leadership is far from the simplicity one might imagine. He Beixing did not return the courtesy but instead focused on the direction Jiang Xiaoyang had departed, his tone tinged with caution. What does this mean? Li Wujiu asked, intrigued. He Beixing remained silent, scanning the area to ensure no one was present before quietly entering through the door. Li Wujiu followed him into Ruo Shui residence, where he witnessed He Beixing conjure a veil of mist that momentarily separated them from the outside world. Have you considered why Jiang Xiaoyang was also present at Fulwan Tower while the monitoring office's Diao Jinyu was ordered to capture me? He Beixing's tone was unusually calm, reinforcing Li Wujiu's belief that he was not one to act impulsively. Of course, I have pondered this. However, Jiang Xiaoyang is often drawn to the pleasures of life and frequently visits Fulwan Tower. Is there anything suspicious about it? Li Wujiu questioned. Jiang Xiaoyang assisted me in escaping peril, and I should have felt indebted. Yet, The incident regarding the Divine Sky sect cannot be ignored. I must remain vigilant. The Divine Sky sect's misfortune? At this mention, Li Wujiao's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to urge He Beixing to elaborate. In the 27th year of Nanyin, the great demon Huan appeared at the Fuyo Pass. The leader of the Divine Sky sect, Yuan Li, commanded a full retreat. Yet he remained behind to battle the great demon alone, slaying 3 demon kings before ultimately sacrificing himself. However, after the battle at Fuyo Pass, rather than rewarding him posthumously, the court condemned the Divine Sky sect for abandoning their post and executed the entire sect. It was only due to my father's intercession that the lives of all within were spared. He Beixing's emotions stirred as he recounted this, his eyes brimming with indignation. Yet, as you suggest, the plight of the Divine Sky sect mirrors that of your He family. Both are victims of fate's cruelty. Shouldn't there be a greater degree of trust? Li Wujiu began to grasp the situation, yet he remained puzzled as to why He Beixing harbored reservations about Jiang Shaoyong. Despite this, even the officials of the court and the heads of noble families were outraged, submitting petitions and protest, including several esteemed figures from the Taiping Martial Academy. However, Jiang Shaoyong, as the leader of the Taoist sect, not only remained silent but also retorted sharply, eloquently countering the various accusations against the Southern Emperor's judgment. Could it truly be so? Li Wujiao pondered, increasingly bewildered. If Jiang Shaoyong were indeed a coward, why had he drawn his sword to aid them at Fulwan Tower? The contradictions in his behavior were perplexing. I believe I may have uttered a phrase that night. Li Wujiu reflected deeply, recalling a moment of epiphany. Knowing it to be unachievable yet pursuing it nonetheless. That was what I said, and then he acted. Li Wujiao exclaimed. Knowing it to be unachievable yet pursuing it nonetheless? Precisely. Suddenly, a low voice interrupted their conversation, startling both Li Wujiao and He Beixing. Before them stood Jiang Shaoyong, clad in a green robe, having unexpectedly returned. I was once the leader of the Taoist sect, attuned to the vibrations of the soundproofing array, and thus I hastened back. Jiang Shaoyong had undoubtedly overheard their discourse, yet remained unfazed, treating it with indifference. I can certainly understand General Xiao He's various concerns. However, a powerful family like the He family has also fallen victim to treachery, let alone the Divine Sky sect, which is now on the decline. As Jiang Shaoyong spoke, he reminded them that despite the decline and disbandment of the Divine Sky sect, its disciples were still alive. If the Divine Sky sect had contested their treatment, might they have served as a cautionary tale for the He family? Indeed, it is quite possible, Li Wujiu realized. The Southern Emperor governs his domain. He is no fool. The slander against the Taoist sect and the framing of the He family must be part of a larger scheme. Jiang Shaoyong laughed heartily, patting Li Wujiao's shoulder. The hatred towards our teachers runs deep, like an abyss. It is not that we do not seek retribution, but the time is not yet ripe. He Beixing looked remorseful, clasping his hands in a bow. It is I, He Beixing, who have been narrow-minded. I owe you an apology, my friend. You speak too harshly, General. Jiang Shaoyong bowed in return, his demeanor suddenly serious as he gazed at He Beixing. General, the world owes you justice. Upon hearing these words, He Beixing paused. Looking intently at Jiang Shaoyong, his gaze profound. Li Wujiao, witnessing this exchange, placed a hand on He Beixing's shoulder and another on Jiang Shaoyong's. A smile breaking across his face. We must learn from the past while striving for the future. My friends, we are now bound together in purpose. United against our common enemies, avenging our grievances is our pressing concern. The shame of the past, the hatred of today, both of us are wanderers in this world. Since we are united in purpose, we must know each other thoroughly, allowing no room for concealment. Jiang Shaoyong took the initiative to speak. To be frank, I, Jiang Shaoyong, entered the court as an official, though without any real position. However, I have gained the favor of the Ninth Princess, hearing snippets of information. The Ninth Princess? The one from Mingwan Palace? Indeed. She is a master of the Fifth Realm, the pinnacle of the Southern Court, Princess Nanqingwan. But I have always heard that the Ninth Princess remains secluded in the palace, uninterested in worldly matters. How could you possibly know her? He Beixing inquired. It is quite a strange tale. Jiang Shaoyong furrowed his brow, stroking his chin. When my master was wronged, a chain player approached me, claiming to be a guest musician under the Ninth Princess. He insisted that in order to protect the lives of all within the sect, we must not resist. He said that the emperor needed to save face and stabilize the military's morale. It was only permissible for my master to be accused of treason, not to perish in battle. With this revelation, the events surrounding the battle at Fuyo Pass gradually became clearer. However, He Beixing was left astonished. How strange. 8 or 9 years ago, the Ninth Princess was just a little over 10 years old. How could she possess such cunning? That is precisely the enigma. Jiang Shaoyong clapped his hands in realization. It is no wonder I did not ponder this deeply at the time. Looking back now, this Ninth Princess is truly inscrutable. Such precociousness and far-reaching strategies. It appears that the court's struggle is a vast ocean. The calm surface belies the tumultuous currents beneath. Who knows what Leviathan lurks in the depths, ready to swallow one whole. I have been stripped of my official position and cannot approach the Ninth Princess. How then shall I investigate? I too cannot reveal myself, trapped here in Ruoshui residence, leaving me in a most awkward predicament. As Jiang Shaoyong and He Beixing fell into deep contemplation, feeling helpless, Li Wujiao, who had remained silent until now, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. As both a musician and a practitioner of dark arts, Li Wujiao found himself pondering the peculiar circumstances surrounding the rescue of Yu Beixing, only to later discover a plot against his own life. The multitude of coincidences converging upon a single individual ceased to be mere happenstance. Jiang Shaoang, upon hearing this, recalled the enigmatic figure clad in red, the sorceress Jun Yanqing. Are you suggesting that Jun Yanqing harbors ulterior motives? Jiang Shaoang inquired. Li Wujiao offered a non-committal smile, reflecting. I have long been puzzled. If her intentions were truly to save Yu Beixing, why not simply depart from the capital? Instead, she gathered various factions at Fulwan Tower. What do you mean by that? Jiang Shaoang pressed for clarification. Oh, now it makes sense. Li Wujiao exclaimed, bursting into laughter. The brilliance lies not in the game itself, but in the player. Chapter 25. There it is. Without further ado, I shall make my way to the Fulwan Tower to uncover the truth. The three of them reached a consensus immediately. Jiang Shaoang was eager to head to Fulwan Tower, while Li Wujiao planned to find someone to arrange a safe haven for Yu Beixing. However, suddenly, several figures appeared outside Ruo Shui residence, with the foremost two walking through the air, exuding a formidable presence. Undoubtedly, they were masters from the martial academy. Jiang Shaoang, you spineless and incompetent wretch, who permitted you to step even half a foot into my typing martial academy? This stern admonition was issued by Fang Zhiqing, accompanied by a figure in gray robes and blue garments, swirling with gilded spiritual patterns inscribed with intricate and arcane inscriptions. This was dire news. It was none other than the two martial academy masters, Fang Zhiqing and Yin Mingchang, who had once debated fiercely with me. Jiang Shaoying's heart tightened. In his youth and arrogance, how could he not know to hold back a little, to leave himself an escape route for the future? Surely, that scoundrel Zhou Qi, appearing to endure grievances, was secretly unwilling, and must have leaked your whereabouts in the academy. Li Wujiao narrowed his eyes, noticing Zhou Qi and Li San and Li Si following closely behind Yin Mingchang. I can take the blame for being scolded and cast out. But what about the young general he? Jiang Shaoang was just about to force his way through, yet the newcomers were not to be trifled with. The crowd was unruly, and the human heart is inscrutable. Who knows if there are unscrupulous individuals motivated by self-interest who might report him to the court. Furthermore, many scions of officials from both court and society were training in the academy. If even a whisper of this incident were to leak out, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, Luo Lin and Gu Yonyan rushed over, hastily blocking Fang Zhenqing and Yin Michang at the door. Luo Lin, I have heard that Jiang Shaoyang has appeared in your Ruo Shui residence. What do you have to say for yourself? Yin Mingchang's tone was gentle, yet it bore an inexplicable coldness, as if every word he uttered was inscribed with the ominous runes of death, instilling fear and trepidation. Luo Lin was momentarily speechless and could not provide an explanation. While Zhou Qi seized the opportunity to fan the flames, we too happened to pass by Ruo Shui residence and noticed two men lurking about, fearing to disturb Sister Luo's romantic predicaments, which is why. Enough. Do not speak such nonsense and tarnish the reputation of a woman. Yin Mingchang angrily rebuked Zhou Qi, who retreated sulkily into the crowd. Gu Yonyan, why did Luo Lin come with you? Why was she not at Ruo Shui residence? Fang Zhiqing inquired of Gu Yonyan. But therein lay the problem. These two women were not eloquent, and despite Luo Lin's flailing hands, she could not provide an explanation. Suddenly, a talisman flew out from within Ruo Shui residence, and a flash of inscriptions flickered into existence. Shrink to an inch. Yin Mingchang's pupils constricted, and he coldly exclaimed. It was the ultimate skill of the Dao sect. Jiang Shaoyang was indeed inside. Before anyone could react, the door of Ruo Shui residence swung open, revealing a Taoist in a blue robe, calm and smiling. Jiang Shaoyang, back in the day, you defeated me in the array with the ultimate skill of the Dao sect. Are you daring enough to battle me once more? Yin Mingchang's eyes gleamed with fervor, his tone filled with excitement. Since you, Mr. Yin, seek battle, I naturally shall not decline. However, as an elder, why must you bully a junior like me? Jiang Shaoyang replied with a smile. The atmosphere grew tense instantly. Upon seeing Jiang Shaoyang step forth, Luo Lin cried out in alarm. Who allowed you to come out? Are you not afraid? Luo Lin dared not continue, casting a guilty glance towards Ruo Shui residence. Wait, Mr. Fang. I recall that there was another person this morning, the newly admitted Li Wujiao. Where has he gone? Indeed, my crescent moon blade was nearly broken by him. Zhou Qi whispered in inquiry, and Li San and Li Si echoed his sentiments. Observing the increasingly murky waters of this situation, he must have left. He likely used the skill to shrink to an inch and took Li Wujiao away. Yin Minchang said solemnly. Shrink to an inch? He was teleported away? Luo Lin and Gu Yonyan sighed in relief, but their hearts were once again suspended in uncertainty. Then why were you two men in a woman's boudoir? Fang Zhenqing questioned. It was not two men. It was clearly just me. Jiang Shaoyang stated earnestly. Very well. Even if it was just you, why were you in Luo Lin's chamber? Are you not a lecherous voyeur, peeping over the wall? Fang Zhenqing pointed at him, questioning fiercely. I was entirely unaware that this was Luo Lin's residence. I inadvertently stumbled into this place. If you accuse me of theft, I shall plead guilty. But why must you slander Luo Lin's purity without any evidence? How can you speak such baseless accusations? Jiang Shaoyang spread his hands, neither servile nor overbearing, retreating to advance. turning the tables and casting a dark shadow upon Fang Zhenqing. Jiang Xiaoyang's forte in debate was his relentless persistence. His skin was thicker than city walls. No. You are lying. Yan Mingchong suddenly shouted, pointing at the door of Ruo Shui residence, where inscriptions were visibly shifting. Many disciples of the martial academy admire Luo Lin. To prevent them from disturbing her meditation, I specifically set up an array to block sound and ensure safety. You ought to know what this array is, right? Before Yan Mingchong's words were complete, Jiang Xiaoyang scrutinized the inscriptions on the door, resembling a swimming dragon, yet bound by splendid golden chains. Jiang Xiaoyang's expression stiffened, his pupils trembling. The Heavenly Gang Trap Dragon Array. The seventh ancient killing formation. Do you intend to kill her? Jiang Xiaoyang exclaimed in shock. But immediately sensed something amiss, his expression darkening. It was merely a fragment of the array, and its lethality was less than 1/10,000th. Yet this array recognized its master. And without Luo Lin, even if the master were present, it could not be opened. This meant that the truth was laid bare. It was indeed Luo Lin who had actively opened the door. This, for the first time in his life. Jiang Xiaoyang found himself at a loss for words in a debate. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyang in a predicament, Yan Mingchong felt an inexplicable joy and laughed, at last. I have triumphed over the Dao sect once. Shouqi, witnessing the scene, could no longer contain himself, seizing the opportunity to question, Jiang Xiaoyang. You trespassed into the Taiping Martial Academy and entered a woman's chamber at night. What punishment do you deserve? Sister Luo, do not fear. This lecture will be dealt with severely. Yan Mingchong and Fang Zhenqing were just about to take action to apprehend Jiang Xiaoyang, but at that moment, Luo Lin raised her voice to halt them. Wait, gentlemen. He is not a lecher. Last autumn, I had a chance encounter with Jiang Xiaoyang. And thus we became friends. That is why. Luo Lin spoke in a hurried manner, believing she could explain herself, and her words were fraught with holes. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenqing's anger surged even further. A friend? Is that reason enough to invite a man into your boudoir? It is because I. What to do? Luo Lin became flustered, biting her lip tightly, unsure of how to proceed. I cannot let them catch on. Suddenly, an idea struck Luo Lin. She hesitated and struggled for a moment, her face flushing red, hands on her hips, her tone rising, and she blurted out, It is because I have feelings for him. Chapter 26. The Destiny Pearl. Luo Lin's sudden proclamation struck like thunderclaps in the minds of all present. Not only did the disciples freeze in shock, but Yan Mingchong and Fang Zhenqing were equally taken aback, and Gu Liuyan found himself momentarily speechless. Could it be that Jiang Xiaoyang and Luo Lin shared a hidden connection? But that made no sense. I have never left the capital. Even Jiang Xiaoyang himself was dumbfounded, his mind clouded with confusion. Luo Lin cast him a subtle glance, prompting him to feign astonishment. The onlookers stood as statues, stunned into silence, while Luo Lin, lips pressed tightly together, began to recount. Last autumn, he clearly outperformed me. Yet he deliberately lost to me. I am well aware of the case concerning the demon at Fuyou Pass. I had intended to seek clarification, but he remained silent. Driven by curiosity, I quietly followed him, ultimately arriving at a small fishing village outside the capital. There, I witnessed the demon clan's invasion, leading to devastation. The rivers ran dry, and the fishermen struggled to survive. I saw him give away all his gold and silver to the impoverished fishermen. Luo Lin's cheeks no longer flushed with embarrassment. Instead, tears welled in her eyes as she became lost in memory. It was late, the sun setting, casting a silhouette of a tall, slender figure that slowly faded into the distance. Later, I learned that this small fishing village was your hometown, the resting place of the esteemed Yuanli. In that moment, my heart trembled violently, and I finally realized. Luo Lin raised her head, gazing at the almost petrified Jiang Xiaoyang, and declared with conviction, Jiang Xiaoyang, my heart is devoted to you. Jiang Xiaoyang remained silent, his eyes glazed with astonishment. The world seemed to fall into a hush, the gentle flow of water and the stillness of birds amplifying the moment. On the treetops far from Ruoshui residence, two figures were caught in disbelief. So, the beauty of the sunset she spoke of and the nature of love were tied to this? Li Wuju belatedly realized his oversight and cursed himself for not noticing the oddity when he apologized to Luo Lin. I observe, Fang, that both gentlemen seem moved. It must be that Zhang's verbal duel was a resounding victory. Hichen, in high spirits, interjected, leaving Li Wujiu momentarily bewildered. It seemed that while Li Wujiu prided himself on being unversed in romance, Hichen, who had a fiancée, showed no signs of emotional turmoil. With no time to mourn for Sister Gu, Li Wujiu decided to investigate the situation. Before he could finish, he dashed away. What do you mean by mourning, Gu? What does that imply? Hichen asked, puzzled, but just as he was about to take flight, an invisible hand restrained him. Stay put, and mind your own business. Hichen's thoughts shifted, and before him appeared a towering waterfall and a massive stone. An elderly man in a blue robe, his hair white as snow, hovered in the air. It was the revered martial sage, Luo Taiping. Hichen bowed deeply, his voice filled with fury. Luo Academy head, my family has suffered unjustly, and this hatred runs deep. I, Hichen, shall ensure the culprit faces 1,000 deaths. Yet, Luo Taiping appeared burdened with concerns, deflecting, good deeds will yield good rewards, while evil will meet its reckoning. The wheel of karma turns, focus on your training, and do not stray from the back mountain. Luo Taiping's white brows furrowed as he observed the 9 engraved wooden beads swirling in each Qin's palm, the first 3 radiating brilliance. The first bead glowed white as snow, the second a stunning crimson, and the third a mysterious azure. The 4th and 5th beads also emitted ethereal light, their brilliance flickering like stars in the night sky. After a millennium, the destiny pearl shone once more. The savior of the world is none other than Liner, and the disciple of Yuan Li. Karma entwined, fate twisted, the cycle unending, life and death intricately connected. I will dismantle this farce of a celestial tower. Ruoshui residents stood eerily quiet. The stone-like figures remained unmoving, trapped in an awkward silence. What a predicament! How to proceed? Yin Mingchong tilted his head and discreetly conveyed a message to Fang Jingqing. What do you want from me? Was it not you who summoned me? Fang Jingqing's lips twitched. Lo Lin's words not only cleared Jiang Xiaoyong of suspicion, but also exonerated him from 9 years of injustice. The 2 martial academy instructors, seemingly unshakable, were rendered utterly powerless. A resounding slap to the face. How embarrassing. Ahem, since everything is clear, esteemed teachers and fellow disciples, please take your leave. Finally, someone shattered the suffocating silence. Gu Liunyan, resembling her fiancé He Chun, managed to exhibit a hint of sentiment. Ah, Liunyan, I have conceived a new technique. I must first explore it. It appears that the Tiangang dragon trapping array still has flaws. I must ponder it further. Gu Liunyan provided an opportunity for Fang Zhengqing and Yin Mingchong to concoct an excuse and prepare to slip away. Suddenly, Zhou Qi emerged, pointing at Ruoshui residents and shouting, "Have you forgotten about the fleeing Li Wujiao?" Before Zhou Qi could finish, he felt a chill as dozens of eyes fixed upon him. At that moment, he wished he possessed a technique to slay with a mere gaze. "Zhou Qi, were you looking for me?" A carefree youth approached leisurely, prompting Zhou Qi to hastily raise his hand, pointing at Li Wujiao's face. However, his finger instead landed on an elderly man with a fierce gaze. Lo Academy head. Zhou Qi's finger hovered awkwardly in the air, unsure where to place it. He ended up drawing a circle before retracting it. Yin Mingchong, your promising student has been loitering around Ruoshui residence, plotting mischief and bullying fellow disciples. From this day forth, he is expelled from Taiping Martial Academy. Luo Taiping did not even glance at Zhou Qi. As soon as he uttered those words, Zhou Qi found himself outside the academy in the blink of an eye. Luo Taiping glanced at Lo Lin, then at Jiang Xiaoyong, and coldly announced, "From this day forward, no one is permitted to leave Taiping Martial Academy. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled. Yin Mingchong, receive your orders. Fang Jingqing, receive your orders." With the 2 instructors leading, all disciples promptly complied, leaving without pause. No matter how many questions lingered in their minds, only Jiang Xiaoyong and Lo Lin remained, and before they could inquire, Li Wujiao spoke up first. But Academy head Lo, tonight is the Lantern Festival, a grand gathering of heroes from all corners of the South in the capital for the imperial banquet. Do you dare question me? The winds of fate are shifting, and you seem eager to stir trouble, fearing others might forget the connection between the He family and Taiping Martial Academy. Luo Taiping's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xiaoyong, who felt a wave of trepidation, unable to move an inch. This bead is yours. With a wave of Luo Taiping's hand, a black wooden bead landed in Jiang Xiaoyong's palm, while another fell into Lo Lin's grasp. The Destiny Pearl, a treasure of the celestial realm. Acknowledging you and Lo Lin as its masters, it permits your residence in the academy. Luo Taiping's seemingly light words struck terror into Jiang Xiaoyong. He hastily attempted to return the Destiny Pearl. Academy head Lo, this gift is too extravagant. My encounter with Miss Lo was merely a chance meeting. It's not at that stage yet. Yet as the bead was returned, Jiang Xiaoyong opened his palm to find it still there, astonished. Jiang Xiaoyong, I risked my reputation to save you, and you dare to be ungrateful? Lo Lin's beautiful eyes flared with anger as she placed her hands on her hips, her voice a fierce roar. Jiang Xiaoyong's mind raced, struggling to formulate a retort. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a situation, twice at the hands of a woman. Look above your head, there is a celestial being. Where? Following Jiang Xiaoyong's finger, Luo Lin gazed upward. Upon regaining her composure, she found a bead in her hand, while a figure had vanished before her eyes. Luo Lin's expression changed drastically, her face contorted with fury, and she charged forward as if pursuing a sworn enemy. Jiang Xiaoyong, how dare you deceive me? After finally feeling a spark of affection, you dare to betray me. I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. How curious it is that this bead cannot be shaken off. Jiang Xiaoyong swung his arm vigorously, hoping to toss the bead away. Yet the fated bead returned to his palm, an endless cycle. His arm felt as though it would dislocate, yet he could not escape. Jiang Xiaoyong, if I do not beat you to death. Luo Lin roared in anger, rolling up her sleeves, and relentlessly pursued Jiang Xiaoyong, unleashing a flurry of blows. The bonds of destiny are inescapable. Once entangled with fate, one cannot easily break free, and future affections become a source of deep anguish. At this juncture, Luo Taiping turned his gaze towards a humble corner of the room. casting a meaningful glance. Even the formidable 4 great sword immortals, unmatched throughout history, cannot escape even a fraction of this fate. The white-clad immortal, ethereal as fresh snow, embodies the pure sword embryo. The green-robed, compassionate savior of the world, represents the Taoist ancestor. The red-robed recluse among the masses stands as the sword head of creation. The black-clad master of slaughter embodies the path of the killing immortal, Luo Hu. As Luo Taiping spoke thus, he inhaled deeply, a profound and indescribable reverence welling up from the depths of this martial sage. Observing the killing immortal Luo Hu, whose heartless slaughter and unparalleled sword intent are beyond compare, it is clear that he is no mere spirit. Yet last night, she had not stepped out of the humble abode even once. How could she be the killing immortal Luo Hu? Chapter 27. One sword to break at a 10-day interval. In a humble abode, Li Wujiao sat cross-legged, facing the rising sun. The radiant light cascaded upon his brow, transforming into flecks of ethereal energy. With a long exhale, he expelled the impurities from his body, feeling a remarkable lightness envelop him, his spiritual energy becoming increasingly abundant and pure. After several days of training on the back mountain, he could now sustain himself for the duration of a tea session. It would not be long before he achieved a breakthrough to the second realm of the spiritual sea. However, he could not help but marvel at the terrifying physical prowess of He Beixing, who had managed to endure for an entire day and night. As Li Wujiao reveled in his aspirations, embracing the morning sun with joyous laughter, he was abruptly met with a sharp rap on his head. Turning around, he saw Dongfang Zhu Dai, clutching a wine jug, her expression far from pleased. A 10-day period has passed, and you have yet to practice 1,000,000 swords. As punishment, you shall go to Fuwan Tower and fetch me some spring flower brew. How could I possibly practice 1,000,000 swords in just 10 days? Moreover, you have closed Fuwan Tower with your own hands. Where am I to procure the spring flower brew? With a resounding thump, she gave him another reprimanding tap, causing the youth to cry out in pain. How dare you ask me this? You failed to bring back a single jug of spring flower brew after a 10-day period. Dongfang Zhu Dai retorted, exasperated. This boy, after exhausting himself, could bounce back to life after just one night of sleep, his energy far beyond ordinary bounds. While others might stir trouble after 3 days of restraint, Li Wujiao was a rare breed, capable of wreaking havoc after mere seconds without reprimand. Today marked the Lantern Festival, a time when the capital indulged in the tradition of floating lanterns along the river, expressing sentiments and aspirations. As the hour of the dog approached, the night was still beautiful. Musicians from ancient, ethereal boats would perform along the river, accompanied by copious amounts of fine wine. Floating lanterns? Musicians? Perhaps the 9th princess's guest would be among them, and Jun Yinqing might also be present. It would be an opportune moment to release a lantern. He found himself missing his elder sister. Li Wujiao had inquired about Ning Jihan's whereabouts more than once, but Vice Dean Han and Dean Luo remained resolutely silent. As for Dongfang Zhu Dai, she was either disinterested in answering or would respond with her fists. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon his inquiries. As Li Wujiao pondered, a smile graced his lips. But, Master, Dean Luo has issued a ban. I cannot even step out of the Martial Academy's gates to fetch any wine. Dongfang Zhu Dai scoffed coldly, admonishing, you have hidden He Beixing within the Martial Academy. Luo Taiping could only resort to such a measure. However, the Lantern Festival is a grand occasion celebrated throughout the land, uniting everyone in joy. The King of the South has journeyed north, and who does not know of the close ties between the Gu family and the Taiping Martial Academy? If we remain shut in at this moment, it would be perceived as a sign of weakness toward the Southern Emperor. Of course, everything was implicitly pointing to the Southern Emperor as the mastermind behind the framing of the He family. Li Wujiao found Dongfang Zhu Dai's words to be quite reasonable. He stroked his chin, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. How fortunate I am. I, Li Wujiao, have the opportunity to be mentored by a master of the sword arts. Dongfang Zhu Dai shot him a disapproving glance, her expression conveying annoyance. What folly is this? Master, you need not belittle yourself. Even without stepping outside, you possess the wisdom to comprehend the affairs of the world, truly deserving of being my esteemed teacher, Li Wujiao declared, before turning to flee, leaving behind a remark. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I shall ensure the spring flower brew is delivered tonight. As the youth's figure receded, Li Wujiao felt an inexplicable oddity within him. He sensed that Dongfang Zhu Dai's expression was rather grim and displeased, though he could not fathom the reason behind it. Those eyes of hers were far kinder than the murderous gaze of the legendary Luo Ho, even if he witnessed it firsthand. No, even if he had seen it with his own eyes, he would still affirm that they were not the same person. Li Wujiao, in a jesting tone, murmured to himself. Dismissing the thought, he weaved through the pavilions, racing along, contemplating the myriad of questions surrounding the ban imposed by Luo Taiping that prevented anyone from leaving the academy. The disciples within the academy were unaware of the truth, naturally filled with curiosity. Yet, Li Wujiao understood clearly. The Lantern Festival was a time of universal celebration, with nobles and commoners alike joining in. Why then, Did the Taiping Martial Academy remain locked within its walls? Was it not inviting suspicion? As he pondered, he was drawn by the sound of flowing water and the ethereal morning mist arriving at Ryue residence. Odd. It is remarkably quiet here. Did not those two delightful foes quarrel incessantly just yesterday? Ryue residence, nestled deep within the academy, was far quieter than the previous day's chaos. Perhaps he should summon Luo Lin. She might be able to persuade Dean Luo. Li Wujiao thought to call out to Luo Lin, eager to have her accompany him to the back mountain to see Luo Taiping. The Lantern Festival was an occasion to venture into the capital. Luo Lin, are you there? He called out. No response. Just as Li Wujiao was about to knock on the door, his fingers had yet to touch the surface when intricate runes suddenly erupted, sending a jolt through his brow, making him tremble with astonishment. Goodness, what a formidable remnant formation. Li Wujiao gasped, his mind racing, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have fled in fear. Yet, the boy possessed a rebellious spirit. Even a remnant of the seventh ancient killing formation held a murderous intent that rivaled the full power of Diao Jinyu's fifth realm. Li Wujiao's gaze did not waver. Instead, he stepped forward, scrutinizing the Tiangang trapping dragon formation. Though the remnants appeared disordered, the patterns hinted at a certain order. Within the confines of this space, thousands of chains ensnared a wandering dragon. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the countless chains were, in fact, constructed from innumerable stars. Li Wujiao marveled in awe. I knew it. How could mere chains imprison a dragon? It turns out, they are composed of these very stars. As he approached the remnants, the stars seemed to respond, subtly twinkling. His gaze darkened, and he felt as though the elemental forces within him were spiraling out of control, causing the world to spin around him. Suddenly, a powerful force of attraction surged forth, and before he could escape, he was engulfed by the formation. The scenery around him shifted in an instant, and he found himself beneath an expansive starry sky, with a colossal dragon ensnared not far from him. The dragon exuded an aura of authority, yet its eyes reflected weariness and defiance. Where on earth have I ended up? Li Wujiao furrowed his brow, realizing he was bound by resplendent golden chains, much like the dragon itself. Alarm surged within him, yet he quickly calmed his thoughts. If this was indeed the work of the formation, there must be a way to break free. Focus your mind. Remain calm. Li Wujiao reassured himself. His gaze wandered through the ethereal starry realm, a sight both beautiful and unattainable. For an ordinary person caught in such a predicament, madness would surely ensue. Li Wujiao compelled himself to stay composed. He looked up at the dragon, which, despite its immense length, remained confined within this corner of the starry expanse. If the heavens were likened to this starry sky, then this corner of confinement was akin to the chains, while the trapped dragon could very well represent Dongfang Ju Dai. With this thought, the boy could not help but chuckle, laughter bubbling forth. Ha! If Dongfang Ju Dai were here, she would undoubtedly break free with a single sword strike. Perhaps even mock these chains as mere trifles. A soaring dragon in the abyss, unencumbered and free. How could a mere remnant formation hold a true dragon captive? This confinement, one sword will break it. As Li Wujiao spoke, he felt a surge of spiritual energy emanate from his sea of consciousness, a celestial sword materializing from his brow. The myriad stars overhead were cloaked in layers of frost, which soon shattered with a thunderous crash, causing the scene before him to dissolve. As he opened his eyes, Li Wujiao stood at the door, holding frost cold in his grasp, his sword intent soaring ever higher. A purer essence of spiritual energy enveloped him, and the strength of his consciousness had transformed dramatically. Have I broken through? Li Wujiao could hardly believe that in overcoming a killing formation, he had inadvertently shattered his shackles, achieving a breakthrough to the second realm of the spiritual sea. Li Wujiao, a clear, cold female voice echoed within his consciousness, filling him with joy. Elder sister. With a thought, frost cold soared beside him. In a moment of daze, he caught sight of a figure clad in white amidst a flurry of frost and snow, standing with an otherworldly grace, akin to an ethereal being. You have transcended the second realm. Catching a glimpse of the sword intent I have preserved within the frost. Given your disposition, she must have taken you as her disciple. For none could be better suited than she to impart the art of the sword. However, as for the heart's method, it too resides within the frost. I hope you will diligently cultivate your practice. May you find peace year after year, and remain untroubled. As the voice faded, the ethereal figure dissipated. Yet the echoes of my sister's presence lingered in Li Wuju's mind, as if she were right before him. Ning Jihan, known for her brevity in conversation, had expressed herself in this manner, leaving Li Wuju both astonished and filled with longing. Sister, when shall we meet again? Li Wuju instinctively inquired. Yet this time, no response from Ning Jihan came. He vividly recalled her words. In Jiangnan, the frost stretches 30,000 miles, and with you, I shall share the snow of 1,000 autumns. The yearning in the young man's heart felt endlessly distant, and he found himself tightly gripping the frost in his hand. Is there truly frost spanning 30,000 miles in Jiangnan? Chapter 28. The Primordial Force Bang. The door swung open violently from within, revealing Luo Lin and Jiang Xiaoyong pounding at it, leaving a clear palm print on the surface. Li Wujiao was taken aback. What is happening here? A man and a woman spending the night together? Of course not. Luo Lin exclaimed angrily, pointing at Jiang Xiaoyong. It's all his fault for insisting on studying the heavenly gang dragon trapping array, and now we're trapped inside. Moreover, this formation isolates sound, and our cries for help go unheard. Jiang Xiaoyong chuckled in embarrassment, insisting it was merely a minor mishap, and that it was fortunate for you, brotherly. But wait, how did you manage to break the heavenly gang dragon trapping array? Jiang Xiaoyong's expression was one of shock, his mouth agape. Luo Lin was equally fierce, testing the strength of her fist against her palm and rebuking him. Look at you. Your mouth could fit a fist. It was just a fragment of the array. Breaking it was trivial. However, Jiang Xiaoyong's astonishment did not diminish in the slightest. He shook Li Wujiao's shoulder incessantly. Incredulous. The ancient seventh killing array is such that, unless one possesses an unmatched Dao heart, even a true dragon entering it would meet a bitter end. Do not underestimate this fragment. Even we, both at the fourth realm of divine abyss, were trapped for an entire night. Indeed. Luo Lin blinked, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Quickly, tell me, brotherly, how did you break this formation? A fervor surged in Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes, akin to a ravenous fledgling yearning for knowledge, looking quite comical. I do not know. There was only one thought in my mind. It cannot contain me. Li Wujiao replied calmly. Jiang Xiaoyong's smile froze upon hearing this. Just that? Li Wujiao replied earnestly. Just that. Hiss. Jiang Xiaoyong inhaled sharply, feeling a buzzing in his head, an inexplicable discomfort settling in his heart. Do you really believe that if you think it cannot contain you, it genuinely cannot? Jiang Xiaoyong questioned incredulously once more. What other option is there? Perhaps it was my sister's sword, too powerful, that severed the chains. Li Wujiao observed Jiang Xiaoyong, noting his growing obsession, fearing he might truly lose his mind, and conjured an explanation to soothe him. Jiang Xiaoyong, half convinced, scrutinized Shuanghan and asked, Who is your sister? That she can cleave even the chains of the heavenly Dao? Heavenly Dao chains? This time, Li Wujiao was astonished. Anything related to the heavenly Dao is far from mundane. It must belong to an existence beyond the ordinary. Seeing Li Wujiao at a loss for words, Jiang Xiaoyong took it upon himself to explain. The top 10 ancient killing arrays are all bolstered by primordial force, which can be roughly equated to the power of the heavenly Dao. Any primordial force is inextricably linked to cause and effect. Those who accumulate virtue will find that the primordial force aids their cultivation, also known as the blessing of destiny. Conversely, the malevolent will face backlash from the primordial force, referred to as the retribution of the heavenly Dao. In truth, Jiang Xiaoyong's elucidation stemmed from the destiny pearl he had heard about from Luo Taiping the day before. Both the heavenly gang dragon trapping array and the destiny pearl are intimately connected to the primordial force. Jiang Xiaoyong pointed at Shuanghan, speaking earnestly. Therefore, your sister. So what about my sister? Li Wujiao interjected eagerly, his expression animated. Therefore, your sister must be a good person. Jiang Xiaoyong maintained his serious demeanor. What utter nonsense. Li Wujiao's lips twitched, a vein popping on his forehead. Luo Lin, watching from the sidelines, was equally speechless. Jiang Xiaoyong, do you think you are amusing? Jiang Xiaoyong waved his hand and grinned at Luo Lin. While I may not be exceptionally handsome, I am certainly charming and dashing. Ouch! Why did you hit me? Luo Lin slapped Jiang Xiaoyong on the head, causing him to yelp in pain. How could I have been so blind to fall for such a brazen and shameless person? In front of so many, I was infatuated with you now. I just want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. That's not my fault. It's your short-sightedness that is to blame. As they fell into a quarrel, Li Wujiao finally understood that the Destiny Pearl was akin to a matchmaking deity, having selected these two fated adversaries, ensuring their future antics would be ceaseless. What are you all doing? Gu Liunyun suddenly appeared, observing the tangled mess of Jiang and Luo. Her curiosity piqued. Senior Sister Gu, what brings you here? Li Wujiao exclaimed as if he had found a lifeline, hastily extricating himself from the fray. If this continued, even his newly attained second realm spiritual consciousness would shatter. It is like this. Tonight was meant to be the Lantern Festival banquet, and my father is heading north. Before his departure, he sent word that I must accompany him to the feast. A banquet? I see. I was just intending to seek out Dean Luo to discuss his thoughts. Li Wujiao responded. Soon, they would head north, leaving the capital for the borders. Parting for 7 years. Reuniting after such a long separation, everything has changed. With my father heading north, one wonders whether. Worry clouded Gu Liunyun's eyes. She was usually a bright and cheerful girl, never displaying a hint of sorrow or concern. However, after years apart from Beijing, upon their reunion, he was alone, and the unpredictability of fate inevitably weighed heavily on her heart. Li Wujiao sensed her feelings, having also been away from home for half a year, and could empathize. He spoke words of comfort. The king of Zhun Nan's journey north is for the protection of our homeland, and the well-being of our people. As long as one has a clear conscience, there is no need for worry. Hearing these words, Gu Liunyun's anxiety lessened, and she tightened her grip on the 8,000 cloud moon, her brow now adorned with resolve. You speak wisely. I am not concerned for my father's safety, but fear the treachery of vile men. While one can evade a visible threat, hidden arrows are harder to guard against. Jiang Xiaoyong and Luo Lin, upon hearing this, ceased their quarrel and chimed in. With my breath still in me, the Gu family shall remain safe and sound. Should any scoundrel harbor ill intentions, I shall ensure they meet a gruesome end. I may not be a virtuous man, but I do not wish for anyone to suffer the same fate as the Dao sect. A wave of gratitude surged within Gu Liunyun, her face lighting up with a smile. It is often said that true friends are hard to find. How fortunate I am to walk this path with you. The four shared a smile, turning together toward the back mountain. Yet, just a few steps in, they encountered a white-haired elder blocking their path. It was not Luo Taiping, but rather Han Xinxiu, the vice president of the Taiping Martial Academy. Master? Luo Lin greeted respectfully, inquiring, are you not heading to assist the northern borders? Han Xinxiu, his silver hair billowing, wore a grave expression, his hawk-like gaze piercing as he stared deep into the heart of the capital. I initially thought that with the North Sea gradually thawing, the demon race would make a resurgence. However, I find that the three northern passes remain unharmed. On the contrary, on my return to the capital, several female corpses were discovered on the outskirts, all musicians from the ancient rhyme celestial boat. In truth, they were all attendants of the ninth princess, possessing considerable cultivation. The strongest among them had reached the pinnacle of the fourth realm, yet they perished silently en route from the capital. Chapter 29. The death of the musician. The intelligence from the Astral Monitoring Bureau was erroneous. Whether it was a mere coincidence or a deliberate act remains shrouded in mystery. However, during the court's nocturnal banquet, the performance of the musicians is of utmost importance. Could it be that someone is plotting against Princess Qingwan? Li Wujiu sensed a hint of conspiracy, yet regardless of the circumstances, a life had been maliciously extinguished. Who could ascertain whether tonight's feast was merely a banquet or a deadly trap? Strangely enough, the judge of the Evil Suppression Bureau, Song Shajun, had mysteriously vanished. Last seen at the Fuluan Tower, the emperor, in a fit of rage, ordered a thorough investigation, and the outcome revealed. Han Xinxiu suddenly paused, his tone turning icy. The enigmatic proprietor of the Fuluan Tower was none other than the ninth princess, Nan Qingwan. Again, the ninth princess? Who could possibly wish to harm her? Jiang Xiaoyong mused. Nan Qingwan, with ambitions soaring as high as the azure skies. Li Wujiu stroked his chin, muttering to himself. Be cautious. This matter is fraught with uncertainties. We must not jump to conclusions, Han Xinxiu admonished gravely. I shall confer with the dean about Gu Liunyun's extraordinary departure from the academy, while you few discreetly investigate. Do not stir up trouble. Discreetly investigate? Li Wujiu's eyes sparkled, and he replied, thank you for the trust, Dean Luo and Vice Dean Han. We shall not let you down. Thank you for the academy's trust. Jiang Xiaoyong and Luo Lin both bowed, their faces betraying their delight. With that, Gu Liunyun departed alone to prepare for the evening's banquet. After much deliberation, the group resolved to investigate the outskirts. Li Wujiu expressed a lingering confusion and decided to visit his humble abode first to seek the counsel of Dongfangju. As the four departed, the usually stoic Vice Dean Han wore a grave expression as he vanished into the rear mountains. Luo Taiping was seated in meditation, appearing at ease. Yet Han Xinxiu felt an undercurrent of unease within him. You deliberately sealed the academy, concealing your prowess to assuage the Southern Emperor's suspicions and protect Taiping Martial Academy. This I understand. But you and Gu Shanha, knowing this is a treacherous banquet, dare to entrust a few youngsters with the task? Gu Shanha, renowned as the Southern King, was an old acquaintance of both Luo Taiping and Han Xinxiu. Luo Taiping's white hair floated gently as he closed his eyes, speaking with indifference. If they fall and perish, it will be mere destiny. If our southern realm is doomed, then so be it. In the humble abode, Li Wujiu strode in, pushing aside the wooden door to find Dongfangju reclining in a state of repose. He intended to awaken her later, but to his surprise, she spoke first. Have you perused the Wuxiang Wujidi scripture? Wuxiang Wujidi scripture? Could it be the heart technique left by my sister? The sudden turn of events left him unable to comprehend fully. I have yet to grasp its essence, and I seek your guidance for a particular inquiry. Li Wujiu bowed respectfully, earnestly requesting her insight. I have concealed the aura of He Beixing, as long as he refrains from using the breaking army technique. Even the one seated upon the dragon throne cannot perceive him. He Beixing? Wouldn't it be excessively dangerous to reveal him in the capital? Li Wujiu raised an eyebrow. Yet the conviction in Dongfangju's words made him believe. The chess game has commenced. The universe remains uncertain. Success or failure lies not in fate, but within your grasp. Li Wujiu was momentarily taken aback by her profound statement, which only deepened his confusion. You mentioned having a question. Remember, seeking others is inferior to seeking oneself, and seeking oneself is inferior to seeking the heart. Act with a clear conscience. Before Li Wujiu could respond, she vanished without a trace. Act with a clear conscience? I, Li Wujiu, have always acted with a clear conscience. Even amidst chaos, I remain true to myself. Well then, since you have said so, I shall raise a tempest in the capital, spilling blood and stirring strife. In the capital, on the outskirts, 7 female corpses lay shrouded in white cloth. The enforcers from the Evil Suppression Bureau had arrived early at the scene, led by the young officer Jiao Jinyu, who appeared flustered and at a loss. A female enforcer from the Evil Suppression Bureau reported, "There are no external injuries. They seem to have perished from shattered consciousness." However, the patrolling soldiers reported no suspicious individuals in the area. Jiao Jinyu's eyes darkened, his brows knitting together in concern. These musicians were no ordinary individuals. One even reached the peak of the 4th realm, yet they were killed silently, indicating the work of a master with formidable spiritual prowess. Jiao Jinyu mentally scoured the realm, knowing there were 300 masters in the entire Southern Empire, all renowned figures. He pondered who might harbor enmity against a group of musicians. He truly could not fathom. If the attack was aimed at the 9th princess, Jiao Jinyu dared not investigate further. One misstep could cost him his life. Could it be the assassins from the Heavenly Slaughter? Jiao Jinyu pondered, contemplating that only an assassin organization could execute such a silent act. The ordinary assassin organizations could not evade the vigilance of the capital's powerful figures. Only the Heavenly Slaughter could achieve such a feat, alas. They were merely enslaved musicians with no kin or friends. Their deaths mean little. Several hours passed, nearing dusk, yet only the identities of the deceased were established. All else remained unknown. The enforcers of the Evil Suppression Bureau had long lost focus, eager for the evening's festivities. If the 9th princess lays blame, let Song Shajun shoulder the responsibility. He is said to be missing, but I suspect he has merely taken refuge in the pleasure quarters, seduced by the comforts therein, and thus feigned disappearance. Jiao Jinyu waved his hand dismissively, and several enforcers hoisted the bodies away, displaying a carefree demeanor. As the enforcers departed, a shadow emerged from the depths of the forest, watching Jiao Jinyu's retreating form, spitting in disdain. This wretched eunuch, sycophantic and cowardly, feasting on the people's flesh while neglecting his duties. His conscience has been devoured by dogs. Li Wujiu observed the surroundings, realizing the methods of the murderer were peculiar. If indeed a master had employed spiritual techniques to kill invisibly, this case would be exceedingly troublesome. He wondered if Luo Lin and the others would encounter the 9th princess. Wait, there remains a trace of sword energy here. Suddenly, Li Wujiu detected residual sword energy near the corpses. The murderer is a swordsman? Who lurks nearby? As Li Wujiu pondered, he sensed a chilling aura of death surrounding him. Who goes there? Li Wujiu's back chilled. Could it be the murderer? A wave of hair-raising killing intent surged forth, prompting him to leap suddenly, darting out of the dense forest. Buzz! Li Wujiu felt a heavy sensation in his head as a stream of sword energy pierced the air, embedding itself into his brow. In an instant, his body stiffened, plummeting from midair, yet the frost within his brow seemed to possess a life of its own, lifting him with sword energy. Heavenly Snow? Who are you? Li Wujiu regained consciousness. Within his mind resonated an ethereal female voice, tinged with surprise. He realized this individual might very well be the one responsible for the deaths of the 7 musicians. Li Wujiu attempted to gauge her identity, replying candidly, "I know not of any Heavenly Snow. I am unaware of what you speak." Li Wujiu speculated that she had recognized the frost, likely knowing his sister. But why she referred to it as Heavenly Snow remained a mystery. The female voice paused before commanding sternly, "Command the 8 extremes?" Li Wujiu raised an eyebrow, responding, "Sacrifice oneself for righteousness." The female voice expressed surprise, clearly relieved. "So you are one of the same path. I am also an assassin from the Heavenly Slaughter. I am Luocha." Luocha. The head of Luocha has yet to pass. Why the swift change in personnel? Li Wujiu pursed his lips, conceding that the pace of events had exceeded his expectations. Merely responding to her had unwittingly revealed the identity of the murderer, validating Jiao Jinyu's suspicions. The assassin truly hailed from the Heavenly Slaughter. How peculiar. Did Mr. Dongfang instruct me to proceed without restraint, knowing the culprit was from the Heavenly Slaughter? Thus unafraid of my demise. Li Wujiu found this explanation somewhat plausible. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that Luocha might be overly naive. The Heavenly Slaughter is the world's foremost assassin organization, and even without shared identities, one would not act so recklessly, would they? "Sai, you have yet to tell me your name," Luocha inquired. "My name is Wu Chang," Li Wujiu declared with unreserved candor. Yet, scarcely had the words escaped his lips when a twinge of regret washed over him. The ominous aura intensified, and the very fabric of the void was violently torn asunder. Before his eyes loomed a fearsome blade, starkly contrasting in shades of black and white, exuding an eerie, ghostly presence. Following closely was a ghastly, pallid arm, accompanied by the elongated silhouette of a specter. The malevolent Wu Chang, the harbinger of souls, proclaimed, "Ignorant child, impersonating my true self, I shall claim your life." Chapter 30. Identity and Mystery. With a swift motion of her pale arm, a cold sword glimmering with a chilling light lunged towards Li Wujiao, resting perilously against her neck. From beneath the ghostly mask came a voice, laced with murderous intent. Who are you? And how did you come to know of my decree to slay the celestial beings? Celestial decree? What is that? In the fleeting moment of Li Wujiao's bewilderment, the blade gradually grazed her arm, leaving a wound. Heavenly Star and Dueling Dragons. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed, inscriptions swirling, divine light radiating forth. Chains resembling celestial dragons ensnared the figure of Wu Chang tightly. Li Wujiao hastily retreated several steps, and a ripple of spirit energy surged as a figure in a blue robe appeared, smiling and congratulating her. Brotherly, your foresight is truly remarkable. The culprit has indeed not departed, and we have caught her red-handed. Beneath the ghostly mask, the demon-like eyes of Wu Chang glared, fury threatening to erupt. How dare a mere second-realm spirit calculate my movements? Li Wujiao glanced at the wound on her arm and smiled nonchalantly. For a martial arts master, destroying evidence is a trivial matter, yet he left behind a corpse, seemingly inviting discovery. At the palace banquet, the musicians hastily left the capital. Tonight, the 9th princess is bound to encounter an unwarranted disaster. Yet, if you kill the musicians, the case will reach the royal palace, naturally leading to the suspicion of someone plotting against the 9th princess, thus averting this calamity. As Li Wujiao spoke, she scrutinized Wu Chang's eyes, attempting to discern any shift in her emotions. However, Wu Chang remained silent, deliberately concealing her feelings. Suddenly, Li Wujiao felt that Wu Chang's voice was somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it before. Brotherly, shall we unveil her mask and see her true visage? Jiang Xiaoyong sneered, reaching out to remove Wu Chang's ghostly mask for a glimpse of her appearance. Stop! Li Wujiao intervened, her voice firm. Unmasking the identity of the slayer of celestial beings would bring more harm than good. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong recognized the reasoning and withdrew his hand. Why do you know so much about the celestial decree? Who exactly are you? Wu Chang coldly regarded Li Wujiao, the murderous intent in her eyes dissipating, replaced by a hint of gravity. I too am curious about your identity. Brotherly, she herself has stated that she is Wu Chang. Jiang Xiaoyong interjected. No, she resembles someone we know. Li Wujiao's gaze sparkled with insight. Someone we know? Jiang Xiaoyong raised an eyebrow, astonished. Forget that for now. The Heavenly Star and Dueling Dragons formation is merely a fragment of a larger array, and her cultivation level far exceeds mine. I can barely hold on. Jiang Xiaoyong's brow glistened with beads of sweat, realizing that Wu Chang had already entered the 5th realm, making it a feat for him to bind her with the formation. A flicker of darkness crossed Wu Chang's eyes. With determination, a drop of blood seeped from her brow and hovered in the air. Not good. She's about to burn her blood. Quick, get away. Jiang Xiaoyong shouted in alarm. The blood ignited instantaneously, and Wu Chang unleashed a surge of spiritual power that far surpassed her previous strength. Raising her sword towards Li Wujiao, Li Wujiao stood her ground, drawing her frost blade, ready to confront her, when a cold voice rang out, and a black and white ink brush fell from the sky. Punishment without mercy, subduing demons and vanquishing evil. A wave of oppressive force surged forward, momentarily halting Wu Chang's movements. A man draped in a scarlet-purple robe descended before her, gently pushing forth with a hand. Subdue. The man in the scarlet-purple robe called out coldly, and Wu Chang plummeted heavily, pinned down by an unstoppable force, unable to move an inch. Song Shajun, I thought he was missing. Li Wujiao exclaimed in surprise. Song Shajun, how did you awaken from the hypnosis of the demonic sound? Wu Chang demanded. Song Shajun's gaze turned icy, his tone frigid. When delving into the tiger's den, one must be vigilant. I had long used the judge's pen to safeguard my spirit. Such treacherous tactics are nothing but child's play. Wu Chang's expression shifted to fury. Then you still. Song Shajun, you are truly ruthless and heartless, employing every means possible. Silence. You, a cold-blooded murderer, dare to reprimand me? Song Shajun's voice rang with authority, cutting her off. After speaking, Song Shajun turned to Li Wujiao. Thank you both for capturing the criminal. This item is a token of gratitude. With an indifferent demeanor, Song Shajun produced a jet-black pearl, causing both Li Wujiao and Jiang Xiaoyong to gasp in astonishment. By heaven's decree, misfortune befalls. The destiny pearl. Li Wujiao and Jiang Xiaoyong exchanged glances, momentarily hesitant to reach for it. My friends, this pearl appears unremarkable. Yet it was gifted to me by the Northern Dipper Lord of the Yintian Tower when I was appointed as the judge of evil, and it is far from an ordinary object. Li Wujiao narrowed her eyes, sensing something peculiar about the destiny pearl in Song Shajun's hand, unlike Jiang Xiaoyong's dazzling gem. Jiang Xiaoyong chuckled. I knew it. Judge Song is honorable and untainted. How could he indulge in illicit pleasures? It turns out he has been playing a role, embodying righteousness. Just as Jiang Xiaoyong was about to extend his hand to accept the destiny pearl, a large hand reached out from beside him to stop him. Wait. Why should I trust you? Li Wujiao's eyes gleamed with intensity, her expression solemn. I only know that he Beixing is dead, although you did not orchestrate it. You stood idly by and cannot absolve yourself from responsibility. Song Shajuan's gaze sharpened, retorting, how do you know I stood by idly? Were you present? Li Wujiao met his gaze with unwavering resolve. Of course, I witnessed General Xiaohe perish in the flames, his remains utterly incinerated. Humph, utterly incinerated. Song Shajun sneered. No matter. I, Song Shajun, live with a clear conscience, seeking only to be guiltless. Guiltless? Li Wujiao paused, suddenly recalling something. Seeking help from others is not as reliable as seeking oneself. Seeking oneself is not as good as questioning one's heart. And questioning one's heart is only to seek to be guiltless. The words of Dongfang Zhu resonated profoundly in Song Shajuan's presence. Song Shajun. Li Wujiao ultimately chose to believe. Such a guiltless heart. Judge Song, I shall accept this gift. Li Wujiao's lips curved upward as she glanced at Jiang Xiaoyong, who understood and bowed in unison with her before turning to leave. As they departed the outskirts and re-entered the capital, Jiang Xiaoyong sighed softly. What a pity. If we could have unmasked Wu Chang, we would surely have made a name for ourselves in the capital. Li Wujiao jested, make a name? I fear we would invite the wrath of the celestial slayer Lu. 1,000 of us would not suffice. I was merely joking. Jiang Xiaoyong laughed, but added earnestly. The capital is fraught with deceit, and Wu Chang has killed the 9th princess and Apos, musician. If we could uncover her true identity, we would gain a significant advantage. You wish to know Wu Chang's true form without unmasking her? Li Wujiao grinned broadly, leaning close to Jiang Xiaoyong's ear, whispering, if I am not mistaken, I already know who Wu Chang is. Oh, Jiang Xiaoyong's curiosity reached its zenith. Pray tell, who is it? Li Wujiao gazed into the distance, where the azure phoenix soared into the sky and pointed with her hand. The sorceress, Jun Yinqing. Jun Yinqing? The Wu Chang of the celestial slayers is actually the sorceress Jun Yinqing? How is that possible? Jiang Xiaoyong exclaimed, astounded. Jun Yinqing is adept at slaying with demonic sound. How could she wield a sword? Moreover, during the battle at the Fulwan Tower, the Rakshasa had clearly unleashed deadly attacks against Jun Yinqing, even going so far as to burn her blood. Jiang Xiaoyong had witnessed the assassination attempt on Jun Yinqing firsthand. Did the Rakshasa kill Wu Chang? A civil war among the celestial slayers? This seems illogical. Indeed, there were too many inconsistencies. However, the last place Song Shajun vanished was indeed the Fulwan Tower. And even Wu Chang herself admitted to hypnotizing Song Shajun with her demonic sound. Wu Chang may be lying, but surely Song Shajun would not. Li Wujiao's deductions were logical, yet laden with unresolved mysteries. He scrutinized the sword wound on his arm, his brow gradually knitting into a frown. Upon noticing his injury, Jiang Xiaoyong anxiously inquired, you are wounded. Would it not be prudent to return to the martial academy for some rest? Not at all. It is merely a superficial injury. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong's expression turned serious. Wu Chang has already ascended to the realm of a master. A single strike from her would undoubtedly inflict severe harm. Wait a moment. Have you also sensed something amiss? Li Wujiao's lips curled into a slight smile as he tilted his head, a flicker of brilliance dancing in his eyes. I am but at the 2nd level of the spirit sea. How could I possibly withstand a masteress blow? You mentioned that Jun Yinqing excels in the art of death through demonic sound, yet her strike bore no trace of sword intent. If it cannot even harm me, how could it possibly slay a musician of the 4th realm in one blow? As Li Wujiao articulated these thoughts, both were engulfed in confusion, their questions deepening in their minds. If Jun Yinqing were not Wu Chang, why would she claim to hypnotize Song Shajun with demonic sound? Conversely, if she were indeed Wu Chang, why would she possess such ignorance of the sword path? In a moment of perplexity, Li Wujiao's gaze fell upon the azure phoenix that sought to ascend into the heavens. Jiang Xiaoyong, you should proceed to the capital first. I have thoughts that I must confirm. Chapter 31. The femme fatale. The chamber was dim and desolate, shrouded in a layer of soft darkness, with a shattered mask of impermanence lying on the ground. Faint beams of light filtered through the narrow stone window, casting a delicate and alluring silhouette of a slender figure bound hand and foot, unable to move. This was not the prison of the Evil Suppression Division. It was the official residence of the Song family in East City. Song Shajun, with his remarkable memory, instantly recognized her as the witch Jun Yinqing from the Fulwan Tower. Jun Yinqing licked her cracked lips, feigning calmness, and flashed a beguiling smile. Esteemed sir, known for your keen insight and aversion to evil, why do you not punish me according to the laws of the Great South, but instead hide me away in your quarters? Enough, Song Shajun retorted coldly, his expression unchanging. You think you can deceive me, yet your flaws are glaringly apparent. Jun Yinqing's eyes flickered slightly, struggling to maintain her composure, forcing a captivating smile. Sir, I am merely the one who slays the impermanent and has rid the world of some greedy courtesans, sacrificing myself for a noble cause. What is wrong with that? Huh. Your deceit may fool others, but it will not deceive me. Song Shajun sneered, revealing the black and white impermanence sword sheathed behind him, ensuring that Jun Yinqing caught a glimpse. You may wield power in 2 realms, yet you cannot end a life with a single strike. Your understanding of the sword is lacking. How could you possibly have slain those 7 musicians? Jun Yinqing, I shall ask you once more, the person you are taking the blame for. Does their influence involve the 9th princess? Song Shajuan's authority emanated an invisible pressure, righteous and imposing. Jun Yinqing merely smiled coldly, choosing silence, deliberately withholding her answer. The dim light sculpted the features of 2 striking faces, their gazes sharp and unwavering, locked in a fierce standoff. A day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. 1,000 years of cultivation leads to shared slumber. Despite your apparent indifference, my mind is filled with your formidable presence. Her enchanting eyes sparkled, suddenly suffused with a hint of violet, her smile intoxicating. Song Shajun was taken aback. This enchantress possessed an uncanny sorcery. Her seduction was formidable. Continuing to engage with her could lead him astray. The judge's pen, bind the soul. Song Shajun intoned solemnly. As the black and white ink swirled upon his brow, a spectral image of the judge began to manifest, his consciousness instantly clarifying. A spectral manifestation. Jun Yinqing, I have afforded you an opportunity. Do not blame me for resorting to torture. Similarly, Jun Yinqing's expression shifted abruptly. She had not anticipated that Song Shajun would manifest such a spectral form. The manifestation of a legal avatar signified the path to the martial saint realm. That he had achieved this in the 5th realm indicated he had forged his own path, destined to ascend to martial saint one day. Resolving herself, Jun Yinqing vowed to ensnare Song Shajun completely. Noticing her distraction, he threatened with a fierce tone. Jun Yinqing, I have given you a chance. Do not blame me for utilizing torture. With tears welling in her eyes, she lamented, Song Shajun, if I carry your child, will you still resort to torture? Child, this is merely a couple of hours. Do you think you can frighten me? Song Shajun's pupils contracted, his voice rising sharply. Is that so? Jun Yinqing's expression turned desolate, her gaze downcast, tears glimmering. Do you know of the constitution of the Celestial Demon Clan? The Celestial Demon Clan? A race only recorded in ancient tomes. Even with his extraordinary memory, he could not possibly know. Song Shajun hesitated, a momentary blankness crossing his features as his brows furrowed tightly. The resolute executioner found himself doubting his own beliefs for the first time. His heart stirred, yet his visage remained impassive. Come closer, I have a shocking secret. Her voice was enchanting. Song Shajun dared not imagine the consequences had the judge's pen not kept his mind clear. He might have fallen prey to her charm even at the pinnacle of the 5th realm. Song Shajun maintained an indifferent demeanor, pondering, this is but a passing pretense. I must remain resolute. This woman is treacherous and ruthless. I must act decisively, lest I invite danger. Do not attempt to play tricks, even if you are with child. I will eradicate evil for the sake of the world, with a clear conscience. Ha ha ha, what a clear conscience. Jun Yinqing's face paled, her ears ringing with the roars of a trapped dragon, her head pounding, yet she forced a seductive smile. You use the judge's pen to stabilize your spirit, yet you indulge in pleasure. Your charm is ineffective. Dare you claim it is not you who is bewitched and willingly sinking into oblivion? Song Shajuan's cold laughter echoed as he lifted her delicate chin. If I were not sincere, how could I deceive you? Jun Yinqing pressed her lips together, her eyes flashing with cunning, feigning weakness, her tone softened. Esteemed sir, please come closer. The heavenly dragon formation has yet to dissipate, and I am bound hand and foot. You need not worry, but take care. This matter is significant, and beware of eavesdroppers. Song Shajun was well aware of her endless deceitful tactics and would not be easily ensnared. This official residence does not harbor idlers, from family to servants. I know their origins and backgrounds, and there is no possibility of entanglement with others. You may speak freely. Song Shajun. Jun Yinqing's eyes flared with anger, her voice sharp. To speak of common folk overhearing is a death sentence. Your indecisiveness is unbecoming of a man. Song Shajun narrowed his eyes slightly. Had this venomous woman abandoned her pretense of fragility and resorted to provocation? Even if you spun a tale of flowers, I would not believe a word. His demeanor remained cold and unyielding, and Jun Yinqing was incensed, feeling as though she was speaking to a wall. Song Shajun, you are forcing my hand, she retorted. Song Shajuan's laughter was devoid of warmth. He did not trust her words. Could Jun Yinqing truly possess the ability to escape? Suddenly, a shadow flitted past, a fragrant breeze wafting through the air, and he felt a soft, moist touch upon his lips. His eyes widened in shock, a fleeting look of panic barely concealed. Yet, this moment of disarray did not escape Jun Yinqing's notice. Song Shajun glared, trembling with rage, his finger pointing accusingly at her brow, golden and jade on the outside, but rotten within. Huh, I shall take that as a compliment. Jun Yinqing teased. I am no virtuous person. Engaging with you was indeed a delightful surprise, meticulously planned. In a time of turmoil in the capital, embroiled in open and covert strife, a pregnant woman would be treated with utmost care, even if she were a condemned criminal, until the child was born and placed into a good family before execution could be considered. using pregnancy to evade the death penalty. Song Shajuan's pupils dilated. Realization dawning upon him. This enchantress had lured him to Fu Wan Tower intentionally, turning a fleeting night into her life-saving ploy, a stalling tactic. Promiscuous and shameless. Evildoers shall face divine retribution. In a fit of wrath, Song Shajun uttered a surprisingly elegant curse. However, to his astonishment, Jun Yinqing's smile vanished. Her eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Song Shajun, do you know how to destroy a renowned musician in the capital? His eyes narrowed slightly. A shiver running down his spine. What did she mean? She smirked maliciously, her gaze sharp. It is simple. Elevate her to the pinnacle of fame. Then let her languish in comfortable demise. Song Shajun met her gaze, his voice steady. Are you suggesting a rise to ruin? What else do you know? He sensed that Jun Yinqing was hinting at something deeper, perhaps connected to the powerful He family. A single wrong note could shatter a lifetime of renown. Are you so suspicious that you have never wondered why the judge's pin chose you? Why I, Jun Yinqing, selected you, Song Shajun, from countless others. The stunningly beautiful visage grew increasingly menacing, devoid of any trace of delicate charm. Jun Yinqing's gaze was now only filled with ruthless intensity. You seek the truth, while I desire vengeance. Let us fulfill our respective needs and achieve a harmonious resolution. As she noticed his hesitation, Jun Yinqing continued to persuade him. Song Shajun remained silent, gazing deeply at her. In this world, the bustling masses are driven by profit. The clamor of society is merely a pursuit of gain. He was acutely aware that. For Jun Yinqing, notions of conscience and righteousness were nothing but fallacies. Profit was her sole guiding principle. After a lengthy contemplation, he met her gaze and spoke solemnly. The political landscape is fraught with complexities, and as an official, my actions are hindered by numerous constraints. He abruptly paused, bowing towards the heavens with grave sincerity. Loyalty unavenged, grievances unresolved. The heavens show no mercy, nor can my heart. Jun Yinqing scrutinized the man clad in official robes before her, pondering how one could forsake steadfast principles for the sake of strangers. You fear the limitations of your position. I may have a solution. Her tone brimmed with confidence. Pray, enlighten me. It is quite simple. Join my cause, the Slayers of Heaven. Join the Slayers of Heaven? Song Shajuan's countenance darkened. Though I agree to collaborate with you, it does not imply I will engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Jun Yinqing shrugged in resignation, explaining, the Slayers of Heaven target the nobility and tyrants, those who plunder the populace and act with cruelty. Alas, the victors write history, and they have manipulated the narrative to cast us in a villainous light. As the judge of the Department of Evil, Song Shajun was no stranger to the sordid dealings within the court, yet, bound by the law and lacking evidence, he could only acquiesce. Observing his expression soften, Jun Yinqing seized the opportunity to press on, commanding the 8 extremes, sacrificing oneself for righteousness. What is amiss with that? Commanding the 8 extremes, sacrificing oneself for righteousness. Song Shajun murmured, repeatedly echoing the phrase, memories flooding his mind. The Southern Emperor's autocratic rule, corrupt officials rampant, the world appeared serene and prosperous. Yet it was merely a facade, a self-deception under the Emperor's feet. Loyal ministers and valiant generals met untimely ends, while treacherous officials roamed free. The haunting image of He Beishing perishing in flames remained vivid in his memory. How could he forget? With a gaze increasingly resolute and a demeanor ever more fierce, he declared, I shall join the Slayers of Heaven. Jun Yinqing beamed at his acquiescence, her beauty radiant yet laced with deadly intent. I shall introduce you to someone. Only with their approval can you truly be inducted into the Slayers of Heaven. An introduction? Could it be the legendary Slayer Luoho? A tremor coursed through Song Shajuan's heart. No living soul has ever laid eyes upon Lord Luoho. However, this person is second only to him in prowess. Jun Yinqing's lips curled into a mysterious arc. The Slayers of Heaven, the unfathomable. For a fleeting moment, Song Shajun was taken aback, as a thunderous realization struck him. The black and white longsword that should have been confiscated had vanished. You are not the unfathomable at all. In the capital, Li Xiong pondered. If we follow my line of thought, the 9th princess was ensnared by political rivals. Could it be that the 7 deceased musicians were bribed? Jiang Xiaoyang's immediate reaction was that the 7 musicians had indeed been bought off. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to leave the capital just as the banquet was about to commence. As musicians for the 9th princess, they would lack for nothing. And ordinary treasures would not suffice. Perhaps it was some rare treasure. Wait a moment. Li Wujiu paused, suddenly realizing something was amiss, and smacked his forehead, exclaiming, This is bad. That old eunuch Diao Jinyu is cunning and has been outwitted. Jiang Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, questioning, What do you mean? Do you suspect that old eunuch? Li Wujiao shook his head, stating earnestly, The absence of instruments is inconsequential. We can always recreate or purchase them if we have the funds. However, given the current turmoil caused by the demon tribe and soaring prices, how could the 7 musicians vanish without a trace of silver on their persons? Li Wuji recalled that the investigation by the Department of Evil revealed that, aside from the instruments, they possess nothing else. I've known that old eunuch for 7 years. Although he enjoys bullying the weak and currying favor with the powerful, he is far from careless. He has always been astutely cautious. Diogenes' order for an immediate autopsy was already questionable under the law, and the female officer had specifically emphasized that they were without a single coin, indicating something was amiss. Li Wujiao's expression shifted as he spoke firmly. You must meet up with Luo Lin and gather at the Fulwan Tower shortly. Jiang Xiaoyong took a moment to ponder, then succinctly stated, preserving life is paramount. Preserving life is paramount. Rest assured, though I, Li Wujiao, fear not death. I do not seek to court it. Chapter 32. Qin and Chu, capital city. Outside the Fulwan Tower, a wave of spring melancholy yearns for the solace of wine. The boats sway on the river, while the curtains flutter in the tower. Suddenly, Li Wujiao hears a celestial melody that weeps and tells tales, resonating with profound sorrow. The autumn maiden at the ferry and the time maiden at the bridge, the wind drifts softly, and the rain falls gently. Following the sound, Li Wujiao discovers it emanates from the Fulwan Tower, leaving him both astonished and delighted. This establishment indeed possesses deep cultural roots. Besides Jun Yinqing, there is also a master of the Guqin. Reaching the entrance of the Fulwan Tower, he finds it closed and unwelcoming. When will I return home to wash my guest robe? The ethereal music continues to linger like a divine harmony, stirring Li Wujiao's heart. As he paces around, he realizes the sound does not come from the front hall, but rather from the top of the tower. The enchanting melodies carve themselves into his mind, igniting his curiosity to its peak. Such a tune ought to exist only in the heavens. How often can one hear it in the mortal realm? Driven by an inexplicable impulse, Li Wujiao stealthily makes his way to the back of the Fulwan Tower, attempting to sneak in through the wall, summoning all his strength. He climbs to the top just in time to see a jade window ajar. This celestial music is indeed emanating from within. As the lingering notes wrap around him, Li Wujiao feels his spirit sway, his eyes glaze over, and in a moment of carelessness, he stumbles and accidentally falls into the tower. With a thud, the music abruptly halts, replaced by the dull sound of Li Wujiao hitting the floor. A woman in an ink-colored skirt, who had been playing the Guqin, turns in surprise. Li Wujiao, feeling embarrassed, scratches his head, his mind racing faster than light. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly sings, the cherries have turned red, the bananas have turned green. His voice diminishes to a whisper, finally succumbing to a profound silence. How embarrassing. Li Wujiao's handsome face contorts in awkwardness, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. What a lovely song, but who are you? The ink-skirted woman exclaims in astonishment. Ahem. I am Li Wujiao, he begins, but upon meeting her gaze, he is utterly stunned. Her eyes, like shimmering glass, glisten with brilliance, resembling the stars. It cannot be. When did Mr. Dongfang become versed in music? This revelation shocks Li Wujiao, who squints his eyes, feigning embarrassment while secretly scrutinizing the ink-skirted woman. Her appearance is unremarkable, yet her demeanor holds a hint of charm, lessening her aloofness. Oh, what a coincidence. Li Wujiao is now certain that the ink-skirted woman is not Dongfang Juedai. However, as his thoughts wander, he realizes that she bears an uncanny resemblance, leaving him astounded. I am Li Wujiao, having inadvertently stumbled here while searching for a culprit. I hope the lady will not take offense. With a playful smile, the ink-skirted woman responds, I find you familiar. Could we not be old acquaintances? Li Wujiao, caught in her gaze, feels an inexplicable nervousness, his palms sweating. Perhaps I visited a few days ago, but I do not know your esteemed name. Oh, forgive my boldness for making you laugh. I am Qin, with the single character Chu. My parents were persecuted by the demon clan, leaving me alone in the capital. Fortunately, the tower master recognized my talent, and I spent 13 years mastering the jade Qin, which is renowned as the finest in the world. As Qin Chu speaks, she suddenly rolls up her sleeve and boldly takes a swig of wine, offering it to Li Wujiao. The wine is not poisoned. See for yourself. The unexpected turn leaves Li Wujiao speechless, his heart racing with astonishment. People may share similarities, which can be attributed to coincidence. However, every gesture, every smile, bears a striking resemblance, and were she to claim to be Dongfang Juedai, Li Wujiao would not doubt it for a moment. Ha ha, look at your dazed expression. Are you shocked? Qin Chu chuckles. I find the pretense of shyness rather uncomfortable. Being myself is much more pleasant. Qin Chu, carefree and unrestrained, raises a jug of wine and drinks heartily, resembling a wine barrel. Yet her glassy eyes reflect a sense of freedom and innocence, devoid of any arrogance. Li Wujiao regains his composure, firmly convinced that this must be mere coincidence. Why are you in a daze? I doubt you would dare to drink. If we are merely strangers, should you really be drinking a stranger's wine? I would certainly lecture you, even if the other party were to personally test the poison. One cannot be sure they have not taken the antidote beforehand. Qin Chu rambles on without pause, mostly trivialities, while Li Wujiao hardly contemplates them. Yet he cannot help but notice how her lecturing tone bears an uncanny resemblance to Dongfang Juedai, which leaves him feeling increasingly anxious. Miss Qin, you misunderstand. It is merely that men and women should not engage in such intimacy. I did not mean to offend your dignity. Qin Chu dismisses his concern with a wave of her hand. The Fulwan Tower has recently encountered trouble. You do not suspect me. Yet you still reveal your identity so candidly. In these chaotic times, trust is a rare commodity. I offer you this jug of spring flower brew as a token of sincerity. Spring flower brew? Isn't this the exquisite wine that Mr. Dongfang has longed for? Li Wujio's eyes flicker with opportunity, thinking such a blessing should not be missed. Miss Qin, your invitation is so generous, and should I refuse, I would appear ungrateful. However, I truly have pressing matters to attend to and should refrain from drinking. How about this? Please keep a jug of spring flower brew for me, and I shall return tonight to collect it. With Li Wujio's eloquent words, a balance between acceptance and refusal emerges, leaving Qinshu with no suspicion. Completely forgetting his earlier clumsiness, she readily agrees. After finishing a jug of spring flower brew, she remains completely sober. Laughing heartily, the Fu Wan Tower has an ancient wine age for 800 years, waiting for a kindred spirit to share in a drunken revelry. 800 years. Is that wine still drinkable? Li Wujio's mouth twitches. It's the same age as my ancestors. The saying goes, each trade has its own mysteries. Look at you, young man. Your knowledge is rather limited. Qinshu stands up excitedly, her tone filled with enthusiasm. This wine is crafted from 9 heavenly treasures. 1 sip grants longevity, 2 sips cure all ailments, and a whole jar promises immortality. Even celestial beings would shed tears from its intoxication. Hence it is called Tears of the Immortal. Qinshu's grandiose words leave Li Wujio with an indescribable feeling, as if he has heard of this Tears of the Immortal before. Wait, have I forgotten my original purpose? Li Wujio glances out the window. Dusk is approaching, and the stars begin to twinkle softly in the night sky. As the hour of Su draws near, it is getting late. He resolves to find Miss Qin another day for a more enjoyable drink. Having said this, Li Wujio bows respectfully and prepares to leave. Just as he is about to escape through the window, several shadowy figures suddenly sweep past outside the Fu Wan Tower. Li Wujio retracts and leans out the window, astonished to see not just one group of people. Some wear crimson official robes, others clad in bronze armor, and some draped in embroidered robes. Forces from the Town Evil Division, the Imperial Guard, and various factions are mobilized, rushing towards the capital with an intimidating air. Something is amiss. Why are 2 of them heading straight for the Fu Wan Tower? Just as he observes the commotion, 2 swift figures fly directly toward the Fu Wan Tower. Walking on air, certainly masters of their craft. At the forefront is a woman with an ethereal presence, clad in a robe adorned with stars, holding a celestial divination tool, with a halo of stars suspended behind her. Beside her stands a burly man in brown armor, with arms swirling with stars, exuding an impressive aura. Upon seeing the 2 individuals, Qinshu promptly bowed and greeted them. I am Qinshu, and I have the honor of meeting the esteemed Yu Hung Star Lord and Kai Yang Star Lord. What celestial breeze has brought you both to Fu Wan Tower? Yu Hung Star Lord? Kai Yang Star Lord? Li Wujio noticed the jade pendants at their waists, inscribed with glimmering characters. Are they from the Yintian Tower? What brings them to Fu Wan Tower? Li Wujio recalled that Yintian Tower is the foremost intelligence organization in the realm. The Qianlong list was established by Yintian Tower, and the entity ranked 5th, Yao Guang, is also affiliated with them. The names Yu Hung and Kai Yang were familiar. Upon reflection, he realized they too were listed among the top 20 on the Qianlong list. Yu Hung, ranked 19th, skilled in divining the heavens and foretelling fortunes. Kai Yang, ranked 20th, a formidable physical cultivator capable of overcoming immense challenges. He remembered them clearly, as they were precisely at the threshold of the top 20, both having entered the realm of masters at such a young age. Li Wujio furrowed his brow, fearing that their intentions were not benevolent. Miss Qin, has the demonist Jun Yinqing made an appearance at Fu Wan Tower today? Yu Hung inquired politely, smiling. Not at all. Qinshu shook her head. Is that so? Do you not know that my divination has never aired? Yu Hang's smile carried an undertone of menace. Star-Lord Yu Hung, you jest. As a mere mortal, how could I possibly grasp the affairs of the distinguished Qianlong's 7th rank? Qinshu shrugged, laughing helplessly. Seeing this, Kai Yang raised his fist, questioning harshly. The 7th rank of Qianlong? Are they remnants of the Tian Mo clan? What connection do they have with her? Kai Yang bellowed. The 9th princess's musician was murdered by vile individuals, and Yintian Tower has received a royal decree to assist in apprehending the culprit. Qinshu, bewildered, asked, what does this have to do with me? Kai Yang's expression darkened, an invisible pressure enveloping the room, making Qinshu feel as though she were being crushed. Struggling to breathe, Kai Yang pressed. Many witnesses in the capital saw Jun Yinqing at Fu Wan Tower, precisely after the disappearance of Judge Song from the Zhenyi Sea. How can you claim ignorance? Qinshu's brow furrowed, her expression pained, her complexion turning pale as she struggled against the overwhelming force. A mere mortal? How could this be possible? Yu Hang narrowed his eyes, surprised to find that Qinshu was merely an ordinary person. He waved his hand gently, dissipating the pressure upon her and offering a warm smile. Kai Yang, do not be rude. Miss Qin, please speak frankly. Where has Jun Yinqing gone? Yintian Tower will not make things difficult for you. Yu Hang's beauty was disarming, her smile radiating warmth, instilling a sense of calm in the previously anxious Qinshu, compelling her to divulge everything. However, upon hearing this, Li Wujio's brow furrowed even deeper, perplexed by the situation. He pondered silently. He had entrusted Jun Yinqing to Song Shajun, who, as a judge of the Genie Sea, ought to have reported the truth to the court. Why then does Yin Tian Tower claim to be acting on a royal decree to apprehend the perpetrator? Could it be that Song Sha-jun had not informed the court of the truth at all? This was the only explanation Li Wujio could conceive. Miss Qin, shielding a high-ranking criminal from the court is tantamount to being complicit with the perpetrator. Do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a punishment. Kai Yang shouted angrily. Miss Qin, it is not that we wish to make things difficult for a defenseless woman. This is the will of the emperor. You must consider the consequences carefully. Yu Hong urged gently. Li Wujio finally grasped their intentions. Yu Hong and Kai Yang were playing good cop and bad cop, determined to corner an innocent woman. A smirk curled at the corner of Li Wujio's lips as he pushed the door open and stepped out, exclaiming, "What buzzing fly is making such noise? It pains my ears." Upon seeing Li Wujio, Kai Yang immediately realized he was mocking them and retorted coldly, "Why does Miss Qin still have a man in her room when Fu Wan Tower is closed to guests today? How surprising that Miss Qin, who prides herself on her purity, is found in the company of a man." Yu Heng's expression shifted, her voice turning icy as she admonished, "Kai Yang, cease your rudeness. Do not tarnish the young lady's reputation." Kai Yang scoffed. "Is it not perfectly normal for a woman to have affections for someone? How does that make me rude?" Facing the slander, Qin Shu remained unfazed, smiling brightly. "You two Star Lords have misunderstood. I share a bond with Daoist Li, and we were simply enjoying a drink together. It is nothing untoward. You shameless woman." Kai Yang began, but Yu Heng shot him a glare, silently urging him to focus on the matter at hand. Regaining her composure, Yu Heng displayed a gentle and enchanting smile, speaking softly, "Miss Qin, ignorance is no crime. Consider past events as a result of being deceived by the demoness, and we shall overlook them. However, the emperor has decreed that if the perpetrator and their accomplices are encountered, they are to be executed on the spot, with those who shield them facing the same punishment." As her words fell, Kai Yang's formidable presence surged forth. Li Wujiu let out a cold snort, gripping Frost Cold tightly, his sword intent rising. "Miss Qin, you should step aside. But you are only at the second realm of the spirit sea. How can you contend with those at the fifth realm?" Qin Shu frowned, questioning. "This is clearly a deliberate targeting. One can avoid the first, but not the 15th. Li Wujio gathered his spiritual power, his sword intent steadily climbing. "Absolutely not." Qin Shu's expression shifted dramatically as she hurried to stop him. "If you make a move, it would be defying the royal decree. Defying the royal decree is tantamount to challenging imperial authority, a capital offense." Yet, to her surprise, Li Wujio showed no signs of retreat, Frost Cold positioned before him. "No matter, if trouble arises, assistance will surely come. Who would dare assist you? Who would defy the Southern Emperor?" Qin Shu furrowed her brow. "Trust me, Miss Qin, though I act impulsively, I never jest with the lives of others." Li Wujio's sword intent surged to its peak as he leapt high, striking down with tremendous force. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the blade did not descend upon Kai Yang and the others but cleaved through the air. In an instant, a blinding white sword light illuminated the sky, catching the attention of half the capital, all eyes drawn to Fu Wan Tower. "You little thief! How dare you signal your accomplices?" Kai Yang shouted furiously. Chapter 33. He is Li Wudi. As Kai Yang stepped forth, he descended with a thunderous presence. A pair of purple gold hammers soaring from his waist, stirring a howling gale. "Kai Yang, vanquish the foes!" he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of ferocious dominance. The Fu Wan Tower trembled like a startled rabbit beneath the roar of a savage beast. The momentum of Kai Yang continued to intensify, the vibrations becoming increasingly violent. As the wooden tables and chairs disintegrated into dust, and the entire Fu Wan Tower swayed perilously on the brink of collapse. A generation of prodigies, the pinnacle of physical prowess. Truly terrifying. His true name, Kai Yang. The name of his hammer, Kai Yang. His innate weapon perfected, its might unparalleled. None could refrain from exclaiming in awe. Even the proud Li Wujio privately gasped, while Qin Shumo, her skirt billowing, furrowed her brow. "Humph. I am the sixth of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The reincarnation of the Kai Yang Star Lord, descending to protect the mortal realm. You shall be buried beneath my hammer. This journey through the world shall not be in vain." A spectral avatar manifested behind Kai Yang, a colossal purple gold hammer eclipsing the sun and moon, shrouding the Fu Wan Tower in darkness, casting a pall over Qin Shumo's heart. "Young Master Li, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave." As soon as Qin Shumo's voice fell, she leaped down from the Fu Wan Tower. Yet, Li Wujiao remained rooted, gazing at the hammer poised to obliterate everything, a smile creeping across his lips. The purple gold hammer was about to descend, an earth-shattering pressure approaching. As it seemed Li Wuji would be crushed alongside the Fu Wan Tower. Boom. The resounding explosion reverberated for miles, drawing the attention of the entire capital towards the Fu Wan Tower. However, to everyone's astonishment, the purple gold hammer did not fall as anticipated. Instead, it halted midair. Kai Yang was taken aback, only to witness a tall figure in white standing beneath the massive hammer, left hand resting behind his back, effortlessly absorbing the cataclysmic strike with a single hand. "Who dares to challenge me?" Kai Yang glared, his anger boiling. The figure in white remained silent, his gaze piercing, as he unleashed a punch, seemingly ordinary yet bursting with terrifying force. Crash! The purple-gold hammer exploded, and the spectral avatar shattered into nothingness. Kaiyang staggered back several steps, shock and wariness flooding his eyes. Is he Beishing? Li Wujiu was internally astonished, recognizing the figure as a stranger at first glance. The young, proud general, He Beishing, possessed an aura of unparalleled might, his physical strength seemingly unmatched among the fifth realm. Kaiyang, retreat, lest you be harmed. He Beishing conveyed silently, exuding an innate confidence. Kaiyang, I come to aid you. Yuheng shouted, her fingers dancing, radiant light swirling as the stars appeared to orbit her palm. The celestial bodies shift, the moon descends, and the stars fall. The Yuheng of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper invoked the heaven and earth reversal formation. In an instant, the heavens appeared cloaked in layers of inscriptions, the stars agitated like disturbed beasts, the sun and moon thrown into chaos as giant stars plummeted. The very fabric of reality seeming to unravel. The figure in white raised an eyebrow, sensing the disruption of spiritual energy. His body sluggish as if bearing the weight of a star. This formation, if the 7 stars of the Big Dipper unite, shall indeed bear its name. Wielding the might to overturn heaven and earth, though I, Yuheng, alone need only to eradicate you. With a frigid expression, Yuheng let her hand fall, an overwhelming pressure crashing down, as if countless massive stars were descending from the firmament, intent on annihilating all. Unexpectedly, a dragon's roar echoed, and the stars were drawn back into alignment by a mysterious force. Heaven and earth reversal formation shattered. A voice laced with mockery rang out, as an ancient dragon roared skyward, shattering the heavens themselves. In the capital, a green-clad Taoist strolled leisurely, wearing a broad smile and an air of tranquility. What a magnificent heaven and earth reversal formation, the 8th of the ancient killing formations, but alas, it encounters me. The formation dismantled, Yuheng's spirit was shaken, and she spat a mouthful of blood, gazing at the newcomer in disbelief, the green-clad Taoist maintaining a polite smile. The young general and the green-clad Taoist stood together. A force capable of overcoming 1,000 pounds, a single strike shattering myriad loss. Isn't it customary to overwhelm the few with the many? Li Wujiu tilted his head. Leaping high, riding the green phoenix straight into the clouds, as a gentle spring breeze tousled his hair, his gaze sharp and heroic. In stark contrast, Yuheng and Kaiyang, their injuries and pain forcing their heads down, were momentarily silenced, their previous arrogance deflated. When did the South give rise to such a peerless prodigy? Who are you? State your name. Kaiyang scrutinized He Beishing, whose stature, though not particularly imposing, commanded an air of intimidation simply by standing still. Li Wujiu took a step forward, introducing. He has been in seclusion at Han Mountain for years. He is my cousin, named Li Wudi. Li Wudi. Laughter erupted from Jiang Shaoang. Unable to contain himself. What nonsense. Spouting off absurdities. Coupled with Li Wujiao's playful demeanor, the moment rekindled memories of past sorrows, and he could hardly hold it in. Fuming, Kaiyang bellowed, Jiang, what are you laughing at? Yet Jiang Shaoyong, despite Kaiyang's fury, could not suppress his mirth, his tone teasing. The martial star descends. Only to be shattered by a mere mortal with a single hand. Shouldn't you change your name to Cricket Star instead? The martial star has become the Cricket Star? Haha. What a cricket star. Li Wujiu could no longer contain his laughter. It must be said, when it comes to verbal sparring, if Jiang Shaoyong ranked second, no one could claim the first. You dare to insult me, Kaiyang. Kaiyang, struck at his sore spot, could not find words to express his fury. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Yuheng bowing her head, her lips pressed tight, stifling a laugh. Many cultivators around them, hearing this exchange, struggled to maintain their composure. Fortunately, He Beishing remained unfazed, casting a calm glance at Kaiyang, his voice steady. I have been devoted to my cultivation. Newly arrived in the capital. Whether you have heard of Li Wudi or not is inconsequential. One day, his name shall resonate throughout the South. He Beishing nearly slipped. But his bold proclamation was enough to showcase his arrogance, a minor flaw in an otherwise impressive statement. The words fell on Kaiyang and others' ears with an entirely different weight. Though the name was fabricated, the rest was far from empty boasts. What a Li Wudi. Kaiyang will remember this. The astonishment in Kaiyang's eyes deepened, a sense of unwillingness brewing within, yet he recognized He Beishing's strength surpassed his own. The Yintian Tower proclaimed him the pinnacle of physical prowess, a title not lightly earned, and never doubted by the masters and prodigies of the realm. Yet Kaiyang harbored doubts. Could he be a humanoid beast? After uttering those words, even he found them nonsensical, yet he truly could not fathom it. Among the fifth realm, having achieved mastery of the body and perfected the spectral avatar, few could rival him in physical prowess, even among the top 20 prodigies of the potential dragon realm. Impossible. I am the reincarnation of the martial star, unmatched in strength. Could it be that my masters from the Big Dipper and Tian Gang have deceived me? Doubts arose within Kaiyang regarding his own mentors and his own life. Meanwhile, crowds began to converge upon the Fulwan Tower, with Li Wujiu standing atop the Green Phoenix, surveying the capital, but he could not find Qin Chimo and Apos as figure, nor sense even a trace of her presence. Instead, enemies from all directions surged forth, including court-martial officials and instructors from the Imperial Guard. He recalled that the 800,000 elite soldiers were led by Yin Chong, a figure of great destiny, far beyond their capability to contend with. They intended to encircle and annihilate us. Li Wuji narrowed his eyes, contemplating a strategy. His gaze shifted towards the Jade Balance Star-Lord. Jade Balance was no fool, without substantial evidence. It was improbable that he would accuse Qin Chu of being an accomplice outright. Brother Jiang, go and provoke Jade Balance a little more, Li Wuji communicated discreetly. Jiang Shaoang looked at Jade Balance, whose beauty rivaled that of Shishir, her figure as delicate as a flower. He feigned a lewd gaze, adopting a lascivious demeanor. The humble Taoist Jiang Shaoyang, have inadvertently harmed the Jade Balance Star-Lord. I am willing to offer myself to atone for this transgression. Jade Balance glared at that infuriatingly smug face, a surge of ire bubbling within her, rendering her speechless. You, get lost. The Jade Balance Star-Lord spat out a single word, stifling her fury. You all insist on shielding the criminal and opposing the court. Kaiong clutched his chest, his vitality surging in tumult, rage boiling over. A being of exceptional talent, renowned for his physical prowess, had been struck down by a mere nameless individual, shattering his ethereal form. How could he not be enraged? Li Wuji crossed his arms, chuckling. Big fellow, do you believe that you can bully me simply because you have the numbers? Do you think I, Li Wuji, have no one to back me? Kaiong grunted. His gaze fixated on the figure clad in white. Though his physicality could overpower him, this was a prodigy who had emerged from nowhere, warranting a more cautious approach. Jade Balance, unskilled in martial combat, relied solely on the formation that had already been dismantled. Aware of her disadvantage, she resolved to buy time, awaiting reinforcements. Jiang Hanlin. No, you've already been stripped of your official title. Jade Balance remarked with a sardonic tone, her exquisite features tinged with malice. Harboring a criminal leads to a dead end. Surrender to the Emperor, and you might still preserve your life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaoyong immediately bristled, tilting his head. Oh, you woman, relying on a modicum of beauty, you speak irrationally. I once thought the Jade Balance star in the heavens had lost its sight and reincarnated as a mere shrew. The pure and untainted Jade Balance, unaccustomed to such insults, found herself branded as a foul-mouthed scold by Jiang Shaoang. How dare you, Jiang Shaoang? I shall make you pay dearly. Infuriated by the insult, Jade Balance seized a nearby broken brick and charged at Jiang Shaoang with a furious swing. Jade Balance, don't fall for Jiang's trickery. Kaiong, regaining his composure, intervened. Jade Balance inhaled deeply, calming her tumultuous emotions, the fury gradually dissipating from her eyes. She furrowed her brow, recognizing that she usually maintained her poise. Why was it that today, provoked by mere words, she found it so hard to contain her anger? It must be that Qin Chu was instigating from the shadows. Jade Balance clenched her teeth, thinking to herself. Jun Yinqing excels in demonic arts and seductive techniques, killing invisibly. If Qin Chu teaches that witch music, she is not merely a criminal, but an accomplice. Even if she were to leap into the Yellow River, her sins would remain unwashed. Suddenly, Jade Balance's eyes widened. She could no longer sense Qin Chu's presence. She, a mere mortal, had leaped directly from the Fulwan Tower. Surviving was already a miracle. Simultaneously, Li Wuji felt an unusual sensation. It puzzled him why he could no longer sense Qin Chu's existence. The more profound one's cultivation, the keener their sensitivity to the spiritual energies of the world. Even when a being perished, traces of their essence lingered. If Qin Chu were just an ordinary human, how could there be no trace of her aura? If she possessed abilities akin to the unparalleled talents of the East, why would she need to flee? Unless, of course, she had a precious artifact that concealed her presence. As soon as Li Wuji's thoughts concluded, he witnessed Jade Balance struggling to rise, her fingers forming seals. A stream of spiritual light piercing through the clouds, ascending into the heavens. The Sumeru Buddha's bone. She must be colluding with the witch to commit murder and seize treasures. Jade Balance's agitation drew Li Wuji's attention. The Sumeru Buddha's bone, such a familiar name. My master often mentioned it. Jiang Shaoyong scratched his head. Chapter 34. General Zhang Wu. How I wish I could remember. Jiang Shaoyong's brow furrowed in despair as he racked his brain for an answer. Just then, a brilliant starburst of light pierced the heavens, reverberating through the imperial city, causing the alarm bells to ring out and the entire capital to tremble. Alas, with the tolling of the alarm, a citywide manhunt commenced. He Beixing's eyes narrowed, and he spoke in a grave tone. What should we do? Jiang Shaoyong's brow knitted in worry, his heart filled with uncertainty. Should we flee? Li Wuji's gaze sharpened, summoning frost cold, which hovered before him. To continue evading its deadly edge would be tantamount to colluding with evil, aiding the wicked in their misdeeds. The powerful officials of the court, scattered throughout the city in search of the culprits, began to converge, their overwhelming presence closing in on Li Wuji and his companions. Surrounded on all sides, outnumbered. Humph. What a narrow path for enemies. A sharp, cold laugh echoed. Upon hearing the voice of the eunuch, Li Wuji understood that the newcomer was Diao Jinyu, the junior supervisor of the Department of Punishment. Li Wuji turned to glance at He Beixing, the very murderer of his beloved kin, standing right before him. His hands clasped tightly behind his back, he clenched his fists, nails digging into his skin, a trickle of blood silently sliding into his palm. Though his heart roared with tempestuous fury, his face remained as calm as a placid lake. betraying not a trace of resentment. He Beishing met Li Wuji's gaze. His eyes resolute as granite. He declared in a deep voice, "Stone may be shattered, yet its steadfastness must not be taken. A loyal soldier may perish, yet his loyalty must not be tarnished." He Beishing knew all too well that from the moment he was consumed by flames, life and death had become inconsequential. He lived each day in quietude, biding his time for the moment to avenge the He family's massacre. Upon seeing Diao Jinyu arrive, Yu Heng bowed slightly. "Junior Supervisor Diao, we are here on the Emperor's orders to capture the murderer." Who would have thought these three would aid the criminal in his escape? Their crimes warrant execution. Diao Jinyu cast a sidelong glance. Sneering, "The cultivation of both Star Lords surpasses that of my household. How could they be outmatched by a mere dismissed Hanlin scholar?" Diao Jinyu's tone dripped with sarcasm, deriding not only Jiang Xiaoyong, but also Yu Heng and Kai Yang. "Damn eunuch." Yu Heng cursed inwardly, her face still respectful. She understood her limitations, realizing that she and Kai Yang could not contend with the two men, and thus accepted her humiliation. "Diao Jinyu, I have no time for pretense. Han Shan has unleashed a humanoid beast. Even Kai Yang was crushed by a single punch. A punch that shattered a manifestation?" Diao Jinyu's cold eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a sense of caution as he scrutinized He Beishing, who was a hulking figure, undeniably a rough man. As for his cultivation, he stood at the pinnacle of the fifth realm, far beyond Diao Jinyu's ability to contend. If even the martial star could not best this man, why should my house embarrass itself? Diao Jinyu took a half step back, retreating among the officers of the Department of Punishment. "Diao Jinyu, what do you mean by this?" Kai Yang exclaimed in indignation, his voice sharp. Diao Jinyu flicked the white jade dust from his sleeves, unfazed. "There is no need for concern, esteemed Star Lords. Like copper basins clashing with iron brooms, the wicked will ultimately meet their match." Wicked? Just as Diao Jinyu's words fell, a sudden purple light soared into the sky, astonishing all present. It was an iron dragon staff, wielding an unstoppable force, hurtling towards He Beishing. This aura, sixth realm. He Beishing's expression changed dramatically. Yet like a lightning strike, he had no time to evade. The iron dragon staff crashed against his chest like a mountain falling on an egg, sending his body hurtling backward. Bang! Dust filled the air as his figure was violently propelled away, disappearing from sight in an instant. The direction was the outskirts of the city? Li Wuji cast a sly glance at Jiang Xiaoyong, who understood immediately and vanished before anyone could react. "Stop the traitor!" Kai Yang and Yu Heng shouted in anger, springing forth to apprehend the two. "By the orders of the Department of Punishment, I shall apprehend the true culprit." Diao Jinyu led the officers in hot pursuit. He Beishing's face tightened as he exerted every ounce of strength to dissipate the force of the strike. When he regained his senses, he found himself at the outskirts of the city, far removed from the capital. He Beishing's chest shimmered with radiant light, a manifestation of the martial god S-bones at work. Even at the pinnacle of the fifth realm, a direct hit from that staff would have shattered his ribs. Yet, He Beishing remained unharmed, the light swirling around him a testament to the martial god S-might. Is the forbidden power truly this fearsome? Just as he marveled at the prowess of the martial god S-bones, a swift shadow descended from the heavens like a falling star, brandishing the iron dragon staff in a fierce attack. He Beishing had no time to ponder, swiftly dodging to the side, redirecting all his energy into a single punch. But the wielder of the staff moved with astonishing speed, sweeping horizontally with tremendous force, a tidal wave of pressure crashing toward him. Sixth realm? He Beishing's eyes blazed with determination, refusing to retreat. His muscles tightened, veins bulging as he prepared to unleash his own formidable strength. He aimed to confront the sixth realm head-on. With a powerful swing, he struck at the imposing iron dragon staff. The moment their fists collided, an explosive sound erupted, akin to thunderclaps, reverberating through the air. A visible wave of terrifying spiritual energy rippled outwards from the point of impact, spreading wildly in all directions. The air was torn apart with a shrill whistle, and the ground beneath them could not withstand the overwhelming force, fracturing and collapsing. Rocks shattered, great trees splintered, leaving the surrounding area barren for miles. The two remained locked in combat for a full incense stick's duration before the pressure began to subside. As the dust settled, a figure emerged, clad in a Kirin martial robe, wielding the iron dragon staff with an air of menace. The instructor of the 800,000 Imperial Guards, Yin Chong? He Beishing was taken aback. This presence approached the mid-sixth realm, a level far beyond his capability to confront. The instructor of 800,000 Imperial Guards? Humph. I will eradicate the remnants of the He family and be rewarded by the Emperor. I am the loyal general of the Great South. Loyal general? He Beishing fixed his gaze. The man in the Kirin robe was undoubtedly Yin Chong, witnessing the true perpetrator of the He family's slaughter. He had ascended to the rank of loyal general. The very title of loyal pierced He Beishing's heart like a blade, so deeply ironic. Yet he could not voice his disdain, the irony morphing into deep-seated rage, his fists tightening further. That sinister, predatory gaze of yours resembles that of a foolish little thief. Yet alas, he has perished in flames. Yin Chong sneered, his words mocking the very person standing before him, the living embodiment of the thief he ridiculed. I must thank that little thief. I slaughtered his entire family, stepping upon the corpses of the He family to ascend to the position of loyal general. The corners of Yin Chong's mouth curled upward, pride radiating from him in his Kirin robe. He Beixing had long been consumed by flames, his family's demise serving as the stepping stones for Yin Chong's ascent. As for the He Beixing before him, to Yin Chong, he was merely a fifth-realm little thief. Capturing him would elevate his own status even further. He Beixing's eyes reddened, filled with fury, wishing he could summon the stars to rend Yin Chong into 1,000 pieces. Yin Chong, if I do not slay you, I shall not be worthy of being human. Chapter 35. The Dragon and Crane Immortal Aspect. The Sixth Realm knows destiny. Yin Chong, wielding the Panlong staff, never once entertained the thought of defeat. It was utterly inconceivable. The divide between the fifth and sixth realms is an insurmountable chasm. Only upon sensing the heavens and comprehending one of the myriad paths can one penetrate the mysteries and establish a school of thought. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the great path, one must understand the extreme realm and break through it to behold destiny. This is what is meant by the sixth realm knowing destiny. I am curious, you, nearly at the peak of the fifth realm. How do you expect to survive a strike from the sixth realm? Yin Chong's tone was cold and harsh, laced with a hint of amusement. As if interrogating a condemned soul. Surely, the heavens are watching over me, aiding me in eliminating a scoundrel like you. He Qingxing ground his teeth, his eyes filled with boundless hatred. Humph, it seems the He family is indeed loyal to a fault. Even a petty thief dares to champion justice. Yin Chong snorted disdainfully, his eyes betraying no sense of loyalty or righteousness, only an insatiable greed. Blinded by ambition, he is less than a beast. He Qingxing's fury surged as Yin Chong, fully aware of the He family's unjust plight, continued to slaughter the innocent for personal gain. And so what? Can you truly kill me? Having laid his cards on the table, Yin Chong had no intention of allowing He Qingxing to live. With 1,000 shadows of the staff and a myriad of lethal intents, Yin Chong swung the Panlong staff, its shadow descending upon He Qingxing like a mountain. Unflinching, He Qingxing retaliated with a fierce punch, the wind from his strike howling like a tempest. The collision of their forces was akin to a raging storm colliding with the towering mountains of the vast earth, mercilessly halted. He Qingxing unleashed a punch fueled by all his spiritual energy, yet it too was unrelentingly blocked, as the Panlong staff seemed capable of neutralizing his attack, gradually diminishing its force. Despite his superior physique, your strikes are scattered and unrefined, akin to a bull that knows only to charge recklessly. Yin Chong bellowed, the Panlong staff erupting with astonishing might. He Qingxing felt a sharp crack resonate in his palm, as if his bones were shattering. A tempest, a torrential downpour. Yin Chong swiftly shifted the staff's trajectory, transforming sheer power into blinding speed. The staff's shadow whirled, each movement as swift as the wind, as fierce as the rain. He Qingxing gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, unable to counter, retreating desperately, glancing at his palm, where the flesh was torn, revealing golden bone beneath a gaping, gruesome wound. Had I the Pajuan in hand, I would demand retribution in blood from you. The scoundrel Yin Chong. He Qingxing, though physically formidable, had not practiced the art of striking, and with a fractured hand, he found himself at a disadvantage. However, fortune amid misfortune, the golden light emanating from his fractured bones began to mend, knitting itself back together. Yin Chong, astonished, noticed the radiant glow from He Qingxing's palm and sensed an aura both familiar and foreign. The 3,000 taboo. Could it be that you are a he? Before Yin Chong could finish his thought, He Qingxing seized the moment, forming seals with both hands as strange light enveloped him. Behind him, ancient runes materialized, coalescing into a colossal ethereal crane, its elongated neck entwined with a white dragon, its eyes glaring at the heavens, exhaling clouds of white. The crane's song soared to the skies, the dragon's roar birthed smoke. The He family's ultimate secret, the dragon and crane immortal aspect. Yin Chong's face blanched in shock as he hurriedly swung the Panlong staff to defend himself, yet the ethereal crane was agile beyond measure, evading the staff shadow and swiftly pecking at Yin Chong's face. You are indeed He Qingxing. Qin Xiang's foresight is truly remarkable. You have a master aiding you. And your death was merely feigned. Yin Chong roared, his eyes turning crimson, his murderous intent intensifying. You were destined to die, now that I know. I shall ensure your demise is thorough. He Qingxing pressed his advantage, the dragon and crane immortal aspect solidifying further, the crane's wings flapping, conjuring a tempest of spiritual energy. Pajuan. He Qingxing shouted coldly as a silver-white dragon spear sliced through the air, landing firmly in his grasp. The crane sang high, the dragon howled long. And the bone of the martial god radiated with brilliant patterns, his aura soaring to its zenith. Impossible. He Qingxing is already dead. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Yin Chong's eyes widened in fury. The He Qingxing in his memory had perished in flames, and the towering figure before him was far beyond the He Qingxing he knew. Surely not the same. The dragon and crane immortal aspect manifests to eliminate evil and uphold justice. You, scoundrel, must die. He Qingxing's aura continued to rise, as if he sought to break free from shackles and ascend to the sixth realm of knowing destiny. Impossible. I, Yin Chong, a loyal general, with a future limitless, cannot be undone by a man already dead. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Yin Chong steeled himself, as if resolved. producing a black elixir from within his robes and swallowing it whole. Qin Xiang, assist me. In an instant, demonic energy surged within him, his once clear eyes now blood red. Veins bulging on his forehead, hair wildly dancing, and a splitting headache incapacitating him, causing his power to spiral out of control. To slay until the divine sea is overturned. To slay until the divine sea is overturned. Yin Chong appeared to lose his senses, raising the pan long staff and wildly smashing it, his might exponentially greater than before. He Qinsheng furrowed his brow. Yin Chong's sudden madness bore a striking resemblance to the scene of He Qianshan's ambush in the court. Such terrifying demonic energy. Although I have yet to truly step into the sixth realm, I fear even at its peak, I may perish beneath Yin Chong's chaotic strikes. Yin Chong's frenzied assault rent the heavens and shattered the earth, turning the outskirts of the city into ruins, leaving He Qinsheng with nowhere to hide. In a moment of dire urgency, the Tianshao inscriptions flickered, and amidst the dazzling golden light, stars transformed into radiant chains, entwining around Yin Chong and binding him. The Tianshao capturing dragon formation. From afar, a figure in azure robes approached from the horizon, hands forming seals, reciting incantations. The demonic energy surged skyward. Even the ancient seventh killing formation could imprison a true dragon, yet it could not stem the tide of its spread. This is dire. If the demonic energy continues to expand unchecked, the citizens of the capital will face calamity. He Qinsheng's gaze turned icy, his heart tightening. If even Yin Chong could not suppress the demonic energy, how could mere mortals escape? This is bad. He Qinsheng stood off against Yin Chong, unable to extricate himself. While Jiang Shaolong exerted the full force of the Tianshao capturing dragon formation, the demonic energy, like a beast escaping its cage, roared and scattered wildly towards the four corners of the capital. Buzz! In this moment of peril, a sword's cry rang out, a cold gleam slicing through the heavens, followed by a chilling sword intent enveloping the area. The heavens turned cold, shattered jade scattered like fragments, yet the proud plum blossom remained unbothered by the chill. The sword energy surged, the frost-laden sky was frozen, and the demonic energy shattered with a deafening roar. Who are you, to instill such fear in the demonic energy? Yin Chong's form stiffened, his eyes vacant, while He Qinsheng, in a fit of rage, disregarded the tearing of his palm, allowing blood to flow freely as he seized the Pijuan and pierced Yin Chong's chest. With his heart pierced, his vitality extinguished, Yin Chong collapsed, unable to close his eyes. Yet the threat was not yet quelled. The surging demonic energy erupted from Yin Chong's corpse, uncontrollably thrashing about, transforming into a malevolent spirit that nearly engulfed He Qinsheng. He Qinsheng found himself unable to evade, trapped in a calamity. The heavens wished for snow, and a sword of frost emerged. Li Wujiu employed the same tactic, clashing sword intent forcibly with the demonic energy, ultimately powerless to stop it, allowing the energy to seep into Tian Yakshu. With remnants of his sister's sword intent, it should suffice for a time. Li Wujiu sensed impending doom. This demonic energy seemed impossible to eradicate, only suppressible. Drawing upon Ning Jihan's sword intent, he had once defeated Luo Lin with a single strike. Now, he found himself needing to muster all remaining sword intent merely to barely contain the demonic energy. Li Wujiao, are you all right? A figure in gray robes suddenly appeared, shielding Li Wujiao and the others behind him. Then, another figure in gray emerged from the void, hands reversing, inscribing flowing spiritual patterns. Mr. Fong? Mr. Yen? He Qinsheng exclaimed in surprise, quickly clasping his fist in respect. No need for formality. We have come at the behest of the to offer our assistance. Yin Mingchong spoke in a calm tone, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The director had only disclosed the truth to the two of us, loyal and righteous individuals, to whom Fang Zhenqing held the utmost admiration. Fang Zhenqing's expression turned solemn, and he bowed respectfully to He Beishing, performing a courteous gesture. Wait, you actually executed Yin Chong? Yin Mingchong's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could the three of you join forces to slay a practitioner of the sixth realm? Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenqing was also taken aback. For Yin Chong was his equal in strength. How did you manage to bring him down? Chapter 36. Integrity amidst chaos. The demonic energy engulfed him, leaving him in a state of delirium after consuming a pill. His martial arts became erratic, akin to a venomous serpent stripped of its fangs. How could he escape death? Li Wujiu spoke solemnly. He and Jiang Shaiyong descended first, noticing two instructors from the martial academy awaiting them, to whom they bowed in respect. The treacherous ministers and corrupt officials bring calamity upon the nation and its people, reaping what they sow. Fang Zhenqing gazed at Yin Chong's lifeless body, applauding the outcome. Do not be too hasty in your rejoicing, Yin Mingchong cautioned, narrowing his eyes as he stroked his long beard. Yin Chong has just been appointed as a loyal general, and now he has met his demise. Given the temperament of the current emperor, this matter will not be easily dismissed. Your identity must remain concealed, Yin Mingchong concluded, waving his hand, causing the broken spear in He Beishing's grasp to vanish, ensconced in a swirl of mystical symbols. As he finished speaking, Liao Jinyu arrived with the enforcer's office at the city outskirts, followed closely by the Star Lords Kaiyang and Yuheng. Mr. Fong? Mr. Yen? Yuheng exclaimed in surprise, realizing that Li Wujiu, merely a second-tier practitioner, had managed to summon the Martial Academy's instructors. Should the instructors intervene, it would imply the tacit approval of Lord Luo, fundamentally altering the nature of the situation. Yu Hing, having met the two instructors, conveyed his regards for peace to Dean Luo on behalf of his master. Peace is unnecessary. Dean Luo has been irate lately, threatening to dismantle the Yintian Tower. Yin Mingchong said, his tone laced with a playful mockery. He referred to the Destiny Pearl-esque choice of Luo Lin, a selection that often heralded misfortune and calamity for its bearer. In that case, I shall report this to my master. Farewell for now, Yu Hing stated. Exchanging knowing smiles, Yu Hing and Kaiyong bowed and turned to leave. Oh, I nearly forgot. My master has invited Dean Luo to the Yintian Tower for a discussion tonight. Yu Hing added as he departed alongside Kaiyong, not even hearing Fong and Yan's approval. Were the two from the Yintian Tower planning to spare the culprit? Diao Jinyu raised an eyebrow, but Yu Hing paid him no heed, soaring into the air. Damn it. How did Yin Chong die? Diao Jinyu cursed inwardly, glancing at Yin Chong's corpse and instinctively suspecting Fong Zhenqing and Yin Mingchong of his murder. If indeed an instructor from the Taiping Martial Academy had taken action against a court official, the situation had escalated beyond his control. He, Diao Jinyu, though operating under the Emperor's decree, had heard rumors of the instructors at the Taiping Martial Academy being notoriously temperamental, quick to resort to violence over trivial disagreements. Especially that Mr. Dong Fong, whose fearsome reputation preceded him. Fortunately, she was not present. Diao Jinyu pondered whether he possessed the standing to compel the court to confront the Taiping Martial Academy over the actions of a mere deputy from the enforcer's office. Faced with the formidable presence of the Taiping Martial Academy, he, a minor deputy, was acutely aware of his limitations. Could he simply let this go? No. Yin Chong had been summoned by him, and should the court seek accountability, he would be implicated. Unbeknownst to the two esteemed instructors, we owe you our respects. But if your academy students assisted the culprit in escape, this case may well reach the Emperor's ears. Diao Jinyu threatened, attempting to exert pressure on the Taiping Martial Academy. Yet, in the next moment, a palpable pressure descended upon him as Fong Zhenqing, with an air of righteousness, glared at him sternly. Evidence? The enforcer's office accuses my Taiping Martial Academy's disciples of aiding a criminal. Do you possess any proof that the person who aided him is the true culprit? Under the weight of the pressure, Diao Jinyu's complexion turned pale, rendered speechless. He had anticipated that invoking the Emperor would instill some reverence in the Taiping Martial Academy, but Fong Zhenqing's imposing demeanor instead bore down upon him, making it feel as if a mountain were pressing upon his consciousness, rendering it exceedingly difficult to muster his spirit. Remember this, the Taiping Martial Academy seeks peace for the world, tranquility for the realm, rather than the pursuit of high office or noble titles. Fong Zhenqing, embodying integrity and righteousness, earned the admiration of Li Wujiu and others, while instilling dread in Diao Jinyu. Very well, the Taiping Martial Academy's stance is clear. We shall report the truth to the Emperor. Farewell, Diao Jinyu declared sharply, gesturing grandly as he prepared to leave. Enforcer's office, mobilize immediately to apprehend the true culprit. As Diao Jinyu was about to depart, a sudden flash of cold light caught his attention. A celestial sword barred his path, hovering menacingly before his chest. Diao Jinyu's expression tightened. What are you doing? Are you intending to silence me? Li Wujiu chuckled lightly. You jest, Lord Diao. I merely wish to inquire if you have encountered Judge Song. Judge Song? Diao Jinyu's face contorted in confusion, followed by a disdainful smile. Judge Song is busy indulging in pleasures at the Fulwan Pavilion. He would be perfect for a charge of dereliction of duty. Thank you for the reminder. Young Master Li. Li Wujiu's smile was enigmatic as he replied, no need for thanks. With a thought, the frost-cold sword returned to his side, prompting Diao Jinyu to turn and lead the enforcer's office away. Once Diao Jinyu departed, the others exhaled a collective sigh of relief, albeit momentarily. Scaring off a few lackeys was trivial. The true threat resided with the figure seated imperiously upon the dragon throne. Jiang Shaoang approached Li Wujiu, inquiring, why did you lend assistance to that eunuch? Li Wujiu shook his head, smiling. I did not assist him. Not assistance? Then why warn Diao Jinyu? Jiang Shaoang questioned, puzzled. Just as Yin Mingchong interrupted. Jiang Shaoang, when did your mastery of formations reach such heights? In just a few days. You managed to instantaneously set up the Tianshan dragon trapping formation? Jiang Shaoang paused in surprise, a smile creeping onto his lips as he replied, after all, even a caged beast will struggle. Ah, I see. Fellow Taoist Zhang's potential in formations is truly unparalleled. Yin Mingchong remarked, narrowing his eyes and stroking his beard. Alas, He Beixing, Jiang Shaoang exclaimed in alarm. The group then noticed that He Beixing's complexion had turned ashen, his palm torn and bleeding profusely, his body weakening, nearly collapsing. Li Wujiu observed the faint crimson flickering in He Beixing's eyes, his expression shifting to one of alarm. This is dire. He is afflicted by demonic energy. Fong Zhenqing quickly examined He Beixing's pupils, confirming the blood-red hue. Demonic energy is enigmatic. Even we know little of it. We must return He Beixing to the Martial Academy and consult Dean Luo for a remedy. Fong Zhenqing utilized his spiritual energy to securely lift He Beixing, vanishing from sight in an instant. The once vibrant city outskirts, adorned with lush greenery and colorful blooms, now lay in a terrifying state. Li Wujiu could not help but lament. The outskirts had been reduced to ruins, with Yin Chong's corpse lying in a pool of blood, left to decay in the wilderness. It seemed Diao Jinyu had summoned Yin Chong to act. Now that he was dead, they dared not retrieve the body. fearing the emperor's wrath. Jiang Xiaoyong nodded in agreement. Strange, why is there a lingering essence of sword intent? Yan Mengchong suddenly mused, surveying the surroundings with a thoughtful expression. Mr. Yan, the criminal who killed the ninth princess's musician is a swordsman, Li Wuzhou elucidated. A swordsman? How do you know this? Yan Mengchong inquired, arching an eyebrow. I overheard it during the enforcer's office's autopsy, Li Wuzhou replied with a smile. Overheard? I suspect you were eavesdropping, Yan Mengchong said with a wry smile. Having heard of Li Wuzhou's audacity before, today he realized that this was not mere boldness, it was an embodiment of daring. By the way, Mr. Yan, can you discern whose sword intent lingers here? Li Wuzhou asked. Yan Mengchong shook his head. I was deliberately vague earlier. What I sensed is not the residual sword intent of a swordsman, but rather that of a formation. The residual sword intent of a formation? Li Wuzhou seemed to grasp the implication, realizing Yan Mengchong was suggesting. A sword formation? Yan Mengchong smiled ambiguously, and I dared not speak recklessly. Yet, I felt an inexplicable familiarity with this sword formation. Perhaps I truly recognized it. If I were to recall its essence, I would share it with you. Yan Mengchong withdrew his thoughts, acknowledging that his understanding of sword formations was rather superficial, but he could not shake the feeling that this sword intent was hauntingly familiar. To be precise, it was the essence of the sword formation that resonated with him. Nevertheless, the hour was late, and tonight marked the Festival of Lanterns. A time of national celebration. Surely, the court would refrain from making any moves during such a festive occasion, even if the sky were to collapse. The martial academy would stand firm. Yan Mengchong gazed up at the night sky, where numerous lanterns floated against the dark canvas, vying with the stars for brilliance. Observing the direction in which Beixing had departed, a dark, purplish-black mist lingered. Li Wuzhou discreetly glanced at his palm, where a wisp of black mist coiled ominously. Chapter 37, The True Nature of Impermanence. As the night deepens, the stars shimmer brightly, the lanterns illuminate the streets, and the throngs of people bustle about. While families gather to celebrate the joyous festival, Li Wuzhou seeks a moment of solitude by the side of the Fuwan Tower. Leaning against the railing and gazing out at the river's flickering lights. On this festive occasion, are you perhaps longing for home? Jiang Xiaoyong inquires. Li Wuzhou remains silent, merely casting a distant look at the lanterns, a flicker of brilliance sparking in his eyes. I often feel that those around me harbor secrets, as if I too should lead a simple and peaceful life like these common folk. His inexplicable words leave Jiang Xiaoyong perplexed. Isn't a simple and peaceful life desirable? Jiang Xiaoyong retorts with a smile. Turning back to Li Wuzhou, his expression turns stern, his gaze sharp, and his smile suddenly freezes. Do you truly wish for a simple and peaceful life? Li Wuzhou's tone chills the air, piercing Jiang Xiaoyong's very being as he locks eyes with him. If my suspicions are correct, you are the true culprit behind the murder of the ninth princess's musician, aren't you? Me? Jiang Xiaoyong stammers, taken aback. You, Jiang Xiaoyong, are indeed the true perpetrator, Li Wuzhou asserts with unwavering conviction. Jiang Xiaoyong's lips twitch involuntarily, his expression odd. Mr. Yin reminded me today that the arrangement of formations requires time. Even the most gifted prodigy is no exception. The Tiangang Dragon Trapping Formation is an ancient 7th-level killing formation. Your novice attempt inadvertently locked you and Luo Lin in Ruoshui residence. In just a few days, while Fuwan Tower could quickly activate the killing formation, could the outskirts do so as well? Li Wuzhou's gaze remains fixed on him, like a cold blade piercing through to the heart. What if I truly am? For millennia, you have been a singular talent in the art of formations. I shall temporarily give you the benefit of the doubt. Li Wuzhou seizes on Jiang Xiaoyong's words. He then shifts his gaze to the azure phoenix soaring above, continuing, in the battle at Fuwan Tower. You were the first to recognize the ghost-masked Rakshasa, yet the elusive black-cloaked figure of the killing heaven is impossible to identify. What gives you the confidence to assert that the Rakshasa is her? Li Wuzhou suddenly halts, his eyes turning icy. Unless you have encountered the true Rakshasa. Encountered the true Rakshasa? If Jiang Xiaoyong could indeed recognize the Rakshasa, then either Jiang Xiaoyong or the Rakshasa must be dead. Do you have an explanation? I believe I would be willing to listen, Li Wuzhou states earnestly. Heh. The smile vanishes from Jiang Xiaoyong's face, replaced by indifference, as if he has no intention of explaining. Very well. Li Wuzhou nods, seemingly seeking confirmation from Jiang Xiaoyong. Although you have been with us, on the day you were stripped of your official title in the capital, you vanished for a time. If you claim it was for leisure, I might believe you. Li Wuzhou scrutinizes Jiang Xiaoyong, as if yearning for a definitive answer. Jiang Xiaoyong remains silent. Allow me to make a conjecture. Li Wuzhou chuckles softly, continuing. It is well known that you, Jiang Xiaoyong, frequent the pleasures of the world, often appearing at Fuwan Tower. However, I observe that your gaze towards the Rakshasa and Qin Shu is devoid of desire. If you were truly a libertine, how could you blush and stutter at Luo Lin's mere expression of affection? That seems rather implausible, does it not? Li Wuzhou cannot deny that Luo Lin is a paragon of beauty, universally acknowledged. Of course, I have no evidence. Consider it mere conjecture. If you truly hold no interest in Luo Lin, that would make sense. If you prefer the ladies of Fuwan Tower, that too would be logical. However, Li Wuju's tone sharpens, his eyes resolute as he meets Jiang Xiaoyong's gaze. The Death Bureau's autopsy report states that the 7 musicians were found without a single coin, indicating that their departure from the capital was not for relocation nor bribery, but perhaps merely to humiliate the 9th princess at the night banquet. So, what could have been the motive behind the murders? Li Wuju seems to ponder aloud, yet it feels like a question directed at Jiang Xiaoyong, who remains resolutely silent. Before Qin Shu vanished, she left no trace, and Yu Hong firmly asserts that she colluded with Jun Yinqing to steal a treasure, the Su Mi Buddha bone. How fortuitous. As I have read extensively about ancient texts since childhood, I happen to know the origins of the Su Mi Buddha bone. The dusk deepens, the crowd roars. Li Wuju stands still in the night, his tone resolute. I have always been curious about how one could commit a crime without destroying the body or erasing traces, seemingly intent on revealing that the Buddha bone is missing. Even more coincidentally, Judge Song vanished directly from Fu Wan Tower, leading to immediate suspicion falling upon the Rakshasa and her companions. Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment flickers in Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes. His eyelids tremble slightly, a movement deftly perceived by Li Wuju. Although Li Wuju recognizes that he lacks concrete evidence, the myriad of conflicting signs suggest that there is something amiss with Jiang Xiaoyong. What truly piques my suspicion is the motive behind the murders. I have long wondered why the musicians were killed, the Su Mi Buddha bone stolen. Yet no effort was made to conceal the bodies, as if deliberately indicating its absence. Coincidentally, Judge Song disappeared from Fu Wan Tower, thus placing the blame squarely on the Rakshasa and her associates. Li Wuju suddenly smiles, a hint of admiration shining in his eyes. The Killing Heaven is the foremost assassin organization. Would they be foolish enough to lead all evidence back to themselves? Too many coincidences cease to be mere coincidence. I can only present my unfounded suspicions. You may deny them. Li Wuju speaks earnestly. Jiang Xiaoyong inhales deeply. Are you suggesting that I committed murder and theft, framing the Rakshasa for it? Li Wuju's lips curve upward. No, it is you who conspired with them. Conspired? Why would I conspire with them? Jiang Xiaoyong counters. Because such a grand theft of the Buddha bone would compel the court to pursue the Rakshasa and Qin Shu. However, they lack the capability, as the Killing Heaven, adept at assassinating nobles, has long been eradicated. In other words, even if the court were to capture the Rakshasa and Qin Shu, they would never find the Su Mi Buddha bone. And where, pray tell, has the true Su Mi Buddha bone gone? I believe, apart from me, no one else would dare to suspect that the Su Mi Buddha bone resides with you. Jiang Xiaoyong, the Buddha bone, with me? Jiang Xiaoyong's gaze falters, instinctively raising his sleeve. I. Jiang Xiaoyong is at a loss for words, as if grappling with an unspeakable truth. Li Wuju chuckles lightly. Mr. Dongfang has said, one's conscience is clear. I trust that you do not covet the treasure nor intend to harm the innocent. Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly turns his head, his expression complex as he regards Li Wuju, feeling that he cannot fathom the essence of this youth before him. How foolish of me to think I had concealed everything, only to find flaws aplenty. Jiang Xiaoyong gives a self-deprecating smile. Gazing into Li Wuju's eyes, he finds no calculation, no suspicion, only the purest sincerity of youth. In a bustling crowd, let us find a quieter place where I can reveal the truth. Jiang Xiaoyong leads Li Wuju to a secluded spot, where he begins to speak earnestly. The battle at Fu Wan Tower was indeed a ruse, a means to stir confusion and obscure identities, merely a pretext for the theft of the Su Mi Buddha bone. Li Wuju's tone deepens. So, was he Qianshan's madness also part of your plan? Jiang Xiaoyong shakes his head. General, he is at the pinnacle of the 8th realm. If we could induce his madness, we would not need to go to such lengths. The pinnacle of the 8th realm, He Qianshan stands on the cusp of becoming a martial saint, a feat that Jiang Xiaoyong and his allies could not achieve. Thus, the rebellion of the He family was merely an accident, and you had to alter your plans, leading to numerous flaws. Li Wuju comments with a smile. Indeed, the original intention was to casually abduct a noble and lure them to Fu Wan Tower, where I would assist in eliminating the false Rakshasa, ensuring that no one would suspect my involvement with the Killing Heaven. Jiang Xiaoyong sighed in resignation, for the caprices of fate often surpass human calculations. The repercussions of the abduction of He Beixing were immense, drawing in Song Shajun and, inevitably, you. Li Wujiao was taken aback. He never anticipated that Jiang Xiaoyong would genuinely acknowledge the truth behind the battle at Fu Wan Tower. However, I believe that even with the prowess of Song Shajun, should he deduce the identity of the Rakshasa, he would never ascertain that I am the true perpetrator. Upon hearing this, Li Wujiao fell into deep contemplation. He had witnessed the grotesque faces of the high-ranking officials in the court, their hypocritical facades cloaked in moral righteousness, consumed by ambition, engaging in fierce rivalry, and resorting to every means possible. The court had always repulsed him. Jiang Xiaoyong, I have stated that I lack evidence. Why do you voluntarily disclose the truth to me? Li Wujiao inquired. Did you not say that you would trust me? Jiang Xiaoyong replied with a smile. Li Wujiao did not deny that he often acted on impulse, yet he understood the wisdom of cautious deliberation, he was no mindless brute. Therefore, you claim to be connected to the Slayer of the Heavens. Who exactly are you? Li Wujiao suddenly asked, not because he could not guess, but because the notion was too dreadful, too absurd. Had it not been for Zhang's own admission, Li Wujiao would never have believed it. The Rakshasa that perished at Fulwan Tower was merely a specter of Jun Yinqing, who lacked any mastery of the sword. Thus, she was not a Wuchang, but a Rakshasa. And I. Jiang Xiaoyong's chilling smile revealed a terrifying beauty. The Slayer of the Heavens, Wuchang, was adept in both killing formations and swordsmanship. Jiang Xiaoyong's tone was calm, yet it echoed thunderously in Li Wujiao's mind, even as his expression remained unperturbed. You are not surprised at all. Jiang Xiaoyong's lips curled into a peculiar smirk. It is not the first time. Li Wujiao retorted. The first time he beheld the crystalline eyes of Rahu, he too had been left dumbfounded. As the waters grew murky, the fish within could more adeptly conceal themselves. No wonder the Slayer of the Heavens remained enigmatic, with no one aware of their true identity. Yet, it was curious that Li Wujiao alone had unraveled the identities of the three Slayers of the Heavens. Jiang Xiaoyong, how dare you willingly expose your identity? Are you not afraid of Rahu silencing you? Li Wujiao queried, intrigued. Jiang Xiaoyong chuckled lightly, patting Li Wujiao's shoulder, his tone chilling. If you do not prevent me from unmasking the Rakshasa, your demise will merely be attributed to the Slayer of the Heavens' need for silence. Unmask the Rakshasa? Silence? You mean, you intend to kill me? Li Wujiao realized, dawning upon the grim truth. Should Jiang Xiaoyong unveil the Rakshasa' identity, Li Wujiao would be marked for elimination by the Slayer of the Heavens. You underestimate my ruthlessness. With Dean Luo present, even Lord Rahu would find it difficult to strike. Jiang Xiaoyong shook his head. I would unveil the mask solely to feign death and escape, for the essence of the Sumeru Buddha remains within me. If I were to truly perish, it would signify the ultimate completion of this ruse. Feign death and escape? Much like He Beixing? Li Wujiao mused. Only the deceased escape suspicion. Thank you for the enlightenment, Jiang Xiaoyong. As he spoke, the enigmas swirling in Li Wujiao's heart unraveled completely. Alas, you have ultimately deduced it yourself. Lord Rahu's movements are shrouded in mystery. May you seek your own fortune, Jiang Xiaoyong declared, turning to leave towards the capital. Li Wujiao gazed at his retreating figure and called out coldly. I shall ask you one last time. Why do you trust me? Are you not afraid I might betray you? Not at all. Do you recall what you said within Fulwan Tower? Jiang Xiaoyong replied without turning back, his voice drifting back to him. To act in full knowledge of the impossibility of success. To act in full knowledge of the impossibility of success? That was merely a passing remark. Is it truly of such significance? Li Wujiao exclaimed, only to be interrupted by a sudden realization. Turning abruptly, he beheld the dim lights of Fulwan Tower, casting a shadow as dark as ink. Startled, Li Wujiao discerned the figure of Dongfang Zhu, who staggered forward, clutching a wine jar. Dong, Rahu, has he truly come to silence me? Chapter 38. The unfamiliar cold Mr. Dongfang. What brings you here? Li Wujiao's voice trembled slightly, but Dongfang Juedai continued to advance, the distance between them diminishing to mere inches in an instant. Could it be that Luo Hao had truly come to silence him? Unexpectedly, Dongfang Juedai raised her right hand and offered the wine jug she had been holding to Li Wujiao. Here, a jug of exquisite Chunhua wine for you. Chunhua wine. Li Wujiao remained frozen in place, hesitant to reach out. Could it be that the wine is poisoned? Why are you dawdling? If it weren't for the fact that you've been away from home for half a year, and I feared you might be longing for your family, I wouldn't bother to give you this. The flickering lights cast a warm glow, and the intoxicating aroma of the wine enveloped them. With her half-closed, deep crimson eyes, a faint blush appeared on her enchanting visage, illuminated by a sprinkle of scattered light, reminiscent of snow-capped mountains, as if a bright candle were lit in the southern sky. Take it, Dongfang Juedai insisted, pressing the Chunhua wine into Li Wujiao's hands. Mr. Dongfang, how did you manage to find this wine in the empty Fulwan Tower? Li Wujiao asked, curiosity piqued as he held the jug. However, Dongfang Juedai paid him no heed, pouring herself a drink and muttering to herself. For reasons unknown, Li Wujiao felt an inexplicable trust towards her. Despite knowing she might be capable of killing him, he unstoppered the jug and took a sip. Oh, the rich fragrance was overwhelming, penetrating to the heart, akin to the essence of spring flowers, truly a fine brew. Li Wujiao couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed. Dongfang Juedai lifted her chin proudly. In the past, I shared countless jugs with your sister, drinking until we were utterly intoxicated. What a delight that was. Your sister? Li Wujiao blinked, having never witnessed Ning Jihan indulge in alcohol before. Mr. Dongfang, were you close with my sister? Of course. We met through the sword and forged a friendship over wine. Your sister had an insatiable thirst for it, rivaling my own. I once possessed a sword named One Cup Less, and the frost cold at your waist was once called Heaven Desires Snow. When the heavens desire snow, can one drink 1 cup less? Li Wujiao pondered, understanding now why Jun Yinqing referred to the frost cold as Heaven Desires Snow. Although he remained unaware of how Jun Yinqing recognized the sword, it seemed they might have known each other. High mountains and flowing waters. True friends are hard to come by. But alas, why must destiny bind us? Destiny? Could it be related to the destiny pearl? Bind. Does my sister face peril? Li Wujiao inquired urgently. Mr. Dongfang, do you know where my sister has gone? She has never revealed it to me. Dongfang Juedai chuckled lightly, a knowing smile gracing her lips. In this world of bitter cold, amidst the frost and snow stretching endlessly, only the proud plum blossom endures the taste of winter most profoundly. Upon hearing this, Li Wujiao felt a striking similarity to a sword technique his sister had taught him. The universe may be frigid, the shards of jade scattered, yet the proud plum remains unaware of the cold. But my sister spoke of the proud plum being unaware of the cold. Why do you say it knows the cold best? Li Wujiao was perplexed by the underlying meaning. Fool. Dongfang Juedai scolded lightly, playfully tapping his forehead. Does it hurt? Li Wujiao grimaced slightly. Does it hurt? Of course it doesn't. Though his forehead turned red. Li Wujiao would not admit to it. Look at you, siblings both stubborn. That is precisely why, Dongfang Juedai remarked with exasperation. Stubborn? Was Dongfang Juedai implying that his sister's claim of being unaware of the cold was mere stubbornness? The cold mountains endure harsh winters. And while you can share joys with your sister, the 18 years of arduous training you've never mentioned to outsiders does not mean it hasn't been difficult. Ask yourself, among the nobility and the affluent, how many truly comprehend the sufferings of the common people? As the effects of the wine took hold, Dongfang Juedai's expression shifted to one of melancholy. The world says, if one does not care for oneself, heaven will punish, yet your sister does not believe that. If heaven were to punish her, she would defy heaven. If the earth sought to destroy her, she would tear apart the earth. But destiny is hard to defy. The Taichi demon star has fallen, and the demon clan rampages through the realm. She sealed the northern abyss with a sword for 30,000 miles, only to suffer from bone-chilling poison and a shattered sword heart. Despite the bitter cold, she prides herself on being a proud plum, knowing that one who seeks to benefit all cannot solely seek their own good. Bone-chilling poison, a shattered sword heart. Li Wujiao's complexion turned pale, nearly dropping the wine jug. He never knew his sister had endured such immense suffering. Will my sister be in danger? He asked, his voice trembling. By that old dog of heaven, she is not worthy of taking her life. Dongfang Juedai's tone hardened. Li Wujiao was consumed by concern for his sister, so frantic that he overlooked a crucial fact. Ning Jihan was indeed the white-clad sword immortal who had sealed the northern abyss with a single sword. When can I seek out my sister? Li Wujiao implored eagerly. Do not fret. Your sister is still in seclusion, healing her wounds. Though your cultivation is low, if one day you can subdue demons and protect the world, your sister will surely take pride in you. To subdue demons and protect the world? Li Wujiao's eyes sparkled with fervor, his blood boiling. One day, he would bring peace to the world, ensuring tranquility across the lands. Peace in the world. These seemingly simple 4 words have led countless wise sages to exhaust their lives, only to discover it was but a fleeting dream. Strength is paramount. 1 month in the capital has made Li Wujiao acutely aware that sheer strength is the only true path. With sufficient strength, one could aid He Beishing and avenge the massacre of the He family. With enough strength, the Taiping Martial Academy could instill fear in the court. Even if it meant killing the imperial officials, they would not dare act recklessly. Do you possess enough strength? Has your sister imparted her techniques to you? Have you practiced? Li Wujiao heard a voice of reprimand beside him, as Dongfang Juedai stumbled slightly, appearing as though she might fall at any moment. Li Wujiao found it rather peculiar. It was said that those with profound cultivation could resist the effects of alcohol. Even he, a practitioner of the second realm, could manage this. Why then did Dongfang Juedai become so inebriated? Is she truly the slayer of the immortals, Luo Hao? Of course, such thoughts must remain unspoken, hidden deep within his heart. Seeing his silence, Dongfang Juedai lightly tapped his forehead, teasing him. You daydream of upholding justice and saving the world. Yet you struggle to deal with even a common demon at your current level. Shouldn't you be putting in more effort? Li Wujiao nodded with a smile, adopting a serious demeanor. Yes, I shall focus on my training from tomorrow onward, not failing the trust of you and my sister. Yet Dongfang Juedai smirked, a wicked smile gracing her lips. It's easy for the young to learn, but hard for the old to attain. Time is precious. Li Wujiao raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I practice here by the riverside? With an expression full of mischief, Dongfang Juedai's demeanor surprised Li Wujiao. How could one concentrate amidst the bustling lanterns and throngs of people? Wherever there is water and mountains in your heart, it is all Jiangnan. Where there is a path in your heart, you can cultivate anywhere. Dongfang Juedai pointed a finger towards his brow. During the Festival of Lanterns, the night banquet is about to begin. There is no need to rush this moment. Li Wujiao hastily reached out to stop her, but he only saw a stream of light shoot forth from her fingertip, striking his brow. Hey, Dongfang Juedai, how can you force someone against their will? Before he could finish, the light had already landed on his brow, binding the two of them closely together like a thread. His eyes glazed over, consciousness fading. leaving only an infinite darkness before him. In the beginning, the universe had no form. All beings manifest in myriad forms. The formless and boundless scripture, the first form, is the self-form. Chapter 39. The past unveiled. The frigid wind howled with ferocity, akin to a colossal beast mercilessly devouring all warmth from the earth. Towering trees trembled in the tempest, their brittle branches emitting anguished creaks, as if pleading for the harsh wind's mercy. A thunderous uproar roused the slumbering youth, who slowly opened his eyes, only to widen them in disbelief. The icy expanse was draped in snow, an endless grayish-white solitude, chilling in its desolation. Where is this? The cold mountain. Li Wujiao's expression was one of incredulity as the blizzard raged, enveloping the world in its chaos. The diminutive figure of the youth appeared as insignificant as a grain of sand in the vastness of the icy wilderness. The tumultuous wind and biting cold pierced his very bones, compelling him to channel his spiritual energy to shield his frail body from the encroaching chill. Yet, his cultivation at the second realm of the spirit sea was scarcely sufficient to endure until dawn's first light. Is this indeed the cold mountain? Why does it differ so drastically from my memories? Li Wujiao felt a dissonance, sensing that this frosty landscape held elements that should not exist. A palpable aura of malevolence hung heavy in the air, such a profound intent to kill. He gasped. The violent bloodlust surged through the heavens as if a savage beast rampaged, an overwhelming stench of blood invading his nostrils, inducing nausea. Suddenly, at the edge of his vision, he discerned several shadows collapsed in the snow, their crimson blood staining the white ground, transforming it into a horrifying scarlet abyss. A dark figure slowly rose, withdrawing a blade gleaming with cold light that had been deeply embedded within the shadows. Li Wujiao recognized this figure immediately. Disregarding his safety, he dashed forward. The shadow seemed oblivious to his approach, sheathed her sword, and vanished into the bleak obscurity. At last, Li Wujiao beheld the fallen figures in the snow. They were several imposing steeds, accompanied by the bodies of men lying nearby, gradually buried by the relentless snowfall. They appeared to be horse bandits. Yet what motive did that shadow have to slay them? Peering into the distance, he could not catch sight of the retreating figure. Could it be Mr. Dongfang? Or perhaps Luo Ho? The silhouette of Luo Ho flickered in his mind, reminiscent of the departing shadow, exuding an aura of chilling severity. Yet the difference in stature was too great to suggest they were one and the same. Resolutely, Li Wujiao made up his mind to pursue. But before him lay only an expanse of gray, the snowstorm pouring down relentlessly. He found himself disoriented, and any ordinary person would surely become lost, unable to escape the fate of perishing in this frigid night. However, guided by the familiar aura of malevolence, he sprinted forward, channeling all his spiritual energy into his eyes and limbs. The more he pressed on, the clearer the bloodlust became, and he was resolute in his belief that the shadow was undoubtedly Dongfang's unparalleled figure. Devoid of spiritual protection, the biting wind mercilessly gnawed at his flesh, tearing at every sinew and bone. Yet, Li Wujiao did not flinch. After 18 years of arduous training in the cold mountain, he had grown accustomed to the searing pain of the frost. His spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly through his eyes and limbs, sustained by an indescribable conviction. The cold night stretched endlessly, and he had lost track of how long he had been running. Suddenly, his eyes glimmered with a blue-golden radiance. A fleeting glimpse of deep red shone through the vast gray, and he believed he had spotted a ray of dawn. Li Wujiao pushed himself to run faster, his spiritual energy nearing depletion, gradually losing sensation in his limbs. Light. In the final moment before losing consciousness, he raised his hands, yearning to embrace that glimmer of dawn. A sudden warmth enveloped him as he collided into a slender arm. The shadow was indistinct, and he soon realized that the deep red light was, in fact, a pair of glassy eyes. Those eyes were cold and unfeeling, gazing deeply into his soul, commanding the 8 directions, sacrificing oneself for justice. His spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, his eyelids grew heavy, and darkness enveloped him as he slipped into unconsciousness. When Li Wujiao opened his eyes once more, the scene before him had shifted again. A flickering lamp, yellowed scrolls, a meditation mat, and a dilapidated temple. Only the ferocious wind and blizzard persisted in this desolate white realm. Li Wujiao discovered himself lying atop a pile of hay, draped in a tattered black robe that radiated warmth. Struggling to sit up, he saw the figure with glassy eyes seated beside him, the same shadow from before, clad in dark garments. Strangely, Li Wujiao could not discern her features, yet that pair of glassy eyes was unmistakable. Yet, he had encountered 3 pairs of such eyes. Was it Dongfang's unparalleled figure, or Luo Ho, or perhaps Qin Chu? He could not be certain. Commanding the 8 directions, sacrificing oneself for justice, Li Wujiao called out to her. The figure remained silent, merely tending to her sword, seemingly oblivious to his words. You should not be here, she stated. Her tone as frigid as ice. I should not be here. Was it not Mr. Dongfang who brought me here? Li Wujiao inquired. The shadow remained mute, only wiping the blade of her sword. Having witnessed the past, do not interfere, Should you defy this, heaven and earth will exact punishment. Her voice carried a note of warning. The past? I have returned to the past? Wait, how does she know this is the past? An unsettling silence enveloped the space, sending chills down his spine. Doubts swirled in his mind, yet the seriousness in her expression quelled his desire to question further. They're coming. Someone approaches. Li Wujiao internally screamed, though he found himself unable to voice it. Through the cracks of the dilapidated temple, he spotted several imposing shadows drawing near. A familiar sensation washing over him, accompanied by an unsettling aura of malevolence. Horse bandits. Are they here to kill you? Li Wujiao asked her. No, she replied coldly, her gaze resolute. It is I who shall kill them. No sooner had she spoken, a flash of cold light erupted, and the shadow moved like a bolt of lightning, causing the imposing steeds and their shadows to tumble to the ground in an instant. What swiftness in her sword! Li Wujiao marveled, unable to even glimpse her strike. Swift as the wind, steady as a mountain, she sheathed her sword and spoke icily. Li Wujiao raised an eyebrow. Was this not the sword style Mr. Dongfang had taught him? Thank you, young lady. May I ask your name? Li Wujiao bowed respectfully. I possess no form, yet give rise to myriad forms. I am my true self, and my true self is my form. She shifted her tone, her brow suddenly illuminated in a brilliant crimson glow. The dazzling scarlet radiance was blinding, and Li Wujiao raised his hand to shield his eyes, only to feel a sudden heaviness in his eyelids, and once more, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Old Qin, we have not a single grain of rice left. I fear we may not survive. The horse bandits rampaged, burning, killing, and pillaging, having reached Cold Prefecture, and Cold Mountain has suffered greatly. What shall we do? Old Qin, perhaps we should send young Qin away. There is an ancient temple in Cold Mountain, dilapidated and impoverished. The horse bandits surely would not venture there. To have food and clothing, one must first have a life to live. Let us proceed as you suggest, Achu. As the conversation abruptly ceased, darkness enveloped Li Wujiao once more, his other senses fading away. Old Qin, Achu, could this be the conversation between Qin Chu's parents? The ancient temple? The shadow that had slain the horse bandits was indeed Qin Chu? Cold and unfeeling, decisive in her killings, reminiscent of the ruthless demeanor of Luo Ho. Wait a moment. Li Wujiao could not react in time and once again lost consciousness. This time, what shall I uncover? Chapter 40. Understanding the suffering of all beings, Li Wujiao opened his eyes to a scene of a flickering blue lamp, yellowed scrolls, a worn mat, and a dilapidated temple. Abbot, if we flee, what will happen to her? The bandits have already stormed Han Mountain, and you still have the heart to care for her? Shouldn't a practitioner of Buddhism harbor great compassion? Enough of your nonsense. Have you forgotten that you are a fugitive from the court after years of false cultivation? The heavy footsteps echoed as the false monks departed, leaving only a small girl wrapped in an ink-black robe, her tear-filled glassy eyes curled up on the moldy mat. Above her head stood a statue of Buddha, hands forming the seal of subduing demons, solemn and benevolent. Yet its body was riddled with wounds. The gilded flesh completely stripped away, leaving only the Buddha's head intact, unreachable due to its height. A violent snowstorm raged outside, the wind howling like a ferocious beast. The biting cold pierced through her fragile form like countless sharp needles, rendering her unable to withstand the frigid onslaught. She trembled violently, her slender shoulders quaking like a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished. Her limbs gradually froze, and she could not even open her mouth to plead for help, her consciousness fading into a haze. The young girl's lips parted slightly, her body weighed down, and she slowly closed her eyes. Don't close your eyes. Hold on a little longer. Li Wujiao's eyes widened as he ran desperately, shouting in panic. He stretched out his arm, wishing to warm the girl on the brink of freezing. No. Why can't I reach her? To his horror, just as his arm was about to touch her, it passed right through her body. Is there anyone with a kind heart who can save her? The desolate white realm echoed only with a deathly silence. A wave of despair spread from the depths of his heart, causing his hands, which gripped the sword, to tremble uncontrollably, a sharp pain twisting within him. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from outside the ancient temple, igniting a flicker of hope within Li Wujiao. He longed for someone to rescue the pitiful girl. However, a group of strangely dressed men entered the temple, wielding machetes, their clothes stained with blood, followed by several gaunt horses. Bandits! Li Wujiao fell into utter despair, feeling like a restless ghost lingering beside the girl, overwhelmed with pain, yet powerless to intervene. Boss, we are late. The Buddha statue has been stripped bare. Boss, there's a child lying on the mat. She seems to be dead. What a godforsaken place. There is no meat, not even a grain of rice to be found. Forget her, kill her. Having some meat is better than starving to death. The bandit raised his knife, aiming it at the small girl. Li Wujiao instinctively drew his sword, only to find his waist empty. Where's my sword? Where is it? His eyes widened in agony, an indescribable pain tearing at his soul, a momentary crack appearing in his heart of the sword. In utter despair, a cold light flashed. Li Wuzhou's face contorted in anguish as he felt helpless and could not bear to watch any longer. The cold gleam flashed, and several heads suddenly fell to the ground, the bandits collapsing, their vitality extinguished. Who? Li Wuzhou was astonished, gazing toward the entrance of the ancient temple. With hair as white as frost and clad in snow-white garments, a figure adorned with a frost-blue sword at her waist approached. Cradling a wine jar in her left hand and a sprig of cold plum blossoms in her right, she instantly appeared beside the girl, placing the cold plum in her tiny palm and setting the wine jar beside her. Sister? Sister! Li Wuzhou's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. He recognized that this was the past. His sister would not respond to him. But to his surprise, the figure in white turned around. Her frosty gaze filled with deep affection and spoke solemnly. To see the past is to know the past's suffering. To see the suffering of all beings is to understand their essence. She gazed deeply into Li Wuzhou's eyes, her icy voice fading as her figure slowly dissipated. To see the suffering of all beings, to know their essence. Is my sister speaking to me? Li Wuzhou stood frozen, her words echoing in his mind. He looked at the small girl, noticing the cold plum blossom emitting a strange glow, gradually warming her body. The little girl's eyelashes fluttered gently, her eyes slowly opening. The wine jar was warm, and she drank eagerly, tightly gripping the cold plum that transformed into a frost-blue sword in her hand. Li Wuzhou's gaze sharpened as he noticed the sword's hilt was inscribed with two small characters, Heaven desires snow. Li Wuzhou's expression turned to astonishment as he felt for his waist, still finding no trace of his frost blade. He had believed that this sword was merely an illusion, but it was not so. Yet, if I am merely a vision of the past, why is my frost blade still absent? Oh no, my head is spinning. Li Wuzhou's consciousness wavered, plunging back into chaos, the pain tearing through him. In a daze, the world shifted, stars realigned, and he beheld the heavens above, filled with auspicious signs, swirling clouds, and ethereal radiance. Tiger strums the lute, Phoenix returns to the chariot, celestial beings gather like hemp. Time and fate, decreed by heaven. Those who dare alter fate shall bear the fruit of endless suffering, their lives and fortunes shattered, never to reincarnate. In the mysterious expanse, a divine presence loomed, standing at the pinnacle of immortality, the foremost among all phenomena. With a power that shook the four seas and overshadowed the nine heavens, the cosmos lay within his grasp, the sun and moon revolving at his thought. Heaven's decree descended upon the mortal realm. I am Tai, ruler of all gods. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, the overwhelming imperial presence overshadowing the skies, while nine figures emerged, standing proudly above the firmament, their divine light attempting to match Tai's might. Unaware of the passage of countless years and the cycles of seasons, as the world aged and the sea transformed, Tai's divine power gradually waned. Sealing himself within the imperial star, the nine figures fell, their mortal forms unyielding, transforming into 9 Dao beads scattered upon the earth. Li Wuzhou's consciousness ebbed into chaos, adrift in a void, when suddenly a resonant, ethereal sound echoed within his mind. Fate is predetermined. The cycle of cause and effect persists. Those who defy the heavens shall not be tolerated. Yet those who perish in delusion are infinite, one after another. In the formless universe, with a heart unbounded, all beings in a single thought can summon clouds to slay immortals. The ethereal sound filled his ears, and Li Wuzhou abruptly opened his eyes. The frost-blue sword shimmering in his palm, its form shifting into a cold white celestial sword, radiating a soaring intent. Heaven desires snow, Li Wuzhou exclaimed in astonishment. Instinctively touching his waist, where the sword's spiritual patterns subtly changed, revealing 3 prominent characters. Heaven desires snow. How wondrous this journey has been. Li Wuzhou felt as though an eternity had passed, as if he had witnessed a cataclysmic battle of ancient times, unexpectedly uncovering the origin of the Fate Pearl. Yet that imposing divine figure left him trembling. Tai? He is the supreme being sealed within the demon star. As Li Wuzhou merely thought of Tai and Apos' name, a weight fell upon him, making it hard to breathe. Li Wuzhou! Li Wuzhou! Shouts erupted, and Li Wuzhou finally regained his senses. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself on a warm bed, gazing at the ceiling in astonishment. Where is this? He rubbed his head, feeling a sense of heaviness. Hey, it's only been a few hours, and you don't remember me? A familiar yet unfamiliar voice of mock anger rang out. Li Wuzhou turned his head, seeing a figure partially obscured by red gauze, a shadow of ink faintly visible. Startled, he bolted upright. Qin, Miss Qin? Li Wuzhou was still reeling, his gaze astonished as he pushed aside the red gauze, surveying his surroundings. He had ended up in the Fu Wan Tower. Was it really that surprising? Although they had blown the Fu Wan Tower to smithereens, thankfully, my room had escaped unscathed. Qin Chu's laughter was bright, tinged with a hint of pride. Your room. Li Wuzhou hastily emerged from the crimson veil, hurriedly donning his shoes, standing there like a pine tree in a state of alarm. Ha ha ha. What on earth are you doing, sneaking around like a thief? Qin Chu couldn't help but laugh at his disheveled appearance. Yet, Li Wujiao's mind was a whirlwind. Evidently caught off guard, still struggling to regain his composure. He took a deep breath, knowing that calming his mind was of utmost importance. Miss Qin, do you happen to know Mr. Dongfang? She should be near the Fulwan Tower. Mr. Dongfang? I do not know him, Qin Chu replied, shaking her head in confusion. You fainted by the riverside at the slanting bridge. Your expression was one of agony and distress. I took the liberty of bringing you to the Fulwan Tower to rest. Not at all. I am grateful for your assistance, Miss Qin, Li Wujiao said, bowing in thanks. Seizing the opportunity, he observed Qin Chu. Though her stature appeared more petite compared to Dongfang Ju, it bore a striking resemblance to the women of the ancient temple. May I ask, where is your ancestral home? Han Prefecture, surprising, isn't it? Qin Chu replied with a smirk. Then, do you recognize this sword? Li Wujiao raised the frost-cold sword, waving it before her. Qin Chu examined the sword with great scrutiny, but shook her head. I have never seen it before. Upon hearing this, Li Wujiao furrowed his brow. His sister had clearly given frost-cold to the girl from the ancient temple, yet her appearance and figure seemed to align more with Qin Chu. Could it be that what he witnessed was indeed Dongfang Ju's past? I possess no form, yet I can manifest myriad forms. Appearances can be altered, and figures can be disguised. However, the winter plum branch that my sister handed to the girl from the ancient temple closely resembles that which is nurtured in a humble abode. Thus it must indeed be a fragment of Mr. Dongfang's past. Li Wujiao nodded earnestly, finding merit in this notion. Thank you, Miss Qin, for your assistance. I am now well, and shall take my leave. He bid farewell to Qin Chu, and, with a leap, took a step out of the Fulwan Tower. Just as he did, he caught a glimpse of the wine jars arranged on the cabinet. Wait, his foot halted in midair, slowly retracting as a flash of insight struck him. Mr. Dongfang often visited the Fulwan Tower to purchase wine. How could Qin Chu not know her? Qin Chu was lying. Suddenly turning back, he found no trace of her. Only a woman in dark attire leaning languidly against the railing, her eyes half closed, drenched in intoxication. Mr. Dongfang, Li Wujiao exclaimed, uncertainty flooding his mind as he rubbed his eyes, his gaze suddenly shimmering with a blue-golden radiance. Understanding the suffering of all beings. Witnessing their forms, transcending all forms and extremes, observing mountains and seas, and perceiving all beings. Chapter 41. The suffering of humanity. The resounding voice reverberating in Li Wujiao's mind was one she recognized all too well. It was none other than Dongfang Juedai. Observing the mountains and seas, witnessing the myriad of beings, your ability to penetrate the essence of existence signifies that you have attained the first level of cultivation. Dongfang Juedai clapped her hands with a smile. The first level of the Wuxiang Wujing, observing the mountains and seas. Li Wujiao gently tapped his forehead, his eyes shimmering with a blue-golden aura as his vision expanded, capturing even the faintest movement of the grass in the wind with exceptional clarity. Furthermore, when he slightly channeled his spiritual energy, the entire world seemed to move in slow motion. His Tao heart shattered its shackles, leading to the elevation of his spiritual power and cultivation, promising further growth in the days to come. If only you could suddenly, Dongfang Juedai halted, lost in thought, swallowing the words that lingered on her lips. Do you harbor unspoken burdens, teacher? Li Wujiao inquired. No, she replied with a serene smile. What she wished to convey was that should one endure suffering and fully comprehend the essence of existence, their strength would ascend to greater heights. A flicker of sympathy arose within her. She had tasted countless hardships and would gladly forsake her cultivation to escape calamity. Yet, how could she not realize that Li Wujiao, filled with youthful vigor and pride, would not shy away from misfortune? Unbeknownst to her, a hint of compassion glimmered in Li Wujiao's gaze. However, this emotion swiftly faded, replaced by genuine admiration. Within the vessel akin to a celestial being resided a soul, both pitiable and respectable. A flood of mixed feelings surged within him. The image of the shivering young girl and the bitter cold firmly etched in his mind. Humanity is akin to a towering ancient tree, who truly understands the arduous journey of a sapling through storms and rain. What trials had Dongfang Juedai endured? Who was she truly? Li Wujiao's curiosity deepened as he asked. So, the one I have seen all along has always been you, teacher? He emphasized all along. Yes, and yet no, you may interpret it as different facets of Dongfang Juedai. Different facets of Dongfang Juedai? Li Wujiao instinctively thought of Qin Chu, similar in appearance, yet lacking a trace of arrogance. Dongfang Juedai took a sip of wine and chuckled lightly. Fortunately, the heavens possess a benevolent nature. I have tasted the myriad sufferings of the world, from aging and illness to death, which has allowed me to become the many facets of Dongfang Juedai. Otherwise, there would not be so many of me. Her smile was radiant, yet concealed a hidden darkness. The heavens are unjust, yet it is not your fault, teacher, Li Wujiao said solemnly. Dongfang Juedai scoffed, dismissing the multitude of sufferings as trivial. Perhaps this was the only insincere statement in her otherwise candid life. Having accepted her fate, she realized that fate had never favored her. Teacher, Do you truly have nothing to reproach yourself for? Li Wujiao suddenly spoke up. After 18 years of diligent cultivation in the cold mountains, he had always had a sister to protect him, whereas she had been utterly alone. I have no regrets. The intoxication softened her thoughts, yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of her lips. 1,000 years prior, a fallen demon star wreaked havoc, leading to chaos within the human realm. Factions battling against each other, flames of war consuming the 19 states, and the populace scattered, losing their homes, their country. Famine struck, leading to cannibalism. Bones were left exposed in the wild, and the streets were littered with the starving dead. Unable to provide for me, my parents sent me to a dilapidated temple. Yet, bandits roamed freely, and the abbot fled with the few remaining monks, leaving me alone. At that tender age, my memories were hazy. The abbot occasionally mentioned my father's surname, Qin, and my mother's surname, Chu, but I knew not their faces. Not even a child anymore. I was a mere infant, a butterfly still in its cocoon, destined to freeze to death in that desolate, bitterly cold night, never to witness the dawn of a new day. The subsequent events need not be elaborated, for once one has seen the past, clarity follows. As her thoughts returned, she spoke in a nonchalant tone, recounting what seemed like an ordinary tale. Teacher. Li Wujiao fell silent for a long moment, acutely aware of the chilling pain. Yet their circumstances remained worlds apart. One was solitary, knowing the warmth and cold of life, while the other was a favored child of heaven, surrounded by companions, sharing in the splendor. Li Wujiao mulled over this disparity, words of sincerity caught in his throat, as he struggled to articulate his feelings, swallowing them time and again. Enough. The heavens are unjust, yet you bear no guilt. Teacher. He raised his hand, gazing at the sky with fervor. Do not fret about the path ahead lacking companions. Who in this world does not recognize you? Dongfang Juedai merely smiled, unfazed, and replied. Some are born to have the masses adoring them, while others are destined to be solitary and proud. Why trouble oneself with the flattery of a few? Just remember this one thing. Suddenly, she fell silent, deeply staring into the youth's eyes, speaking earnestly, in the vastness of the world. With mountains high and waters deep, a gentleman walks the path of virtue. Yet, her thoughts seemed to waver, perhaps hindered by the effects of the wine, leaving her unable to articulate the next words clearly. She added, the way of the sword is not merely about wielding it. It is also about understanding why one unsheaths the sword. Li Wujiao pondered her words, somewhat bewildered. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand had always moved according to his heart's desire, free of prejudice. Wait, something felt amiss. Shouldn't he be the one comforting teacher Dongfang? Why did it feel as though he had been the one taught a lesson? Ahem, I, disciple Li Wujiao, shall heed your teachings, teacher. He cleared his throat, eager to escape this sentimental topic. Without waiting for Dongfang Juedai's reaction, he swiftly changed the subject. Teacher, is Qin Chu considered a manifestation of your spirit? Li Wujiao understood that those with profound cultivation often had spiritual manifestations, which could either assist in their practice or serve as substitutes in dangerous situations. Perhaps not the best wording. Regardless, in Li Wujiao's view, a spiritual manifestation was immensely beneficial with no drawbacks. Despite this, Dongfang Juedai shook her head, leaping down from the pavilion to stand beside him. Contrarily, a spiritual manifestation is a physical body forged from spiritual energy by a powerful cultivator, acting under the will of the true self. This is how the Rakshasa operates, manipulating the spiritual body to deceive and conceal their identity, which is indeed advantageous. She shifted her tone. However, the connection between self and manifestation is profound. When the heart stirs, the manifestation is born, and when the heart fades, the manifestation perishes. Just as the myriad of beings, celestial spirits, and the dualities of good and evil are independent personas derived from the true self, often resembling the true self in appearance, the distinction lies within the heart's nature. Qin Chu, born into this world, knows my past. Thus, she embodies the myriad of beings. Yet, my carefree and unrestrained nature does not embody arrogance. Rather, I am but one of those myriad manifestations. One of those myriad manifestations? Is there a second? Li Wujiao's mind flashed with a dark figure, killing immortal Luohu. Of course, she appeared cold and proud, untouched by the worldly affairs. As for the aspect of appearance, in this vast world, there exist countless oddities. One may bear a striking resemblance, yet have no relation whatsoever. I rarely engage with others, and few know my visage, so it is no surprise. With her words, Li Wujiao became increasingly convinced that the second manifestation was indeed the fierce killing immortal Luohu. This was what she referred to as the different facets of Dongfang Juedai. Wait, how did my drink finish so quickly? As the effects of the wine began to wane, her gaze gradually cleared, and she downed another jug of wine. Her flawless skin instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Li Wujiao chuckled lightly, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Teacher, you appear somewhat inebriated. You misspoke earlier. Dongfang Juedai held her head high, proclaiming, how could it be? In the realm of appearances, if I claimed the title of number one, none would dare claim the second. Li Wujiao raised an eyebrow, noticing the absence of her previous earnest demeanor. Why do I feel that her drunken state has rendered her more delicate? Li Wujiu discerned a pattern. When Dongfang Juedai abstained from alcohol, her temperament was cold and capricious, aloof from others. However, when she was inebriated, her demeanor became haughty and imperious, dismissive of the world around her. Yet, in a state of complete drunkenness, her inherent mischievousness and charm would be laid bare. In summary, the more intoxicated she became, the more amiable her disposition. Contemplating this, a smile crept upon Li Wujiao's lips. But I have heard that many noble scions from the capital, offspring of kings and princes, come to our Taiping Martial Academy to study the swordsmanship. Allured by your exquisite beauty. Surely, those who are aware of your looks are few and far between? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Juedai's eyes flickered, and she playfully tapped his head, exclaiming, "You speak too much. It is all the fault of the storytellers in the capital's tea-houses casting out bait. And those dandy youths readily bite, ignorant and lacking in virtue." Li Wujiao chuckled, knowing that when she was drunk, she would speak candid truths, uttering whatever came to mind. The usually aloof Dongfang Juedai, if aware of her candidness in inebriation, might very well seek to end his life. The idle folks in the capital were indeed quite idle. Upon arriving in the city, he had lingered in tea-houses, fully aware of the leisurely and comfortable lives of the affluent families there. Just look at the myriad lanterns lighting up the sky. Since the curfew was lifted, the city glowed with light through the night. Alas, peace in the capital might be fleeting. Tranquility cannot last forever. Unbeknownst to him, he had meandered to the riverbank. The night was aglow. Yet Li Wujiao felt as though time was dragging, mistakenly believing it to be late, only to realize that barely an incense stick's worth of time had passed. "Two young heroes, would you care to purchase some lanterns?" Suddenly, a youthful voice called from behind him. Turning, he saw a child holding 2 lanterns for sale. Typically, such lanterns would be sold by the common folk of West Street, but during the festival, the court undertook the production and sale of lanterns. Not wishing to miss out on this lucrative opportunity, Li Wujiu surmised that the child had not yet sold all the lanterns, which was likely the reason for his presence. "Here, take the silver." Li Wujiao fished out the last of his coins and handed them to the child, accepting the lanterns in return. "No, big brother. Father said it only costs 3 won. The child protested indignantly. "What is your name, little friend?" Li Wujiao inquired with a smile, squatting down to the child's level. "Father said I cannot tell strangers my name, cannot run off with strangers, and cannot eat strangers' food." The child turned away, ignoring Li Wujiao henceforth. "Very obedient. In that case, consider this silver a reward for you. Go home now, child." Li Wujiao turned to leave, not granting the child a chance to refuse, holding the 2 lanterns. Dongfang Juedai, half drunken and half awake, gazed at the lanterns in his hands, seeing double and mistakenly believing he had purchased 7 or 8 of them. "Why did you buy so many lanterns?" Dongfang Juedai's gaze was hazy, clearly intoxicated. She staggered as she walked, and Li Wujiu found it curious. It was said that those with profound cultivation could resist the effects of alcohol, and even he, at the second level of the spirit sea, could manage that. Why then was Dongfang Juedai so thoroughly inebriated? With a resigned smile, Li Wujiu remarked, "Careful, my dear teacher, lest you stumble." "Nonsense. I, your humble servant, can drink 1,000 cups without inebriation." Dongfang Juedai's steps were slightly unsteady, yet she moved with a peculiar grace, never losing her balance despite her swaying. "Your words ring true," Li Wujiu replied, unable to hold back a smile, realizing that she was not the esteemed educator she pretended to be, but rather a merry drunkard. A playful child at heart. As the night deepened, Li Wujiao gazed toward the inner city and suddenly spotted a golden carriage gliding through the sky, heralding the arrival of a significant figure to the capital for a joyous occasion. The night banquet would soon commence. Let us release the lanterns. Chapter 42. In the misty reign of Jiangnan, release the lanterns. With a graceful flick of his wrist, Dongfang Juedai nearly sent the wine jug flying, momentarily losing his footing, his entire being spinning like a weightless top. Li Wujiao's eyes sparkled with insight. Although her steps appeared unsteady, she was firmly grounded by an ethereal force. The second level of the Wuxiang Jijiang floating clouds. Dongfang Juedai snapped his fingers, each step stirring the air, his form elusive, as if a wisp of fantasy. Li Wujiao, caught off guard, found both the wine jug and her sword missing, and instead, she cradled the wine jug in her arms, the celestial sword hovering before her, her feet dancing with a mystical rhythm. Drunken fist? Li Wujiu smiled softly, eager to observe. "Come closer if you can." Dongfang Juedai grinned confidently. As he casually took a few steps, a series of afterimages trailed behind him. Li Wujiao focused intently, her eyes shimmering with a blue-golden glow. Now, in an instant, she seized upon a flaw, even predicting his next position, stepping forward. Floating clouds come and go, the bright moon resides in the heart of the sky. Dongfang Juedai pivoted, tracing a peculiar arc, evading her effortlessly. Li Wujiao's eyes widened. Although she had anticipated Tian Yushua's move, upon looking down, she found it resting at her waist. "You are quite impressive, having predicted my position without being deceived by the floating clouds," Dongfang Juedai remarked with a smile, raising 2 fingers. This technique, the second sword of a swordsman, should not be underestimated. Floating clouds come and go, The bright moon resides in the heart of the sky. What an exquisite technique. Li Wujiu was astonished by the intricacies of the movement. Despite having identified the flaw, she found herself at a loss. Would you like to learn? I'll teach you tomorrow. Dongfang Juedai replied dismissively, taking another sip from the wine jug. Leaning against the railing, she gazed out at the vast expanse of the Huai River. The gentle breeze caressed her face, stirring a hint of melancholy within her. Huai River, symbolizing a heart that embraces the world. It was named by me in the first national master, Dongfang Juedai said with a faint smile. The first national master? Who was he? Li Wujiu inquired, curiosity piqued. Dongfang Juedai did not respond, tilting her head back and closing her eyes as the evening breeze, like a gentle mother, brushed against her weathered cheeks. Li Wujiu quietly observed Dongfang Juedai, mimicking her pose, tilting her head back and closing her eyes. The spring breeze touched her face, bringing a sense of tranquility. The spring breeze dispels sorrow, alleviating myriad worries. Li Wujiu exclaimed with a broad smile, arms outstretched, as if yearning to soar into the heavens, a free-spirited bird. Ha 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 ha. Li Wujiu suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Have you lost your mind? Dongfang Juedai raised an eyebrow, astonished. A smile can take away 10 years of age, Li Wujiu declared, embracing the spring breeze with open arms. Huh, as if you could manage that. Dongfang Juedai chuckled helplessly. This fellow always surprises me with the unexpected. I almost forgot. Li Wujiu opened his eyes and handed the wine jug to Dongfang Juedai. Dongfang Juedai looked bewildered. What was he up to now? He cupped the lantern in his hands, closed his eyes, and chanted softly, "May the world be peaceful, and the rivers run clear." The lantern drifted into the water, sinking gently. Li Wujiu suddenly paused, feeling something was amiss. Had he made a mistake? He scanned his surroundings and realized the oddity. While the townsfolk silently made their wishes, he had spoken his out loud. Ha ha, silly boy. Dongfang Juedai couldn't help but laugh at the rare display of innocence from Li Wujiu. After a few chuckles, she took a sip of wine and waved her hand dismissively. No worries, sincerity brings results. Sincerity brings results? Li Wujiu mused, pondering the phrase. Another lantern? Moments later, he lifted another lantern, offering it to her. Shall I release it for you? Me? I have no wishes, and I don't believe in such things, Dongfang Juedai replied with a nonchalant smile, glancing at the lantern. Don't believe in wishes? Didn't you say sincerity brings results? Li Wujiu smirked, internally critiquing her as he took up the lantern. If you won't, I shall do it on your behalf. Li Wujiu held the last lantern with a serene expression, his demeanor earnest. After a long moment, he opened his eyes and gently placed the lantern on the river's surface. From nobles to commoners, adorned in their finest attire, whether in small groups or alone, all strolled along the Huai River, lanterns in hand, sharing wishes and dreams. Just then, from the Fulwan Tower, the sound of strings floated down, enchanting those lost in the misty rain of Jiangnan. What a breathtaking Jiangnan, I must behold it. The first level of the Wuxiang Wujijiang, observing mountains and seas. Li Wujiu's eyes opened and closed, radiating a blue-golden halo, his gaze reaching across the river to a splendid sight. Mist and clouds entwined, the river waves hazy, the light fog resembling a delicate veil, gently embracing the quaint bridges and flowing waters. As the river breeze swept by, the lantern swayed, akin to celestial maidens in crimson skirts dancing, each for a beautiful wish. Stars twinkled in the distance, and the rosy clouds illuminated the night sky, creating a world that never sleeps. What a mesmerizing Jiangnan. How could one not reminisce about it? Li Wujiu was left speechless, his heart overwhelmed, reciting an ancient poem. The stars hang high in the heavens yet descend into the Huai River. The stars and the river burn bright, mirroring the pure wishes of humankind, destined to be fulfilled by the immortals. Li Wujiu's gaze deepened, his smile warm yet tinged with peculiarity. Do you believe now? Dongfang Juedai tilted her head, curious. Words can deceive, but the human heart cannot. Li Wujiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, mimicking her tone of admonition. Dongfang Juedai's expression shifted, her brows arching, a flicker of annoyance crossing her features. You learn quickly the art of pretentiousness, yet neglect true learning. Li Wujiu's smile faded, and he spoke earnestly. Your words are mistaken, esteemed teacher. Though I lack the wisdom of a sage, I dare not claim to rival the great scholars. However, I have diligently studied for over a decade, and have read historical tomes countless times. As he finished, he pointed to his mouth and then patted his stomach, raising an eyebrow as he gazed at her. What do you mean by that? Dongfang Juedai asked, perplexed. You don't know, do you? Li Wujiu beamed with pride. What I boast of is not mere pretense. My mind is filled with genuine knowledge. Dongfang Juedai raised her brows, caught between exasperation and amusement. This was the first time Li Wujiu had dared to retort her. Oh, how you must boast. As expected, Dongfang Juedai and Appo's drunkenness had faded considerably. Her enchanting eyes now narrowed at Li Wujiu. The irritation that surfaced as the alcohol subsided was evident. This impudent boy, daring to flaunt before me? Dongfang Juedai chuckled mockingly, realizing that he was intentionally showing off. Yet, She could not express her anger, for she had trained him in this very manner. If she were to retaliate, she would only reveal her own flaws. Fine, if you won't speak, I shan't listen. Dongfang Juedai replied coolly, turning away. If you won't listen, then I shan't speak. Li Wujiao shot back. She was about to get angry but suppressed it. If she truly retaliated, Li Wujiao would remain unfazed, making her appear foolish. This wretched boy, he surely delights in my embarrassment. I must not fall for his trick. Slowly, Dongfang Juedai began to walk away, taking small steps, as if waiting for Li Wujiao to call her back. However, Li Wujiao merely smiled lightly, watching her figure fade into the distance, never uttering a word. This crafty lad, one day without discipline, and he grows bolder by the hour. Dongfang Juedai felt a surge of resentment within her, stubbornly vowing to settle the score with him in due time. The more she pondered, the more her anger swelled, leading her to grasp the wine jug and take a hearty swig, the liquid swirling down her throat. The intoxication subdued her fury, yet her emotions became inexplicably tumultuous. How peculiar it was. I imparted to him the teachings of the boundless and infinite, yet why should I permit him entry into my consciousness? As the alcohol took effect, a sense of disturbance enveloped her. Suddenly, she perceived a residual sword aura lingering within the wine jug, as if inscribed with shadowy characters, though it had appeared devoid of markings prior. Channeling her spiritual energy to dispel the drunken haze, she focused her gaze upon the jug, where indeed the characters emerged, year after year, no worries, Mei Chong and Amp, Oppos, and always no joy. She was momentarily taken aback, and upon glancing back, she beheld a youth clad in simple garments standing amidst the dim glow of lanterns, a mischievous grin adorning his face. The jug is rather small, and my mastery of swordsmanship is still rudimentary. The characters may appear somewhat crude, but surely you can decipher them? A gentle night breeze swept through, brushing aside the boy and Oppos' tousled hair, revealing eyes that sparkled with brilliance, capturing her gaze and momentarily rendering her spellbound by his unanticipated sincerity. Year after year, no worries. Mei Chang and Oppos, and always no joy. A torrent of thoughts surged through her mind. A fleeting warmth transformed her into a statue, immobilized by the weight of her aspirations. The lanterns glimmered like crimson stars, illuminating the night sky, representing the simplest yet most profound wishes exchanged between souls. Year after year, no worries, Mei Chang and Amp, Oppos, and always no joy. Abandoned by her parents, she had endured a millennium of solitude amidst the harshness of snow and wind, suffering countless hardships. Those 8 simple words had seemingly become the epitome of her lifelong yearning. Fate had never favored this resilient woman, who appeared to have grown accustomed to her suffering. With a delicate gesture, a dark orb materialized unexpectedly. The Destiny Pearl? Do you too bear the burden of heaven and Oppos' decree? Li Wujiao involuntarily exclaimed, having already suspected that Mr. Dongfang was also under the Pearl and Oppos' influence. Dongfang Juedai fell into contemplative silence. For no one understood better than she the cost of divine mandate and the anguish of misfortune. I have never believed in such nonsense as fate. What is fate? Who bestows it? It is merely the excuse of the weak, unworthy of attention. Dongfang Juedai dismissed the notion. Her celestial eyes, radiant as crystal, bore witness to the trials of time, reflecting a profound detachment from worldly affairs. To achieve greatness, one must endure 3 tribulations. The first tribulation concerns the trials of the body, the second pertains to the trials of the spirit, and the third involves the choices of one's path. Only those who conquer these tribulations can affirm their resolve. For those with steadfast hearts, obstacles become mere stepping stones. For those lacking resolve, misfortunes become excuses for complaints against fate. As her words faded, she found herself frowning. I should not impose such thoughts upon you. You are still young and unaware of the world and Oppos' hardships. That is a grave misjudgment. Li Wujiao interjected with a smile, refuting her statement. Youth does not equate to a lack of experience. Limited experience does not imply a shallow understanding, nor does a shallow understanding signify a wavering resolve. This marked the first time Li Wujiao challenged Dongfang Juedai. Previously, he had accepted her words without question. However, having harbored frustrations for quite some time, he felt compelled to express himself. I endured 18 years in that desolate place on Cold Mountain. You understand my sister's temperament, Mr. Dongfang. I have absorbed the wisdom of the sages from texts, yet I have not escaped the hardships of life, both deserved and undeserved. Those who tread a tumultuous path often lament fate, while sages remain composed, finding sweetness in adversity. Thus, this encapsulates the first and second tribulations you spoke of. As for the third tribulation, Li Wujiao stroked his chin, pausing for a brief moment before continuing. A mortal's life is but a fleeting 30,000 days, akin to a mayfly, born in the morning and perishing by dusk. The so-called and Oppos, heart of the Tao and Oppos, encompasses not only the understanding of the great path, but also the discernment of one's own journey. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Juedai and Oppos' brow remained furrowed. Yet, her expression shifted noticeably, her gaze softening with a hint of surprise. Continue, she uttered with a faint whisper. Chapter 43. The hidden dragon. Li Wujiao raised his head to gaze at the sky, a sense of nonchalance emanating from his brow. The path of life is fraught with challenges, and the pursuit of righteousness even more so. Yet, I am resolute in my direction, forever aiming toward the horizon. Fragile as a mayfly, fleeting in existence, what does it matter? My physical form may perish, but the essence of my conviction shall endure. As Li Wujiao spoke, it was as if his words summoned the very laws of nature, and the snow began to manifest around him, swirling in an ethereal dance. Accompanied by the resonant hum of his sword, the heart of the sword shone brightly. Was this the demeanor of a sword immortal? Dongfang Juedai, witnessing this, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Such a profound conviction, could it truly belong to an 18-year-old youth? Your words are heavy, sir, she remarked. Li Wujiao chuckled lightly in response, dismissing her concerns with a wave of his hand. What conviction? What immortal demeanor? Ultimately, these notions are too insubstantial and illusory. He shifted his focus, gently caressing the blade of Tian Yushiwei, a serene smile gracing his lips. In a world of peace, where one aspires to transcend mortality. Nearly 8 characters encapsulate the essence, yet how many among the multitude truly consider the cause and effect of their actions? It was unclear to whom Li Wujiao directed his question. Perhaps it was a reflection upon himself, perhaps an inquiry to the heavens. Yet, Dongfang Juedai perceived a glimmer of sincerity in his eyes as he spoke. Do you consider me a person of contradictions, sir? Li Wujiao inquired. Dongfang Juedai regarded him calmly. This audacious youth who assumed himself extraordinary. Such prideful ambition. Yet he pinned visions of peace and joy. Wasn't this contradictory? Not at all, she concluded. Li Wujiao seemed to have anticipated the answer. For the sake of those 8 characters, I would willingly brave fire and water, embracing a myriad of deaths. His declaration took Dongfang Juedai by surprise. I had thought your pride would compel you to conquer the world and vanquish great demons, only to find you living a leisurely life akin to my own. Her teasing laughter was met with a thoughtful response. You alone dare to challenge me with your sword and share in my drink. If her earlier praise had been that of a mentor to a disciple, now her genuine smile reflected the delight felt among kindred spirits. She was astonished, having expected Li Wujiao to utter something earth-shattering given his temperament. Li Wujiao, it is no wonder your sister urged you to take me as your mentor. Indeed. She knows your nature. Fueled by the spirit of revelry, she felt compelled to unburden her heart. I defied the Academy's rules, permitting you entry into the body-forging waterfall, allowing you to navigate the murky waters of the capital. I fear not for your demise, but rather for a life devoid of distinction. Her words, though coarse, held profound truth. Li Wujiao finally grasped why Dongfang Juedai had defied the Academy's regulations and engaged in conflict with Feng Zhiqing, unwilling to pursue a victory. Perhaps in the future, a battle-worn Li Wujiao will prove me wrong. Yet, I would loathe to witness a spirited youth dulled by the mundane world, regretting the bold exploits he failed to undertake in his youth. Her cheeks flushed, yet she spoke with earnestness, starkly contrasting her usual carefree demeanor, which elicited an involuntary chuckle from Li Wujiao. Before entering the capital, I never envisioned myself becoming what you describe, a fated spirit. Will I truly become such? His query seemed directed at her, yet also served as a self-examination. All things are born, mountains possess edges, and the moon waxes and wanes. The only constant in this world is change. Humanity too cannot exist without flaws or regrets. The path of cultivation lies in this, to level mountains and seas, to cover the universe, to rectify the inequities of the world, and to mend its imperfections. Dongfang Juedai put away the destiny pearl and downed her drink. The 7th realm is called level mountain and sea, the 8th realm covering the universe. They believed that the ancient sages of humanity had named them thus for profound reasons. Is fate a shackle, or is it all dependent on your sword? The storm approaches, and the world is fraught with uncertainty. All beings enter the game, and every move must be made without regret. What fate? What shackles? All beings enter the game, and every move must be made without regret? What nonsense is this, sir? Her final words were too profound, leaving Li Wujiao in contemplation. Suddenly, the resonant sound of bells interrupted his thoughts, marking the commencement of the evening banquet. The echoes of the bells lingered, reverberating through the throngs gathered in the capital. Where has everyone gone? Li Wujiao turned his head, only to find Dongfang Juedai's figure had vanished without a trace, a familiar occurrence. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he beheld countless lanterns floating above the capital, akin to celestial flames igniting the night sky. A roar echoed from the heavens as vibrant colors illuminated the firmament. Various powerful figures rode exotic beasts from all corners of the world, converging in the capital for the night banquet. Hidden Dragon 99, disciples of the Hidden Kill sect. Present the treasured blade of the sect. May your majesty share longevity with the heavens. Hidden Dragon 88, the Kaishan Merchant Guild, presents a piece of Qilin jade. May your majesty's endeavors flourish. Hidden Dragon 66, the second prince of the Eastern Sea, Gao Jingtian, presents a genuine dragoness bone. May your majesty be blessed with dragoness fortune. Yintian Tower, Yuhing Kaiyang, presents the Dao map of heavenly mechanisms. May your majesty and Appos, as fortune reach the skies. The 2 celestial beings from Yintian Tower were indeed present, causing Li Wujiao to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Wherein and Appos, they tasked with capturing a criminal? Why are they here presenting gifts? The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. This seemed less a lantern festival and more akin to a tribute? Are you surprised? This is a night banquet hosted by the Southern Emperor. The case of the Crane family is known far and wide, and they would gladly come to the capital to curry favor. A familiar voice broke in, and Li Wujiao turned to see the disgruntled Jiang Shaoan. Don and Oppos, T ask. Just know that Luo Lin was invited to the night banquet, while I am but a lawbreaker, unworthy to enter the imperial city. Jiang Shaoang spoke with irritation. Li Wujiao gazed at the heavily guarded city gate, where 3 gilded characters were prominently engraved. Vermilion Bird Gate. So you were expelled? Li Wujiao surmised, noting Jiang Shaoyang's embarrassed expression. How could the once glorious Hanlin attendant be cast out? Jiang Shaoang seemed to grapple with unspoken grievances but finally voiced, it's all because of that ungrateful woman, Luo Lin, who claimed not to know me, leading to my immediate expulsion from the imperial city. After a brief silence, Jiang Shaoang couldn't help but curse. Luo Lin did this? Li Wujiao chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Not long ago, he had witnessed Jiang Shaoang flaunting his prowess, only to now see him outwitted by Luo Lin. The radiant fairy Yao Guang entered the imperial city with great fanfare, contrasting sharply with Jiang Shaoyang's disheveled state. A figure in a light blue robe poked her head over the city wall, making a face at Jiang Shaoang. It was none other than Luo Lin. Luo Lin. Jiang Shaoang will return, he declared fiercely. Oh, indeed. Every creature has its match. How fitting for the unpredictable. Li Wujiao teased. Jiang Shaoang seethed with frustration but could do nothing against her. As numerous prodigies were invited to the banquet, Li Wujiu perceived the night feast as mere pretense. An opportunity for the court to gauge the various factions. After all, a celebration shared with the people bore the semblance of an international tribute, requiring offerings. These small factions were of little concern to the Southern Emperor, and none of the top 10 prodigies of the Hidden Dragon had yet to appear. Jiang Shaoang squinted at Li Wujiao and remarked, not long after, a male cultivator suddenly pointed toward the sky, ecstatic as he shouted, look, the Yuheng fairy has arrived. From the burning night sky, a few starlight glimmers pierced through the crimson heavens, and a brilliant golden radiance cascaded down to the earth, resembling a celestial pathway as a figure gracefully descended. Her figure, ethereal and transcendent, dances gracefully as if unbound by the winds, golden hair shimmering like stars. Clad in a robe of gilded clouds, cinched at the waist with a crescent belt made of bird feathers, she radiates an air of both opulence and cool detachment. Reminiscent of a celestial maiden born from the most resplendent star in the heavens, evoking no unwarranted desires. The fifth of the hidden dragons, the Yintian Tower, Yao Guang. The moment Yao Guang made her entrance, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as the citizens gazed skyward, basking in divine radiance, their feet graced by golden light. Indeed, she is the Yao Guang fairy, the most beautiful woman under heaven, a breathtaking vision that captivates all hearts. Every male cultivator present was utterly entranced, showering her with admiration. Jiang Shaoang was transfixed, yet his focus was not solely on Yao Guang, but rather on the streams of golden light and divine radiance that dazzled the eyes, imbued with countless intricate and ancient inscriptions. It appeared that the master of the celestial transformation array was none other than her, Yao Guang. Jiang Shaoang chuckled. I dare say she need not even set the array. Most of the male cultivators would surrender willingly. Li Wujiao jested, acknowledging Yao Guang's unparalleled beauty, yet his instincts were drawn not to her appearance, but to an overwhelming sense of danger. The full power of the celestial transformation array was not something that could be matched by a mere fragment of its former self. If a confrontation were to arise, how confident are you in your chances? Li Wujiao's words sent a shiver down Jiang Shaoyang's spine. What are you planning? That treasure is still in my possession. Jiang Shaoyang's tone turned grave. Do not be alarmed. Today's protagonist has yet to make an appearance. Li Wujiao's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes upon the imperial city. Protagonist? Are you two searching for me? Chapter 44. The King of the South upon the Fuwan Tower. A melodious voice suddenly drifted through the air. Raising his gaze, Li Wujiao beheld a graceful figure. Her ghostly mask contorted in a fierce expression, her black robe billowing. Lord Luo has not yet come to slay you. Your fate must be remarkably resilient. Despite the obscurity of her mask, the mirth in her tone was unmistakable. Jun Yanqing. Li Wujiao silently called her name, instantly recognizing her. Clad in a black robe and ghostly mask, Jun Yanqing undoubtedly revealed her identity as the slayer of the celestial demon, exuding an undercurrent of murderous intent that suggested her intentions were far from benign. However, Li Wujiao noted her choice of words and discerned a peculiar detail, not yet calm. Puzzled, he wondered if Jun Yanqing was unaware of Dongfang Juedai's recent visit, or perhaps ignorant of the connection between Dongfang Juedai and Lord Luo. A low growl reverberated through the skies above the capital. Li Wujiao fixed his gaze upwards and proclaimed, the true protagonist has arrived. The golden radiance dissipated in an instant, giving way to a colossal beast resembling a dog, its entire body glowing crimson, towering over 100 feet, a mountain of terror. What is happening? Has the demon clan invaded the capital? Fear swept through the crowd. As the formidable beast slowly revealed its true form, a figure was seen standing atop its back. Tall and imposing as a pine tree, exuding an air of authority. Beside him stood a woman in golden robes, wielding a resplendent golden spear, its tip gleaming ominously, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Flags flapped in the wind, emblazoned with the striking character Gu, as commoners and nobles alike bowed in respect, not daring to show the slightest negligence. The King of the South. It is indeed the King of the South. The beast was known as the Hound. captured by the king of the south 2 decades prior after a victorious battle against the demon clan. This immense hound was certainly a demon king of its kind. And the king of the south's might was truly unparalleled. The great south shall rise again. The atmosphere was electric, the spear piercing the sky, shaking the very foundations of the capital. The king of the south returns to the capital. The great south shall rise. The entire city erupted in cheers, the sounds resonating like thunder, leaving Li Wuzhou with a sensation akin to being on the battlefield. He mingled among the crowd, refraining from bowing, as the customs established by the former emperor dictated that officials and cultivators must not kneel. Yet, admiration and yearning unconsciously glimmered in his eyes. A dynasty that possesses the Crane and Gu generals, why should it settle for mere dominion over a corner of the land? Why accept such confinement? Li Wuzhou could not help but feel a surge of emotion, though he had never seen General Crane. The king of the south's heroic demeanor and commanding presence were profoundly shocking and beyond expression. His Majesty has arrived. A piercing cry suddenly echoed, shaking the heavens. Clearly imbued with spiritual power and emanating from an individual of great cultivation, the crowd fell silent, kneeling in unison. However, Li Wuzhou and others did not bow. Aside from court officials, cultivators were exempt from kneeling, as per the former emperor's decree. Li Wuzhou crossed his arms, his gaze firmly fixed upon the city wall. Draped in a dragon robe, adorned with a crown, the emperor's visage was resplendent, and behind him hung a majestic map of mountains and rivers, radiating brilliant light and appearing lifelike. Your subjects pay their respects to your majesty. The king of the south and Gu Lionian dismounted from the hound, stepping forward. The former kneeling on one knee, the latter on both, as they offered their respects. The southern emperor smiled as he assisted General Gu to his feet, proclaiming, "The king of the south has labored greatly, nurturing such a demon king, elevating the prestige of our great south. Upon your return to the capital, I shall reward you generously." The king of the south replied with humble dignity, "Your majesty speaks too highly. Guarding the great south and protecting the nation and its people is the duty of a loyal subject. I seek no personal gain, only the safety and prosperity of our land." The southern emperor laughed heartily, saying, "The king of the south's merits are vast. There is no need for modesty. A tiger begets no dog. Our great south's vast mountains and rivers shall depend on your kind of heroes." Upon hearing this, the king of the south lifted his head. Though humbled, he replied, "Your majesty's praise is unwarranted. The great south is your majesty's great south. May you enjoy eternal longevity. And may the people of the great south thrive under your grace." The southern emperor merely smiled calmly, addressing the assembled heroes at the banquet, raising a cup in toast. "On this auspicious day, let us set aside the distinctions of ruler and subject and regard each other as brothers. You are all pillars of our great south, gathered from all corners of the world. This night, let us indulge until we are intoxicated." The king of the south was the first to raise his cup, followed by Gu Lionian. Long live his majesty. The civil and military officials, along with the assembled heroes and the citizens of the capital, echoed in unison, "Long live his majesty." In just a few exchanges, although they were mere pleasantries, the dynamics of ruler and subjects were vividly apparent. Li Wuzhou could only hear the voices without seeing the figures. The hound obscured his view. Yet his keen senses allowed him to detect subtle undertones. Such grandiose praises of eternal merit and heroic figures, careless words could lead to calamity. In contrast, the king of the south appeared to bow his head in modesty, yet his grand entrance on the back of a demon king revealed his ambitious nature and deep cunning. Li Wuzhou could not help but ponder the inscrutable machinations of emperors. If he were within the court, 800 eyes would barely suffice. "And where is Wu Chang?" Jun Yinqing inquired. "The hound obstructed my view, yet I sensed no trace of him," Jiang Xiaoyong replied. Upon hearing this, Li Wuzhou smirked and quipped, Hey. Do you both truly think I am dead? I am still very much alive." Despite his jest, curiosity swelled within him about the individual they spoke of. Who could summon the celestial demon to mobilize such forces? Surely, he must be a noble? Li Wuzhou inquired. "A noble? One who stands just beneath a sovereign, above all others," Jiang Xiaoyong replied solemnly. "Just beneath a sovereign, above all others. The Grand Chancellor of the Great South, Qin Mi Wait. Are you suggesting that in front of the King of the South and the Southern Emperor, one would dare to slay the Grand Chancellor of the Great South?" "That seems improbable," Li Wuzhou cautiously probed. "The Southern Emperor is a legendary martial saint. It is certainly beyond our capabilities." Jiang Xiaoyong shook his head. "Then who could it be?" "Luo Hua?" Li Wuzhou instinctively uttered. "So, you are already a corpse. Listen if you wish." Jun Yinqing smiled alluringly. Her captivating smile, enough to enchant all, sent a chill down Li Wuzhou's spine. Luo Hua? How utterly fascinating. If it truly is her, this night shall surely stain the heavens with blood, creating a grand massacre. Yet, as Li Wuzhou pondered further, he found the situation perplexing. Had Ti Dongfang Juedai just departed? Why had she not struck him down earlier? A myriad of questions flooded his mind. He did not feel fear, but rather an intense curiosity. "Hey, where's Qin Shu?" Li Wuzhou asked again. "Why are you, a corpse, so inquisitive?" Jun Yinqing retorted. "At least allow me to die with clarity. Perhaps I could regale Yama with tales and earn a ghostly office." Li Wuzhou jested, seeing Li Wuzhou's playful demeanor. It was hard to believe he was a man on the brink of death. Brotherly, do not rush. Once I descend to the underworld, I shall accompany you along the Yellow Springs Road, ensuring our acquaintance is not in vain. Jiang Shaolong laughed freely, subtly weaving a formation with his hands. Just as he finished speaking, a fierce wind swept past them. Li Wuzhou's heart raced, fearing it was Luo Hor returning to exact vengeance. Looking up, he saw a figure in a deep crimson official robe, wielding black and white ink brushes. It was Song Shajun, who had been missing for an entire day. Why did you not capture them? Li Wuzhou's expression hardened. Song Shajun, brimming with an intimidating aura, strode towards the night banquet, his very presence radiating ruthlessness. He entered with weapons drawn, a grievous offense against the hierarchy. Li Wuzhou's expression grew increasingly grave, as a judge. Song Shajun could not be unaware of the implications of his actions. With an air of menace and an overwhelming presence, he seemed less like a guest and more like a harbinger of chaos. Chapter 45, Qimi enters the game as expected. The moment Song Shajun stepped onto the city wall, the imperial guards swiftly surrounded him. By the emperor's decree, no one is permitted to bear arms at the banquet. A leading guard barked sternly. Ignoring the guards, Song Shajun's expression hardened like iron, his voice icy. Where is Qin Zhuyang, the supervisor of the 16 prefectures of Yuyuan? His words carried a hint of spiritual power, drawing the attention of half the capital in an instant. The southern emperor was merrily drinking with the prince of Southern Jin when he heard the commotion, tightening his grip on the wine cup. Tonight is a grand celebration of the southern kingdom. Who dares to cause a ruckus? The southern emperor inquired gravely. Your servant, the judge of the town evil office. Song Shajun, has urgent matters to report to your majesty. Song Shajun half-kneeled, raising his voice. The southern emperor's gaze swept past the crowd, settling on Song Shajun with an air of authority. Tonight is the Lantern Festival. Political affairs are not to be discussed. Determined, Song Shajun advanced, prompting the guards around him to raise their weapons in warning. Your majesty has decreed that no weapons may enter the capital. Those who defy this order shall be executed without mercy. But Song Shajun had already made up his mind, suddenly raising his hand. The guards felt as though 1,000-pound stone had pressed down upon them, rendering them immobile. Song Shajun, this is a night of joy for the people. You defy the emperor's command. Are you not inciting rebellion? Before the southern emperor could respond, the prince of Southern Jun stood up, sweeping his hand to unleash a powerful gust of energy that not only relieved the pressure on the guards, but even sent Song Shajun flying backward. The southern emperor narrowed his eyes and asked, Judge Song, I know you are diligent in punishing evil and discerning the truth. You are not one to act recklessly. Yet, on this auspicious night of celebration, why do you raise your voice? Regaining his composure, Song Shajun knelt on one knee and replied solemnly, Your Majesty, I, Song Shajun, judge of the town evil office, accused Qin Zhuyang, the supervisor of the 16 prefectures of Yuyuan, of colluding with demonic beings, imposing harsh taxes, bullying the weak, and usurping power. Such treasonous acts warrant the death penalty, and his entire family should be implicated. His words fell like a massive stone sinking into a river, stirring up tumultuous waves. The capital erupted in chaos, people exchanging bewildered glances. How could the accomplished Qin Zhuyang, a paragon of youth and military prowess, be guilty of such heinous crimes? Yet, Judge Song was known for his keen insight. Could he possibly be fabricating lies? Who was Qin Zhuyang? The son of the current prime minister, Qin Mi, still in his prime, at the pinnacle of the sixth realm, commanding the northern borders and aiding general He in reclaiming the 16 prefectures of Yuyuan. He was beloved by the people. The citizens, divided in their opinions, began to argue amongst themselves, and the scene quickly spiraled out of control. Silence. Unauthorized individuals shall not discuss court matters. The prince of Southern Jin bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder, and the citizens of the capital fell silent. The southern emperor cast a sidelong glance at the prince of Southern Jun, then returned his gaze to Song Shajun, his tone stern. Political affairs should be discussed in the court. Even if your claims are entirely true, they should not be voiced at this moment, nor in this place. The southern emperor's displeasure was evident. His tone brooked no argument, and he gestured for Song Shajun to depart. Yet, Song Shajun did not rise. Instead, he retrieved a stack of documents from his robe and raised them high. Your Majesty, I may await a more opportune time, but the people of the 16 prefectures of Yuyuan are suffering immensely. Every passing moment brings them closer to death, with countless corpses lying in the streets. Qin Zhuyang, knowing the law yet breaking it, allowed his subordinates to commit unspeakable acts, and he shamelessly used the imperial seal to negotiate with demonic beings, even offering to cede the 16 prefectures of Yuyuan in exchange for their protection. His crimes are deserving of execution. 1,000 deaths are not enough. Therefore, I implore your Majesty to make a decisive judgment. Each word was piercing and resonant. The citizens of the capital were astonished, the officials rendered speechless, and even the prince of Southern Jun could not contain his impatience. The prince of Southern Jun knelt, speaking earnestly, Your Majesty, I wish to be tasked with investigating the 16 prefectures of Yuyuan thoroughly. The southern emperor suddenly fell silent, his gaze shifting between Song Shajun and the prince of Southern Jun. After all this time, were you simply waiting for me here? The Southern Emperor realized that Song Shajun had not sought an audience with him earlier, nor had he appeared until the citizens had gathered. Regardless of whether Song Shajun's words held truth, sending the Prince of Southern Jun to the northern borders would mean he would not return for a decade or more. If he were to break through to the Ninth Realm during this time, the throne might very well change hands. No, the Southern Emperor swiftly dismissed the thought. His dragon-like presence imposing, the Prince of Southern Jun had just returned to the capital, weary from travel, and his soldiers were exhausted. He should not venture to the northern borders. Your servant is grateful for your majesty's consideration for the soldiers. The Prince of Southern Jun replied respectfully. If that is the case, does your majesty have an alternative? The Southern Emperor pondered deeply, remaining silent as his piercing gaze filled the court with an air of intimidation, causing the officials to hesitate in their drinking. Pretending to contemplate alongside their emperor. Your majesty, I have something to say. An elderly voice rang out, and from among the officials stepped an old man, gentle and kind, leaning on a wooden staff that shimmered with spiritual light. Aside from the staff, the old man exuded no spiritual aura, appearing as an ordinary mortal. Yet, this unassuming old man was none other than the Prime Minister of the Southern Kingdom, Qin. Your majesty, how could anyone in the Southern Kingdom be unaware of my son's character? Can one man's word alone suffice to overturn the truth? Though Qin had aged, his eyes remained sharp as an eagle, fixed on Song Shajun as if to penetrate his very soul. Your words are merely one perspective. Qin Zhuoyang has been away from the capital for a decade, wielding absolute power over life and death in the 16 prefectures. Can you be certain that his ambition has not clouded his judgment? Song Shajun countered. Surveying the court, Song Shajun noted that none dared to meet his gaze. Known for his unwavering integrity and impartiality, he had a reputation for bringing corrupt officials to justice, regardless of their status, even if they were his own kin. If Song Shajun spoke, his evidence would be irrefutable, leaving no room for exoneration. The officials were apprehensive, and Qin was no less aware of the gravity of the situation. I know my son's character better than anyone. Since Judge Song has risked his life to present his case, I am willing to accompany him to the 16 prefectures of Yuyuan to uncover the truth for all to see. As soon as Qin finished speaking, without waiting for Song Shajun's response, the Southern Emperor interjected. If Prime Minister Qin is willing to vouch for this, then let Judge Song accompany Prime Minister Qin to the 16 prefectures of Yuyuan to restore justice for the people of the Southern Kingdom. With the Emperor's command issued, both Qin and Song Shajun bowed in unison. Your servant obeys the imperial decree. Watching Qin and Song Shajun depart, the Southern Emperor silently contemplated. Qin Zhuoyang, the former leader of the Hidden Dragon, was exceptionally talented and possessed great ambition. He would never believe that he lacked ambition. If Song Shajun's words were true, it would eliminate both Qin Zhuoyang and Qin as potential threats. If they were false, he would have conspired with the Prince of Southern Jun to march northward and seize control of the military. When that time came, he would charge Song Shajun with treason, and there would always be a way to implicate the Prince of Southern Jun. With this thought, the Southern Emperor felt a surge of satisfaction, regardless of the outcome. He would be rid of a potential threat. A two birds with one stone strategy was indeed clever. The Southern Emperor mused inwardly while raising his wine cup towards the Prince of Southern Jun. Smiling, Prince of Southern Jun, you guard the southern borders, expanding our territory with countless achievements. I raise my cup to you. Your servant thanks your majesty. The Prince of Southern Jun replied, casting a glance at Song Shajun and Qin, then observing Gu Liuyan, who was laughing and joking with Luo Lin. A sense of gravity began to weigh on his heart. In contrast, Qin and Song Shajun set off under the cover of night. Judge Song, while my son is not a slothful fool, he is also not a man of wild ambition. If your accusations prove unfounded, the Emperor will not show you mercy. Qin's tone was calm yet carried an implicit threat. Song Shajun remained silent, his expression stern. Prime Minister, whether my words are true or false can be known by me, the people, heaven and earth, but most clearly, by your own heart. Upon hearing this, Qin merely smirked, his aged, dim eyes momentarily betraying a barely perceptible glimmer of murderous intent. In that case, I shall observe with keen interest, he stated coldly. Dismissing Song Shajun entirely, his feet swiftly gliding through the air as he departed. As the night deepened and the banquet concluded, the outskirts of the city lay desolate, with only the silhouettes of Song Shajun and Qin meandering through the darkness. Why does the Prime Minister slow his pace? Could it be that he harbors a guilty conscience? Song Shajun queried icily. The judge of Song is guiltless. Have I not been so as well? Qin replied in a detached tone, his hands clasped behind him, his steps vigorous despite his advanced age. Prime Minister, the distance between the capital and the 16 provinces of Yuyuan spans 100,000 miles. With mere mortal feet, you cannot traverse it. Song Shajun asserted. You misunderstand. Judge of Song, although I am aged, this bestowed wooden staff enables me to journey 1,000 miles in a single day. Qin countered, revealing that the staff was no ordinary object, but a gift from the Southern Emperor. There exists a celestial mountain in the North Sea, known as Fangsuan, upon which stands a divine tree, its crown like an elegant canopy, radiating ethereal light, the essence of creation. In the time of the late emperor, when the demon clan had yet to invade the northern territories, my ancestor from the Qin family, being the foremost martial sage of the Southern Realm, stumbled upon the ruins of an immortal and obtained this fragment of celestial wood, later recognizing its name as the Bodhi of the Immortal Path. After the current emperor ascended the throne, I, as an elder statesman, diligently served. Now, having surpassed my 60th year, His Majesty summoned the greatest blacksmith in the realm, the esteemed master of the Taiping Martial Academy, to forge the staff from the Bodhi wood. As Qin Mi's thoughts stirred, the staff trembled slightly, emanating a faint celestial radiance. This ethereal light coalesced into a cloud of pure white, lifting Qin Mi gracefully. What a remarkable Bodhi of the Immortal Path, alas. The northern territories have been overrun by the demon clan, and no human can set foot in the North Sea. Otherwise, I would certainly wish to behold this capricious celestial wood. Song Shajun extolled. Qin Mi stroked his beard and sighed. It is but a foolish reverie. The demon clan are beings from beyond the heavens, beyond human capability to confront. Song Shajun evidently disagreed, countering, Prime Minister, your assertion is flawed. The demon clan, too, possesses flesh and blood. Why should they be deemed unconquerable? Qin Mi shook his head, explaining, the king of the south has already reached the pinnacle of the eighth realm, vanquishing the invading Hound clan and subduing its demon king. Not only was he gravely injured, taking years to recover and return to the capital, but his soldiers suffered over 100,000 casualties. This attests to the formidable nature of the demon clan. Upon hearing this, Song Shajun sneered. So, it seems the Prime Minister believes the demon clan is invincible out of fear of death? Such ignorance from the youth. A mere demon king is hardly to be feared. Qin Mi's gaze sharpened, declaring, the true unconquerable force of the demon clan lies in the 12 great demons. These 12 great demons had once inflicted catastrophic blows upon humanity, decimating the ranks of martial saints and masters, compelling humanity to cede all territory north of the 16 provinces of Yuan, forcing them to confine themselves to the southern banks of the river. Prime Minister, you advocate for surrender and peace, driven by a fear of death. I, Song Shajun, have no words for such cowardice. Song Shajun's tone darkened as he pressed, yet you incessantly claim the 12 great demons are unconquerable. Have you forgotten certain past events? Chapter 46, A Fish I Mixed with Pearls, Deception and Reality. 10 years ago, in the Battle of Fuyao Pass, the disciples of the Shinshao Dao sect fought valiantly, and their leader, Yuan Li, sacrificed himself to repel the great demon, Hong. 300 years prior, the demon race wreaked havoc upon the human realm, with the mighty Hong nearly annihilating the 4 states of the Western Territory. The ancient Buddha Wubei of the Sumitra Temple sacrificed himself to save the people, inflicting heavy damage on the great demon Hong, halting the demon race's advance eastward and safeguarding countless lives. A millennium ago, the demon star descended, and the demon race rampaged, while 16 martial saints and 3,000 masters of humanity fought to the death without retreat. Song Shajun gazed deeply into Qin Xiang's eyes and spoke solemnly. Were it not for the sacrifices of our forebears, the human race would have lacked the strength to protect even Jiangnan, and we would have long since become prisoners bound in chains. Your claim of excessive casualties threatens to render the sacrifices of countless heroes meaningless. Qin Mi's expression paled. Yet he forced himself to reply, but now the demon race is powerful. If we clash with them head-on, our human race may face annihilation. Negotiation is the prudent course. Aha. Song Shajun laughed furiously. What a prudent course. Does Qin Xiang still remember what lofty aspirations you pinned during the imperial examination years ago? The imperial examination? What did I write? Qin Mi's countenance darkened, speechless. How could you forget? A generation ago, in the Qin family ancestral hall, you inscribed a warning for the sons of the world. Song Shajun's gaze pierced into Qin Mi's eyes, pointing towards the Qin family ancestral hall, and declared, a moment of ambition must reach the clouds. Why not wield the Wu hook and reclaim the 16 states of Yuyun? Qin Mi's expression grew grim, each word resonating with fervor. The lofty aspirations of his youth now felt like thorns in his flesh. Qin Xiang, the chaos wrought by Qin Zhuoyang is a foregone conclusion. If you can petition the emperor and confess your transgressions, perhaps the Qin family can avert undeserved calamity. Qin Mi's complexion shifted slightly, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, coldly retorting, Song Shajun, do not speak such alarmist words. The Qin family has rendered great service to the court. How could we be implicated by the mistakes of one man, Zhuyang? Moreover, the matter of negotiation is for the greater good of humanity, the only solution recognized by His Majesty to ensure our safety. Song Shajun furrowed his brow, lamenting inwardly that Qin Mi was obstinately blind to reason. Just then, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, and Qin Mi's expression changed drastically as dense golden inscriptions swirled before him, ensnaring him like chains, a chilling murderous intent surging towards his mind. Not good. We are ambushed. Song Shajun shouted, his ink brush instinctively forming a protective barrier, eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The Tiangang dragon trapping formation. Yin Mingchang? Qin Mi's brow furrowed, the golden chains bound his body, and he knew that only Yin Mingchang possessed the knowledge of the Tiangang dragon trapping formation. As the words fell, a sinister wind swept through, and 2 shadowy figures emerged, adorned with grotesque masks and billowing dark robes, resembling emissaries from the netherworld. Are you here to kill? Qin Mi's expression tightened as he spoke solemnly. Who is your employer? I shall offer tenfold the price. However, a cold glint flashed, and a severed blade appeared as if a specter, threatening to tear apart the endless night. Qingmi glared furiously. Who dares? Just as he demanded. The severed blade was already upon him. Qin Xiang. Song Shajun shouted, rushing to meet it, his ink brush clashing with the blade, unleashing a burst of spiritual light. As the brilliant light faded and the sinister wind receded, one shadow rolled, cradling a pipa, its strings resonating like a flowing river. The demonist's beauty rivals that of a flower kissed by dew. Her ruby lips parted, and her singing was enchanting, laced with a hint of seduction. Fulwan Tower, Jun Yinqing. Qingmi recognized the identity of the shadow, yet was astonished to find his limbs utterly powerless, unable to muster any strength. The jade tree glimmers in the rear courtyard. As her melodious notes fell, the sound of the pipa's strings cut through the air like invisible blades, surging towards Song Shajun and Qingmi. Song Shajun channeled his spiritual power, wielding his brush to deflect the sound waves, while Qingmi struggled within the Tiangang dragon trapping formation, attempting to break free. At that moment, another shadow struck, its palm glowing with inscriptions, coalescing into beams of sword light aimed directly at Qingmi's throat. Seeing this, Song Shajun's figure flickered. Positioning himself before Qingmi, wearing brush and long blade engaged in fierce combat. In that instant, the clash of blade and brush intertwined, spiritual power surging in waves. The demonist's song reached a crescendo, warping the very fabric of space around them. Something is amiss, even I. Song Shajun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly losing consciousness. Damn it. He bit his tongue, forcing blood from his mouth to maintain clarity. Rascal, why do you defy? Song Shajun's furious inquiry was cut short as he realized he could have thwarted the demonist's sonic assault, but by the time he grasped the situation, it was too late. First, kill Qingmi, Jun Yinqing declared, swiftly moving to Qingmi's side, his gaze fierce. The path of the heavenly demon. To see strife is to wield power. The demonic melody surged, while Qingmi, ensnared in the Tiangang dragon trapping formation, was utterly incapable of resistance. As Jun Yinqing unleashed his lethal strike, a celestial light radiated from Qingmi, forming an impenetrable barrier that repelled the demonic sound. Within that celestial light, a divine figure emerged, wisps of azure and white hair entwining with celestial radiance, slowly revealing the ethereal silhouette of a Bodhi tree that shaded the heavens. The Bodhi celestial visage, a divine presence descends. Jun Yinqing gasped, his form freezing. I cannot move? As he remained paralyzed, the celestial figure spoke, its voice like a thunderous bell, yet infused with boundless compassion. Heaven and earth possess no form. All beings manifest myriad forms. The celestial visage radiated myriad brilliant lights, shattering the golden chains in an instant, the dense inscriptions dissipating like smoke. The Tiangang dragon trapping formation is broken. The remnants of the formation proved insufficient against the relic of the celestial being. Jiang Xiaoyong collapsed, clutching his head, agony coursing through him. No. My spiritual power is sealed. Jun Yinqing too fell to the ground, witnessing both of them powerless to resist, facing the Bodhi's divine will. Reduced to mere meat on the chopping block, ready for slaughter. Song Judge, kill them. Qingmi bellowed. Song Shajun's hand turned, the judge's brush danced, tracing arcs through the air, but after a prolonged struggle, he found himself unable to even slay the meat on the board. Song Shajun, why do you delay? Do you conspire with them? Qin Xiang, after I vanquish the enemy, flee to the capital for aid. As Qingmi's suspicion grew, Song Shajun ceased to hesitate, his eyes gleaming with determination, and with bold strokes, he inscribed a powerful character in the sky, kill. This seemingly ordinary character was imbued with boundless murderous intent, vast spiritual runes crashing like surging waves, engulfing the entire outskirts of the city, instantaneously drowning Jiang and Jun. As if all living beings were unable to escape the slaughter. With Song Shajun's ultimate strike delivered, the two figures vanished without a trace, as if they had been reduced to dust. Are they dead? Qingmi inquired urgently. Certainly, Song Shajun replied with utmost confidence. This is an unparalleled killing move I comprehended from the judge's brush. Even a sixth realm expert would suffer grievous wounds. Yet despite Song Shajun's firm conviction, Qingmi remained wary. Song Judge, the methods of the killing heaven are unpredictable. My years are advancing, my senses dulled. It would be prudent to summon the Zhan Yi and Yin Tian Tower. Upon hearing this, Song Shajun contemplated, recognizing Qingmi's cunning nature. Unless he saw the corpses with his own eyes, he would undoubtedly harbor doubts. As you say, I shall dispatch Shin Yi and Yin Tian Tower to conduct a search, departing on a selected day. With this declaration, Qingmi finally let down his guard. Qin Xiang, do you require my escort back to your residence? Song Shajun inquired. There's no need. I have the Bodhi's protection. The killing heaven has already raised alarms. Should they dare return, they will surely perish amidst the multitude of experts in the capital. As the gaze of the prime minister turned icy, a hidden murderous intent surfaced. Despite his words, he understood deeply that once marked by the assassin, there could be no escape. Either he would eliminate the threat or perish at its hands. The prime minister resolved to return to his residence with utmost caution, awaiting the arrival of his colleagues from the Bureau of Evil and the Tower of Heavenly Affairs. After bidding farewell, Song Shajun watched as Qingmi, leaning on a wooden staff, slowly made his way back to the capital. The night deepened. Upon entering the capital city, Chimi suddenly felt a chill creeping down his spine. This is Nanjing, who dares to emerge under the cover of darkness. Just as his words fell, the cold intensified, and the surrounding vapor began to crystallize into ice. To his dismay, he noticed that even his wooden staff was encrusted with layers of frost. Impossible. This is a treasure of the immortals. A flicker of panic crossed Chimi's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Cowards, why not reveal yourselves openly? He scanned the area but saw no sign of the assassin, feeling an increasing weight of pressure in his heart. Suddenly, a tall figure flashed through the night, wielding a spear with an imposing presence. Xianbei. Chimi gasped in horror, hurriedly channeling his protective aura. Xianbei. I know it is you who summoned the assassin. If you confess to his majesty, I would spare your life. In the darkness, the silver-clad figure curled his lips into a mocking smile, remaining silent. To Chimi, he appeared as a vengeful spirit arisen from the depths of hell. Xianbei. I know you are not truly dead, but if I were to perish, the family would never clear their name, enduring eternal disgrace. Chimi fixed his gaze on the figure in white, sweat beading on his palms. Suddenly, the figure in white lunged forward. And when Chimi finally discerned the assailant's face, a blade was pressed against his throat. You are not Xianbei. Astonishment filled Chimi's eyes as he beheld the youth before him, wielding an immortal sword with an air of arrogance, his stature reminiscent of Xianbei. Yet his demeanor utterly distinct. That spear, is it not the broken army? Astonished and pale, Chimi realized that the young man held a dazzling golden spear. Unmistakably the 8,000 clouds of the Gu family. Prime Minister Qin, how do you find my performance of deception and impersonation? A smirk graced Li Wuzhou's lips as he moved his thoughts and thrust the sword forward. Chapter 47. Using a blade to kill, celestial beings protect me. With a resounding cry, Qin Mi's voice rang out, his celestial light dazzling upon Li Wuzhou's face, revealing the frost-white longsword. You are. Qin Mi hesitated to speak. Indeed, I am the one who slays the heavenly Luo, Li Wuzhou declared fiercely. No. How can the celestial path's Bodhi not suppress? Qin Mi was utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the disregard for the Bodhi's oppressive power. You are not human, Qin Mi stammered, hesitant to act recklessly. Who are you insulting? Li Wuzhou's gaze hardened as he decisively swung his sword, slicing through Qin Mi's throat. The world is inherently devoid of form, while all beings manifest myriad forms. As Qin Mi collapsed, the Bodhi's ethereal shadow gradually dissipated, yet the celestial being's low murmurs echoed in Li Wuzhou's mind. This celestial's dying words, why do they resemble exactly what Mr. Dongfeng said? In his contemplation, Li Wuzhou suddenly witnessed Qin Mi's corpse transforming into wisps of spiritual light, vanishing into nothingness. Not flesh and blood. Could it be that I have slain a spiritual body? Buzz. Before his thoughts could settle, the night sky abruptly illuminated with several stars, which then descended as resplendent beams of light, revealing 3 figures. The first 2 were unmistakable to Li Wuzhou. They were Kaiyang and Yuheng, with whom he had previously clashed. Wait, she has come too? Li Wuzhou's expression tightened as he beheld a more brilliant beam of light, within which stood a graceful figure adorned with a majestic crown, exuding an extraordinary charm, transcending the mundane. Who dares to assassinate an official of our court? Kaiyang charged forward, wielding a pair of colossal hammers, roaring as he aimed them at Li Wuzhou. Nay, Li Wuzhou merely contemplated evading, but before he could react, his form had already flickered to 100 meters away. What on earth is happening? Yuheng, witnessing this, joined forces with Kaiyang, forming hand seals, conjuring a small star as translucent as jade, which hurtled towards Li Wuzhou with great force. The world is inherently devoid of form, while all beings are formless. The celestial melody resonated in Li Wuzhou's mind as the Bodhi hovered closely before him. Meanwhile, Yao Guang stood with her hands clasped behind her, her celestial demeanor unwavering, her calm gaze fixed upon Li Wuzhou. What peculiar combat style is this? Yao Guang was momentarily perplexed. One hand wielded a sword, the other a spear, and a cane floated beside her. It seemed as though she was retreating while fighting, yet she appeared to dart about chaotically, as if even she were unaware of where she would appear next. Li Wuzhou was indeed puzzled. He moved with an enigmatic and bizarre gait, swaying to evade Kaiyang's heavy hammer. Yet the oddity lay in the fact that though he had dodged to the right, he next appeared on the left. Li Wuzhou recognized that this peculiar movement must be the second layer of the formless and limitless scripture, the floating cloud intent. In his imagination, the floating cloud intent should embody a lightness akin to clouds, yet his steps were not light at all. It was not the ethereal nature of his movements that allowed him to evade Kaiyang's assault, but rather an elusive and unpredictable footwork. Bold ruffian, daring to commit murder in the capital, yet only daring to flee. Kaiyang was infuriated, realizing that every one of his attacks was flawlessly countered by Li Wuzhou. However, shrouded in the dense night, he could not discern Li Wuzhou's true countenance. Had he seen Li Wuzhou, who was both self-doubting yet effortlessly evading all his strikes, he would likely have descended into a frenzy. Yao Guang, what manner of movement is this rogue employing? Yuheng inquired, astonished. Why do I feel he is performing drunken boxing? Yao Guang's brow furrowed, sensing the unmistakable scent of alcohol emanating from Li Wuzhou. Perhaps he becomes stronger when intoxicated. Yao Guang attempted to explain, but Yuheng cast her a questioning glance. Upon hearing this, both Kaiyang and Yuheng were momentarily stunned, revealing expressions of incredulity. Are you saying that the proud killing moves of two fifth-realm cultivators were effortlessly evaded by a second-realm drunken man? Yao Guang pondered for a moment before earnestly responding. He might have consumed some sort of jade essence. I mean, possibly. Oh well, I can't continue this. Sister, you were at it again. Yu Heng scolded. A chuckle almost escaped Li Wujiu's lips. How could she spout such nonsense with a countenance so unblemished by the mundane? Observing Yu Heng's reaction, he had grown accustomed to Yao Guang's contrasting behavior. Contrast? At this thought, a spark of insight illuminated Li Wujiu's mind. He finally grasped the peculiarity of her footwork. The usually aloof and proud Dongfang Ju, when inebriated, resembled a little girl. Was not Dongfang Ju's staggering gait while intoxicated strikingly similar to his own at this moment? Oh, dear teacher, had you merely drunk 2 less long of wine, I would have perished under Kaiyang's hammer. Li Wujiu suddenly realized that when Dongfang Ju executed the floating cloud in tint, her unrecognizable movements coincided perfectly with her drunkenness. So this is the essence. With a flash of inspiration, Li Wujiu seemed to grasp the profound intricacies of the formless and limitless scripture. He completely relaxed his body and mind, envisioning himself as a drunkard, swirling in intoxication, reveling in a raucous drunken escapade. Li Wujiu's steps appeared unsteady, his form swaying this way and that. Though he seemed on the verge of collapse, he skillfully evaded the relentless assaults of Kaiyang and Yu Heng. Damn it! This pest is darting about. It's vexing to behold. Kaiyang and Yu Heng became increasingly agitated by his bizarre movements, intensifying their onslaught. A full-force strike from the fifth realm could obliterate a second-realm cultivator with merely the residual force. Yet, the unfortunate truth was that the celestial Bodhi clung to Li Wujiu like a relentless shadow. This scoundrel took the wooden staff bestowed upon him by Minister Qin. My formation cannot harm him. Yu Heng lamented. How peculiar. Why would Minister Qin's staff protect Li Wujiu? Do not rush. Haste will yield no results. Yao Guang narrowed her beautiful eyes, meticulously observing Li Wujiu's every move, seeking a flaw. Sister Yu Guang, please take action. Yu Heng urged. At that moment, Li Wujiu seized the opportunity, suddenly staggering towards Yao Guang. Sister Yao Guang, be careful. Yu Heng cried out in alarm. Yet, Yao Guang remained motionless. And as Yu Heng shouted to intervene, she witnessed Li Wujiu sway, a flash of cold light passing by, and by the time she regained her senses, the small star conjured by Yu Heng had been shattered. Sister Yao Guang, what is your intent? Kaiyang, seething with rage, saw Yao Guang standing like a living target for Li Wujiu, prompting his question. Yao Guang cast a cool glance at him, her voice steady. Kaiyang, are you questioning me? No, Kaiyang dared not. Lowering his head, he turned to charge at Li Wujiu. Just then, a wave of demonic sound reverberated through the heavens, freezing Kaiyang and Yu Heng in their tracks, clutching their heads in a daze. The demonish Jun Yinqing? Yao Guang raised an elegant brow. From the depths of the night, several dark figures dashed forth, the foremost individual striking like thunder, surging like fire, and aimed a punch at Kaiyang. Upon seeing this, Kaiyang raised his twin hammers, declaring, My life as weapon, enter my soul. The purple gold hammers suddenly expanded 100-fold, resembling a mountain as they bore down upon the dark figure. Come. Yet the shadow did not flinch nor retreat, meeting the blow head-on with a heavy fist. Boom. The resounding impact shook the entire capital as the hammers shattered, sending Kaiyang plummeting from the sky like a cannonball. Li Wuji, it's you again, you monster. Kaiyang's eyes sparkled with stars as his head tilted, slipping into unconsciousness. Let us go. The shadow moved seamlessly, seizing Li Wujiu and soaring towards the outskirts. Oh no, they're escaping. Yu Heng clutched her head, her expression one of anguish as she gazed at the still Yao Guang, shouting in desperation. Yao Guang narrowed her lovely eyes, quietly observing as Li Wujiu was whisked away by the shadow, while the celestial Bodhi relentlessly pursued him. Li Wujiu glanced back, only to find Qin Mi's corpse absent, replaced instead by scattered spiritual light. Another spiritual body? Li Wujiu's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing something amiss. Yao Guang seemed entirely unfazed. The jade balance has yet to unleash a tempestuous array, while the radiant glow merely observes with detached indifference, given her formidable cultivation. The demonic sound of Jun Yinqing should have nearly disrupted her, yet, she effortlessly discerned Li Wujiu's visage. However, she remained passive. No. It seems they have deliberately orchestrated my hand to slay Qin Mi. Li Wujiu harbored a faint suspicion that he had become a dagger aimed at Qin Mi, with the Southern Emperor wielding him as an instrument of assassination. The radiant glow stood like an immortal effigy, exuding celestial brilliance yet remaining immobile. Sister, you always indulge in solemn nonsense. Yu Heng, feeling exasperated, shifted the conversation. Who exactly are they? The radiant glow's expression remained impassive, her gaze flickering with a shadowy light, denouncing the celestial executioner and the demon of Luo. The celestial executioner of Luo? But sister, this fellow possesses only an enigmatic agility, his cultivation is hardly. The one who harmed the Prime Minister was the celestial executioner of the Unchanging. She retorted. Do you have any objections? The radiant glow reiterated, her statement hanging heavily in the air, prompting Yu Heng to press her lips together and refrain from further discourse. Her tone, though devoid of fervor, enveloped the conversation with an unavoidable authority. The radiant glow cast a sidelong glance at the place where Qin Mi had perished, as if she had anticipated it all along. How could Qin Mi, who feared for his life, allow his true form to venture alone into the northern territory. The radiant glow was certain that what Li Wujiao had slain was merely a spiritual manifestation. Yet, something felt amiss. Upon hearing the radiant glow's words, Yu felt even more perplexed. Wasn't the Prime Minister a mere mortal? Attaining a spiritual form would necessitate at least a mastery-level cultivation. You underestimate a nation's chancellor. He exists just below the sovereign yet towers above the masses. The radiant glow lightly gestured, a thread of spiritual light lifting the unconscious Kaiyong. Otherwise, do you think the Emperor would have tasked us with assisting the Prime Minister while intentionally allowing the assassin to strike him? What could his intentions be? The radiant glow pondered within herself, weighing the scales of imperial authority against ministerial power. For Qinmi to occupy the position of Prime Minister, he could not simply be an ordinary mortal. If she understood this, the Southern Emperor surely did as well. Return to the Yintian Tower. Do not forget my words. Sister, are you implying? The one who assassinated the Prime Minister is the celestial executioner of Luo. But sister, the assassin wields the Gu family's 8,000 Yunyu. Foolish girl, if he could truly seize the 8,000 Yunyu from the Gu family, why would we need to lend our assistance? Chapter 48, Cultivating the Countenance of Beings. Crossing numerous tribulations the following day, at dawn, Li Wujiu sat cross-legged on the back mountain, absorbing the spiritual essence. Master, why does my ethereal state resemble yours, as if I were intoxicated? Li Wujiao raised an eyebrow. You rascal, reaping benefits yet feigning ignorance. Dongfang Jueidai crossed her arms, her delicate brows arching, and chuckled lightly. When I initially practiced the non-form, non-ultimate sutra, I often gained nothing. Yet, after indulging in wine, my comprehension soared, allowing me to step into the enigmatic realms. Indeed, it was as she intended. Master, did Qinmi recognize Tian Yuxue last night? Does he know my elder sister? Li Wujiao inquired. Fool, has your mind been muddled? Dongfang Jueidai's smile vanished, her voice turning stern. Your sister long ago gifted Tian Yuxue to me. The sword's murderous reputation was forged by my own hands, striking terror across the realm. Upon hearing this, Li Wujiu smacked his forehead. In his heart, he recalled that Tian Yuxue had indeed been bestowed upon Dongfang Jueidai by his elder sister. However, when Dongfang Jueidai established her fearsome name with this sword, Tian Yuxue was known as Shuanghan. Urgent affairs in the court. Luo Lin bounced onto the back mountain, followed closely by Gu Liuyan in a golden robe, both looking hurried. Gu Liuyan, I pay my respects to Master Dongfang. Gu Liuyan nudged Luo Lin's wrist. Oh, I pay my respects to Master Dongfang. Luo Lin hastily returned the gesture. Dongfang Jueidai waved her hand. No need for formalities, just state your matters directly. Luo Lin nodded. During today's South Morning Court, His Majesty was furious, denouncing the assassination of court officials by the chaotic killers, openly challenging imperial authority. Thus, he summoned the leaders of Yitian Tower, Tian Gang, and Beidou to eliminate Luo Ho and eradicate the chaotic killers. Gu Liuyan added with a bow, additionally, His Majesty has dispatched my father to the northern borders immediately, with no delays permitted. Eradicating the chaotic killers? The Southern King heading to the northern borders? Yet, His Majesty has not mentioned Qinmi's concealed cultivation? Li Wujiu questioned. Not a word, Gu Liuyan replied. How peculiar, Luo Lin frowned. Despite all the commotion, the Southern King is still set to journey north. The Emperor's intentions are indeed difficult to decipher. Not necessarily so, Li Wujiao chuckled softly. Last night, Yao Guang did not impede my attempt to kill Qinmi. This is undoubtedly the Southern Emperor's directive, with Qinmi's spirit body extinguished. Sending the Southern King to the northern borders under the pretense of avenging him serves to intimidate both the Southern King and Qinmi, preventing them from acting rashly, lest they invite disaster upon themselves. Upon hearing this, Luo Lin and Gu Liuyan exchanged enlightened glances, their looks filled with admiration for Li Wujiao. I never expected you, Li Wujiao, to possess such sharp wit. What are you praising? Do you think his actions are justified? Dongfang Jueidai's cold gaze swept over them, her tone stern. The appearance of Yintian Tower indicates that the Southern Emperor is already well informed. However, he has not exposed Qinmi's hidden cultivation, clearly suggesting that they are, for the time being, allies. The chaotic killers have assassinated numerous nobles. The Southern Emperor merely spoke of it. Yet this time, he has taken decisive action, indicating that the secrets surrounding Qinmi are far beyond our imagination. In other words, the Southern Emperor and Qinmi share mutual interests, and the Southern Emperor is willing to go to great lengths to assist Qinmi, even at the expense of the Gu family and the Taiping Martial Academy. Indeed, as Qinmi mentioned last night, he is already aware of Yi Beixing's feigned death. The Southern Emperor cannot possibly be ignorant. He is merely playing the long game to catch a big fish. Li Wujiu spoke solemnly. Who exactly is the big fish the Southern Emperor seeks to catch? Beneath the martial sage, all are but ants. The Southern Emperor truly fears only the martial sage. Li Wujiao's eyes brightened. Is it the Dean of the Academy? Oh, right. My father discreetly informed me of something. Just as he finished speaking, Gu Liuyan suddenly exclaimed. His Majesty not only ordered Yintian Tower to eradicate the chaotic killers, but also intends to invite the teachers from Taiping Martial Academy to assist. The Southern Emperor's overture for assistance from Taiping Martial Academy seems suspicious. Should the two factions become enemies, the Southern Emperor could eliminate one hidden threat after another without shedding blood. That is nothing. The Southern Emperor, having murdered his father and brother to seize the throne, is far more ruthless than you can imagine, Luo Lin added. Li Wujiao nodded in agreement. From the battle at Fulwan Tower to last night's assassination of Prime Minister Qin, it seemed that the Southern Emperor's hand was involved in all. He manipulates everything from the shadows, yet regrettably, he miscalculated one crucial point. Li Wujiao stood on the back mountain, gazing far and wide, overlooking the entire capital. Water can carry a boat or capsize it. One fears that with all his cunning plans, he may inadvertently bring about his own demise. You speak recklessly, uttering dangerous words. If the Genii hears this, you would surely be doomed. Luo Lin admonished sternly. The Southern Emperor's ambitions are glaringly evident. To engage with him is to gamble with life and death. Li Wujiao declared gravely, then turned to Gu Liuyan, Sister Gu. When will the Southern King set forth? Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit. However, Prime Minister Qin may delay his departure under the guise of recuperating, allowing Yao Guang to act in his stead, Gu Liuyan replied. Yao Guang acting in his stead? Since Yao Guang belongs to Yintian Tower, it seems to align with the Southern Emperor's interests, opposing Qin Mi. Yet, Master Dongfang stated that the Southern Emperor and Qin Mi are temporarily on the same side. If that is the case, we might as well have Yi Beishing accompany the expedition to prevent the court from seizing any evidence against him. If one day their facade shatters, having the Southern King stationed in the north would still provide some leverage for negotiation. Li Wujiao suspected that Yi Beishing's prolonged stay at Taiping Martial Academy might be precisely what the Southern Emperor desires. Moreover, he suspected that the mastermind behind the Yi family incident was none other than Qin Mi and the Southern Emperor. As Li Wujiao finished speaking, Gu Liuyan and Luo Lin exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to respond. You truly enjoy playing with fire, living on the edge? Luo Lin expressed her disagreement. If I am to take this risk, I must first discuss with Yi Beishing. Gu Liuyan said earnestly. Master Dongfang, I shall take my leave. Gu Liuyan and Luo Lin both bowed respectfully to Dongfang Juedai before departing the back mountain. After their departure, Li Wujiao fell into contemplation, pondering whether it was indeed wise to send Yi Beishing covertly to the northern borders. Noting his indecision, Dongfang Juedai inquired, Li Wujiao, do you believe the Southern King can safely reach the northern borders? Li Wujiao rested his chin on his hand, pondering. This may well depend on Yao Guang's stance. Indeed, the role Yao Guang plays in this political contest remains unclear. Undoubtedly, both the Southern Emperor and Qin Mi wish to prevent the Southern King from gaining control over the northern territories. But let us not forget that Qin Mi is aware of Yi Beishing's feigned death and will surely begin to investigate. Li Wujiao furrowed his brow. Ultimately, Yi Beishing must leave the capital. With the Southern Emperor and Qin Mi in mutual suspicion, and the emergence of Song Shajun as an unpredictable factor, along with the chaotic killers and the Buddhist relics drawing fire, this may be the safest time for Yi Beishing to depart. After analyzing the situation, Li Wujiao's resolve to send Yi Beishing to the northern borders was strengthened. It merely depended on Yi Beishing's willingness. However, it must be noted that Yao Guang's companionship with the Southern King poses the greatest uncertainty. Master, I have heard that prior to being absorbed by the court, Yetian Tower was once a force in the martial world. Perhaps I should test the waters? Dongfang Juedai pondered for a moment, took a sip of wine, and shook her head. Yao Guang's temperament is peculiar, her stance unclear. If she were to turn against you, your demise would be inevitable. Upon hearing this, Li Wujiao recognized the wisdom in Dongfang Juedai's words. Yao Guang is the fifth of the hidden dragon. Her cultivation and cunning are both profound and unfathomable. In their initial encounter, he had laid bare his cards, while Yao Guang had yet to reveal her level of mastery. The fifth of the hidden dragon, the pinnacle of the five realms, was merely last autumn's assessment. A year has passed, and with the changing seasons, given Yao Guang's prodigious talent, it is entirely possible she has shattered the shackles of the sixth realm. Even more unsettling is that what truly makes Li Wujiao wary of Yao Guang is not her cultivation level. Li Wujiao, proud and self-assured, found few who could instill in him a sense of trepidation, yet Yao Guang was one of those rare individuals. Beneath her ethereal beauty lay the semblance of another. Hidden Yu Guang. Sir, I possess a flawless strategy. It merely depends on your willingness, he declared, with a deep gaze fixed upon Dongfang Juedai. His peripheral vision caught the azure phoenix soaring into the heavens. By deceiving the heavens and using cunning tactics, we shall lead the court to believe that the elusive Buddhist relic lies in the hands of the vanished Qin and Chu. A spark of brilliance flashed in Li Wujiao's eyes as he intoned gravely, will you lend me your strength, sir? Your strength? Dongfang Juedai questioned, taken aback as she paused mid-drink. I have long grown weary of worldly affairs. My journey through the realm of sentient beings is solely to fortify my resolve. I seek nothing else. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon the 8 characters inscribed on the wine jug year after year. No worries, Chang'an forever joyful. A vivid memory of the previous night's riverside festivities flooded her mind. Year after year, no worries, Chang'an forever joyful. She pondered, caught in a rare dilemma. Sir, if you are unwilling to immerse yourself in the mundane world, I shall seek alternative methods to ensure that Qin Mi meets a most unfortunate fate. Seeing her silence, Li Wujiao assumed she was disinclined to oblige and turned to depart. Are you suggesting I masquerade as Qin? Dongfang Juedai raised an eyebrow, inquiring, how did you know? Li Wujiao marveled, astonished that she had discerned his thoughts. You speak truly. The court has long believed the relic is in the possession of the missing Qin Chu. However, should Qin Chu reemerge, the court will surely send invoice, providing an opportunity to eradicate the influence of Qin Mi or Nan Di. Li Wujiao couldn't help but applaud himself, reveling in his brilliance. Qin Mi can distort the truth and escape unscathed. I intend to turn the tables by employing truth to confound falsehood and ensnare you. Sounds intriguing, alas. I can no longer wield my sword, Dongfang Jueidai lamented with a resigned smile. Li Wujiao, momentarily taken aback, queried, why can you not wield your sword? Did you not teach me a single-word tactic? The tactic you learned from Luoho has no bearing on me, Dongfang Jueidai, she retorted sharply, causing him to pause in realization. Observing his bewilderment, she continued with deliberate calmness, to traverse the myriad forms of sentient beings, to endure countless tribulations, benevolence, malevolence, wealth, poverty, immortality. Mortality, these 6 manifestations are interwoven. One cannot exist without the other. Li Wujiao, astonished, gradually understood that figures such as Qin Chu and Luo Ho corresponded precisely to the 6 manifestations of sentient beings. So, benevolence is Qin Chu, malevolence is Luo Ho. But what are the remaining 4? He inquired, curiosity piqued. Not quite, Dongfang Jueidai countered, shaking her head. The cosmos has no inherent forms. While sentient beings give rise to myriad manifestations. Sentient beings give rise to myriad manifestations? Li Wujiao contemplated. While Luo Ho indeed bears deep sins, she does not indiscriminately slay the innocent. To label her as pure malevolence is unfounded. Sir, I believe I am beginning to comprehend, Li Wujiao remarked, a spark igniting within him. It is not that one manifestation births a single person, but rather that a single person embodies multiple manifestations. I seek the essence of sentient beings, not merely their forms. Seeing Li Wujiao's epiphany, a faint smile of satisfaction graced her lips. However, sir, where shall I search? Can you illuminate the path? In the vast expanse of humanity. To seek another embodiment of sentient beings amidst the endless sea of people is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. You fool. Where else would you seek among the affluent and noble of the capital? Dongfang Jueidai scolded, playfully tapping his head. Ouch, that hurts. While royal kin are not difficult to find, I cannot very well enter the palace and inspect each one. Li Wujiao gazed toward the imperial city. Then back at Dongfang Jueidai, who, with her wine jug in hand, exuded an air of nonchalance, her glassy eyes reflecting both languor and an unyielding pride. In terms of beauty, she was undoubtedly a woman of unparalleled charm. If there were to be another in the palace, as striking as she, how could she remain obscure? No ordinary consort could rival her grace. In temperament, they were either carefree and languid or lofty and aloof. Such a unique character among the nobility would indeed be a rare find. Ah, I shall inquire around. Perhaps I might stumble upon a princess from the east. The thought is exhilarating. Hey, you audacious brat, your courage has grown, Dongfang Jueidai exclaimed, only to find that Li Wujiao had already slipped away from the humble abode. You little rascal, you drag along a large wooden staff behind you. Are your eyes shut? She shouted in exasperation, raising her hand to summon the staff back into her grasp. Once, your master was sent into reincarnation by my sword. No wonder you fawn over this boy. Chapter 49. The obstruction in the midst of pavilions and corridors. Winding intricately, Li Wujiao navigated through, pondering that to gather intelligence, one must be acquainted with those familiar with the palace. After much deliberation, he finally focused on a woman clad in a resplendent white robe beneath a towering ancient tree. Her neck was as pale as snow, long and elegant like a swan, exuding an air of noble grace. At first glance, her demeanor was dignified and her posture refined. Undoubtedly a descendant of the nobility. Greetings, esteemed sister. Might you know a lady in the palace who resembles Mr. Dongfang? Who is your esteemed sister? Though you appear quite familiar, the woman in the white robe raised her head and gazed intently, suddenly revealing a look of surprise. Are you Li Wujiao? The one who defeated Miss Luo with a single sword? Ah, you must have mistaken me. I too have made a mistake. Who would have thought that Junior Brotherly is both exceptionally gifted and possesses such striking looks? Oh, where are you going? My apologies, esteemed sister, but Mr. Dongfang beckons me home for dinner. Li Wujiao blurted out as he hastily departed. Moving with such speed he vanished in an instant. Wait, young friend. If you wish to inquire about a lady in the palace, I indeed possess a marvelous method. The woman in the white robe, disregarding her poise, shouted at the top of her lungs. Upon hearing this, Li Wujiao retraced his steps. Esteemed sister, you truly know a lady in the palace who bears a striking resemblance to Mr. Dongfang? He asked eagerly. I have stated that I am not your esteemed sister. The woman in white rebuked, slightly bowing and introducing herself. I am Tianxin from Yintian Tower. It is an honor to meet you, young masterly. Tianxin? The Tianxin of the 7 Stars of Beidou, the sister of Yaoguang? Oh, so it is the esteemed Tianxin Star-Lord gracing us with her presence. I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Li Wujiao quickly bowed in return, seizing the opportunity to scrutinize her. The realm of the 4 boundaries must be slightly inferior to Luolin, yet her power was not to be underestimated. No matter, Tianxin smiled gently, her red lips parting. Sister Yaoguang is currently occupied, so I am here to convey a message. I invite the legitimate daughter of the Gu family, Lunyin, to Yintian Tower for a discussion. Yaoguang wishes to summon Gu Lunyin to Yintian Tower? What could this signify? Li Wujiao pondered, momentarily perplexed by Yaoguang's intentions. He quickly contemplated that Yantian Tower was the foremost intelligence organization in the realm. If anyone could locate someone, it would surely be them. Li Wujiao? You are also acquainted with Tianxin Starlord? Just then, Gu Lunyan's voice rang out as she approached with Luo Lin, accompanied by Jiang Xiaoyang. What a coincidence. Brotherly, we were just about to accompany Sister Gu to Yantian Tower. Would you care to join us? Jiang Xiaoyang proposed with a smile. Oh, I see. Mr. Dongfang has tasked me with finding someone, but the vastness of the capital makes it quite challenging. Li Wujiao feigned a frown. Tianxin chuckled lightly. Young masterly. From nobility to beggars, there is no one in the capital that Yantian Tower cannot locate. Is that truly the case? Li Wujiao's expression brightened, though he soon furrowed his brow. But Yantian Tower has many pressing matters, and if Sister Yao Guang cannot be present, would it not be an added inconvenience if I were to go? Do not jest, young masterly. I am here to assist. Tianxin responded with a cheerful smile. That is splendid news. I am most grateful to you, Tianxin Starlord. Li Wujiao exclaimed joyfully, bowing once more. It is merely my duty, Tianxin replied with a smile. Luo Lin, observing the exchange, discreetly signaled Jiang Xiaoyang, bemused by Li Wujiao's unusually amiable demeanor today. Ah. Foolish girl Jiang Xiaoyang could not help but let out a cold laugh, noting that indeed, the heavens were fair. Such perfect beauty was truly matched only by an unparalleled intellect. Luo Lin, initially amused by Jiang Xiaoyang's words, began to sense something amiss, her brow furrowed. Jiang, are you secretly mocking me? Luo Lin seized Jiang Xiaoyang's thigh and pulled hard, eliciting a yelp from the latter. What have I said? I merely stated you possess the beauty that could eclipse the moon and flowers, and if you desire wisdom, you have that too. Ouch. As the two began to bicker, Tianxin watched with delight, while Li Wujiao had grown accustomed to such antics. Enough, both of you. We have important matters to attend to. Only when Gu Lunyan intervened did the childish squabble cease. As they stepped out of the Martial Academy's gates, the morning light gently caressed their faces, warming their spirits. The group strode briskly, with Luo Lin intending to allow Gu Lunyan a last glance at the capital before their departure, thus slowing her pace. Little did she know that her heart longed for the life of protecting the nation and its people in the northern frontier. As they passed by Fulwan Tower, the Imperial Guards took notice of the hurried group. Stop. Do not move. A sharp command halted them, and upon turning, they noticed the unusual commotion at Fulwan Tower. Surrounded by guards, the area was heavily fortified, preventing ordinary citizens from stepping foot. The leader of the guards, clad in official robes, was none other than the deputy chief of the Genie Division, Diao Jinyu. Ah, it is merely those from the Taiping Martial Academy. I thought I had encountered some thieving scoundrels. Diao Jinyu's tone was caustic, revealing his disdain. Diao deputy, these individuals are esteemed guests of Yantian Tower. What business do you have here? Tianxin interjected, seeking to diffuse the tension. Nothing much. I am merely curious as to why the vermin from the dark alleys have grown increasingly audacious, daring to come to the capital to steal and even assault their hosts. Such lawlessness is intolerable. Diao Jinyu's veiled jibe clearly alluded to the murder and theft concerning the prime minister. Old eunuch, your words may bring you misfortune. It would be wise to avoid wandering at night lest you miss the dawn. Jiang Xiaoyang retorted coldly, intending to depart and avoid further entanglement. However, Diao Jinyu, incensed by her words, blocked their path with a white jade fly whisk. Step aside, Gu Lunyan commanded icily. Oh. As expected of the daughter of the Prince of Jinan, quite formidable. Diao Jinyu feigned admiration, yet his eyes betrayed his scorn. To kill a court official in the streets. Do you Taiping Martial Academy seek to openly challenge the court? Diao Jinyu's gaze turned sinister as he coldly questioned. Just a mere lapdog, should it come to blows. I am not afraid of you. Luo Lin stated defiantly, gathering her energy. Seeing the confrontation escalate, Gu Lunyan could no longer restrain herself and prepared to engage. Hold. Li Wujiao, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward and discreetly transmitted a message. If the Genie Division is not seeking someone, but rather lying in wait, it must mean they are at an impasse in their investigation and have run out of options. Do not fall for the old eunuch's provocations. Upon hearing these words, the group gradually calmed. Diao Jinyu, noticing their subdued demeanor, felt a surge of anger, realizing that Li Wujiao had likely said something to incite this change. Gu Lunyan, are you not always accompanied by the 8,000 clouds? Why are you unarmed today? Diao Jinyu asked abruptly. Unfazed, Gu Lunyan raised her fist, asserting that to strike a lapdog required no 8,000 clouds. Gu Lunyan, do you dare to insult me? Before Diao Jinyu could erupt in fury, Li Wujiao interjected, standing protectively in front of Gu Lunyan with a mocking smile. Esteemed Sister Gu, was not the 8,000 clouds stolen by a thief? Such a formidable thief that even Sister Yao Guang could not stop him. If Deputy Dio is at a loss, perhaps if he bows thrice to me, I might be in a good mood and allow him to seek merit from his superior. Though Li Wujiao did not directly insult him, Diao Jinyu's inability to capture even a single hair of the culprit left him exasperated. Li Wujiao's precise and cutting remark struck a nerve. Diao Jinyu's eyes turned cold, his anger flaring. You, young brat, are unaware of your own limitations. Without the Taiping Martial Academy, you are nothing. What am I, but a mere pawn unworthy of judgment? Li Wujiao stepped forward, his gaze serene as he softly spoke. All I know is that if you dare to waste any more time, You should prepare for the severing of your own head. Li Wujiu leisurely dismissed the Buddhist dust and was about to depart when he was suddenly seized. Halt! A voice thundered, filled with a murderous intent. There stood Diao Jinyu, his eyes glinting with malice, fixated upon him. How do you know that the perpetrator, wielding the 8,000 moon, assassinated Prime Minister Qin? Chapter 50. Suspended yet unresolved, a casual inquiry reveals the truth. What has transpired? Li Wujiao, with an innocent gaze, chuckled. Diao Shaojian, do not tell me that after days of relentless pursuit, you have not only failed to capture the thief of the sacred bone but also cannot locate the assassin of Prime Minister Qin? Although Li Wujiu refrained from uttering insults, his words ignited a fury within Diao Jinyu that was nearly uncontrollable. The art of verbal sparring paled in comparison to the truth, which served as a lethal blade to pierce the heart. Diao Shaojian, after so long in your investigation, have you not felt that you are being led by the nose? Li Wujiu sneered coldly, his eyes glinting with a sharp light. I am not referring to the murderer, but to your master. Each word from Li Wujiu was akin to a dagger to the heart, causing immense pain and humiliation. Diao Jinyu was acutely aware that from the moment he stood by idly, the true perpetrator had ceased to exist. The Southern Emperor wished to send a warning to Prime Minister Qin, and thus, Diao Jinyu could only feign ignorance while futilely searching for a non-existent assailant. Diao Jinyu, had it not been for the Taiping Martial Academy, we would have long been without a grave. But there are no what-ifs in this world. Li Wujiu cast a fleeting glance at him, his tone indifferent. Indeed, it is you. Diao Jinyu forced a semblance of calm, his brow furrowing deeply, his eyes cold and dark as a frozen abyss. He resembled a venomous snake that had lost its fangs, with its prey within reach, yet unable to act. Diao Shaojian, I hope you live well, perhaps to witness a time of peace and tranquility. With that, Li Wujiu brushed past him, his gaze devoid of emotion, as though he were the true villain. In contrast, Diao Jinyu, despite his fury, could only swallow his indignation in silence. This venomous serpent had indeed extracted its own fangs. A game of suspended resolution, while it could not claim a single soldier, instilled caution in the hearts of its adversaries, rendering them wary and fearful without the shedding of blood. Diao Jinyu, a person of ruthless ambition, recognized him as the culprit, yet understood that he could not dare to act against him. Through martial prowess, one could attain enlightenment and become a sage. A single thought from a martial saint could shatter myriad laws. It was precisely because the Taiping Martial Academy had a martial saint that Li Wujiao dared to continue gambling. Utilizing the guise of Yao Beixing to intimidate Qinmi and personally assassinate him, all of Li Wujiao and Imp Apos' actions were driven by a singular purpose, testing the Southern Emperor and Imp Apos' boundaries. The evidence showed that even Qinmi was aware of Yao Beixing's feigned death, yet the Southern Emperor remained unfazed. If there were no deeper reasons at play, Li Wujiao preferred to believe that the only thing the Southern Emperor truly feared was a martial saint with the potential to ascend to the ninth realm. The He family was but an inconsequential collateral. Diao Jinyu dared not eliminate us. He too was afraid. It was for this reason that Li Wujiao comprehended why the Southern Emperor would go to such lengths to prevent the emergence of a martial saint. One individual, Luo Taiping, was sufficient to instill trepidation within the entire court. Well done, Li Wujiao. I had thought you possessed only courage, devoid of intellect. Luo Ling, having held her tongue for long, could not resist praising him. She recalled when Li Wujiu sought to join the Taiping Martial Academy, rejecting the examination and directly challenging her. Initially, she thought him a reckless youth, unaware of the dangers that lay ahead. Yet, upon reflection, every time Li Wujiao engaged in such audacious acts, he had never faltered. It seemed he had already grasped the intricacies of cause and effect. Ah, Li Wujiao, are you truly unafraid that Diao Jinyu might, in a fit of rage, truly kill you? Luo Ling whispered. He will certainly attempt to kill me, but not at this moment, Li Wujiu stated earnestly. Before a beast hunts, it often lies in wait, striking when the enemy is most complacent. Yet, Luo Ling remained puzzled. Diao Jinyu, decisive in his actions, did not strike her as one skilled in patience. Li Wujiao shook his head, chuckling softly. Diao Jinyu is ambitious. The greater the ambition, the more he must endure hardship, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Luo Ling nodded, though her understanding was still limited. Jiang Xiaoyong, noticing her furrowed brow, teased, silly girl. It seems the stakes of the court and the Taiping Martial Academy and Apos' game lie with you. What do you mean? Luo Ling felt an unease, though I may be foolish. I would never betray the academy. Who said anything about betrayal? Jiang Xiaoyong grinned, producing a pouch of coins, weighing it in his hand. If you were to visit the gambling house, the entire Taiping Martial Academy would be left penniless. Upon hearing this, Luo Ling's expression darkened, and she swung her hand towards Jiang Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong, I shall see whether your tongue is sharper or my prowess is greater. Wait, I was only joking. Ouch, that hurts. They began to engage in a playful scuffle, which Li Wujiao found unbearable to witness, turning his gaze away. By the way, Tianxin Star Lord, do you know when Yaguang Fairy will return? Li Wujiao suddenly turned to Tianxin, only to find her engrossed in the moment, her eyes sparkling with delight. Did you call for me, Li Xiaoyu? Tianxin, still lost in thought, was momentarily taken aback by Li Wujiao's sudden inquiry. Oh, forgive me. I nearly forgot the matter at hand. With a sheepish smile, she gestured towards the palace. In no less than a stick of incense and no more than an hour, you might as well wait at my Yintian Tower. The Yintian Tower? Very well. Li Wujiao accepted, feeling a flicker of excitement. Li Xiaoyu, you seem quite eager to meet Yaguang Shiji? Tianxian inquired with surprise. Indeed, I am looking forward to it. Li Wujiao replied with a candid smile. Upon hearing this, the others cast him peculiar glances, including Tianxian herself. Some were curious, while others were apprehensive. Li Wujiao. Yintian Tower is a place of hidden talents. Do not act recklessly, Jiang Xiaoyong cautioned. Look at all of you. I am no outlaw. Nor do I have the intention to dismantle Yintian Tower, Li Wuji retorted with irritation. That is not the case, Tianxian shook her head, her expression odd. Your reputation in Yintian Tower is quite significant, often opposing Yu Heng and Kai Yang. Tianxian paused, surveying her surroundings before lowering her voice. Let me share a secret. Every time Yu Heng and Kai Yang secretly speak ill of you, Yaguang Shiji always defends you. I thought you two were old acquaintances. Why would Yaguang speak in my defense? Li Wujiao asked, perplexed, but I do not know her. That is why it puzzles me. Tianxian and Appo's eyes glimmered as she spoke gravely. A few days ago, when Yaguang Shiji attempted to divine the heavens, she suffered a grave outcome, nearly losing her life if not for our master's intervention. The first thing she did upon awakening was to warn Yu Heng and Kai Yang to cease provoking you. Li Wujiao and Appo's brow furrowed at this revelation. It seemed that Yaguang had nearly met with disaster due to her attempts to divine his fate. No wonder, despite his grievances with Yintian Tower, they had not sought retribution against him. Yet this only piqued Li Wujiao's curiosity. What ominous fate had she foreseen that even Yaguang had to face such peril? What did Yaguang predict? Has she ever mentioned it? Li Wujiao inquired. Not a word, Tianxian replied, shaking her head. When she returns, you may ask her directly. Chapter 51. Temptation. Esteemed guests, why not wait at my Yintian Tower? Tianxian invited with a smile. Very well. We shall trouble the Star Lord Tianxian to lead the way. The group agreed, following closely behind Tianxian as they peacefully passed through the Zhuke Gate and entered the inner city. Greetings, Star Lord Tianxian. The Imperial Guards did not question them at all, even offering Tianxian a respectful nod. In contrast, years prior, Jiang Xiaoyong had been forcefully expelled from the Zhuke Gate. The security in the inner city was stringent. Even Shimi would have to undergo a thorough search and questioning before being allowed entry, with no weapons permitted inside. With an upright posture, Tianxian led Li Wujiao and the others boldly into the inner city, bypassing any inquiries. What a farce the Imperial Guards are. Bending to the whims of those who show up, Jiang Xiaoyong muttered, feeling embittered for being ousted from the night banquet. Yintian Tower and the Evil Suppression Division both answered directly to His Majesty. It is only natural that the Imperial Guards do not question us, Tianxian explained. So, Sister Yaguang has gone to see the Emperor? Li Wujiao conjectured. Hush, Tianxian lowered his voice. The execution of Tian Xiaoyao has gone unpunished. And Judge Song has been mysteriously absent. With the Evil Suppression Division in disarray, the ministers are in a state of unease, provoking the Emperor's wrath. Hence Sister Yaguang was summoned to the palace. Judge Song has been disappearing? Li Wujiao covertly glanced at Jiang Xiaoyong, who returned a look of confusion. Indeed, in the inner city, most people were clad in official robes and hurried by, casting wary glances as if fearing something might suddenly emerge. Clearly, they have committed numerous misdeeds, Luo Lin remarked solemnly. Mind your words, Tianxian cautioned. Be wary of ears lurking behind the walls. I'm not afraid, Luo Lin retorted. But realizing the potential trouble it could cause for the Taiping Martial Academy, he obediently fell silent. Li Wujiao, however, was unfazed, truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Focusing on the first level of the Wuxiang Wujing, he silently chanted, and his eyes suddenly shimmered with a blue-golden glow, scanning his surroundings. He was not foolish. Attempting to limit his perception to just the area around him to avoid detection by the Southern Emperor. Who is that? A young monk approached, his handsome face adorned with peach blossom eyes and a six-petal bloodflower mark between his brows. His steps were heavy, each one leaving an indentation as if he bore the weight of a 1,000-pound boulder, yet the ground beneath him remained undisturbed. Brother Jiang, I've heard you've been stripped of your official status. Why not join me in rebellion? The young monk spoke audaciously, a mocking laughter escaping him, exuding an aura of seduction. Daring to speak of rebellion against the southern dynasty within the inner city, Tianxian shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Wunyan, if you wish to court death, must you drag me down with you? Jiang Xiaoyong sneered, clearly at odds with him. Carrying the bones of my ancestors. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Wunyan grinned. Look at you, jesting again. Your master entrusted the treasure to my master. What do I have to fear? Jiang Xiaoyong countered. When you return to the Shumi ancient temple, you will surely find no place to be buried. Wunyan smiled as he brushed past the group, exiting through the Zhuke Gate. The exchange between the two was sharp, with no clear victor emerging. Even he has come? Jiang Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes, sensing that the Southern Emperor was determined to eradicate Qi Tian. With a powerful presence, The young monk certainly did not resemble a mere ascetic. His cultivation was formidable. There was only one person in the world who could match this. The sixth on the Qianlong list, the small Buddha of the Shumi ancient temple, Wunyan. Li Wujiu finally understood. One was a descendant of the Buddha, and the other the leader of the Tao sect, both disciples of masters who had valiantly fought against great demons, sacrificing themselves for their country. The two pupils had turned against each other over a single Shumi Buddha relic. Who was right and who was wrong was beyond Li Wujiu's judgment based solely on their words. Wunyan deviates greatly from my expectations. Li Wujiu recalled that Wunyan was ranked at the late stage of the fifth realm on the Qianlong list. Yet, their previous encounter had revealed a formidable oppressive presence, surpassing even the likes of Diao Jinyu, rivaling Yao Guang. He must be at the peak of the fifth realm at the very least, possibly concealing his true cultivation, perhaps even at the sixth realm. Had Wunyan not insisted on avoiding his physical form last year, he might have even bested Yao Guang. Luo Lin and Jiang Shaoang whispered to each other, both expressing the sentiment that Yao Guang could not compare to Wunyan. In front of Tian Xin, the esteemed senior sister of Yintian Tower, they had no intention to offend. Apologies, I did not mean it that way. The two realized their misstep and were about to apologize. Your words were too strong. However, Tian Xin was not angered, responding with a calm smile. Wunyan is presumptuous. Refusing to employ the undying body of the great sun sister Yao Guang is kind-hearted and did not invoke the cataclysmic array, thus sparing this demon monk's life. This demon monk acts recklessly. You must be cautious. Tian Xin repeatedly referred to Wunyan as a demon monk, seemingly wary of him. I will convey your apologies to Sister Yao Guang. Tian Xin waved her hand lightly, smiling gently. The characters of Jiang Daoyu and Miss Luo are evident to all. No one is perfect. Sister Yao Guang has always been magnanimous and will not take offense. Hearing this, Jiang Shaoyong and Luo Lin felt even more ashamed, instinctively covering their mouths. Meanwhile, Li Wujiu remained silent, focused on deeper matters. After entering the inner city, he encountered no women, let alone anyone to seek out. However, he did notice something peculiar, strange. They say they are hunting down Qisha Tian, yet why are the strong still concentrated around the inner city? Utilizing his observational skills, he first perceived the outer perimeter of the inner city. The Imperial Guards formed walls, tightly encircling the inner city. The only exit was through the Zhuke Gate. Are they trying to catch a turtle in a jar? How could the court know for certain that Qisha Tian would enter the inner city? What if Qisha Tian does not kill Qinmi? Wouldn't the powerful in the court be left waiting foolishly? Waiting for a hare to come by is inherently an unreasonable tactic. Strange, too strange. Li Wujiu felt a nagging suspicion. The heavy military presence surrounding the imperial city, leaving a path open, did not seem aimed at trapping Qisha Tian. Had they summoned so many experts merely to protect Qinmi? Li Wujiu did not believe that the southern emperor would be so benevolent. Who dares to spy on our southern imperial city? A furious shout rang out, startling Li Wujiu from his thoughts. Oh, have I been discovered? He scanned his surroundings but could see no one. He even contemplated fleeing. Yet the voice did not reveal its owner. What is wrong with you? Jiang Shang noticed his unease and quickly inquired. Li Wujiu surveyed the area but could not locate the source of the voice. Did you not hear that? Hear what? Jiang Shang looked puzzled, uncertain of what Li Wujiu had heard. It's nothing. The capital has not been peaceful these days. Perhaps it was just the wind stirring up fears. Li Wujiu replied with a smile. You should really rest. It seems you are hearing things. Jiang Shaoyong chuckled lightly. Despite his friend and Appo's words, Li Wujiu did not lower his guard. He was hesitant to utilize the Wuxiong Wujing again. The mere thought from the unseen presence had made his consciousness tremble. It reminded him of the last being with such cultivation, the slayer of immortals, Luoho. It was neither the southern emperor nor Qinmi. If it were an official in the court, they could simply come and capture him, likely securing a significant achievement. Li Wujiu felt a sense of regret that they had not come for him. Hidden within the court was a mysterious expert, at the very least at the seventh realm. No, anyone capable of matching Luoho was undoubtedly at the eighth realm. Li Wujiu speculated that Mr. Dongfang might have once been one of the four great sword immortals. Surely, he must be a martial saint, if she truly dissipated her cultivation, becoming one with the six aspects of all beings. Luoho and Appo's cultivation would certainly not fall short of the eighth realm. If the palace concealed a figure suspected to be of the eighth realm, should they break through to the ninth realm, the balance between the court and the Taiping Martial Academy would be shattered, likely leading to unimaginable consequences. Li Wujiu was engulfed by a profound sense of unease, for it is often the unknown that instills the greatest terror. Whether the mysterious formidable being sought to confront Luoho or the Taiping Martial Academy, it posed a significant threat to Li Wujiu, even if merely at the eighth realm. Such an entity could alter the entire situation in the Great South. Li Wujiu wagered that the opponent would refrain from making a move. Otherwise, he would already be a lifeless corpse. Should he dare to test the waters once more? A daring thought emerged in Li Wujiu and Appo's mind. Suddenly, an overwhelming golden radiance obscured his vision, prompting him to instinctively raise his hand to shield himself. Halt. A voice, ethereal and chilling, resonated through the air. Is it you once again? Chapter 52. Do you truly believe you know everything? With golden hair cascading and eyes sparkling like stars, she cast her gaze down slightly, fixating intently on Li Wujiu. Tianshu had encountered Sister Yaoguang before. Tianshu responded instinctively, bowing slightly in greeting. Strangely, Yaoguang paid no heed to Tianshu. Her gaze unwaveringly locked onto Li Wujiao. Again? Li Wujiao met Yaoguang and Appo's stare, confusion etched on his face. Sister Yaoguang has seen me? If you say no, then so be it. Noticing Li Wujiao's feigned ignorance, Yaoguang chose not to argue, diverting her gaze. Come with me. Yaoguang turned, leaving behind a terse command. All right, sister. Tianshu instinctively replied. Not you. Yaoguang cast a quick glance at her, her starry eyes flicking towards Li Wujiao, her lips parting indifferently. You, come with me. Me? Li Wujiao expressed astonishment, pointing at himself. Nobody else. Yaoguang's expression turned serious, her tone resolute. The others from Taiping Martial Academy. I hope you will return and avoid causing any trouble. With a commanding tone, she warned Luo Lin and the others, her imperiousness evidently displeasing to them. On what grounds? It was you who asked my sister to seek you out. Luo Lin challenged. The long-silent Gu Lionian also displayed displeasure, furrowing his brow. Fair Yaoguang. You were the one who invited me first, and now you go back on your word, demanding we turn back with a mere sentence. Is this not a deliberate mockery of us? Yaoguang remained unfazed, her expression as indifferent as ever. If you have doubts, you may inquire with Mr. Dongfang of your academy. Mr. Dongfang of unparalleled renown? Do they know each other? Li Wujiao pondered, bemused. He was aware of Yaoguang and Appo's peculiar character, but he had and Appo's anticipated her dismissive demeanor, akin to that of Dongfang, refusing to elaborate further. Could it be that she is one of the 6 manifestations of all beings? That cannot be right. Yaoguang and Dongfang do not even resemble each other. The city is teeming with chaos. Do not linger. Tianshu, safeguard them. Yaoguang's tone turned grave. And before Luo Lin and the others could react, she lightly raised her jade hand, summoning a golden pillar that enveloped Li Wujiao. Rise. As her voice fell, Li Wujiao and Tianshu vanished from sight, leaving even Tianshu behind. This is not. What is happening? Luo Lin fumed, stamping his foot. Oh. Sister Yaoguang is like this. Tianshu shrugged helplessly. Given the circumstances, let us return to the academy, Gu Lionian suggested. I have an appointment with an old friend, so I shall not return to the academy for now. Jiang Xiaoyong bid farewell to Luo Lin and the others. Fine, the one surnamed Jiang has fled as well. And Li Wujiao has been taken by Yaoguang. I shall certainly report this to Mr. Dongfang, Luo Lin declared, shaking his fist in frustration. The group felt a mix of anger and helplessness, and after a brief discussion, they could only choose to return to the academy and inquire about Dongfang. Li Wujiao felt a flash of golden light before regaining his senses, finding himself amidst the vastness of starry skies. Stars twinkled around him, mysterious and grand, with an endless void beneath his feet, as if he were suspended in an infinite abyss. Dreamlike and surreal, the reality was difficult to discern. Where is this? Li Wujiao exclaimed in astonishment. The Haoming Star Sea, my birthplace, but alas, it is merely an illusion woven by a formation. As he lifted his gaze, he saw Yaoguang and Appo's golden hair dancing, clearly not the genuine starry sky. Fair Yaoguang, I perceive something amiss with your demeanor. Has something occurred in the palace? Li Wujiao pressed on, no longer delaying the inquiry. Are you truly feigning ignorance, or have you genuinely lost your wits? What exactly are you plotting? And why did you dare bring Luo Lin and the others into the inner city? Yaoguang and Appo's eyes turned cold. What am I plotting? I could not possibly have conspired against Luo Lin and the others. Wait. Li Wujiao squinted, his expression shifting dramatically. Is someone out for Luo Lin and Gu Lionian and Appo's lives? No, wait. There is a graver consequence than taking their lives. I have indeed committed a colossal blunder. The inner city is filled with experts. Killing Luo Lin and Gu Lionian would only lead to a deadlock with Taiping Martial Academy. My true concern is not for their lives. You fear that Luo Lin and the others may become hostages, thereby using them to threaten Taiping Martial Academy? Li Wujiao realized, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Yaoguang locked her gaze onto his, her voice stern. A suspended pawn, while unable to slay a single soldier, can leave the entire board in disarray. Winning without bloodshed. Li Wujiao raised an eyebrow. Had he not said this to Diao Jinyu? Fair Yaoguang, you can still eavesdrop on me in the palace? Eavesdrop? How could that be? In the entire capital, nothing escapes my keen observation. And is it my fault that my hearing is acute? Yaoguang declared earnestly, leaving Li Wujiao speechless. Thus, Fair Yaoguang, have you brought me here to assist me? Li Wujiao tentatively inquired. Of course. This place is shielded by a formation that obstructs divine senses. Even the Southern Emperor cannot quietly enter. Yaoguang proclaimed proudly. From her tone, it seemed Yaoguang was not an enemy. Oh right, Fairy, do you know Dongfang? Not well. I was merely instructed by my master to let Luo Lin and the others inquire about Mr. Dongfang from the academy, Yaoguang clarified. Li Wujiao responded with a non-committal sound, half believing her explanation. Fairy Yaoguang, may I inquire about a woman from the palace? Li Wujiao intended to ask Yaoguang for clues regarding the 6 manifestations of all beings. From the palace? Yaoguang raised an eyebrow. Yes, a woman. Yaoguang pressed further. Indeed. One who bears an uncanny resemblance to that Mr. Dongfang? Yaoguang's words struck at his thoughts, leaving Li Wujiao dumbfounded. He had finally witnessed the extent of the exaggeration of Yantian Tower, the world's foremost intelligence organization. Nothing escaped their purview. Fairy Yaoguang, may I ask a bold question? Li Wujiao scratched his head. If, hypothetically, I were to say, enough with the convoluted speech. Yaoguang interjected, exasperated. You're rambling on. This was your statement. I provided you with an opportunity to refuse. Li Wujiao's tone suddenly rose. I enjoy humming songs while bathing. Does Yantian Tower know this too? Humming while bathing? Yaoguang was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush creeping onto her face before quickly transforming into indignation. Li Wujiao, you are becoming increasingly reckless, Yaoguang exclaimed, raising her jade hand as if to strike. Reckless? Wait a moment. Li Wujiao's sudden shout indeed halted Yaoguang. Fairy Yaoguang, I am genuinely curious, though we are not acquainted. How is it that you act as if you have known me for ages? Chapter 53. The bestowal of marriage in the grand halls of Yantian Tower, where knowledge abounds. I have certainly heard of your numerous deeds, especially your encounters with Kaiyang Yuhong. Yaoguang provided a reasonable explanation. However, Li Wuji remained suspicious, observing her graceful demeanor. Reminiscent of Dongfang Jueidai's proud and aloof nature, even the tone of her reprimands mirrored his. Were it not for their drastically different appearances, he would have doubted her not being one of the 6 aspects of life. Li Wujiao, I am aware of your thoughts. I am the reincarnation of Yaoguang from the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. In my previous life, I was a celestial being, thus I shall not harbor mortal desires. Noticing his peculiar gaze, Yaoguang assumed he had ulterior motives and promptly issued a warning. Who said anything about harboring mortal desires? You are overly sentimental, woman. What reincarnation of a celestial being? Wait. Li Wujiao suddenly froze. The 6 aspects of life encompass the aspects of poverty, wealth, great virtue, extreme evil. In the celestial spirit aspect? The celestial spirit aspect does not refer to heavenly beings. Otherwise, Dongfang Jueidai could have easily vanquished the demon clan. Could it imply the reincarnation of a celestial being? Upon this realization, Li Wujiu could not help but inquire further. You truly do not recognize Dongfang Jueidai? How absurd. As a reincarnated celestial being, how could I entangle myself with mere mortals? Yaoguang firmly denied. Li Wujiu remained unconvinced, but ceased his probing. Then allow me to pose another question. Is there a woman in the palace who resembles Mr. Dongfang? Seeing Li Wujiao's persistent questioning, Yaoguang took a deep breath to calm herself. I shall tell you, but you would not dare to go. Dare not? Li Wujiu scoffed, tilting his head defiantly. Through mountains of blades and seas of fire, I would venture forth. This vast world has no place I cannot traverse. Yaoguang merely snickered at his bravado, retorting. Anyone can boast. Even if you dare, you would only halt at the threshold. Is there truly such a place in the imperial city? Speak freely. Even if it is the inner palace, I would dare to venture in. Li Wujiu exaggerated, eager to discover what could intimidate him. Very well, if you are so confident. Then I shall share it with you. Yaoguang's tone held a hint of mockery as she revealed, Mingwan Palace. Mingwan Palace? Is that not the residence of the 9th princess? Nanqingwan? Li Wujiu quickly inquired. Are you suggesting that the 9th princess resembles Mr. Dongfang? Not only does she resemble him, but the 9th princess is inherently proud and aloof, never stepping outside of Mingwan Palace. Last autumn, she remained within, using a single strike to defeat Song Shajun from afar. Then voluntarily conceded, settling for 4th place in the Qianlong examination. Li Wujiu was taken aback by this revelation. Song Shajun, a pinnacle of the 5th realm, could not possibly be bested from such a distance by someone in the 6th realm. Do not doubt it, the entirety of Dawn knows of her prowess. It is said that Mingwan Palace houses a false princess, while a true celestial being dwells among mortals. Yaoguang did not exaggerate, indeed. Nanqingwan had not ventured beyond Mingwan Palace in 18 years. Yet, if the 9th princess has never left the palace, how do you know her appearance? Li Wujiu detected a contradiction. Are you foolish? Not stepping outside does not imply she cannot meet others. Yaoguang chided. Indeed, Li Wujiu mused, realizing that one could strategize from within, akin to Mr. Dongfang's celestial methods. His spirit soared, for both in temperament and appearance. It seemed Nanqingwan truly embodied one of the 6 aspects of life. Wait, why are you so intent on finding a woman resembling Mr. Dongfang? Yaoguang suddenly questioned. It is not my desire. It pertains to Dongfang. I warn you, do not entertain thoughts regarding the 9th princess. Yaoguang's tone sharpened, her expression brimming with reverence and admiration when mentioning the princess. Yaoguang, something feels amiss. It feels profoundly amiss. Li Wujiao narrowed his eyes. Spare me your theatrics. I have answered your inquiries. In exchange, you must promise me one thing. Yaoguang's demeanor grew serious. What is it? Li Wujiao inquired. The emperor urgently summoned me to the palace, commanding me to feign a divination, falsely declaring that tomorrow's slaughter would be severe and that it is unwise to advance northward. We must delay the southern king's journey to the northern borders for at least 10 days. Before she could finish, Li Wujiao sighed deeply, furrowing his brow in distress. I knew it. How could the southern emperor allow the southern king to reach the northern borders so easily? As long as the southern king does not arrive in the north, the people of the 16 prefectures will endure another day of suffering. An emperor who cares not for the welfare of his people, but rather for a throne, is a travesty of the highest order. Yet, He was merely a cultivator at the second realm, powerless to effect change. To accompany the emperor is akin to walking alongside a tiger, one who devours without remorse. He lamented. Yao Guang coldly scoffed, continuing, the emperor believes that Song Shajun has deliberately gone missing and has devised a plan to kill multiple birds with one stone. Suddenly she paused, her voice grave. A betrothal? A betrothal for Song Shajun? Li Wujiao's brow furrowed. To whom is Song Shajun to be wed? Yao Guang took a deep breath and replied seriously, Gu Lunyan. Song Shajun and Gu Lunyan. If Song Shajun is betrothed to Gu Lunyan. Merely the preparations for the wedding, the 3 letters and 6 gifts. And the various elaborate rituals would take at least a year or more if the court deliberately delays it. Yao Guang's expression grew complex. She was not anxious to go, for she feared that prolonged waiting could bring unforeseen changes. Should the marriage come to pass, the court would never permit Gu Lunyan to venture north, effectively turning her into a hostage. The southern king would be wary and hesitant to act. Li Wujiao's expression grew increasingly grave. To the world, He Beixing was dead, and thus the engagement between the He and Gu families was rendered void. However, should He Beixing learn of this, he would surely not remain passive and endure such humiliation. Li Wujiu could not contain his indignation. It was no wonder the southern emperor was unafraid of He Beixing's feigned death. He was a proud and ambitious youth, unwilling to watch his childhood friend, the one he cherished, become another's wife. Song Shajun had already drawn the southern emperor's suspicion. If she were to defy his wishes at this critical juncture, the consequences would be dire. What a masterstroke, for if Song Shajun were to play both sides, the southern emperor would have ample justification to deal with him. Li Wujiao, filled with indignation, thought to himself how heartless emperors could be. Yet the southern emperor was willing to eradicate everything for his own desires, leaving no room for mercy. Is there a solution? Yao Guang inquired. Li Wujiao pondered in silence, shaking his head. I do not know. Then let us eliminate Song Shajun. Yao Guang's gaze turned fierce. Absolutely not. After some contemplation, a glimmer of darkness crossed Li Wujiao's eyes. If one fiancé dies, there remains another. Yet without Song Shajun, Diao Jinyu would act with impunity, and the southern emperor would have a tool for murder at his disposal, leading to countless injustices. In summary, Song Shajun's demise would bring nothing but calamity. Yet if the two were to comply with the southern emperor's wishes and unite in marriage, it would yield nothing but disaster. No, if we allow the southern emperor to act unilaterally, Dawn will surely fall apart, leaving no strength to fend off the demon clan. Yao Guang's tone grew urgent. Indeed, what shall we do? Li Wujiu found himself in a dilemma, lost in thought for a long while, before a dramatically intriguing idea sprang to mind. I have a plan. I wonder if it is worth sharing. His face displayed hesitation, as though he held reservations. Speak without fear. Yao Guang answered resolutely, her tone reflecting a determination akin to burning bridges, a last-ditch effort. Li Wujiu cast aside his concerns and uttered 2 words, substitute marriage. Chapter 54, Chaos in the Capital, a substitute bride. Yao Guang exclaimed in astonishment, shaking his head shortly after. The uncertainty was overwhelming. If the southern emperor were to catch wind of their scheme, the consequences would be dire. Yao Guang's concerns were not without merit. The southern emperor was a martial saint at the 9th realm, and to attempt any deception beneath his gaze would be tantamount to courting death. Gu Yonyan, tall and striking, would surely be unmasked if he were to take a substitute bride. Yao Guang dismissed the notion of a substitute marriage. No, I do have a candidate in mind. Someone skilled in illusion, capable of altering her appearance. There is no need for concern regarding her looks, but the question remains, why would she agree? Li Wujiu had a name already in his mind, yet he pondered her willingness. The hour is late. You should return to the Taiping Martial Academy and we shall reconvene tomorrow at this time. Yao Guang invited Li Wujiao to return the following day, and upon finishing, he dismantled the formation. As the sun blazed in the midday sky, Li Wujiao understood it was unwise to linger and prepared to depart. Before leaving, he turned to meet Yao Guang's golden eyes and spoke solemnly. Why do you trust me? Meeting his gaze, Yao Guang replied nonchalantly. Those marked by fate are all connected to you. I do not believe this to be mere coincidence. Those marked by fate were likely individuals chosen by the orb of destiny. To accept the mandate of heaven is to invite calamity. Whether it be the unparalleled Dongfang Zhu Dai, the extraordinary Ning Jihan, or the younger talents like Luo Lin and Jiang Xiaoyong, even the seemingly unrelated Song Shajun. They all appeared to form a vortex, with Li Wujiao at its center. Destiny, huh? I hope you were right. Li Wujiu was skeptical of fate. Yet the intertwining of causes and fortune seemed to draw him inexorably towards the eye of the storm. In the Mingwan Hall, a beam of heavenly light pierced through the gauzy fabric, alighting on the brow of an exquisite woman, with her eyes half closed, revealing a glimpse of her mesmerizing glass-like pupils. She lounged languidly against a purple Nan chair, her fair legs casually crossed. One hand propped her head while the other fiddled with a chess piece. Her glazed gaze unfocused on the board as the black and white pieces alternated, yet she remained the sole player. Buzz, a sudden sound of a sword resonated. Yet the 9th princess did not lift her gaze, calmly observing the chessboard, her red lips parting slightly. How did you enter? Before the gauzy veil stood a figure, their frosty white long sword quivering slightly at their waist. The capital's guards are as foolish as ever. I claim to have found the true culprit behind the musician's murder and the Sumera Buddha bone. I trust no one but the 9th princess. Ah. So it is indeed unimpeded. Li Wujiao wore a playful grin, evidently pleased with his ruse. Princess, you seem hardly surprised. He peered through the gauze, hoping to glimpse her visage, wondering if it matched the renowned Dongfeng Judai. Instead, he unexpectedly caught sight of a pair of long, fair legs. Do you find them appealing? The ninth princess inquired softly. Ah, I apologize. I did not mean to. Li Wujiao chuckled awkwardly, his heart racing with confusion. How could she know he was gazing at her despite the veil? Desire is a natural inclination, suppressing one and oppose, as nature only breeds darkness. The ninth princess still did not lift her gaze, calmly placing a piece. I know you harbor no lascivious intent. I shall not punish you. What? Her words astonished Li Wujiao, leaving him in disbelief. A dignified princess, aware of a stranger and oppose's gaze upon her legs, not only showed understanding but even offered a noble justification. The ninth princess is truly perceptive. Li Wujiao mused, marveling at her grace. No wonder they said a false princess resided in Mingwan Hall. A true celestial being among mortals. Indeed, this false princess was extraordinary in her every thought and action. Yet, Li Wujiao, recognizing the moment, averted his gaze and looked skyward. Upon glancing up, he happened to see the azure phoenix atop the Fulwan Tower, soaring into the clouds. Princess, do you yearn for the summit of the clouds? Li Wujiao casually inquired. Are you referring to ambition? The ninth princess replied in a calm tone, placing another piece. Many in the court speak of my construction of the Fulwan Tower, claiming I aspire to rise above, to step upon the clouds and look down upon the world. To be honest, Li Wujiao had initially thought the same. Now, he even wished for the ninth princess to ascend the throne. Princess, are you aware that His Majesty has arranged a marriage? Bang! A sudden explosion shook the entire capital. An enemy attack? Li Wujiao and Appo's expression changed. Not necessarily. The ninth princess calmly placed her final piece and waved her hand, drawing the gauze to conceal her partially visible form. Princess, be cautious. I shall investigate. Li Wujiao darted out like an arrow released from a bow, leaping over the wall of the Mingwan Hall. He actually jumped out? The ninth princess furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head. No wonder, the capital's patrols were already thin, and with Yin Chang's death, the southern emperor had commanded the guards to focus on protecting their own. In the capital, Li Wujiao sprinted straight to the Zhuke Gate, unimpeded. It was not the inner city but rather the outer city that faced calamity. Li Wujiao pressed his fingers to his brow, his eyes shimmering with golden radiance. Without form, without limit, observe the mountains and seas. Wherever his gaze fell, nothing could hide. He spotted a tavern on the eastern side of Huai River, engulfed in flames. Thick smoke billowing into the air. The guards rushed in droves, encircling it, while over a dozen silhouettes swept through the sky, undoubtedly masters of their craft. Amidst the haze, two ghostly figures emerged, their mournful melodies echoing like cries of sorrow. Jun Yinqing and Jiang Xiaodong? Li Wujiao instantly recognized their identities. Jiao Jinyu acted decisively, flinging a white jade whisk towards the two, stirring a fierce wind that obliterated the tavern into ruins. Simultaneously, two beams of light crashed down. The arrivals were none other than Kaiyang and Yuheng from Yintian Tower. His Majesty has commanded, kill without mercy. Kaiyang leapt into the air like a meteor, crashing into the wreckage. Through the swirling smoke, he spotted two dark figures, yet they swiftly evaded his grasp. Capture them, Kaiyang shouted in alarm. At his command, the guards hesitated to act, helplessly watching the shadows escape. A bunch of useless fools. Jiao Jinyu cursed, sending his whisk to ensnare the two fleeing figures. What are you waiting for? Pursue them. He shot a glance back. Kaiyang remained still, and Yuheng was even more indifferent. Two mere lackeys, Diao Xiaojian can handle this alone. Yuheng coldly replied. A mere lackey? A lackey storms the capital, a lackey blows up the tavern, and a lackey makes you utterly unaware? You dare call this a lackey? Diao Jinyu scolded, yet his feet were not idle. He actively pursued. Yuheng, shall we intervene? No. Sister Yao Guang has said. As long as Mingwan Hall remains unharmed, even if the heavens were to fall, there would be someone to bear the weight. Yuheng transmitted quietly. Not daring to voice it aloud, Li Wujiao concealed himself within the crowd, silently observing. Bang. Another deafening sound erupted, without warning. East of the city. Another explosion. Bang. 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 3 consecutive detonations. The capital was gradually shrouded in thick fog, and Yuheng involuntarily clenched his fists. Sister Yoguang, can we truly trust the ninth princess? Yuheng murmured softly, raising his gaze towards the Fulwan Tower as the mist rapidly spread. Ah. Screams rang out in succession, and in the ensuing chaos, people trampled one another. Lives were already lost in this unforeseen disaster. Help! In every direction, the east, west, north, and south, amidst the enveloping fog, lay the pervasive fear within the hearts of the citizens of the capital. Commander Huang, where do you intend to go? Issue the order to rescue the people, shouted a man. My wife remains in the eastern part of the city. How can I save others? The imperial guards were leaderless, scattered in disarray, acting haphazardly, which only served to heighten the panic. No, this was no mere assassination. In the chaos, Li Wujiao concealed himself behind the ruins of an inn, the thick mist obscuring nearly everyone's vision. Panic swept through the capital like wildfire, screams piercing the air, rendering Li Wujiao unable to hear his own voice. Breathe and focus. He reassured himself. Observe the mountains and the sea. Open. His azure gold eyes pierced through the haze, surveying the fleeing populace. From all corners of the capital, attacks erupted almost simultaneously, clearly premeditated. Li Wujiao could not help but wonder. Does the organization known as the Slaughtering Heavens truly possess this many assassins? Such a terror-striking assault seemed far beyond what even the world's most formidable assassin organization could execute. Yet, the two shadowy figures fleeing were undoubtedly Jiang Shaoong and Jun Yanqing. What precisely were the Slaughtering Heavens aiming to achieve? Chapter 55. The Invasion of Dark Energy. Help. Is there anyone who can save the princess? A maid, disregarding the dust choking her throat, cried out desperately outside a golden palanquin adorned with dragons and phoenixes. Cough, cough. Is there anyone? Save the princess. Cough, cough, cough. Before the maid could finish her plea, she was swept away by the crowd. Just as she seemed destined to become mere fodder underfoot, a swift figure dashed forth, lifting her up. With a resounding hum, the sound of a sword echoed as its energy cleaved through the palanquin, causing a beautifully robed woman to tumble into the air. Up, another figure spun and leaped, the sword energy pulling both the maid and her mistress, along with fragments of the palanquin, from the surging throng. At last, outside the Fulwan Pavilion, by the banks of the Huai River, they found a moment of tranquility and set the two women down. Trembling from the ordeal, the noblewoman instinctively bowed in gratitude. Thank you, kind sir, for your timely rescue. But just as she spoke, the maid beside her collapsed into unconsciousness. Xiao Tang, Xiao Tang. The noblewoman embraced her, only to feel the warmth of blood seeping from a dagger embedded in the maid's chest. Do not touch her, Li Wujiao commanded, raising his finger, sword energy lifting the noblewoman behind him. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted, consuming Xiao Tang in an instant, leaving only a horrifying skeleton in its wake. Xiao Tang. The noblewoman quivered in shock, her body shaking violently. Who are you? Do you have enemies? Li Wujiao asked solemnly. I am the princess of Jinnan. How could this happen? The noblewoman stammered, tears streaming down her face. The princess of Jinnan? Do you know Gu Liunyan? Li Wujiao pressed urgently. Liunyan. She is my daughter. The noblewoman turned away, unable to bear the sight of Xiao Tang's remains. Upon hearing this, Li Wujiao's expression grew increasingly grave. The method of the killer was a dagger imbued with dark energy. He had rescued the noblewoman from the crowd, yet the killer had managed to slay Xiao Tang amidst the chaos. In other words, he had nearly crossed paths with the murderer. This is no place to linger. I shall escort you back to the martial academy. Li Wujiao's heart tightened as he summoned his sword energy, lifting the noblewoman and racing toward the Taiping Martial Academy. Amidst the swirling dust, a shadow unexpectedly emerged, cloaked in dark energy, lunging forward with a dagger aimed directly at the noblewoman. Not good. Li Wujiao spun around, switching positions with her. The heavens wish for snow. A sword as cold as frost. He unleashed his trump card without reservation. The fierce sword energy swept forth like a blizzard, colliding violently with the shadow. Where the sword energy passed, the surroundings turned frigid, and the shadow instantly froze into an ice sculpture. Slash! Li Wujiao bellowed, the sword energy slicing through, causing the ice sculpture to shatter explosively. Yet unexpectedly, the shadow exploded into a mass of dark energy, swirling and reconstituting itself into a humanoid figure once more. Jia jia jia. It grinned menacingly, unleashing a chilling laugh as it brandished the dagger and charged again. What manner of creature is this? Li Wujiao furrowed his brow, unprepared for such a relentless foe. He defended against the shadow's assault while protecting the noblewoman behind him. At that moment, a melodious tune resonated from afar, causing the shadow's movements to slow. Quickly, flee. The dark energy cannot be dispelled. I can only hold it off for a moment. Li Wujiao glanced over to see Jun Yanqing approaching, but she was alone. Where is Jiang Shaoyou? Li Wujiao inquired. At the outskirts. Maintaining the Tiangang dragon binding formation to keep that old eunuch trapped, she replied. Indeed, the two dark figures pursuing them were none other than Jun Yanqing and Jiang Shaoyou. Why attack the capital? Li Wujiao's brow furrowed. Who attacked the capital? Jun Yanqing shrugged, expressing her frustration. I was just enjoying a drink when suddenly a dark figure appeared and stabbed me, then exploded. Was it not the extermination of heaven? A sense of foreboding surged within Li Wujiao. I must first escort the princess back to the martial academy. The situation had grown complex and tumultuous. Far exceeding Li Wujiao's expectations, he resolved to take the noblewoman to his safe haven. Wait, your hand. Dark energy? Jun Yanqing's face paled, her eyes widening in shock. Dark energy has invaded my body. Were it not for the sword intent hidden within me, I would have been consumed entirely. The speaker was Han Qianxiu, the vice president of the Taiping Martial Academy. Vice President Han, the dark energy has likely spread throughout the capital. The entire city is in peril. Li Wujiao disregarded his own safety to alert the others. Students, listen closely. I will accompany the professors to rescue people. You must not step outside the academy. Without hesitation, Vice President Han led the professors into the chaos of the capital, fully aware of the danger of the dark energy. Li Wujiao recognized the two professors beside him, yet there were also several he had never encountered before. What of the court? Why is there no action? He gazed skyward, where cries of despair and screams echoed through the capital, the crowds surging chaotically, trampling one another, resulting in countless casualties. The forbidden troops were incompetent, and the Department of Evil had no leader, all flailing about like headless flies. The Yintian Tower had sheltered the Zhuke Gate, providing some refuge for the people. But it was far from sufficient. Yet, not a single official had emerged in the capital. Rather, it was the Taiping Martial Academy that took the lead, striving to save the populace from disaster. If the Southern Emperor is indeed that ruthless, the Taiping Martial Academy shall be locked in a relentless conflict with the court. Luo Lin's eyes trembled, tinged with a hint of red, as he stood by, unable to act. Peace in the realm has never been merely a slogan. Esteemed fellow disciples, do you dare defy the master's orders and join me in the capital to rescue the imperiled? Luo Lin raised his hands high, fervently proclaiming, I, Suchong, am willing to accompany Sister Luo Lin to the capital. I, Gao Sun, also wish to venture to the capital, even if we save but one soul. It shall be worth a lifetime. The Taiping Martial Academy exists for the sake of universal peace, and we shall not shy away from our duty. Luo Lin's voice soared, rallying all in attendance. The fervent cries echoed throughout the entire Taiping Martial Academy as the disciples gathered in unison. Ready to depart for the capital to rescue the people from peril, you shall go nowhere. A solemn and aged voice resonated, a shimmering barrier of water rippling before them, gentle yet unyielding. Grandfather. Upon seeing Luo Taiping, Luo Lin felt the fervor within him dissipate, and he lowered his head in resignation. The other disciples dared not utter a word. Once Luo Taiping spoke, no one had the courage to oppose him. Li Wujiu, come to the back mountain. His voice rang like a mighty bell, commanding respect without the need for anger. Chapter 56. The slaughter at the Vermilion Bird Gate. All eyes converged upon Li Wujiao, who suddenly found himself the center of attention, leaving him in a rather awkward position. Could you please make some room? He raised his right hand. Dark smoke billowing upwards, prompting the crowd to instinctively step back. Thank you. Everyone, what you've cleared is not merely a path, but your own escape from peril. Li Wujiao jested. Junior brother, you truly are optimistic, came the reply. You flatter me. In truth, I am quite anxious, Li Wujiao responded with a calm smile. Suddenly, a ripple surged through the void, and as he lightly tapped it, darkness enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he beheld a celestial waterfall cascading from the heavens. Its roar deafening. Luo Taiping, garbed in white, floated midair, eyes closed in meditation. To be able to manipulate others from afar, indeed, Director Luo is of unparalleled cultivation. Truly deserving of the title of one of the two martial saints of our time. Li Wujiao gave him a thumbs up. Spare me the flattery. Luo Taiping did not respond verbally but communicated directly with his consciousness. The demonic aura is inescapable, at least in the capital. No one can save you. He pointed, causing the void to ripple like a disturbed water surface, revealing a sinister figure emanating malevolence. Is this from the Celestial Demon clan? It is well known that Jun Yinqing is the last descendant of this clan. Have you never wondered how she has survived until now? Luo Taiping posed a question. And upon hearing it, Li Wujiao's eyes sparkled with insight. I have long harbored similar doubts. Is the demonic aura truly connected to Jun Yinqing? His skepticism stemmed from the stark contrast between the demonic aura's purpose and Jun Yinqing's actions. The murderous aura seemed to target the Southern Emperor, while Jun Yinqing appeared to be in opposition to him. I understand your confusion, but if I were to clarify, you would undoubtedly dig deeper. Embarking on a perilous path from which there is no return, Luo Taiping was reluctant to disclose the truth. Director, look at my hand. As a human, one cannot escape death. Why not accumulate merits for the people? What is there to fear in death? Li Wujiao asserted earnestly. Boy, there is a difference between sacrifice and seeking death. Luo Taiping remained reticent. Li Wujiao recognized that reasoning with a man of such age was futile. So he opted for a more direct approach. Director Luo, I simply enjoy courting death. If you wish to stop me, there is little you can do. The world would lose a youth with aspirations for the people, and the Taiping Martial Academy would lose enough. Luo Taiping sighed. You are the disciple of Ning Jianshan and Mr. Dong Fong. Who can rival your stubbornness? I humbly request your guidance, Director Luo. Li Wujiao replied with a cheerful grin. Having succeeded in his ploy, I would not dare to instruct you. Let me make it clear. If you perish, it will not concern my Taiping Martial Academy. Director Luo, you have so little faith in me. I would like to hear what treacherous trials could possibly claim my life. Li Wujiao, still youthful and reckless, was unafraid. Have you ever heard of the Raging Demon Sea? The Raging Demon Sea? Li Wujiao's pupils contracted. Indeed, he had encountered mention of it in an ancient tome. Luo Taiping stroked his long beard, his expression grave. Beyond the Eastern Sea lies a forbidden sea, known as the Raging Demon Sea by the sages of the previous dynasty. A grave for the Celestial Demon clan. At this, Li Wujiao chuckled. Oh, so burial at sea is still in vogue. Even if one finds the Raging Demon Sea, there is no guarantee of a method to dispel the demonic aura. Your long journey would be in vain. Luo Taiping lamented. One cannot deny, this lad is truly optimistic. Even in the face of death, he still manages to smile. How much time do I have left? Li Wujiao asked calmly. Possibly a year, at least 3 months. However, with Ning Jianshan's sword energy, you should remain safe for a year, Luo Taiping replied. A year? The journey from the capital to the eastern sea would take at least a month. To traverse mountains and rivers, enduring hardships, only to arrive at the raging demon sea with little time remaining. And if there truly is no solution, then I shall confront my fate directly. Li Wujiao spread his arms, smiling nonchalantly. Should I return from the gates of hell? Perhaps I can teach the demon clan a lesson about the vengeance of the celestial demon clan. You possess a refreshing outlook, indeed different from those arrogant elites. Luo Taiping shook his head in resignation. Alas, fate is inexorable. What is meant to be will be, and what is a blessing cannot be a curse. What is a curse cannot be avoided. Luo Taiping was acutely aware of the chaos in the capital, the demon clan poised to strike. It was truly a critical moment for survival. For now, the capital will not see further upheaval. The Southern King cannot venture to the Northern Front. You may consider this a year or so of training at the Martial Academy. It may yet prove beneficial. Luo Taiping gradually reconciled with reality. If Li Wujiao could return safely, he might indeed secure a glimmer of hope for humankind. Director Luo, the verdant mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. Li Wujiao waved goodbye and resolutely turned to depart the back mountain. He traversed the towering ancient trees, observing the disciples of the Martial Academy, who remained gathered at the main gate, scrutinizing the situation in the capital. Those disciples were either rich or noble. Should they truly confront the court, it would only be the common folk who would suffer. In prosperity, the people suffer. In ruin, the people suffer. Though he spoke with nonchalance, a sense of melancholy welled up within him. He was not a sage, unable to embody boundless love for the world. Yet, if he simply walked away, how could he ever feel at peace? Before leaving, he cast one last glance at the golden plaque, inscribed with Luo Taiping's words. Deeply engraved, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, and to open peace for all generations. Li Wujiao's eyes dimmed slightly. Since entering the capital, the ever-shifting power dynamics had ensnared him, and despite his efforts to maneuver, he had ultimately achieved nothing. The capital remained in turmoil, the common people still suffering. If only celestial beings could descend from the heavens. Could they perhaps turn the tide and reclaim this situation? He did not perceive himself as utterly defeated. On the contrary, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction for not having accomplished anything grand. Leaving the capital? Anyone could, except for him, Li Wujiao. In just a month, the capital had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Whether in the court, the Taiping Martial Academy, or the slaughter of heaven, all were caught in the tides of fate, powerless to act. The ninth princess had resided in the Mingwan Palace for over a decade. Despite her extraordinary talents, she could not prevent the chaos in the capital. The Yantian Tower's divinations could not save the suffering populace. Even Luo Taiping, a martial saint, found himself constrained, helplessly watching the plight of humankind precariously hanging by a thread. Indeed, the capital was far from prosperous. Li Wujiao chuckled self-deprecatingly, clenching his sword, Tian Yushua, and recalling the incomparable Dongfang in his humble abode. One should strive to be a hero in life, and even in death, be a valiant spirit. Li Wujiao gazed down at his right hand, where the demonic aura coiled ominously, destined to claim his life within a year. Throughout history, who has escaped death? Let my loyal heart illuminate the annals of history. He recited this line, then stepped out with his sword, resolute in his decision. He had concealed his intentions from the Martial Academy and from everyone. On the rooftop of the Fulwan building, atop the Green Phoenix, the youth gazed out into the distance, only to be met with a scene of devastation, shocking to behold. The overwhelming demonic aura surged like a torrent, having already engulfed the entire capital. The heavens had never been so dark and devoid of light. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, dust and mist swirled, wails echoed throughout the land, and cries of despair pierced the air. Inside the Vermilion Bird Gate, the celestial beings such as Yaoguang strained with all their might. Their starlight bright, yet feeble as a flickering candle, unable to penetrate the boundless darkness of eternal night. The scent of blood filled the air, yet no blood was visible. Only countless white bones littered the once prosperous streets of the capital. The Imperial Guard had cast aside their armor, and no officials appeared. Only the teachers of the Taiping Martial Academy stood firm against the demonic aura, guiding the surviving populace into the Vermilion Bird Gate. What a heartless imperial family, hypocritical and inferior to beasts. Li Wujiao, filled with righteous indignation, was about to leap down the stairs to storm the Vermilion Bird Gate, intent on creating chaos. Amipa. The sound of the Dharma resonated as a monk walked through the fog of darkness, his body radiating a divine light, yet he was shrouded in a voluminous black robe, with a demonic mask hanging at his waist. In the presence of the sixth hidden dragon, there is no difficulty. To slay the heavens is to bear the burden of the Tath Gata. Having committed heinous acts of murder, why must you impose such burdens upon us? Nuanan closed his eyes and chanted scriptures, boldly striding towards the vermilion bird gate. Bear the Tathgata's burden. If you decapitate Chinmi, another bead will adorn your neck, an immeasurable merit. Jun Yinqing smiled sweetly, treading upon the void, her ghostly visage fierce, with 3 heads and 6 arms. Harmonizing the sounds of Guqin and Pipa. Why are only you two present? I have traveled 1,000 miles to the capital, and yet I arrived early? A portal to the ghost realm rose from the ground, casting a chilling shadow. Bound in bone shackles, crowned with a fearsome diadem, a pale visage emanated a terrifying aura, revealing a peak master of the 8th realm. Nanming, lord of the realm of the dead. I am here to slay the heavenly King Yama. Old man, do you dare to fight? The voice of Yama thundered like a bell, his tone harsh, the clanking of bone shackles resonating. An overwhelming pressure ready to crush the vermilion bird gate. Audacious rodents, dare you offend my great southern imperial city? Roar. Within the imperial city, golden light dazzled. Above the clouds, the demon king emerged, his colossal form resembling a towering mountain. The king of the south, clad in golden armor, wielded a battle spear, exuding an imposing presence. Gu Shanha, I have no intention of opposing you. Summon that old man Chinmi to face his demise. The king of the south brandished his spear. Should you dare to advance further, I shall surely slay you. You, Gu Shanha, are a foolish loyalist. Yama's figure flickered, materializing in the heavens, a chilling aura of slaughter enveloping the sky. Rakshasa, you may enter the palace first. It has been long since I have sparred with the fairy of shaking light. Chapter 57. Entering the fray, dismaying the southern emperor fallen Buddha. You may slay the radiant fairy, but do not mar her countenance, which even I envy. Jun Yinqing's chilling smile appeared as she flashed onto the vermilion bird gate. Observing this, Yao Wang formed a seal with her palm and coldly commanded, "Begone." A meteor plummeted from the sky, hurtling directly towards Jun Yinqing. With a beguiling smile, she waved her hand at Yao Wang. Boom. A golden Buddha manifested in midair, hands clasped, unwaveringly catching the meteor. Once again, it is you, this demon monk. Yao Wang's expression shifted as she saw Wunan's hands together, murmuring a chant. Until we meet again, fairy Yao Wang. Jun Yinqing laughed charmingly, striding confidently past the vermilion bird gate and successfully entering the inner city. Chinmi, you old scoundrel, you plotted to seize my demonic energy, ravaging the populace. You deserve 1,000 deaths. Jun Yinqing's countenance suddenly darkened, her ghostly visage terrifying, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. In the imperial city, wicked sorceress, retreat at once. A fierce shout erupted from deep within the royal capital, like an overwhelming tide crashing forward. 8th realm. The court has no place for someone like you. Who are you truly? Having concealed herself for years, Jun Yinqing had nearly discerned the entirety of the civil and military officials, besides he and the 2 kings. It was unfathomable that a third 8th realm could exist. Impossible, utterly impossible. Panic gripped Jun Yinqing, realizing that the audacious Chickshaw must have prepared thoroughly. Chinmi was undoubtedly doomed. Yet, she never envisioned that another 8th realm lurked within the imperial city. Beware your back, Rakshasa, Wunan suddenly shouted. Startled, Jun Yinqing turned to find intricate inscriptions crawling around her, as if she were ensconced in a vast starry expanse, with meteors crashing down upon her. Reversal of heaven and earth formation. Jun Yinqing's expression changed drastically as she glanced back. Indeed, Yao Guang was ensnared by Wunan. However, Yuheng and Kaiyang were nowhere to be seen. Demon, must you also face betrayal? Yuheng scoffed. Enough talk, kill her. Kaiyang's expression hardened as a meteor descended rapidly. Heavenly demon transformation, break. Jun Yinqing evaded and twirled, her movements like the strings of a pipa, shredding the meteors raining down upon her. Humph. Let us see how long you can endure. Kaiyang exerted himself again, summoning 3 meteors to strike simultaneously. This is dire. If I prolong this any further, I shall surely exhaust myself to death. Jun Yinqing's face darkened further as meteors continued to fall, her spiritual energy dwindling, making escape seem futile. She scanned her surroundings, seemingly searching for something, but her pallor betrayed her profound disappointment. Song Shajun, I truly was blind to trust you, a lackey of the court. Jun Yinqing cursed furiously. My inaction has been the height of mercy, my conscience is clear. Song Shajuan's voice suddenly echoed in her mind as she shattered another meteor, her gaze darting about. She knew he was nearby, yet he chose neither to aid the court nor to assist Chickshaw. Well, if I survive, I shall ensure that you, a heartless hound, meet a fate most tragic. Jun Yinqing gasped, her heavenly demon transformation consuming the remainder of her spiritual energy. Under the reversal of heaven and earth formation, gravity was magnified 1,000-fold. Lord Rahu, where are you? Jun Yinqing's last hope lay with the slayer of immortals, Rahu. Yet, he had not appeared last time, inadvertently allowing Li Wujiao to escape. Was it because of the Southern Emperor? Indeed, even if he intervened, there remained a 9th realm martial saint upon the dragon throne. Chinmi, you shall not escape death today. Lord Rahu, you granted me life. Should you choose not to fight, I shall not blame you. I might perish, but the citizens of the capital will find no peace, nor will my heavenly demon kin. In despair, her beautiful eyes reddened, tears welling as she lacked the strength to fight any longer, kneeling upon the ground. His Majesty commands, kill without mercy, Kaiyang roared, swinging a meteor towards Jun Yinqing. To command the 8 extremes is to sacrifice oneself for righteousness. In the end, is it all merely futile lamentation? Jun Yinqing closed her eyes in despair, a tear cascading down her cheek, surrendering to the inevitable death awaiting her. Mandate of the earth, eradicate the wicked and quell the malevolent. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, revealing a black and white ink brush that intercepted the fatal strike meant for her. Song Shajun, Kaiyang exclaimed in shock. Judge Song, what is the meaning of this? Yuan questioned, brow furrowed. Song Shajun remained silent, calling out, Judge's brush, take her far from the capital, as far away as possible. The judge's brush seemed to possess a will of its own, securely lifting Jun Yinqing and, without hesitation, soaring beyond the Vermilion Bird Gate, fleeing the capital. Song Shajun, do you know what you are doing? Kaiyang demanded angrily. I do, Song Shajun replied coldly. Judge Song, His Majesty suspects you of treason. The court does not trust you, and it seems that suspicion is warranted. Yuhing shook his head repeatedly, filled with disappointment. To fabricate charges is to find pretexts at will. Song Shajun turned, watching as Jun Yinqing disappeared from sight before facing the imperial city. Song Shajun, without the judge's brush, how do you intend to confront us? Yuhing retorted coldly. I never intended to intervene. Song Shajun's tone remained nonchalant, hands clasped behind his back. Each grain of sand reflects my integrity. Every ounce counts upon the people's well-being. To extend a hand is to grant the populace more than a fraction. To take a coin, I am worth less than that. I, Song Shajun, have lived my life without shame before heaven and unrepentant before the people. To die generously, what joy could be greater? He raised his head high, demeanor calm, his icy gaze piercing like a blade of judgment into the heart of the great southern imperial city. Your Majesty, I am grateful for your grace. Risking my life to counsel you, I implore you to remember, the vessel is akin to the ruler, and water to the common people. Water can bear a vessel, yet it can also capsize it. One may deceive the people, yet not the heart. I would rather die in council than see the world fall into chaos. As his words fell, thunder rumbled like a stampede of thousands of horses, shaking the heavens and the earth. Is this an omen from the heavens? Could he be speaking the truth? Kaiyang's expression shifted. He has not lied. It is merely that we are not in control of our fates, Yuhing stated solemnly. The Son of Heaven receives the mandate from heaven. The fate of all beings resides here. The stars must align for battle. For this is the decree of the Big Dipper. To defy His Majesty is to oppose the divine mandate. Neither of us can bear the consequences. Yuhing spoke coldly. Then let it be murder. The heavenly way cannot be defied. Kaiyang raised the meteor high, crashing it down towards Song Shajun, who remained unflinching, embracing death with resolve. In a word, silence. In that moment of crisis, a sword aura sliced through the air, abruptly halting the meteor. Both Kaiyang and Yuhing found themselves immobilized, as if time itself had frozen. Could it be, Rahu? Yuhing gasped in astonishment. Yet soon, normalcy returned. Who are you? Behind the Vermilion Bird Gate stood not the slayer of immortals, Rahu, but merely a youth, newly emerged from obscurity. You at the second realm. Do you intend to stand against the court? Yuhing questioned coldly. You are mistaken. Li Wujiao chuckled lightly, eyes brimming with defiance, drawing his sword and gazing skyward. You claim the Son of Heaven is destined, that the fate of the people resides with him. Then I, Li Wujiao, shall sever that destiny and shatter that fate. Is that permissible? Sever the heavenly mandate. On what grounds, you at the second realm? Kaiyang scoffed. On my own grounds, of course I cannot. Li Wujiao drew his sword towards the heavens, its ringing echoing, a surge of demonic energy enveloping his arm. Qinmi, as the chancellor of a nation, you ought to heed the principle of returning the favor in kind. Li Wujiao suppressed the intent of his sword, and as the demonic aura dissipated, it resembled a ferocious beast breaking free from its chains, ready to devour the heavens and the earth. How dare you, ignorant wretches, persist in your folly? In the imperial capital, a chorus of authoritative voices finally erupted in disapproval, as the long-silent civil and military officials simultaneously emerged. Young man, what is your intention? A commanding and solemn voice, imbued with the majesty of the emperor, resonated like a vast ocean, shaking the very core of one's being. The Southern Emperor? What is my intention? Li Wujiao, unyielding and composed, replied, as long as Qinmi lives, I shall forfeit my sword intent, allowing the demonic aura to engulf the entire capital. Preposterous. As high-ranking officials of the Great South, do you presume to dictate life and death with a mere utterance? Disregarding my authority. The Southern Emperor's tone was tyrannical, as the oppressive force of a martial saint bore down upon them. Should I perish, the sword intent will dissipate, yet the demonic aura will still consume you all. Li Wujiao remained unflinching in the face of danger. anger transforming into a sardonic smile as he raised his right hand high, the demonic energy swirling around him. I shall reiterate for the final time. Either Chimi dies, or the entire capital shall descend into the abyss.